After being pricked by Lin Ming's spear, the 10,000-year corpse grass fiercely struggled, sending out ear-piercing screams as it shook. As Lin Ming saw the true appearance of this 10,000-year corpse grass, his eyebrows twisted together. This little thing was truly unsightly. In fact, it was extremely ugly. Demon Shine chortled, hee, this thing is a heavenly treasure to a corpse sect. A corpse sect martial artist would definitely pay an exorbitantly high price to buy this 10,000-year corpse grass. Corpse sect. Lin Ming was aware that there were some martial artists that would collect the bodies of powerhouses and use them to refine weapons, create puppets, or even seize their bodies. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Magu Buyu could have been classified as a type of corpse sect martial artist. Lin Ming wrapped this 10,000-year corpse grass in layers of seals before stashing it away into a jade box. Lin Ming, where do we go now? Demon Shine asked. The two of them had already reached the 1,200-mile radius zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss. If they went much closer, they would approach the 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Death Zone. This 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Death Zone was an area where even birds couldn't cross. Entry into it meant absolute death. As for those places near this 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Zone, those were also extremely dangerous. Lin Ming asked, did the Demon Emperor enter the 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Zone in the past? Of course. Demon Shine scoffed as if this were something that simply didn't need to be asked. The 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Death Zone is only a relative name given to it. If your cultivation is high enough, then although you might not be able to freely come and go as you please, you don't need to fear it too much. In the past, when the Demon Emperor stayed here for 20-some years, most of that time was in the 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Death Zone. I see. Lin Ming wasn't crazy enough to think he had the qualifications to enter such a place. His plan was to come to the edge of this 1,000-mile radius Forbidden Zone. It would be his best opportunity for finding lucky chances. But if he couldn't find anything, he had still broken through to the revolving core realm. Now he had the ability to return to the South Horizon region. Towards someone like Shen Wuji, Lin Ming definitely wasn't his match. But when it came to those first-stage life destruction elders of the South Horizon region, Lin Ming believed that he could kill them. In a flash, several days passed. Lin Ming had been wandering around the 1,100 to 1,000-mile radius of the Eternal Demon Abyss. His days here were actually quite peaceful. Until this moment, when Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Lin Ming, in the front to the right, 10 miles away. There are people there. Oh. Lin Ming was startled. How many? I'm not sure. They are too far away right now. I only felt a fluctuation of energy, but this fluctuation should be from a martial artist, not an evil spirit. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Okay. Let's go look for them. There were many advantages to being together with other martial artists. Lin Ming quickly displayed his movement technique and rushed towards the direction that Demon Shine had indicated. However, just as he took a single step, he felt the ground beneath him start to suddenly shake. Far away, he could see the ground splitting apart, a plume of black energy gushing out of the earth and shooting towards the skies. Lin Ming was shocked. What was happening? Something's wrong. Demon Shine's voice changed. The infernal energy has begun to frantically move, and those several people I discovered are now running towards here. As Demon Shine finished speaking, Lin Ming could see several moving figures within the endless fog. They were all running towards the Eternal Demon Abyss as if their lives depended on it. Just as this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, his complexion immediately changed. He could see that behind these people were massive black clouds, chasing them down like a massive tsunami. And these black clouds contained a terrifying energy. Damn! Lin Ming cursed in his mind. He swiveled on the balls of his feet and ran away. He could no longer afford the time to think about what this was. The jade slip left behind by the Polaris Tower Master had never mentioned something like this. Lin Ming was fast, but the people behind him weren't slow either. Because of that slight delay, they had already rushed up to just several hundred feet from Lin Ming. In the instant that Lin Ming turned around, he could clearly make one of the people. It was Duanmu Kun. There was no longer time to ask what was going on. Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock shattering the void, and he shot forwards at the limits of his speed. The massive tsunami of dark clouds was like an ancient great beast, swallowing everything that it passed by. As the black clouds surged forth, they rose nearly 1,000 feet high into the sky. The energy inherent within them caused anyone to lack any courage to face it. But, wanting to dodge these demonic clouds of infernal energy by flying was impossible. This was because flying was impossible within the eternal demon abyss. In terms of speed, the demonic clouds were even several times faster than a normal martial artist. As everyone ran with all their might, they could still see that the black tsunami behind them was closing in. Ah! A vague scream broke out. Lin Ming didn't need to look back to know that a martial artist had been swallowed up by those dark clouds. His fate could be imagined. As the infernal energy around him twisted into stormy currents, Lin Ming used the concept of space, shrinking the space beneath his feet and displaying the limit of his speed. He was faster than everyone else behind him, but he still wasn't as fast as that tsunami of demonic clouds. But at this moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. In front of him, at the very edge of the thick fog, he could make out a black mountain peak. Looking at the height of that mountain, it had to be several thousand feet high. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Without words, he immediately launched golden rock, shattering the void, and rushed straight to the top of that mountain peak. Although seeing a mountain didn't mean it was close because of the fog that obscured his vision, when Lin Ming saw the mountain peak, it was already not too far away. With his extreme speed, he reached the base of the mountain in just several dozen breaths of time. Using his max speed, Lin Ming rushed to the peak in a single go. As he turned around, he could see at the bottom of the mountain there were several other martial artists who had set foot on the Black Mountain and were racing to the top. Now the tsunami of demonic black clouds was near. As it surged forwards, even the ground beneath him trembled. Looking at how terrifying this cloud was, Lin Ming feared that even this mountain would break under its impact. "Just what was that?" Lin Ming asked, frightened. "Hee, you're quite lucky. Those black clouds are an eruption from the eternal demon abyss. Normally, after the eternal demon abyss erupted, it will enter into a stable period and not erupt for decades or centuries. But I don't know what happened this time, so I said that you're lucky." Demon Shine's facetious voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. When the Demon Emperor had stayed in the eternal demon abyss, he had also faced these eruptions. This is an eruption of the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming was shocked. The eternal demon abyss only erupted every several decades or even centuries. When it did erupt, it would spit out a massive amount of infernal energy as well as demon god bones and the terrifying evil beings from the depths of the eternal demon abyss. After the eruption of the eternal demon abyss, the energy here would all be in chaos, with layers upon layers of danger zones appearing everywhere. This was the time when the chance of dying in the eternal demon abyss was the highest, but this also meant that this was the time for the luckiest chances. Thus, when the eternal demon abyss had just had an eruption was also the time when the highest amount of martial artists would enter. At this moment, Lin Ming couldn't bother with these details. All he heard was a loud banging noise as the massive tsunami of black clouds smashed into the mountain, creating turbulent flows of energy thousands of feet high. The black mountain peak trembled. It seemed as if it couldn't withstand this massive impact force and could collapse at any moment. A great chunk of the mountain was directly ripped away by the tsunami of demonic clouds. A martial artist that hadn't climbed fast enough cried out miserably as he was directly sucked up by the black clouds, disappearing without a trace. But at the front of the group, Duanmu-kun and the rest had already rushed to the peak, luckily avoiding the impact of the black clouds. Lin Ming looked down. Not too far away, he could see that the always refined and calm Duanmu-kun was panting, his forehead dripping with sweat and his face flushed red. In that horrifying encounter just now, he had obviously consumed a great deal of energy. Behind Duanmu-kun, there were also 2 Fey Heavenly Demon 7-star martial artists as well as 3 giant demon martial artists. Those 2 Fey martial artists were Fengshen and Lan Xian. As for the giant demon martial artists, Lin Ming only knew one of them, Great Axe Tower's Blackstone. Blackstone was also a descendant of a holy land. As someone that came from a giant demon holy land, his talent was no less than Fengshen's. Lin Ming? When Duanmu-kun first saw Lin Ming, he was incomparably shocked. Before this, he had heard from Lan Xian's own mouth about Lin Ming's fate. He thought that Lin Ming had already perished here, but he never would have imagined he would see him right now, in these circumstances. As the others noticed Lin Ming, Fengshen also saw him. He was a bit stunned, but then soon felt relieved. He hadn't believed that someone like Lin Ming would die here, and his faith now seemed rewarded. The one who was the most surprised was Lan Xian. She had personally experienced that demon bone danger zone and knew how terrifying it was. She had seen him walk back to that danger zone and not return after an hour. Although she said that Lin Ming was missing, her heart had already determined that Lin Ming had died there. But she never expected that she would see Lin Ming in front of her right now. Did he break out of that danger zone by himself and travel the thousands of miles across the eternal demon abyss until finally reaching the central region? How had he done this? It wasn't just Lan Xian that thought this unbelievable, but also others. Traveling by oneself was much more dangerous than forming a team, and Lin Ming didn't even have a guide. But at this moment, Fengshen's heart stirred. Stunned, he looked at Lin Ming and said, "You broke through to revolving core?" Lin Ming faintly smiled at Fengshen. "Brother Fengshen, I'm glad to meet you here. I just happened to stumble across a relatively safe place in the eternal demon abyss and made a lucky breakthrough." Lin Ming's casual few words left everyone flabbergasted. There are safe zones in the eternal demon abyss? Breaking through to revolving core here? Aren't you just wanting to die? Moreover, Lin Ming's cultivation had only just reached the half-step revolving core realm previously. According to a reasonable rate of progression, it should have taken him at least half a year. How had he managed to achieve this so quickly? Did he find some lucky chance within the eternal demon abyss? This was the only explanation. "Brother Lin has really good luck, Blackstone sourly said. Lin Ming's breakthrough in this journey to the eternal demon abyss had surpassed the totality of his harvest so far. Good luck? Lan Xian wasn't sure, but in the instant she discovered that Lin Ming had made a breakthrough, she already knew deep within herself just where Lin Ming had found his lucky chance. Initially, back when they were in that danger zone, Lin Ming had casually made an excuse to go back because he had lost a spatial ring. But the truth was that he had discovered some lucky chance there. Thus he went back to look for it. But there was a powerful and fearful evil being lurking within that danger zone, so strong that it only needed a second to kill a High Lord-level powerhouse. In that sort of situation, how could Lin Ming have discovered a lucky chance, and how could he have taken that lucky chance from the keeping of that evil being? How had any of this been done? Lan Xing subconsciously covered her mouth. Currently, she only felt that this Lin Ming in front of her was a growing enigma. "Lan Xian, what's wrong?" Duanmu Kun noticed Lan Xian's change in expression and asked her with a true essence sound transmission. Lan Xian responded with her guess, and Duanmu Kun was dazed for a moment, his eyelids jumping. Indeed, finding a lost spatial ring was a weak excuse to return to a danger zone. Duanmu Kun hadn't thought too much of it, but now that he carefully remembered these details, there were a number of questionable points. First, Lin Ming was meticulous and cautious as well as strong. Could such a character really lose their spatial ring and not know about it? Second, according to Lan Xian, Lin Ming had led the squad to rush out of the death trap and had even changed directions midway. Was that really just a coincidence? Lin Ming wasn't a fool. Since he had the confidence to go back, he had the confidence to deal with the evil being in that danger zone. Then, it wasn't surprising for him to seek treasures in a danger zone either. At the thought of this, Duanmu Kun felt daunted. His group had also encountered several danger zones, and he had even witnessed one of his teammates die a tragic death. He was fully aware just how terrifying the eternal demon abyss was. Here, there were lucky chances everywhere, but that didn't mean one could obtain them just by sheer luck. One needed to be strong enough or at least have the ability to take it, otherwise all they would do is lose their life. Lin Ming, what was his secret? Not only did he break through the countless dangers of the eternal demon abyss, but he even closed up here and broke through to revolving core. His strengths were truly hidden. Duanmu Kun felt more and more awed by Lin Ming. To him, Lin Ming only felt unfathomable. But on the side, Blackstone was unaware of all these factors. He said, "If I had Brother Lin's luck, then I might have been able to become a 4-star demon king." A so-called 4-star demon king was the same as the human life destruction realm. Blackstone wasn't 30 years old yet. If he could really become a 4-star demon king now, then even the Eightfall War Emperor's talent would be inferior to his. Towards such an obviously daggered compliment filled with jealousy, Lin Ming only faintly smiled, not explaining anything. Luck is also a kind of talent, a martial artist said. He was a Goliath High Lord from Great Axe Tower. As he was in the middle of speaking, the mountain suddenly shook. At the foot of the mountain, a massive shelf suddenly collapsed, washed away by the immense black currents at the base. A crack spread up at a shocking rate, splitting the peak of the mountain in half. The black torrents of energy surged and burst through the crack and shot into the sky. The Goliath martial artist that was just speaking was actually flushed away by this mighty flood of energy. Ah! Screams filled the air. The current of energy was like a highly corrosive acid. Half of the Goliath martial artist's body had melted away, leaving nothing but bones. This scene took place in front of everyone, leaving them all shocked. They all hurriedly retreated backwards. The Goliath martial artist only had half a face left, the other side was a bloody mess. As his face distorted in pain, he reached out his hand, begging for the others to help him. But who would help him at this time? As they all witnessed the pitiful Goliath martial artist, everyone took several more steps back, their complexions paling. Kacha! The Goliath martial artist's foot bones broke. His body collapsed to the ground as if he were made of mud, instantly dead. As Lin Ming saw this, his palms became wet with sweat and his heart chilled. A moment ago, he had been secretly on guard about the shaking energy underneath the Goliath martial artist's feet, but he didn't think the consequences would be so serious. Bang! The black mountain peak shook again. Everyone was greatly startled, all of them blanching and preparing to retreat at any time. Who knew when this mountain peak would crack again and another terrifying current of energy would erupt? Boom! 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 Great tracts of the mountain burst apart, collapsing into the ground, falling into the raging black current and completely disappearing. Seeing all of this, the martial artists felt a chill creep up their backs. No one moved. If this black mountain collapsed, then no one here could even think about living anymore. The group continued to completely concentrate on the raging current of energy below. Fortunately, the mountain stopped collapsing. After half an incense stick of time, the turbulent waves of energy beneath the mountain began to die down. Everything at the foot of the mountain was already washed away, leaving it all in broken chaos. Fortunately, besides that eruption just now, there wasn't a similar eruption. Everyone felt as if they had just survived the apocalypse. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a High Lord suddenly grimaced and said with anguish, "We've probably entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone." What? The 1,000-mile forbidden zone? No way. These few words caused all of the martial artists present to feel a deep and unsettling fear. They had all escaped in a hurry from that dark tsunami of energy. So how could any of them have worried about what direction they were going? Every other direction had been blocked by that mighty flood, so this was the only direction they could run in. Fleeing and fleeing, they had actually fled into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Lin Ming frowned. Looking ahead, the black flood of energy had passed and the fog had been washed away. All that was left behind was a broken land, as if they had reached the end of the world. Demon Shine, didn't you just say that the eternal demon abyss erupted just now? If the eternal demon abyss erupts, shouldn't the energy flow come from the center and disperse outwards? How could the energy flow from outside to inside, trapping us in the center of the eternal demon abyss? Demon Shine shook his head. That just now was only a small-scale eruption. It came from one of the eternal demon abyss surrounding cracks, refluxing back to the center. If the main center of the eternal demon abyss erupted, then that would be a serious problem. The eternal demon abyss is 10,000 miles wide. If the energy burst out from there, then I fear the explosion would be 100,000 feet high or more, directly breaking through the heavens and blotting out the skies. In that sort of outrageous current, even my master would have to retreat lest he accidentally fall in and die, much less someone like you. If you were truly caught up in something that great, do you still think even a little bit of you would be left? As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. Indeed, If the 10,000-mile-wide eternal demon abyss erupted with a massive amount of energy, then that large-scale outpouring of energy would be truly terrifying. What do we do now? All the martial artists present, even if they were Holy Land descendants, had a tinge of fear in their eyes. The eternal demon abyss was not some general forbidden zone. There had been countless geniuses and powerhouses that had fallen in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. None of these people had been any worse than them. I don't even know what I should be afraid of. I heard that there had once been 2 titled Asuras that had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and neither of them returned. Both of them died here. As the martial artist spoke, he subconsciously glanced over at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also a titled Asura, but in this sort of situation, any sort of Asura was useless, let alone an outstanding young elite. Hadn't there even been a great number of emperor-level powerhouses that had died here? Everyone calmed down. No one panic, a Fey High Lord from White Stone Tower said. Although there was a great number of talents within the Fey race, there weren't many that were willing to stay as High Lords. The reason was rooted in the innate characteristics of their race. The Fey were naturally arrogant, lofty, and had a deep sense of pride. Many of them simply weren't willing to serve others. This is just the very edge of the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone. We haven't yet fully entered deep into the eternal demon abyss. For these last tens of thousands of years, all those emperor-level powerhouses that entered the eternal demon abyss have died at the center. We are only at the very edge. If our luck is good, we can still leave. The Fey High Lord's words were obviously to placate the martial artists. But at this time, many of them were willing to be consoled in such manner. Another martial artist echoed this sentiment and said, "What the High Lord isn't wrong. Let's descend the mountain now and begin to walk back. As long as we put in the effort, we can do anything, and that means we can also leave here." Everyone had a herd mentality at this time. Now that there were people willing to take the lead, everyone was relieved. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Ming said, "Wait a minute. Is there something wrong?" Duanmu-kun looked over at Lin Ming. Right now, he placed Lin Ming's opinion in very high regard. He even suspected that Lin Ming had been to the eternal demon abyss before. How can we wait right now? We are in the most dangerous area of the eternal demon abyss. The longer we delay, the more danger we'll be in, a High Lord said, exasperated. Lin Ming said, "The black torrent just passed. There is still a great amount of this black energy in the ground. These energies can easily take your life. If you accidentally fall into a swamp or hole, then you won't have any feet left." There were places in the eternal demon abyss where the soil was soft. If this black energy flowed inside, it would mix with the soil and form a muddy swamp. If anyone were to fall in this, the consequences could be imagined. Lin Ming's reasoning was rational and succinct. The High Lord's lips twitched, but he didn't oppose this. Everyone decided to wait for several hours. During this time, everyone sat in meditation, trying their best to restore themselves to their peak condition. All of them were readying to travel the road of hell. Lin Ming also entered into the ethereal martial intent as he mediated, constantly consolidating his cultivation. After several hours passed, there weren't any additional dangers. Around the Black Mountain peak, the residual black energy began to dissipate into a black mist, fading into a fog as it turned from black to gray. As everyone saw this, they finally realized just where the pervasive fog of the eternal demon abyss came from. This fog was actually formed from the violent energy flows that erupted from the eternal demon abyss. "We can go now," Duanmu proposed as he glanced over at Lin Ming. We can." Lin Ming stood up. This was the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone. He never thought that he would stumble his way into here. As the group of people descended the mountain, they judged their position from the stars and began to cautiously make their way outwards to the edge. According to the estimation of a High Lord who had been to the eternal demon abyss, they were no more than 100 miles into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There was still 900 miles until they reached the true center of the eternal demon abyss, so the chances of them making it out of here were still very high. As Lin Ming walked, he raised his vigilance to the limit. If this area was called a 1,000-mile absolute death forbidden zone, then there were naturally reasons why it was so terrifying. If he wanted to safely leave this land, he feared that it wouldn't be so easy. Demon Shine, you followed the Demon Emperor and stayed here for 20-some years. Do you know what dangers there are here and why so many geniuses died here? Demon Shine shook his head. The Demon Emperor's strength back then far surpassed your current self. The things that weren't dangerous to him are fatal traps for you. For instance, that small-scale eruption of the eternal demon abyss. The Demon Emperor also encountered that twice before. To him, there wasn't even the slightest bit of danger, but for you a lot, there were actually 2 of you that died. If you want me to analyze dangers, then how would I analyze them? Ask me again if you bump into something. After this eruption of the eternal demon abyss, the group together with Lin Ming had a total of 10 people. Of these, there were 4 heavenly demon 7 stars. Feng Xin, Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun, and Blackstone. All of them were Holy Land descendants. The other 6 were all High Lords, including Lin Ming. The 10 individuals here were all top masters, and there was even Duanmu Kun whose strength approached that of a tower master. The group was on alert the entire time as they walked to the edge of the eternal demon abyss, their speed very slow. It was even slower than when they first entered the eternal demon abyss. The 10 of them all sent out their perception to the limit in order to avoid any evil spirit ambushing them. However, as they walked, nothing happened. 50 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles, 120 miles. These martial artists were fairly aware of just how far they walked. As they crossed 100 miles, by all reasoning they should have already left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, or at least approached the edge. As the martial artists realized this, they all became incomparably excited. Had they really made it out? The closer they approached the edge of the forbidden zone, the more vigilant everyone became. The 1,000-mile radius forbidden zone was known as the road of no return. One entered, there was no coming out. Not even birds were an exception. This rumor had been passed down through the countless years. So who knew what sort of danger they would encounter once they finally reached that critical threshold? Like this, the group walked another 20 to 30 miles with jitters. In total, they had probably walked 150 miles, but nothing had happened yet. Had they really made it out? All of the martial artists felt as if they were in a dream. They had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone and not encountered any danger at all. As a group, they had calmly entered and then calmly left. This 1,000-mile forbidden zone isn't as terrifying as the legends say it is. Didn't we just safely go in and out? Blackstone said with a sigh of relief. There was a bit of disappointment in his tone. This so-called 1,000-mile forbidden zone had truly been exaggerated. Perhaps there were originally many people that died in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Thus there were rumors made about it where no one ever returned. The truth is that there is just a great deal of danger here. But our luck is good and we didn't meet any and just walked out like that. A High Lord agreed. Haha. For me to have entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone in my life and not die, I truly haven't lived my life in vain. But what a pity we didn't find any lucky chances. If we could dig up 1 or 2 Earth-step demon god bones in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, then we would be rich. A High Lord from Heavenly Cloud Tower said with some regret. Just now they had all been carefully watching out for evil spirits, so who was of the mind to search for demon god bones? Now that he thought about it, this was truly unfortunate. These frightening rumors proved just how powerful baseless gossip could be, even causing so much trouble now. If you want to go and search, then you're fine to go back, no one's blocking you. If you go back, you might be able to find an Earth-step demon god bone. Another High Lord said jokingly. As the previously speaking Heavenly Cloud Tower High Lord heard this, he suddenly had a troubled look on his face. That intensely terrifying experience just now had left a lingering fear in the back of his mind. He nervously laughed and said, "Haha, I just managed to carefully make it out, so I don't think I would have the luck to do that again. Besides, if I'm alone, it's much too dangerous." These casual words aroused a thought in another High Lord's mind. This 1,000-mile forbidden zone isn't as dangerous as we thought. Everyone was being too cautious, so we didn't investigate to see if there were any treasures about. If we return now, then with the strength of US 10, even if we meet some danger, we still might be able to deal with it. You all should know that no one has entered this 1,000-mile forbidden zone for the last several thousand years. All of them were scared witless by the rumors. so all of the treasures inside have gone untouched. The potential wealth inside is hard to imagine. As this High Lord spoke, some of the martial artists felt their hearts rise with greed. This was true. Ever since the terrifying rumors about this 1,000-mile forbidden zone spread out, no one had gone inside for thousands of years. The surrounding grounds were already explored every 10 years, so there wasn't that much outside. But inside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there was definitely an abundance of heavenly treasures. Moreover, the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was so close to the eternal demon abyss that there were probably many Earth-step demon god bones here. There was even a chance that there might be a legendary Heaven-step demon god bone. And a Heaven-step demon god bone was a treasure that not even the ruler of the blood slaughter steps had. If they could find just one Heaven-step demon god bone, then they would never have to worry about resources for the rest of their life. The talent of these martial artists wasn't poor to begin with, and with a Heaven-step demon god bone, they would inevitably be able to break through to the Emperor level. Everyone glanced at each other. In the end, their eyes fell onto two people. One was Duanmu-kun, and the other was the Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Cloud Demon. The two of them were recognized by the rest as being the strongest amongst the group. There was no need to talk about Duanmu-kun. He came from a super holy land, and after entering the Road of Emperor, his strength neared that of a Tower Master. As for High Lord Cloud Demon, he was ranked amongst the top of Heavenly Cloud Tower's 16 High Lords. It had to be known that the High Lords of Heavenly Cloud Tower were originally known as being the strongest of the 12 Sky-Split Towers. High Lord Cloud Demon's ranking was thus actually very valuable. His strength was likely no worse than the weakest Tower Master. Duanmu-kun hesitated for a moment, undecided. If a martial artist didn't fight for every lucky chance in front of them, they would be resigned to a lifetime of mediocrity. But this 1,000-mile forbidden zone truly wasn't some normal danger zone. For these last thousands of years, countless rumors had originated from here and numerous peerless talents had perished. They had surprisingly walked out without much danger just now. Was that really just luck? Once they returned and encountered a powerful evil spirit, they might all be annihilated. Duanmu-kun couldn't help but glance over at High Lord Cloud Demon. High Lord Cloud Demon also didn't know what to do at this time. After another moment of pondering, he suggested a compromise. Let's return 50 miles. This distance is probably at the threshold limit for the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. We can stay in that area for a few hours. If we search there, our lucky chances will be much better than those we find at the surrounding edge of the eternal demon abyss. Aside from all that, if we encounter a powerful evil spirit, then we are immediately returning. High Lord Cloud Demon's suggestion was neither too reckless nor conservative. Everyone began to respond. Great idea. Brother Cloud Demon's advice is far too good. Haha, Brother Cloud Demon is smart, great job. High Lord Cloud Demon's suggestion truly was good. At this time, a single wrong step could cause all of them to die here, but this one idea could be called the best route. All of the martial artists present looked excited, as if they were about to immediately find a Heaven-step demon god bone themselves. Sooner is better than later. Let's go now. The High Lord who first suggested this said with some impatience. Duanmu-kun nodded, agreeing to follow the crowd back. But then his heart suddenly stirred. As he looked over to Lin Ming to see what he thought about this, he saw that Lin Ming was actually standing there with a very solemn expression. His arms crossed against his chest and his head lowered as if he were deep in thought. Everyone had already taken several steps, but Lin Ming was still meditating there, apparently without any intention of moving. Brother Lin, would you like to come with us? Duanmu-kun invited. He very much hoped that Lin Ming would go with them. There were simply far too many secrets on Lin Ming's body. Duanmu-kun believed that if Lin Ming came with them to the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, he would be a great help. Perhaps he would turn the tables on a danger at a crucial moment or even save all of them. Lin Ming seemed as if he didn't hear it all, still standing there deep in thought. Brother Lin, shall we go together? Duanmu-kun asked again. Lin Ming, hurry up and go, otherwise you'll be left behind. High Lord Cloud Demon frowned as he said. Duanmu-kun had asked twice and Lin Ming didn't even respond. This was very impolite of him. Haha. Brother Lin seems like he doesn't want to go. Let him stay here. Let's go. Blackstone's eyes turned as he quickly interjected. As he spoke, he took 2 steps in fear that Lin Ming would change his mind and catch up. Blackstone's thoughts were very simple. Lin Ming hadn't even gone into the depths of the eternal demon abyss. Yet he could casually walk along the outer edges and find a lucky chance that allowed him to break through to revolving core. This sort of good luck was way too heaven-defying. He felt that his own luck was far inferior to Lin Ming's, and he didn't want to divide any of the spoils with him. If the 10 of them divided a lucky chance, there wouldn't be much left to each of them to begin with. When that happened, this Lin Ming might squirrel away half of the treasure, leaving almost nothing for the rest of them to divide. It wasn't just Blackstone who had this idea, but many other High Lords were thinking this. A High Lord said with a true essence sound transmission to his teammates, "Let's go. This Lin boy is probably too timid." That's right. If he doesn't come then, there's one less share to divide out. Humph, the road to becoming a peerless emperor is filled with risks. What martial artists wouldn't dare to take them? Even if he is a peak emperor-level talent, he still needs to put forth as much effort as he can. Otherwise he'll just waste all of his talent and end up an average nobody. In these words, several martial artists also began moving. High Lord Cloud Demon also didn't wait for Lin Ming's decision. Only Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shen were looking at Lin Ming, waiting for his reply. Of the 3 of them, Feng Shen most understood just how terrifying Lin Ming's strength was. As for Duanmu Kun and Lan Xian, they both knew of Lin Ming's ability. The reason that he could seek lucky chances within the eternal demon abyss was not because of luck, but because he had some strange secrets about it. If Lin Ming came, they would definitely have to apportion part of their lucky chances, but this was far better than just throwing their lives away. "Brother Lin, what are you thinking about?" After his first 2 questions weren't answered, Duanmu Kun wasn't angered in the least. In fact, his tone softened and his expression became gentle, as he once more asked Lin Ming a question. The other High Lords were already impatient from waiting. This time, after remaining silent for several breaths of time, Lin Ming finally opened his mouth and said, "I was thinking that there's something wrong about where we are." "Something's wrong? What's wrong?" Duanmu Kun's chest tightened. If someone else had said this, he might have said they were far too fearful and suspicious of everything. But if Lin Ming said this, he didn't dare to be negligent. "I can't say. If I could think of it, I wouldn't have to think so hard." Lin Ming shook his head. As he walked all this way, he always felt something strange at the back of his mind. When he asked Demon Shine, even he wasn't sure. "Then you can stay here and slowly think about it. We'll go first." A High Lord chuckled. Although his words were fairly polite, the ridicule in them was obvious. To be so suspicious and scared even after coming out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, this could only be mental illness or acting. "You stay here and think about it." I'm more afraid that you'll catch up." Many martial artists thought at the same time. "Duanmu, let's go." High Lord Cloud Demon glanced at Lin Ming with an unbelievable expression. Why was this fellow making such baseless claims to stir things up? They had already left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone anyway. Duanmu Kun still looked at Lin Ming. "Brother Lin, just what is going on?" Lin Ming looked up from his thoughts, gazing at the dark, distant Crimson Lands. After a long silence, he began to slowly say, "I feel that we haven't left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone." "What?" Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. "What kind of joke are you trying to play? Are you saying that all of us somehow became lost? How is that possible? We were clearly walking in the correct direction based on the stars. Within the eternal demon abyss, the stars were forever linked with the sky, static and unchanging. Thus, there was simply never a situation where one became lost. And they had already walked 150 miles, so they should have walked 30 to 40 miles out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This fellow is an idiot. Just ignore him. Come, let's go," a High Lord said. He had tried to be respectful by using a true essence sound transmission to speak to everyone before, but now he didn't bother to. If everyone heard, then they heard. As Lan Xian heard Lin Ming, she was also a bit skeptical. Even if she thought Lin Ming's claims weren't true, there was still some basis in what he was saying, and it wasn't as if he were trying to be ostentatious. She asked, "Lin Ming, what do you think we should do then? Should we continue walking to the edge, Returning to the eternal demon abyss to look for lucky chances, or change directions? Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't even really understand what was going on. So how could he even suggest to others what to do? After listening to Lan Xan speak, another High Lord said, Lan Xan, why are you asking him what to do? If he says to go in a different direction, do you really expect us to listen to him and willingly enter into some death trap? In these dangerous times, no one was willing to place their lives in the hands of others. This was simply human nature. Duanmu Kun was also in a dilemma. On one hand, he really did believe Lin Ming, but on the other hand, he couldn't just stay here forever because of Lin Ming's suspicious, not to mention that Lin Ming couldn't even give a suggestion as to what to do right now. As for Feng Xin, without another word, he sat down next to Lin Ming. Feng Xin, what are you doing? A martial artist asked Feng Xin, unsure as to what he was doing. Waiting. Feng Xin's simple response left everyone befuddled. What was he going to do? Wait here for Lin Ming to come up with some plan? Feng Xin, have you also turned into an idiot? Blackstone was speechless. In his view, Feng Xin was a very solitary and opinionated person. But just because Lin Ming said that he had some vague suspicious, this Feng Xin fellow was actually going to sit down here and wait for him to think of something. Wasn't this just a joke? As the people were speaking, Lin Ming actually wasn't paying attention to them. He was communicating to Demon Shine in his spiritual sea. Demon Shine, do you know what's happening here? Lin Ming asked. All this way he hadn't felt anything at the start, but slowly he felt something was wrong, as if something was always aiming at him. But even though he investigated his surroundings, he didn't find anything strange. Even when Demon Shine released his perception, he still didn't find anything. You can't stay. But waiting is useless. If you stay here, then you'll inevitably be separated from everyone. When that happens and you stumble into some terrifying evil spirit, then you won't even have a shield. What you're saying is to follow them back into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Lin Ming frowned. To return without fully understanding what was going on, that seemed a bit too reckless and dangerous. Demon Shine said, you staying here isn't a plan. In fact, we don't even know where we're going. We followed the stars and walked 150 miles, but we still haven't left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There is definitely something suspicious happening here. How about this, you follow them and place a mark down every 500 feet. Perhaps you might be able to discover something then. Place down a mark. All right. Lin Ming thought for a moment and agreed. He could only take this one step at a time and slowly discover just what was happening. Initially, it had been Demon Shine's big brother that had followed the Demon Emperor to stay here for 20-some years in the Eternal Demon Abyss. Although Demon Shine had inherited some of his big brother's memories, it was in a very limited capacity. He wasn't omnipotent or omniscient. Brother Duanmu, I'll go with you, Lin Ming suddenly said. Oh. Duanmu-kun was startled, revealing a bit of a puzzled expression. He didn't know just what Lin Ming had found or why he had changed his mind, but in any case, having Lin Ming accompany them was always a welcome idea. How come? Didn't you just say that there was something wrong? A High Lord jeered. This Lin Ming said he wouldn't come but actually wanted to follow on their trail. His methods were quite disdainful. Lin Ming didn't bother with him. There was nothing to say right now. Being able to leave here was his most important objective. All he could do was continue walking and see whether these people's judgments were correct. Of course, this was simply impossible. This fellow, seeing Lin Ming come, High Lord Cloud Demon couldn't refuse him. He could only bring the group and go back. Lan Xian looked at Lin Ming with confusion, her lips moving. But she didn't say anything in the end. As for Feng Xin, he silently stood up and followed behind Lin Ming. He maintained absolute belief in Lin Ming's words right now. If Lin Ming decided to go now, then he definitely had his reasons. It was just that the others didn't know or couldn't understand them. As the group walked back, everyone remained cautious. Every 500 feet, Lin Ming would place down a symbol mark. The other martial artists naturally noticed this, but to them, this sort of petty action just seemed like a parlor trick. After walking the return trip for 20 to 30 miles, there wasn't a single danger. Like this, some of the people began to relax. It seemed the 1,000-mile forbidden zone wasn't as scary as it was made out to be. I wonder what we'll be able to find this time, Haha, if we can find a high-level Earth-step demon godbone, then I will be satisfied. After not meeting any evil spirits during this long trek, several martial artists couldn't help but begin to jovially speak to each other. They were even thinking that they would be able to dig out a heaven-step demon godbone sometime soon. Don't be distracted. Maintain your vigilance. Duanmu-kun frowned, admonishing everyone. Got it, got it. A martial artist laughed. Obviously, he didn't really care. But just as he finished speaking, the smile froze on his face. He stared blankly into the horizon. There, far away, seemed to be an illusionary black flame rising into the sky, connecting the heavens and earth, scorching the stars. What is that? The martial artist gaped. With his words, everyone noticed the great flame shooting in the sky. Because of that flame, the entire world became filled with black fog, as if the heavens themselves were covered by a great black curtain. This scene alarmed everyone present. Several martial artists quickly moved forwards and the fog seemed to disperse in front of them. Now, they all saw the complete picture of that horrific fire. That massive fire seemed to burn 100,000 feet into the sky. Because of the flame, the air around it distorted from the heat. The flame was completely different from a normal flame. It was transparent and blurry, as if it wasn't real at all. With the ethereal black fog covering it, it seemed hazy and unclear. Underneath this black flame, at the bottom of the earth, there was a vast void, as black as night, darker than ink. This void gave off a feeling as if the earth and space itself were split apart by a divine being, revealing an entrance to a dark and horrifying world. A boundless, potent, and vigorous energy escaped from this void. As everyone was enveloped in this energy, they felt a suffocating grief, making it hard for them to take a single breath. Hazy, faintly, there seemed to be a desolate and sorrowful dirge playing near their ears. Heavens! That is. High Lord Cloud Demon lifted his trembling hand and pointed a finger at the horizon, his voice shaking as he spoke. That endless black void at the ends of the earth, that was clearly the eternal demon abyss. This was the true eternal demon abyss. Back in the annals of history, the #1 powerhouse of the holy demon continent entered the eternal demon abyss without returning. Impossible. This is impossible. High Lord Cloud Demon's face was wan as he shook his head. He was unable to accept this reality. We should still be around 1,000 miles from the eternal demon abyss. How could we possibly see it? High Lord Cloud Demon's few words shocked all the martial artists present silly. Eternal demon abyss? What? Are you fucking joking with me? Every single martial artist paled. Even Duanmu-kun was horrified and alarmed. That was the eternal demon abyss? Heavens! The surrounding 1,000 miles around the eternal demon abyss was known as the absolute death forbidden zone. If they could see the eternal demon abyss, then didn't that mean they were near it? As everyone thought this, they felt their minds tremble, a bone-biting chill crawling up their backs. Before this, they had entered around 100 miles into the forbidden zone, and then they had returned around 150 miles. By all rights, they should have already exited the 1,000-mile forbidden zone with a few dozen miles to spare. Then they had returned 20 to 30 miles. This should only be the very edge of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. But now, with the eternal demon abyss before them, it seemed they were only a few hundred miles away. How was this possible? At this time, Duanmu-kun's mind echoed with Lin Ming's words. I feel that we haven't left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. In essence, they had never left the forbidden zone, they had always walked towards the eternal demon abyss. Whether they went forwards or backwards, they had always been walking towards the eternal demon abyss. It wasn't just Duanmu-kun who realized this, but also the other martial artists. Blackstone looked at Lin Ming, his lips trembling. The other High Lords also looked at Lin Ming, their hearts quaking. They had always been moving straight towards the eternal demon abyss. The eternal demon abyss was like the maw of a giant beast, a trap that was just waiting for them to step in. Even the past #1 powerhouse of the holy demon continent had perished within the eternal demon abyss. Once they entered, their fates could be imagined. Thinking of this, High Lord Cloud Demon's expression became incomparably ugly. He turned to look at Lin Ming, his voice trembling as he asked, Young Hero Lin, Just what is happening here? Lin Ming let out a heavy breath. The situation was developing in the worst way. He spread his hands out. I have no idea. Back when they thought they had left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Lin Ming had said that something seemed wrong. But as to what it was, he hadn't known. At that time, many of the martial artists had scoffed at him, derisively snorting at his thoughts. But now, no one dared to view Lin Ming's words with contempt anymore. Those several martial artists that had suggested turning back and looking for lucky chances were already going green with regret. The great terror of the eternal demon abyss had been widely known for thousands of years now. Everyone that entered must die, and not even birds could cross. How could any of this have been wrong? There had been titled Ajuras and Tower Masters that didn't believe this rumors and tried to enter the 1,000-mile forbidden zone to find their own lucky chances. But they had all died in here, regardless of who they were. They had thought these rumors might have been exaggerations. But now, it seemed as if they were all true. Facing such a terrifying eternal demon abyss, they had actually made such a ridiculous and foolhardy decision to return and try to dig up some Earthstep demon god bones. They must have been too tired of living. Young hero Lin, we were confused, please, you must think of a way. The High Lord that suggested to return sounded as if he were crying. He looked helplessly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had now become his final straw out of here. Although the hope he placed on Lin Ming was tremulous at best, it was still a faint hope. Blackstone's voice also shook, his voice bitter as he said, "Brother Lin, you are merciful and generous. Please ignore when we were confused and mistaken. Before, you said that we hadn't yet left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Is there still hope of leaving here?" As a descendant of a holy land, Blackstone was incomparably arrogant. But now he was so humbly apologizing. This was just a sign of how messed up his state of mind was and how at a loss he was to all the events surrounding him. Lin Ming glanced over at Blackstone. Naturally, he didn't have time to care about such a trivial matter. The most important task at the moment was to figure out how to leave the eternal demon abyss. If he could leave, then he would rather he had been wrong. But unfortunately, matters had taken a turn for the worse. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any way right now." Hearing Lin Ming say this, all of the martial artists present felt their hearts sink with despair. That's right, Lin Ming was not an immortal. Although he felt that something was wrong, that didn't mean that he was able to lead them out of this hell. It was true that he was a titled Ajura, but since ancient times, there had even been titled Ajuras that had died in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. In terms of strength, Lin Ming might even be weaker than Duanmu Kun and High Lord Cloud Demon. What do we do? What can we do? The martial artists began to wallow in misery. At this time, Lan Xian suddenly asked, "Young hero Lin, aren't we lost? Are the stars in the sky some form of illusion deliberately misleading us towards the center of the eternal demon abyss?" Lin Ming shook his head. "No. The guidance of the stars is correct. The problem lies underneath our feet. If I had to guess, then I would say that for every 100 miles we walk away from the eternal demon abyss, we approach the eternal demon abyss by 100 miles. If we were to walk towards the eternal demon abyss for 100 miles, then we would be closer by 200 miles. Before, we walked 150 miles towards the eternal demon abyss and walked away from the eternal demon abyss by 150 miles. This is a total of 450 miles towards the eternal demon abyss. Disregarding that minor distance now, we should be somewhere around 550 miles far from the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming spoke, everyone felt chills crawl up their spine. 550 miles. But now, looking at the position of the eternal demon abyss, it didn't seem that far at all. If they just walked a few hundred more miles anywhere, they would eventually fall into the eternal demon abyss. There would be nothing left of them. Even the breezy and lofty Duanmu Kun paled at this moment. "Brother Lin, do we have any chance of leaving here?" Lin Ming's expression was grim. He bowed his head and thought for a moment. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know. We might be able to leave, or we might be trapped here forever too." Lin Ming's words were truly demoralizing. But as everyone listened in, it was like they heard the dulcet tones of heaven. Because Lin Ming had said the words, "We might be able to leave." At this time, no matter how minor their hope was, something was better than nothing. To them, Lin Ming had become their final straw. "Young hero Lin, Let's not leave yet. We'll move out once we figure out where we're going. A martial artist hurriedly said. The other martial artists began to respond. Yes. Ah. No one bother young hero Lin as he figures out a solution. Keep guard. Don't let any evil spirits here affect young hero Lin. At this time, all of these martial artists tried to be as heroic and valiant as possible, attempting to raise their own value in Lin Ming's eyes. They were all scared that he might abandon them because they had slighted him just a while ago. The truth was that they had overthought this. Lin Ming had decided to cross this river together on the same boat. With them, there would be less danger. At least, if a formidable evil spirit popped out from somewhere, they could act as a shield. If he went alone, then his chances of escaping from here were much slimmer. Lin Ming lowered his head again, thinking some more. After a while, he slowly said again, even if we are standing still, we are still slowly approaching the eternal demon abyss. What? Everyone's complexions changed. Walking away was the same as walking towards the eternal demon abyss, and there wasn't even any need to mention walking towards it, but even standing still, they were slowly approaching the great void? How could they still have any chance of surviving? They fell into despair. The only thing that still gave them peace of mind at this moment was the calm expression on Lin Ming's face. Don't panic. Let's return to our original route first. Huh? We can still return back where we came from. The martial artists were overjoyed to hear this. Lin Ming said, at most we'll be able to return a little. I put some marks down on the way. Mark? Right. Marks. Every 500 feet they walked, Lin Ming would drop a symbol mark on the ground. At the time, many of the martial artists had derided Lin Ming, thinking that he was just trying to trick them and appear mysterious. But now it seemed as if he was extremely farsighted and had expected all of this to happen. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's image in their minds became increasingly unfathomable. Everyone was excited, growing more and more confident in him. Lin Ming brought the group to head backwards, following the fluctuation of energy left behind by his mark. Strangely, instead of walking in a straight line, they had to walk in a massive arc. Finally, they reached the seal that he had placed 500 feet back. However, as Lin Ming saw this mark, he was both happy and worried at the same time. What he was happy about was that he could return to where he was by following these marks. What worried him was that this mark was clearly just placed here an incense stick of time ago, and logically it should be able to maintain itself here for several months before dissipating. And yet, currently, this mark was fading, half of the energy already gone. What was this? Lin Ming frowned. As he went to look for the next mark he left, the group also had to walk in a great curving arc. There were even stretches that they thought they had walked past already. But this time, no one dared to speak any nonsense. Wherever Lin Ming walked, they followed. After a while of effort, Lin Ming found the second to last mark he left. Sure enough, the energy from this mark had almost been completely consumed. Feeling for the energy fluctuations of the third, he found that it had completely vanished. Lin Ming's forehead began to drip with a cold sweat. The situation was worse than he thought. He had no idea just what had erased the energy within the marks. Like this, he wouldn't have any idea how to leave this place. How is it? Duanmu-kun noticed that Lin Ming was beginning to drip sweat, and an uneasy sense of foreboding began to rise in his heart. Lin Ming lightly sighed. He shook his head and said, "There's some problem with the marks I left. In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there is something unknown that has completely erased them." What? All of the martial artists felt their hearts sink, a deep sense of despair filling their minds. If these marks failed, did that mean they would be trapped here forever? The eternal demon abyss only remained open for half a year. After half a year, all the channels to this place would be shut down, only reopening 10 years later. However, of those martial artists that hadn't made it out in 6 months, there had never been a single one that had reappeared after 10 years. There were no exceptions. If they were trapped here, that was the same as a death sentence. Lin Ming remained silent, but he was actually constantly communicating with Demon Shine in his mind. Demon Shine, what is happening to erase the marks I left? Could it be evil spirits? Demon Shine said, "It's not evil spirits. Although I haven't figured out just how to leave this area, I can generally guess just what's going on in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone." Oh, this 1,000-mile forbidden zone is known as a land of no return. The reason for this is probably because there is some powerful energy within the eternal demon abyss that has manifested into a specialized force field that affects the surroundings. And the radius of this force field just happens to be 1,000 miles. Once someone enters, it is very difficult for them to leave. The marks you laid down were also erased by this force field's energy. Lin Ming thought for a moment. As we walked around, I did feel some strange differences in the power of space around here. The space around the eternal demon abyss must be closed in by this force field, but the closed space has too great a surface area. I didn't notice it and walked straight in. With my current understanding of the concept of space, I wasn't able to immediately discover it. Space is enclosed by the force field. After Lin Ming spoke, Demon Shine suddenly seemed to remember something. I remember when I was still roaming the realm of the gods, I heard stories about certain stars in distant spaces that would explode, causing all of their weight to collapse together and form a very special type of miniature star. Around this star is a very strong force field that could twist apart space and force a completely encapsulated space. I fear that even a supreme elder of the realm of the gods that has glanced at the peak of martial arts might find themselves trapped forever in this closed space once they entered. Oh! Lin Ming's mind stirred. This was the first time he had heard about such a star before. Even such a supreme elder wouldn't be able to leave? That elusive peak of martial arts was Lin Ming's life goal. If even an unrivaled powerhouse who had glanced at that peak was powerless before this type of star, then its horrifying power could be imagined. Demon Shine said, "Of course, these are just stories I heard, however. You can rest assured that the force field of the eternal demon abyss is trivial compared to these types of stars. Otherwise, when the demon emperor came here, he never would have been able to leave." Lin Ming stayed silent. Although his understandings of the concept of space could be considered acceptable, facing such a massive energy field here that could warp a vast volume of space into a closed zone, even he felt this extremely difficult to solve. And now, he wasn't even able to use his marks. At this moment, he could only take things one step at a time. Lin Ming stood up and said to the martial artists around him, "Follow me." To these martial artists, Lin Ming's words were infallible commands. How could anyone dare to ignore him? They tried their hardest to keep up with him lest they fall behind. If Lin Ming wanted to research and understand this situation about the enclosed space force field, he would have to walk around and slowly find out what the governing rules were. But there was a prerequisite. This was that he needed to be able to leave marks along the way. When Lin Ming had placed down marks before this, they had only lasted for 2 incense sticks of time before being cleanly erased. That definitely wouldn't work. After thinking for a while, Lin Ming thought of placing a trace of his battle spirit in the marks. A martial artist's battle spirit was a substantialized manifestation of their will. For martial artists that had strong wills, their will might last tens or even hundreds of thousands of years in perpetuity. When Lin Ming had encountered the will lights in the Road of Emperor, this was the reason they had existed until then. Even within the eternal demon abyss, there might be heavenly treasures or demon bones that contained an emperor will lasting for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. The first array symbol. Lin Ming walked over to a flat area of ground and flicked his finger, shooting out a golden array symbol and condensing it into a small mark. As the mark formed, Lin Ming left a faint trace of azure energy within. This was a wisp of battle spirit. After leaving down the mark with the battle spirit, Lin Ming didn't leave. Instead, he sat down near the array symbol and waited to see just how fast the energy would pass from it. The other martial artists were unclear as to what was happening. Thus, a martial artist couldn't help but ask, "Young hero Lin, what are you doing? You worthless idiot. What use is there in you asking?" "You wouldn't even understand young hero Lin's explanation," Blackstone suddenly said. The truth was that he also wanted to know what Lin Ming was doing, but he feared that he would disturb Lin Ming's thought process at this time. Lin Ming kept total silence and quietly watched the energy leave the array symbol. Time slowly passed. Soon it had been a quarter of an hour. The closed force field had wearing away the energy within the array symbol, but as for that azure wisp that Lin Ming had left within, it dissipated very slowly. Lin Ming's azure will originally had an endlessly growing quality to it. Added to the fact that his will was firm to begin with, it held together well. After a quarter of an hour passed, the energy hadn't even been reduced by 5%. calculating the total time that mark with a wisp of battle spirit should be able to support itself for around 6 hours. 6 hours was more than enough time. Boy, you're quite smart. You strengthened that mark with your battle spirit, nice. Demon Shine's voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind. All right, let's continue. Lin Ming stood up and the other martial artists began preparing to set out. At this time, Lin Ming was in the lead. As the group advanced forwards, he would leave behind a mark every 500 feet. The path he took was very strange. Sometimes he would go forwards, sometimes he would go to the side, and sometimes he would even go backwards. However, no matter where he walked, he never seemed to be able to leave the eternal demon abyss. In front of everyone, the eternal demon abyss became increasingly close, and that monstrous flame became more and more clear. It was as if they could already feel the terrible heat waves rolling off of it. The pitch-black eternal demon abyss crossed through the end of the world, endless, limitless, like the maw of an ancient beast, swallowing all. Young hero Lin, is there really no problem? A martial artist couldn't help but ask. He actually wasn't feeling reassured at all. As he followed Lin Ming, he noticed that they were actually closing in on the eternal demon abyss. If you have the ability, then you can lead the way, Duanmu-kun coldly said, causing the martial artist to shut up. After walking for another several dozen miles, the eternal demon abyss seemed as if it wasn't even 200 miles away. The group could already clearly see the horrifying fog rising up from the endless gaping maw. What rose was not flames, but a flow of surging black energy. This energy was like a silent fountain, directly impacting hundreds of thousands of feet into the sky. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Let's return to our old route." He hadn't been able to discover just what the strange space laws were yet, but he was far too close to the eternal demon abyss for comfort. He didn't dare to continue forwards anymore. Returning to the original route wasn't easy either. On the way here, they only needed to walk 1 mile forwards to go 2 miles towards the eternal demon abyss. But in returning, they actually had to curve left and right, taking all sorts of crazy paths just to go back a single mile. Fortunately, Lin Ming's battle spirit didn't fail him. As they returned several miles back, there were still remnants of his battle spirit. They didn't completely vanish. As they reached the last several battle spirit marks, the will energy of the battle spirit had nearly depleted itself. This caused Lin Ming to sigh in emotion. Even with his own understandings of the power of space, in addition to Demon Shine, and even his battle spirit, all three of these factors together weren't enough to allow him to figure out just how to leave the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. If he could not even find a single clue, then the difficulty that other martial artists would have could be imagined. Not to mention a titled Azura or Tower Master, but even a high-level life-destruction powerhouse that didn't have a good grasp of the concept of space might perish here. We're back. We really came back. Young hero Lin truly knows the way. The martial artists could see the eternal demon abyss blur as they walked backwards. Finally, in a single go, Lin Ming proved his skills and led them to return all the way to the 550-mile zone from the eternal demon abyss where they had started. But at this time, everyone's hearts suddenly chilled. They didn't know when, but the air had filled with an enchanting aroma. If this was a nice spring day in the forests, then this fragrance would have been refreshing. But here in the darkness of the eternal demon abyss, this fragrance caused everyone's hairs to stand on end. As everyone abruptly looked up, they saw that the sky was raining down flower petals. These beautiful and vivid flower petals were like angels flying in the heavens. They were completely out of place in this dreary, dark gray world. As Lin Ming saw this, he felt a chill crawl up his back. Demon Shine, what is this? The jade slip that the Polaris Tower Master had given Lin Ming had very few records about what was inside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Lin Ming had no idea just what was occurring around him. Demon Shine's complexion suddenly changed. This is bad. Those are brain-devouring tapers. Hurry up and run away. A sharp light flashed in Lin Ming's eye. He didn't bother asking what a brain-devouring taper was. Instead, instantly launching his movement technique and drawing backwards. Retreat! Don't be touched by those petals. As Lin Ming spoke, a flower petal silently fell onto the head of a martial artist. The martial artist's body shook, and with a cracking noise, Blood shot out from his head. Those weren't flower petals. Those were thumb-sized blood-red fleshly insects. They had sharp teeth like steel thorns. With a single bite, they directly pierced through the skull. Whoosh! The red fleshy insect drilled into the martial artist's head like a bolt of lightning. Ah! The martial artist clutched his head as he fell to his knees. Blood poured out from his head and eyes. The agonizing pain caused him to smash his head constantly into the ground. Every time he did so, thick liquid blood would gush out of the hole in his skull. Everyone could even clearly hear the sounds of his brain being chewed upon in his skull. Seeing this ghoulish scene, the other martial artists didn't hesitate at all. They instantly launched their movement techniques and rushed out with Lin Ming. At this time, the martial artists discovered that the fragrance they smelled just now had the effect of debilitating their true essence flow. With their true essence circulation hindered, their movements naturally became slower. Ah! Another martial artist gave a miserable cry as a brain-devouring tapir started eating away at him. The miserable cries that filled the air caused the martial artists to panic with fear. They fiercely bit down on their tongues, using the pain to wake themselves up and desperately flee this area. Lin Ming no longer had time to lay down marks. In a single breath, he brought everyone out several dozen miles. But at this time, he suddenly stopped in his steps. Right in front of him was a great river. This river was a dirty yellow-brown color and was over 1,000 feet wide. This wide and smoky river seemed as if it originated from the nothingness of ancient times, flowing towards unknown lands. In the waters of the river, one could see bones floating. Of these bones, the majority of them weren't human, but rather different races. Some had wings, some had long horns, and others had even more peculiar features. Just by looking at this river, one could feel an inexplicable sense of bereavement and anguish fill their hearts, causing all of them to be comparably desolate. Yellow, the Yellow Springs River. At that moment, Lin Ming's heart stopped in his chest. All of his hairs rose, and without any further words, he immediately swiveled around and ran away. There was no need for Demon Shine to tell him what the Yellow Springs River was. When he inherited the memories of the Demon Emperor's soul fragment, it had contained a memory of this Yellow Springs River. It was probably because the Yellow Springs River was too terrifying. Thus it left a deep impression on the Demon Emperor, which was then inherited by Lin Ming. When the Demon Emperor had come to the bank of the Yellow Springs River, he had almost died, becoming more of the countless bones of the river. Duanmu Kun, Blackstone, High Lord Cloud Demon and the rest were all following behind Lin Ming. As they saw Lin Ming's sudden frightened expression and hasty retreat, they followed him without a word. However, because they were slower, the last two martial artists that caught up didn't notice Lin Ming's expression suddenly change. In that instant, a trace of confusion and hesitation filled their faces. And after this slight confusion, they seemed to lose their souls. Their eyes glazed over, their limbs stiffened, and their steps became heavy. Like zombies, they took several days steps forwards and then changed direction, walking towards the Yellow Springs River. At this time, Lin Ming had already brought the remaining people several dozen miles away. As for those two martial artists that had started shambling towards the Yellow Springs River, they had walked into the river, going deeper and deeper within. The river water flowed over their legs, waist, belly, chest, and finally their heads. A faint trace of blood leaked out from their bodies, mixing with the river for a moment before immediately being swallowed up. The river remained that same dirty yellow color without the least bit of red. Under the surface of the water, the two martial artists' bodies had already completely disappeared. There was nothing left of them but bones, as if their bodies had rotted away for endless eons. After the two martial artists sank into the river, there wasn't even a stir from where they were. Several breaths later, two skeletons floated upwards, adding on to the endless bones of the river and gradually drifting away. As everyone saw this, they shivered in fear, a cold sweat streaming down their backs. Of these martial artists, which one of them wasn't a brave and peerless heroic youth of their generation? Otherwise, there was no way they would have dared to enter Skysplit Tower. Although they didn't fear death, that didn't mean they couldn't withstand such a creepy way of dying. This truly cracked the courage of even the most daring heroes. Brother Lin, just what is that river? Even Duanmu Kun's voice was shaking at this moment. That was the Yellow Springs River, Lin Ming sighed. The situation was deteriorating more and more. Now, he didn't even have full faith he could find out how to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. The Yellow Springs River? The martial artists present were petrified. This river that was depicted in the ancient legends of the Holy Demon Continent. It actually existed? Yellow Springs River. That is, from the legendary hell from the fables of a bygone era. The skeletons within the river are countless, without end. Duanmu Kun's voice trailed off as he turned to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was silent throughout. Whether this was a random name given by the Demon Emperor, or whether this was truly the legendary Yellow Springs River of the Holy Demon Continent, what was important was that because they frantically ran away just now, they had approached the eternal demon abyss by over 100 miles. This meant that they were just over 400 miles away from the eternal demon abyss. They could already clearly see the black energy that gushed out of the ground, spanning the heavens and earth, setting the stars ablaze. As Lin Ming became increasingly gloomy, and the others also realized this point. In truth, they had run at most around 20 to 30 miles just now, but they had gone another 100 miles towards the eternal demon abyss. This proved that the closer they were to the eternal demon abyss, the faster they would get sucked into that gaping void. This was seriously bad news. Duanmu Kun let out a heavy sigh. At this time, he felt that his chances of making it out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone with his life intact were becoming increasingly low. We only have 6 people left, Lan Xian suddenly said. Of the group of 10, the only ones left over were Lin Ming, Fengshen, Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, High Lord Cloud Demon, and Blackstone. These 6 were the strongest of the group. As for the other 4, because their strength was lacking, they had already died. When everyone encountered the same danger, it was usually the weakest who would die. As Blackstone discovered there were only 6 people remaining, he felt his heart rapidly beat in his chest, his face paling. Because of the 6 people left, he was the weakest. There was no need to mention Duanmu Kun or High Lord Cloud Demon, he couldn't even think of catching up to them. Lin Ming's strength was unknown, but he shouldn't be much worse than Duanmu Kun. As for Lan Xian and Fengshen, they were also above him. This meant that if someone were to die, it would most likely be him. Young hero Lin. Blackstone's forehead began to furiously drip with sweat, but he didn't know what to say. In the past, when he had formed teams, he had taken others to be his shield because they were weaker than him. But today, the tables had turned. He was the weakest. This was an immeasurably bitter and ironic situation. High Lord Cloud Demon knew what Blackstone was thinking and patted his shoulder in consolation. As he saw the 4 others die just now, he also felt as if he had stepped into death's door. For those 2 dangers just now, if it wasn't for Lin Ming promptly alerting them in time, they probably would have all died. Young hero Lin, you must choose a lucky road. We're all counting on you here. Blackstone's voice was a bit hoarse as he spoke. If I make it through this alive, I'll leave all my infernal energy and even give everything in my spatial ring to you. I don't want any of this. Hey, if I had known things would be like this earlier, then I never would have entered the eternal demon abyss. Now, even if there was an Earthstep demon god bone given to me, I still wouldn't want it. Blackstone morosely said. Now, any regrets he had were useless. In truth, Blackstone was different from the High Lords of the Sky-Split Towers. He was a Holy Land descendant and a High Emperor-level talent. Even if he didn't risk his life to search for lucky chances, he still would have a very high chance of breaking through the Emperor-level bottleneck in the future and becoming a 1-star Demon Emperor. Of course, unless he had some further great lucky chance, he would be stranded there for the rest of his life, forever unable to break through to a 2-star Demon Emperor. He would only be the most ordinary of Emperor-level powerhouses. The reason that Blackstone had come to the Eternal Demon Abyss was this. He came to seek his own lucky chances because he didn't want to resign himself to fate and desired to reach a higher boundary. But now he regretted coming to this hellhole. After entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, his hopes of leaving this place were quickly fading. He would most likely die here. Even if Lin Ming could really solve this land and figure out how to leave, that didn't mean he could bring everyone out with him. If there were people Lin Ming had to leave behind, then Blackstone would probably be one of them. Thinking of this, Blackstone could only let out deep sighs. Becoming the most ordinary of emperor-level powerhouses was still better than death. An ordinary emperor-level powerhouse could live for 5,000 to 6,000 years. If he broke through to a 2-star demon emperor, his lifespan would increase by another 2,000 to 3,000 years. The difference between the two wasn't astronomically great. High Lord Cloud Demon also had the same feeling. They had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone by mistake and had encountered repeated life and death experiences. There were just too many existences here that he was unable to stand against. He could envisage that in the future, no matter how assiduous or hardworking he was in his cultivation, the difference between him and these hellish demonic spirits was far too great. All he could do was sigh at his own fate. As everyone was thinking, suddenly, there was a great and terrifying sound like billowing heavenly thunder that resounded through the entire world. No one could tell just where the sound came from. All they felt was thunder in their ears, their eardrums almost exploding. Everyone hastily sealed their ears with true essence lest they start bleeding out from their heads. That horrifying sound intensified, smashing against the world like a natural disaster. The earth shook for 10,000 miles around them, causing them to tremble with fear, their hearts inexplicably filling with fear. Lin Ming's complexion changed. What was that sound? Thunder? No, there was no way that a thunderclap could have so much power behind it. It was like the sound of the world itself quaking in dread. And at this moment, a scene occurred, searing itself into the 6 people's eyes, so that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the eternal demon abyss, several hundred miles in front of them, the black energy flow suddenly became turbulent, quickly diverging. With it, a massive head, several hundred miles long, quietly appeared. Ferocious dark red scales, taller than a mountain, a massive horn, it looked like a dragon, but different from the true dragon depicted in legends. Seeing this great ancient beast appear, every martial artist, including Lin Ming, was completely shocked. In that instant, they couldn't even breathe. If just the head was several hundred miles long, then the body must be thousands or even tens of thousands of miles long. Heavens! What in the world was that? The great ancient beast simply didn't pay attention to the 6 people standing several hundred miles away. To it, these 6 people simply weren't qualified for it to care about. Its dark gold pupils were vast and uncaring, regarding every creature under the heavens as mere ants. As the group inadvertently glanced at these dark gold pupils, it was like they had been physically struck. Blackstone, the weakest amongst them, suddenly shook, a tyrannical energy rushing through his body, causing him to vomit out a mouthful of blood. Even Fengshen and Lan Xin were forced back a step, their faces whiter than death. Those dark gold pupils were several thousand feet high. It was like the infinite void of the universe was hidden behind them, making everyone's minds quake with fear. Duanmu Kun and High Lord Cloud Demon quickly looked away, no longer daring to gaze upon this being. But Lin Ming was actually staring at this great ancient beast. His eyes blazing with brilliance, even as the blood vessels there bulged like they were about to burst. Lin Ming, if you continue looking, your eyes will explode. Demon Shine's shout resounded in Lin Ming's mind. However, Lin Ming kept his gaze firmly fixed on this great ancient beast until his eyes began to bleed. Hugh, the blazing black flow of energy was pushed back once again. The head of the great ancient beast rose up 100,000 feet. Then, a pair of wings began to unfurl. As these wings spread out, all of the clouds in the skies were washed away, the black flow of energy was twisted apart, the rocks from all around were turned up in a great storm, and even mountains were swept away. As High Lord Cloud Demon saw this, he was greatly shocked. Watch out! With a great roar, the terrifying storm instantly swept through the 400 miles towards the group, directly impacting into them. Bang! The ground was split apart. The 6 people were swept into the strong winds, no different than straw. High Lord Cloud Demon was aghast. If they were blown away by these strong winds, while they might not be seriously wounded, they couldn't afford to lose Lin Ming. In this hellhole, once they were separated, the chances of finding anyone else again were close to 0. If they didn't have Lin Ming with them, then they could forget ever leaving here. Come to me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 chains of energy shot out from High Lord Cloud Demon's body, twining around the other 5 like spirit snakes. The 6 of them were tossed several thousand feet in the sky before coming crashing down again. Bang, bang, bang. Earth and rock collapsed. Blackstone had a mouth full of dirt. Holy fuck! What was that thing? Blackstone spat out a mouthful of dirt and wiped off the blood from his lips. As he turned around to gaze at the eternal demon abyss, the great ancient beast had disappeared into the hazy black fog. It had turned around, its great head submerged into the eternal demon abyss, leaving nothing behind but a great tail in the sky like a pillar that held up the heavens. Just glancing at this great ancient beast had severely wounded Blackstone and caused him to vomit blood. It had to be said that they were more than 400 miles apart. Just what sort of terrifying existence was this? Don't speak nonsense. Hearing Blackstone's curse, High Lord Cloud Demon's complexion changed. Blackstone, if you want to be an idiot and die, then go ahead. But don't drag us in. If you dare to offend this glorious divine being, then we will all die here. High Lord Cloud Demon's voice was stern, but Blackstone only curled his lips, feeling that High Lord Cloud Demon was over-exaggerating things. He said, "There's no need to be careful. I'm just talking. The creature is several hundred miles away, so I doubt it can hear us. Then again, even if it could, that doesn't mean it understands our language." You idiot! High Lord Cloud Demon's face sank. Blackstone, I hope you remember the legend of the eternal demon abyss. Several tens of thousands of years ago, during a period of unprecedented glory and prosperity, there was once a 6th grade sect that had almost united the entire holy demon continent. They gathered 12 emperor-level powerhouses and wanted to cage all of the infernal energy within the eternal demon abyss in a great array formation so that they could use it all for themselves, guaranteeing that their holy land would have a great destiny of 100,000 years. And the end result for this hubris was that those 12 emperor-level powerhouses were all instantly killed by a giant claw that stretched out from the eternal demon abyss, killing even the hallowed lord of that holy land without even ashes remaining. Afterwards, that 6th grade holy land completely disintegrated, and every single one if their disciples died tragic deaths under the power of a mystical curse. Tell me, do you want to follow in their footsteps? As High Lord Cloud Demon spoke, Blackstone paled. Indeed, even if that great ancient beast just now wasn't that same fellow from tens of thousands of years ago that destroyed a 6th grade holy land with just a great claw, it wasn't any less of an existence. With such divine beings, it was best to remain respectful to them. Otherwise, if they were cursed, there was naught remaining for them but death. Blackstone gulped several times. Scared witless, he kneeled down and prayed in his heart several times, begging for this divine being to pardon his sins. As Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were talking, Lin Ming had been deep in thought, his eyes still bleeding. Lin Ming, you're crazy. You're lucky that big fellow sent everyone flying into the air, or else your eyes really would have exploded. Demon Shine admonished Lin Ming from within his mind. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He silently gazed at the eternal demon abyss for a long time. Then he slowly and calmly said, "I think I've discovered the way to leave the 1,000-mile forbidden zone." You figured out a way to leave the eternal demon abyss? Demon Shine asked, startled. Just a general feel. I don't know if it's possible yet, Lin Ming quietly said. He was continuously playing out scenarios in his mind. Demon Shine was shocked. He was very familiar with Lin Ming's personality now. If Lin Ming said he could, then he must have around a 70 to 80% assurance that his plan would work. The 1,000-mile forbidden zone was known as a land of no return that not even birds could cross. Even a high-stage life destruction or weak emperor-level powerhouse might die here. But Lin Ming was able to discover the method to leave this land. When they had captured the demon bone together, that had mostly been relying on Demon Shine's help. But after they entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, the truth was that Demon Shine hadn't played too great a role. Most of it had been due to Lin Ming's own hard work and effort. This boy! Demon Shine sighed with emotion. Perhaps it wouldn't be too long before a broken remnant soul like him would no longer be able to help Lin Ming. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming had finished deducing the scenarios in his mind. He stood up and said to the group, "Follow me." With Lin Ming's words, everyone quickly stood up. Although they had placed all their hopes on Lin Ming, they still didn't have much confidence they would be able to make it out of here. This entire time, they had always been going deeper and deeper into the eternal demon abyss. The closer they got to the center, the faster they were sucked in. It was like there was some invisible gravitational force that was constantly sucking them in. Demon Shine had said that the eternal demon abyss was like a black hole. The closer one was, the greater the attractive force was and the more distorted space became. Wanting to come back out was extremely difficult. But Lin Ming had found that he had been caught in a trap of his own misunderstanding. He had thought that to come out of this twisted space maze, he would have to look for an exit. However, this space maze was extremely complex with countless twists and turns. There were even some crisscrossing paths that were 100 to 200 miles away from the eternal demon abyss. If he had to pass through these, then he would have to approach to 100 miles away from the eternal demon abyss, which was undoubtedly very dangerous. Moreover, there were innumerable danger zones in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. If they encountered some danger and were forced to run away, then all their efforts would have been for naught. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming felt as if he had walked into a dead end. But then, that great ancient beast had suddenly appeared, giving Lin Ming a groundbreaking inspiration. When that great ancient beast had let out a deep roar into the skies, the powerful shockwave had surged outwards and destroyed the surrounding space maze. Then, when the great ancient beast had unfolded its vast wings, the following terrifying storm that swept out had again shattered the space maze, directly blowing them out 1,000 feet. This 1,000-foot distance was towards the outside of the eternal demon abyss. In other words, they were blown 1,000 feet away from the eternal demon abyss. As this happened, it was like a light lit up in Lin Ming's mind. The distorted space here could change the walking direction of the weak, but it could not change that violent and tyrannical shockwave and energy storm from the great ancient beast. The reason for this was because they were far too strong. If he could be like the great ancient beast and destroy the surrounding space maze, then leaving this place would be much simpler. Shattering the space here was a madman's idea. If it were several months ago, Lin Ming wouldn't have believed he could accomplish this. But now that he had broken through to revolving core and his battle spirit had also reached the bronze stage, his striking power was incomparable to how it used to be. A battle spirit had a colossal effect on striking power. In just this aspect alone, Lin Ming had already surpassed a second-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Initially, Xian Wuji and others had cut open a space channel in a broken world. Now he too should have this ability. Well, at least he should be able to change the curved space at a weak point of the space maze. Now, the reason that Lin Ming was walking was to look for this weak point in space. Blackstone closely followed behind Lin Ming. Uneasily, he asked, "Young hero Lin, how come you didn't place down an array symbol mark this time? Without a mark, how would they return?" Blackstone simply didn't have any sense of security here at all. Duamu-kun and the others didn't understand either. But what they knew was that Lin Ming had his reasons for doing this. They didn't understand the strange and mysterious principles of this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, so there was no reason to ask. "There's no need to." Lin Ming responded simply without explaining. In fact, leaving battle spirit marks meant that he would have to lose some willpower. One mark was not much, but hundreds of them added together would exhaust him. Right now, Lin Ming had to ensure that his striking power and battle spirit would be at their strongest state. Blackstone noticed Lin Ming's silence and tactfully didn't ask any further. All he could do was follow Lin Ming, his heart anxious the entire time. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming finally found the first weak point in space. As long as he could destroy this distorted space in front of him, he would be able to leave this level of the space maze and go into the next. It would save him a great amount of time and effort. Lin Ming closed his eyes. The heretical god force opened. He revolved the true essence within his body to the limit. Penetrating rainbow. With the battle spirit fused to his purple comet spear, Lin Ming thrust out. The sudden attack took the other 5 by surprise. They thought that an enemy had arrived and all began to take out their weapons, preparing themselves for the final showdown. However, as they waited, they discovered that nothing happened. Lin Ming had simply stabbed at empty air just then. Is that fellow too nervous and attacked empty space? Blackstone maliciously thought. Before this, he didn't have any confidence that he would be able to defeat Lin Ming. But, seeing him mess up in public, he couldn't help but start thinking to himself, "So even you'll have times you're embarrassed. Let's go." Lin Ming said succinctly and lifted his feet to walk. His thoughts had been correct. With the bronze battle spirit fused into his attack and added to the fact that his cultivation had reached revolving core, he really was able to change the distortion in space here. As everyone saw Lin Ming calmly walk forwards, the rest followed him with no questions. Following this, a set pattern began to appear. Every now and then, Lin Ming would suddenly attack the empty air. Everyone was confused. Just what was this? To be honest, attacking empty air looked sort of silly. If this were another martial artist, they would have assumed that they had a mental sickness. But Lin Ming was different. If Lin Ming did it, then no matter how absurd or ridiculous it looked, there must have been some unexplainable mystical function behind it. This could be called the weighty stature of a master. Attack after attack, everyone was startled at first, but after that they became accustomed to it. No one asked why Lin Ming did what he did, they knew that asking was useless anyways. Blackstone was disquieted. Were Lin Ming's silly-looking attacks really effective? Casually, Blackstone turned back to look at the eternal demon abyss. As he saw it, he was immediately startled. Everyone, look! The rest of the group turned around to see that the far-off eternal demon abyss seemed blurrier now. That billowing flow of energy had sunk back into the thick fog, looking ethereal and dreamlike. From being clear to faint, this proved that they were walking further from the eternal demon abyss. Moreover, they had gone at least several dozen or 100 miles. Realizing this, everyone grew excited. They didn't know how Lin Ming had done this, but now no one dared to disturb his thoughts. As for Lin Ming, every time that he attacked space, the strike of the purple comet spear would completely sink into the invisible surface of space and be camouflaged by it, so that no one could see just how much energy was behind each of these attacks. Everyone assumed that they were just ordinary attacks, but the truth was that every single strike used 80 to 90% of Lin Ming's strength. For these short interval and high-intensity attacks, even though Lin Ming had the support from the Gate of Healing, he still found it hard to continue. He had no choice but to take out some pills and restore his strength. Within the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had to constantly make sure he was at this peak state. Otherwise, if a catastrophic danger were to happen, no one would come to his rescue. Young hero Lin, what is so mysterious about your attack? Can we help out? As Blackstone saw that Lin Ming had already rested for half an hour, he couldn't help but ask this question. He was too worried right now. Every second longer that they were in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone meant that there was that much more danger. Lin Ming didn't even have time to respond before High Lord Cloud Demon coldly coughed and shouted, "Blackstone, sit down." Blackstone dejectedly returned to his spot. "You not bothering Brother Lin is already the greatest help," Duanmu-kun said. He had also been carefully observing Lin Ming's attacks. Those seemingly random attacks actually came in at very particular angles and speeds. Wanting to replace Lin Ming's attack with their own was easier said than done. 3/4 of an hour later, Lin Ming was completely restored. At this moment when Lin Ming's eyes flashed open, he was immediately shocked. He could see a dim green shadow behind Lan Xian. As he took a closer look, a creepy feeling instantly shot up his back. "Lan Xian, behind you." "What?" Lan Xian was greatly shocked. She suddenly turned around, a cold sweat already dripping down her back. Behind her, a long green-haired corpse woman was silently floating in the air. Her crimson lips open as she continuously sucked wisps of essence energy from Lan Xian's body into her mouth. "Ah!" Lan Xian cried out in alarm, her beautiful face turning pale. "It's sucking in your life force," Lin Ming said, shocked. This kind of green corpse was called a corpse devil. After a martial artist's corpse was possessed by an evil spirit, it absorbed the infernal energy from the world and slowly became this sort of ghostly monster. "Die!" Duanmu-kun's face flashed with a merciless light. He took out his long sword and stabbed at the corpse devil. Once a corpse devil absorbed one's essence energy, it would greatly shorten their life. It was unknown just how much of Lan Xian's essence energy had been swallowed, but if they didn't kill this green-haired corpse devil, then that essence energy would never return. Facing Duanmu-kun's violent sword strike, the corpse devil didn't even try to dodge. It let that sharp sword cut down on its body. Dang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Duanmu-kun's sword cut open the ragged clothes of the corpse devil, but it didn't even manage to scratch the skin. What? Duanmu-kun's complexion paled. Although that attack just now was rushed and he wasn't able to use his full strength, it was at least 60 to 70% of his peak power. Yet he wasn't even to scratch the skin of this monster. If this was so, then even if he attacked with all of his strength, he might only be able to give it a minor wound. The other martial artists also grimaced. Duanmu-kun's strength ranked amongst the top in their group. If he couldn't even injure the corpse devil, then there was no need to mention the others. Run. This was the idea that simultaneously appeared in the minds of several people. However, just as they thought this, it was like they were suddenly thrown into an icehouse. In front of them, around 70 to 80 feet away, were 3 more corpse devils. They had gathered in a formation and had them surrounded. The 3 new corpse devils that appeared were tall and fierce-looking. From their appearances, they had been giant demons and Goliaths before they died. With the female corpse devil, that was a total of 4 corpse devils. Just any one of them was stronger than Duanmu-kun. How could they even fight this? Blackstone felt his heart sink into chilling despair. Lan Xing and Feng Shen also paled. Let's all rush out in one direction. High Lord Cloud Demon took the initiative to launch an attack. He took out a lance from his spatial ring and thrust straight towards a Goliath corpse devil. He poured all of his demon essence into the strike. There was no holding back. Ghostly Dragon Emperor Strike. A lance thrust forth, causing massive waves of black true essence to rise up. All of the surroundings rocks were crushed by the lance's energy, falling down like a hailstorm. The corpse devil that this attack was aimed at cunningly smiled. It stretched out a glowing green claw, directly blocking the lance. A claw of flesh was actually able to resist High Lord Cloud Demon's Heaven Step treasure. With a kacha sound, High Lord Cloud Demon's spear was firmly grasped by the corpse devil. High Lord Cloud Demon was whiter than paper. For this strike, he had used a secret Goliath technique that wounded himself to increase his power. In addition, with his full strength and also his low-grade Heaven Step treasure lance, this was enough to crack apart a large hill. But this corpse devil had actually blocked it with a claw. What sort of strange power was this? What sort of terrifying body strength was this? But at this moment, Duanmu-kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shen all rushed forwards. Their 3 Heaven Step long swords all cut down together. Attack the eyes? Duanmu-kun fully realized just how terrifying the defensive power of these corpse devils was. A sword cut apart both the eyes of the corpse devil. A savage and brutal rain of sword light came falling down, directly covering the corpse devil in a hail of incomparably keen energy. Pung pung. The corpse devil's rotten eyes burst apart. However, to a corpse devil, the truth was that their eyes had already lost their use long ago. They perceived the world through smells and sensing life force. Besides angering, these attacks hadn't done anything at all. Who? A corpse devil roared. Everyone around felt their ears ache with numbness, their eardrums almost rupturing. Next, a Goliath corpse devil swept out his claw and caught all 3 Heaven Step swords in his grasp. These 3 swords were originally soft swords. After being grasped by the Goliath corpse devil, there was a screeching sound as all 3 swords began to twist and bend under the massive pressure. Meanwhile, that green-haired devil corpse also shot forwards, striking out a claw at Lan Xian and Feng Shen. At this time, Lan Xian and Feng Shen had their swords grabbed by the Goliath corpse devil. It was impossible to pull them back out. They could only escape if they abandoned their swords. But facing these corpse devils without their weapons, their fates could be imagined. They had never thought that even with a combination of 4 attacks, they wouldn't even able to tear open an exit in this encirclement. These corpse devils were far too terrifying. Careful. Their claws are poisonous. Duanmu-kun shouted out. As his words were half out, he was suddenly surprised. He found that Lin Ming, who hadn't yet attacked, had actually appeared behind the green-haired corpse devil. Lin Ming held the purple comet spear in his hands, his face expressionless. Atop the spear point, a cold light sparked. Death. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. The heretical god force was opened to the limit. Compressed true essence erupted in surging waves. The power of thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. A spear shot out. This strike contained the will of a bronze-level battle spirit. Combined with the terrifying energy, even the void around the spear trembled. The female corpse cackled, not bothering to dodge, allowing the spear to stab at her. At that same time, she swiveled around, reaching her claw out at Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming, be careful. Lan Xian and Feng Shen's expressions immediately changed. This female corpse devil had ridiculous defensive powers. She was able to ignore any and all attacks, countering in a terrifying manner. Once those glowing green claws broke through one's protective true essence, even if it was only a minor wound, the corpse poison would be enough to cause an agonizingly painful death. If a martial artist were to collide with this female corpse devil, they would absolutely suffer a great loss. However, facing the attack of this green-haired corpse devil, Lin Ming simply didn't care. His spear thrust out like before. Seeing that claw nearing Lin Ming's neck, Lan Xian and Feng Shen became incomparably pale. But that green-haired corpse devil was laughing like a macabre maniac. Jejejej. But at this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. The claw of the female corpse devil seemed to suddenly slow down, and the purple comet spear in Lin Ming's hands suddenly accelerated. The power of thunder and fire twisted together. The bronze battle spirit erupted. With a chi sound, the purple comet spear pierced through the green-haired corpse devil's throat. With a twist of the spear, the female corpse devil had half her neck torn off. But at this time, when the green-haired corpse devil's claw was only half a foot from Lin Ming, he suddenly drew backwards. As he pulled back his long spear, a wisp of purple lightning shined on the tip. A thrust, a retreat, completely clean. The sudden turn of events stunned Lan Xian. Even Feng Shen, who kept Lin Ming in the highest esteem, still had his mouth hanging wide open. He nearly forgot that his own sword was grasped in the hand of the Goliath corpse devil. They had attacked the green-haired corpse devil, so they personally knew just how terrifying its defensive power was. It was like refined gold, immune to all attacks. But now, Lin Ming had actually penetrated it with a spear. Just what had happened? Lin Ming, Lan Xian gulped, not sure what to say. What are you acting so shocked about? Attack. Duanmu Kun's few words brought everyone back to reality. As the Goliath corpse devil was distracted, he took advantage of this and kicked it in the face, pulling his sword back out. Kill! Duanmu Kun had amazingly fast hand and eye reflexes. He sliced at the green-haired female devil corpse's neck, hoping to cut off the other half of its neck. Feng Shen, Lan Xian, and High Lord Cloud Demon all seemed to awaken from some hazy dream. Immediately, they all used their ultimate killing strikes to attack the wounded green-haired corpse devil. With the sound of scraping metal, Duanmu Kun's sword energies ruthlessly rushed onto the green-haired corpse devil, but he actually wasn't able to break past her defenses. This caused him to panic, horrified. Just what had Lin Ming done with his strike just then that he was able to penetrate her? At this time, Lin Ming had already taken out his spear and drawn back several dozen feet. As he was about to launch another attack, he felt his purple comet spear shake. That strike just now had placed a tremendous burden on the purple comet spear. If it wasn't for the battle spirit attached to it, then he feared it wouldn't have been able to pierce through her. It had to be known Feng Shen, Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun, and High Lord Cloud Demon were all Holy Land descendants or Skysplit Tower High Lords. All of them were unbelievably rich and influential people. The weapons they used were all low-grade Heaven Step treasures, around the same quality as that of Xian Wuji's. As for Lin Ming, the purple comet spear in his hand was only a peak high-grade Earth Step treasure. In such a high-intensity fight, piercing through the hard corpse devil's neck had been very difficult. These corpse devils' bodies are too hard. If I didn't have my battle spirit, then even I wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Ming frowned. These corpse devils' bodies, after being tempered with infernal energy over tens of thousands of years, had already reached a degree of hardness at the same level as a low-grade Heaven Step treasure. Duanmu Kun's attacks hadn't been able to break through the corpse devil's defense because the difficulty of that was the same as destroying an entire Heaven Step treasure. Ah! At this time, a miserable scream sounded out. Lin Ming took a closer look and knit his eyebrows together. The one who was injured was Blackstone. Just now, as everyone was collectively attacking the corpse devils, this fellow had hidden in the back. But now the other two corpse devils had attacked him. Blackstone was also a Holy Land descendant. He was not some common genius of his generation. As the two corpse devils attacked him from both sides, he abruptly twisted his body, thinking he had escaped the attack, but the strike had actually managed to scratch his left arm. The corpse devil's green claws could break apart even the hardest defenses. The claw directly tore apart Blackstone's protective demon essence and scraped the flesh. Even though this was a minor wound, Blackstone's expression suddenly changed. He helplessly watched on as the flesh of his left arm began to corrode away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tendrils of pain that spread out caused his face to twist in agony, drops of cold sweat dripping down his body. Cut it off! Duanmu-kun's pupils shrank. At that time, he couldn't bother to ask why Blackstone didn't join in the attack just now. His figure flashed and he immediately appeared in front of Blackstone, his sword already falling down. No! Blackstone whimpered and writhed, wanting to stop this strike. But Duanmu-kun's sword was too fast. With a flash of sword light, a bloody light shined in response. A bloody left arm flew out in the air, completely corroded by corpse poison in midair and becoming nothing but white bones. What a ghastly corpse poison! As Lin Ming saw this, he felt his scalp tingle with horror. Ah! Blackstone cried out in anger, pain, and misery. To a martial artist, the value of an arm was obvious. In this world, there were many top miracle medicines that were able to regrow limbs. But these medicines could only speed up the growth of a new arm that had never been tempered. This new limb would be weak with low defense. If one wished to train it to the strength of the other arm, then that was impossible. In other words, Blackstone's left arm would forever be his weakness. As Duanmu-kun saw this, he could only shake his head. All of this had been brought on by Blackstone himself. Blackstone was the weakest amongst everyone present. He never thought of joining in with Duanmu-kun and the others in their hopeless battle to begin with. From the very start he had planned on them rushing in and then running away in the chaos. But he didn't think that Lin Ming would appear and reverse the battle situation with a single spear strike. Instead, it was him that had been attacked from the back by the pincer attacks of two corpse devils. Attack together, we'll finish one off first. Divert their attention and allow Lin Ming to be the main attack. Duanmu-kun rapidly judged the situation on the battlefield. After these few exchanges of moves, he discovered that although these corpse devils had amazing defense, terrifying striking power, and were also fast, they still had one fatal weakness. That was that their intelligence was low and their responses were slow. Otherwise, these four corpse devils would have coordinated their attacks, and the ones injured wouldn't be just Blackstone. Fengshen, Xianxia, and High Lord Cloud Demon spoke no further. They flourished the swords and spears in their hands, creating a weave of sharp light that covered the green-haired corpse devil. But that green-haired corpse devil had already plunged into a state of rabid craziness. It ignored Fengshen, Xianxia, and the rest, desperately rushing towards Lin Ming, a manic and savage light in its eyes as it vowed to rip Lin Ming to shreds. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a grim light. The battle spirit in his spiritual sea fused onto the purple comet spear. At the same time, he completely opened the heretical god force and burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. With a burst of spear light, Lin Ming stepped forwards, the purple comet spear in his hands howling like an azure dragon. Chi! The purple comet spear easily thrust through the green-haired corpse devil's neck once more. With a twist of the spear swept towards the direction opposite last time. With a sound of screeching metal, the other half of the green-haired corpse devil's neck was cut off. The entire female corpse devil's neck was severed, its head flying high into the sky. Its listless body took a few more steps forwards before plopping onto the ground. As Duanmu-kun, Xianxia, Fengshen, and High Lord Cloud Demon saw this, they were all shocked speechless. From start to end, none of them managed to play any significant role. In fact, none of them had even been able to injure the green-haired female corpse demon, and their attempts at distraction had failed. By himself, Lin Ming had killed off that green-haired corpse devil in 2 strikes. This striking power, just how freakishly abnormal was it? Lin Ming took a deep breath and held the purple comet spear steady, the spear point still trembling. To use the purple comet spear to pierce through the green-haired female corpse devil was the same as using a peak Earth step treasure to ruin a heaven step treasure. This was entirely due to the added striking power from his battle spirit. Lin Ming's battle spirit was currently at the bronze level. In the future, when it grew, it would become even more terrifying. The battle spirit was well known as the mightiest attack. This reputation was not unearned. As the other three corpse devils saw this, they let out increasingly savage roars and ignored everyone else, all of them simultaneously rushing towards Lin Ming. Facing the concurrent attacks of three corpse devils, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a keen light. He flicked his fingers, and a battle spirit-infused divine demon steel needle howled forth. The power of thunder was a force that most constrained ghosts and evil spirits. With the added support of the battle spirit, the might of this thunder grew to yet another level. Chila. The divine demon steel needle sank into the body of a corpse devil, causing thick arcs of electricity to shoot out. The corpse devil trembled and then fell to the floor. Although it wasn't severely injured, this still allowed Lin Ming to face 2 instead of 3. With his feet stepping atop golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming suddenly accelerated. Take the first strike and take control of the battle. His figure seemed to teleport in front of a corpse devil. True essence erupted from his body, revolving to the limit as the spear in his hand came smashing down. At this moment, Lin Ming had no intention of hiding even the least bit of his strength. Facing 3 corpse devils at once, he had to maintain the utmost caution and guard. Although his protective true essence and bodily defensive power were strong, he still couldn't allow his skin to be scratched even the littlest bit. Once his skin was broken, that terrifying corpse poison would drill into his body. Lin Ming didn't believe he would be able to resist that at all. Pong! The purple comet spear came slashing down like a whip. With the spear shaft's flexibility reinforced by the battle spirit, he directly smashed apart a corpse devil's chest. The corpse devil was like a ragdoll as it was pounded backwards hundreds of feet by Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, the other corpse devil's claw was reaching towards Lin Ming. But, as that corpse devil's claws approached, its speed suddenly drastically slowed, as if it were mired in mud. In a situation where Lin Ming had just struck with his spear, he still managed to pull out his spear and strike at the other corpse devil. In other words, in an instant, Lin Ming had made 2 spear strikes. Bang! With an explosive sound, the second corpse devil was smashed backwards, sent flying away by Lin Ming's spear. With 3 corpse devils rushing towards Lin Ming at once, one had its body paralyzed by electricity, and the other 2 were smashed away by Lin Ming's spear one at a time. As the other 5 people saw this, they were all shocked. Was this even human? If the striking power was used upon a person's body, it would shatter their body and break everything within them into pieces. Who could still block this? Die! Lin Ming turned his spear and pointed towards that corpse devil that was paralyzed by the power of thunder. The power of the heretical god force and 8 inner hidden gates erupted together. Lin Ming's true essence seemed to rage around him like a roiling inferno, his long hair recklessly waving in the air. Penetrating rainbow. A spear light shot through the void. Fire and thunder intertwine and energy violently exploded. The distorted space maze was split asunder even as Lin Ming's spear pierced through that corpse devil's chest. Bang! It was like a meteor had struck the ground. The terrifying blast of energy cracked earth, sending chunks of dirt flying into the skies with abandon. Fog and crushed stone rolled up in a wave hundreds of feet high as it surged outwards. As the other 5 people saw the terrifying impact of these shockwaves, all of them began summoning their true essence to resist it. Fog and dirt began falling back to the ground. Where the corpse devil had been, there was now a massive gaping hole in the earth hundreds of feet deep. The corpse devil was completely buried within this earth, its fate unknown. How fearful! Seeing this sight, High Lord Cloud Demon paled. This was far too terrifying of an attack. Just the shockwaves had this much strength behind them. He thought that after Lin Ming broke through to Revolving Core, he'd have a comprehensive combat strength around that of Duanmu-kun. But now, it seemed that if their strength was placed in front of Lin Ming, any one of them would just be a joke. What the hell? How could this boy's striking power be so ridiculously powerful? High Lord Cloud Demon and Duanmu-kun glanced at each other, seeing the deep horror and amazement in the other's eyes. This had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. Linming gently landed several hundred feet away. As he held the purple comet spear in his hands, his expression was tranquil. The battle spirit truly hadn't disappointed him. Even though the corpse devil's body was as tough as refined gold, Linming's spear had still torn it apart. Even if that corpse devil was still alive somewhere in that pit, it wouldn't be too great of a threat. As the other two corpse devils saw this, an instinctual fear was born in their hearts. They hesitated, not sure if they should continue fighting. But at this moment, Linming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void once more, and his figure faded, seeming as if he were teleporting through the air. A spear thrust forth, like an azure rainbow shooting through the heavens. Pong! The corpse devil fundamentally wasn't able to even react before Linming stabbed into it, sending it flying back and causing its chest to collapse. As the other corpse devil saw this, it growled out and turned around to escape. The surrounding 5 people all gulped. These corpse devils had low intelligence and lived mainly based on their instincts. Still, after this brief fight, the last remaining one had begun to flee. From this, Linming's terrifying strength could be imagined. "Linming, chase it!" Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Linming's mind. Linming was startled. At this time, chasing that corpse devil was a completely unwise move. In this chaotic space, once he entered into a different section of the space maze, all of that effort he put into passing through those several dozen miles outwards would be wasted. "Chase it! That fellow must have some good stuff," Demon Shine urged. Although the corpse devil had a slow reaction time, it wasn't slow by any means. In a short period of time, it had already rushed very far away. If it ran out of sight, it would be basically impossible to catch up in this distorted space energy field. Linming fiercely grit his teeth, grasped the purple comet spear, and gave chase. As the other 5 people saw this, they were bewildered. What was Linming doing? Was he actually thinking of chasing that corpse devil? Damn it! At this time, the top priority was obviously to escape from this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. What was the point of chasing down this corpse devil and killing it? In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, one had to constantly analyze the surroundings while being surrounded by dangers on all sounds. Wasn't chasing this corpse devil the same as committing suicide? As the other people complained in their hearts, they had no other choice. At this time, Linming was their haven. If he followed, then the others would have to follow without hesitation. Following Linming was the only hope they had to make it out of this dreadful land alive. Without Linming, they were over with. Fengshen was the first to run forwards. He had absolute belief in Linming. Regardless of what Linming did, he had to have his reasons. There was no need to suspect Linming's methods, because if anyone did, that meant they were wrong. Duanmu-kun, Lan Xian, and the rest followed right after. Blackstone frowned. What is Linming doing? He's just deliberately stirring up trouble. Duanmu-kun glared at Blackstone with disgust, not bothering to reason with him. He only coldly said, "If you don't know, then don't ask. If you have the ability to make it out of here yourself, then go ahead and leave." Blackstone's words died in his throat. He was left speechless. He certainly had to follow Linming, he simply had no other choice. Moreover, what happened just now was his own fault, so he didn't dare say anything more. The corpse devil madly ran away. Its speed was about the same as Blackstone, Fengshen, and the rest's. With Linming's speed, he just had to shrink the space underneath his feet to catch up. But he purposefully reduced his speed so he could maintain a distance of several hundred feet. The corpse devil's mad rush wasn't in a straight path. Rather, it frequently took corners, curved around, and took sudden lefts and rights. Linming steadfastly followed. No matter where it went, he would follow, with Duanmu-kun and the rest not even daring to go half a step off astray. Everyone was well aware of just how strange this 1,000-mile forbidden zone was. Once someone became lost here, then this would also become their burial ground. The corpse devil brought Linming along for a half-hour chase. At this time, a black mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. There seemed to be a strange spatial distortion around this mountain that meant one didn't see it until they were just 1,000 feet away. As the corpse devil saw this mountain appear, its speed became faster. It roared and quickly vanished into the mountain. "Chase it!" Demon Shine shouted. Without hesitation, Lin Ming also rushed in. Once he stepped into this mountain, Lin Ming felt as if he had entered a completely separate dimension. The corpse devil disappeared, and the endless dreary gray lands that surrounded them also disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black space. Take the right path and go straight. I left a special mark on that corpse devil earlier. There's no way that it can escape my palm. And here's probably... Lin Ming, we hit the jackpot. Jackpot? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He didn't ask the details but said, "Let's wait for the others." As his voice fell, Feng Xin, Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and the rest also rushed into this dark space. "Follow me," Lin Ming simply said. Without further ado, he launched his movement technique and rapidly ran to the right with the 5 others following him. With Demon Shine's instructions, Lin Ming ran in 7 or 8 circles in the dark. Then, after he stepped through a strangely twisted space barrier, light appeared before him. At this time, he discovered that he had entered into a cave. Within this cave, there were several sarcophaguses. As for that corpse devil, it crawled into a corner of the cave, sending out intimidating roars towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly took out his purple comet spear and pointed it towards the corpse devil. Against a single corpse devil, there simply weren't any problems. Lin Ming, this corpse devil is already frightened by you. Although it's trying to intimidate you, the truth is that this is all an act. If you make a channel for it, then it will immediately escape. Oh! Lin Ming moved to the side. In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, he didn't want to fight in any unnecessary battles. It was best if he could retain his maximum strength so that he would have a great chance of living through the next disaster that happened here, not to mention that killing this corpse devil gave him absolutely no advantages at all. After Lin Ming moved to the side, Feng Xin and the rest also understood as soon as they caught up and hurried to the side. Lin Ming may not fear this corpse devil, but they were different. In this narrow cave, if Lin Ming wasn't here, then it was possible they would become this corpse devil's supper. Seeing Lin Ming allow it an opening to leave, the corpse devil roared several more times, its rotten eyes shining as it glared at Lin Ming. It cautiously scooted towards this path, and when it felt it was safe enough, suddenly rushed across the cave. Then, as if it had disappeared in space, it simply vanished. After the corpse devil disappeared, Lin Ming asked, "Demon Shine, just what kind of place is this?" "Haha, Lin Ming. You young boy, we are rich now. I thought that these corpse devils were stronger than they should be. These corpse devils aren't those higher-level monsters that come from the depths of the eternal demon abyss. Rather, they are formed within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone after high lords or others die here, and then have their corpse possessed by evil spirits. A corpse devil could use infernal energy to temper their corpse and make it unbelievably durable, but not to this degree. Those 4 corpse devils just now should not have had a defensive power equal to a heaven-step treasure. If those things just relied on the infernal energy in the eternal demon abyss to temper themselves, they wouldn't be able to accomplish this even in 100,000 years. So, I suspect that they must have some special treasure to temper themselves through body transformation. And my guess was correct. It is all right here." Special body transformation treasures? What sort of resources would that be? Lin Ming's interest was piqued and he couldn't help but ask. As someone who was a dual body and law cultivator, he was certainly interested. Hee. Just open up those sarcophaguses and take a look inside, Demon Shine excitedly said as he licked his doggy tongue. This old dog was easily roused by things like valuable resources. There was a total of 4 sarcophaguses. These sarcophaguses seemed carved from obsidian, and there were also strange and simple patterns carved onto them. They appeared to have passed through an immeasurably long time. Lin Ming stood in front of the sarcophaguses. After not finding any array formations, he asked Demon Shine, "Is this something from tens of thousands of years ago?" "Hey, it might be more than several tens of thousands of years. These sarcophaguses should have been used to bury some important people, and this cave was most likely their grave. But it was just far too long ago, and now that so much time passed, who knows what this place was originally like." In short, this tomb was later captured by those 4 corpse devils, and these sarcophaguses also became their lair. Oh? Those 4 corpse devils weren't formed by the bodies left behind here. Ha! How is that possible? Even if it were a top-level martial artist like the Eightfall War Emperor, their corpse wouldn't last for so many tens of thousands of years. Their bones should have decayed or, most likely, condensed into demon god bones now. Perhaps the reason that those 4 corpse devils were attracted to this tomb and decided to settle here was because they were attracted by the energy of those demon god bones. Lin Ming, go and open the sarcophaguses. All right, Lin Ming agreed. He put away the purple comet spear and bent over, carefully pushing open the first sarcophagus. With a rumbling sound, an incomparably thick infernal energy spilled out from the sarcophagus. Fengshen, Duamu Kun, and Lan Xian's eyes lit up. Behind them, Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were also startled, their eyes revealing disbelief and excitement. At this time, everyone realized that this was a massive treasure trove. Everyone craned over to see that the sarcophagus was filled with fist-sized black glass balls, over 10 in total. They were all high-quality demon god bones. Demon god bones, so many. Blackstone gulped, nearly drooling as his eyes flashing with greed and desire. High Lord Cloud Demon licked his lips. It had to be known that an ordinary pigeon egg-sized demon god bone was already considered very precious. One as large as a chicken's egg was even rarer. There were very few that were as large as a fist, not to mention that looking at the quality of the energy from these demon god bones, they were likely all Earthstep demon god bones. More than 10 fist-sized Earthstep demon god bones, their value could be imagined. All of the demon god bones that High Lord Cloud Demon had ever possessed in his life, even when added together, couldn't compare to even half of a single one of these demon god bones. It was said that the eternal demon abyss was chock full of lucky chances. This was a truly well-deserved reputation. Moreover, this was within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Boy, this is a pretty good sign. Just this first sarcophagus, and there are more than 10 low-grade Earthstep demon god bones. I guess there should be around 30 genes total. But the better stuff is still awaiting us. Lin Ming nodded and continued to open the second sarcophagus. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The second sarcophagus was much heavier than the first one. After opening it, a blazing golden light flooded out, illuminating the entire stone cave. Lin Ming peered into the sarcophagus. Within it, he was surprised to find something that looked like a palm-sized golden plate. He felt that it must be the fruit of some plant. The fragrance was overwhelming. Lin Ming was stunned. This fruit contained an incomparably extraordinary energy. Just smelling the scent it emitted made him feel relaxed and breezy, as if every cell of his body was being energized. Behind Lin Ming, everyone else's eyes had gone perfectly round. Even a fool could see that this golden disc was much more precious than the previous Earthstep demon god bones. Hey! Wow! This is incredible! That's a profound gold divine fruit. It is a top-quality heavenly treasure that is useful for tempering the body. This is even this saint's first time seeing such a thing. Boy, your luck is ridiculous. This profound gold divine fruit is a very mystical type of plant. It's similar to the mushroom from the mortal world. Those mushrooms can grow on deadwood, but this profound gold divine fruit specifically grows on a demon god bone. In other words, it is the mushroom formed from a demon god bone. It needs 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to flower, and 10,000 years to produce a fruit. Once the fruit is born, all of the essence within the plant is condensed into that single fruit, becoming the profound gold divine fruit. After picking it, it won't spoil for even 10,000 years afterwards. It's a mushroom that grows from a demon god bone? Lin Ming was shocked. This world was truly vast, all sorts of strange things were possible. As it was said, dead wood could not be carved, but the essence of dead wood could be used to breed ginseng, black tiger palm mushrooms, spiritual bamboo, and all sorts of other precious materials and herbs. If there was a lucky set of coincidences, then dead wood could even breed 1,000-year-old lingji, an amazing medicinal material. Then, what if that dead wood was replaced with a demon god bone? Compared to dead wood, the essence of a demon god bone was trillions upon trillions of times superior in both quality and quantity. If this was used to breed a heavenly treasure, the value of this treasure could be imagined. Demon Shine said, "This profound gold divine fruit cannot be bred from just an ordinary demon god bone. It would require at least a high-grade earth-step demon god bone, and only with divine providence would the profound gold divine fruit tree be born. The tree would only be a foot high and would need to absorb all of the demon god bone's essence in order to germinate. Then, it would have to absorb other demon god bones as nutrition, growing for another 30,000 years before its fruit would be born. You can imagine just how difficult this is, compared to this profound gold divine fruit. Even the nirvana dragon root can't be considered much. Hearing Demon Shine give such a high evaluation, Lin Ming took a deep breath. But then he thought of something. He asked, a bit puzzled. If this profound gold divine fruit is so precious, then how come those 4 corpse devils didn't swallow it yet? They probably wish to, but as they say, extremes give birth to extremes. This profound gold divine fruit is bred within a very thick yin aura of the infernal energy and death energy here, and the demon god bone is also an extreme yin treasure. However, the profound gold divine fruit is actually an extreme yang and extreme light attributed body transformation treasure. With the cultivation of these 4 corpse devils, they would probably explode from within if they tried to eat this fruit. If they wanted to eat it, they would still need several tens of thousands of years of further cultivation before they could think of attempting it. Still, just by defending the profound gold divine fruit and absorbing the essence energy that it releases, their harvests would still be tremendous. If I'm correct, then the root of this profound gold divine fruit has already been eaten by those 4 corpse devils. Otherwise, how could they have bodies with durability comparable to a heaven-step treasure? I see. So that's how it is. Lin Ming suddenly realized. After the profound gold divine fruit was born, the energy within the roots would naturally be much weaker. If the corpse devils ate the root instead, that was still at the level where they could withstand it. What a pity! Lin Ming regretfully shook his head. For such a miraculous body transformation medicine like this, even the root was a priceless treasure. Yet, it was eaten up by those 4 corpse devils. His thoughts flashed and he asked, if I had those corpse devils' bodies, could I refine the medicine efficacy of the profound gold divine fruit's root from them? Lin Ming was only thoughtlessly asking, but Demon Shine had a scandalized expression after hearing it. Boy, you're quite the funny one. The medicinal efficacy has already fused into those corpse devils' bodies, so even if you refine them there won't be much left over. Not just that, but it would take a high-level alchemist to do so. Do you really think that all those piddling losers of the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent have the ability to do this? Lin Ming nodded, bit embarrassed. He was only casually asking anyway. If it didn't work then that was fine too. He let out a deep breath and then moved towards the 3rd sarcophagus. As the other 5 people saw this, they couldn't help but gulp. Today, all the sights they had seen were just too impactful on them. Even if it were a Holy Land descendant like Fengshen and Lan Xian, the total amount of resources they had used from birth until now only added up to a single demon god bone from the 1st sarcophagus. The 3rd sarcophagus cover rumbled opened and a thick burst of infernal energy burst out, no less than that of the 2nd sarcophagus. As for Duanmu Kun and the rest who were standing behind Lin Ming, even though they could feel this extremely potent energy, they were too numb to be fazed by any of this. Even if some monster jumped out, they still wouldn't be surprised. However, after the 3rd sarcophagus fully opened, all of their eyes still went as wide as full moons. In the massive 3rd sarcophagus, there was only a pigeon egg-sized green glass bead. Although it was small, the energy inherent within it was more than all of the demon god bones of the 1st sarcophagus added up together. At this time, Duanmu Kun and the rest, who had never seen this object before, could already deduce what it was. This was a heaven-step demon god bone. This was a legendary treasure. According to rumors, not even a generation ruler of the blood slaughter steppes had ever obtained a heaven-step demon god bone. Boy, I have to say your luck is just too good. This is a low-grade heaven-step demon god bone. Of this low-grade heaven-step demon god bone and the profound gold divine fruit, which one is more valuable? Lin Ming asked. The profound gold divine fruit. As long as you are strong enough, you will be able to find a low-grade heaven-step demon god bone here if you put in the time and effort. In fact, you can even find many of them, but as for a profound gold divine fruit, that is a treasure born from the stars aligning just right. Without a great lucky chance you would never be able to find something like this. Lin Ming nodded. Although the profound gold divine fruit was more precious, to the martial artists of the holy demon continent, they would probably value the heaven-step demon god bone more. The legends said that a heaven-step demon cloud bone was an absolute stepping stone to entering the emperor boundary, and the truth was probably not far off, especially to someone like High Lord Cloud Demon, whose future talent hovered at the precipice of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. If he could obtain a heaven-step demon god bone, the chances of him becoming an emperor-level powerhouse would rise astronomically. As Lin Ming thought this, he glanced over at High Lord Cloud Demon. And indeed, he saw naked greed and thirst clouding his eyes. With his lucky chance to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? If he missed out on this, then he would probably never become an emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming didn't bother with High Lord Cloud Demon. He continued moving onto the fourth sarcophagus. I wonder just what is in this fourth sarcophagus, Lin Ming thought out loud. Haha. Maybe there's a medium-grade heaven-step demon god bone inside. Demon Shine happily teased. He was in very high spirits right now. Although these were mostly body transformation and essence gathering system treasures that he couldn't use, it would still allow Lin Ming to increase his own strength. If Lin Ming became stronger, then his chances of helping Demon Shine restore his divine soul were that much higher. Lin Ming bent over and pushed hard against the cover of the fourth sarcophagus, opening it. With a rumbling sound, the fourth sarcophagus opened. However, as he looked inside, he was completely stunned. It wasn't just Lin Ming who was completely stunned. Even the 5 others behind him were petrified. Before this, they had seen the previous sarcophaguses that had low-grade earth-step demon god bones, a priceless treasure that was the profound gold divine fruit. And then the heaven-step demon god bone that not even the rulers of the blood slaughter steps had ever obtained. It was fair to say that no matter what was in the fourth sarcophagus, they would already be numb to it. But they absolutely never thought that it would be what it was. Lin Ming took a deep breath and completely shoved open the sarcophagus lid. Looking inside, he was left speechless for a long time. Lin Ming had imagined what could be in the fourth sarcophagus. If it were a trove of medium-grade or high-grade heaven-step demon god bones, or even if it were empty, he wouldn't be too surprised. But he never imagined that, in this fourth sarcophagus, there would actually be a woman lying down. A peerless woman. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall of night. Her crystal-clear skin seemed to be crystallized from the purest essence of the stars and moon, and her unrivaled features seemed carved from the finest jade. She didn't even seem like a woman that could be born within the world. Rather, she was like an ultimate sense of aesthetics formed from the energy of heaven and earth. The woman lay down in the sarcophagus as if she had fallen asleep. One even suspected that her long and tender eyelashes would tremble, and then she would open them, revealing brilliant eyes like liquid moonlight. Just what is this? Heavens! Could she be a young woman from tens of thousands ago? Or perhaps a supreme elder of ancient times? Lin Ming found all of this incredible. The young woman in front of him seemed to be in her 20s at the most, not much older than he was. Moreover, beside this young woman, she had also been buried with her weapon, and it was even a spear. However, this spear had broken off, and all that was left over was less than half, and even the small portion seemed immeasurably damaged. Once a treasure was damaged, it would be hard for it to resist the erosion that accompanied the passing of time. After tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, this half of a spear already appeared far too rusted. It could be imagined that she once used this spear on the great battlefield. And, after a fierce battle, her weapon was damaged and even her life slowly faded away. Turned out that she used the spear. Lin Ming found this astonishing. In his experience so far, young women tended to use weapons like soft swords. It was rare to see one using such a mighty long spear. Subconsciously, he wanted to touch that spear that had rusted to the point where it seemed as if it could break apart at any moment. But at this time, Demon Shine's frantic voice sounded out in his mind, "Don't move." Lin Ming drew back his hands like lightning, taking deep breaths. Yes, his actions just now had been crude and reckless. In this incomparably mysterious eternal demon abyss, any reckless action could invite a disaster upon everyone here. Demon Shine hesitated for a moment before saying, "This girl is clearly dead, but her body seems to be overflowing with life force. In my knowledge, this is really..." I have no idea. Demon Shine shook his head. When he followed the Demon Emperor within the realm of the gods, he could still have been considered quite a character there. But the realm of the gods was far too vast. Compared to those true hidden powerhouses within the realm of the gods, the Demon Emperor wasn't even worthy of being an ant. It had to be known that when the Demon Emperor joined the siege of the Verdant Feather Holy Land so many years ago, there had been 10,000 characters that were all at the same rank, if not higher, than the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was in no way a pinnacle existence within the realm of the gods. As his familiar, Demon Shine's knowledge was even more limited. This corpse has probably laid here for at least several tens of thousands of years. For all this time, she hasn't decayed at all. Instead, her body is full of exuberant vitality and she seems to have fallen asleep. This phenomenon has already gone beyond my scope of understanding. Demon Shine shook his head. It was very rare to see the usually boastful and proud Demon Shine sigh in such a depressed manner. Lin Ming looked at this young woman's corpse. Although he didn't know why she lay here for so many tens of thousands of years, what Lin Ming was absolutely certain of was that this woman was a terrifying character before her death. She had been at least at the same level as the saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Land, if not higher. Perhaps after one's strength reached a certain boundary, their body could still exist like an immortal idol for hundreds of thousands of years after death. Who knew? Brother Lin, just what is this? Duanmu-kun stared at the young woman in the sarcophagus. He had to admit that this woman was the most perfect being that he had ever lain his eyes on. Even knowing that she had died, her unrivaled beauty still stirred his heart. The Fae were born with a natural desire to pursue beauty and beautiful things. As Lan Xian stepped forwards, she also sighed as she saw this young woman. How could such a perfect woman die like this? I have no idea. She should have been one of the original masters of this tomb. Her corpse hasn't decayed for 100,000 years. The boundary that she has reached has surpassed any of our imaginations. Lin Ming looked deeply at the woman one last time and then decisively closed the sarcophagus. What do you plan on? Duanmu-kun said, a bit startled. Forget it. Let her rest in peace. Lin Ming shook his head. You plan on giving up this woman's corpse? Demon Shine asked, a bit surprised. Not mentioning just what use this woman's corpse would have in the future. Just any object on her body would be a colossal fortune. Yet Lin Ming hadn't even searched her, instead directly giving up on the body. This required a very strong will. The reason that Demon Shine had prevented Lin Ming from touching that broken spear was because he wanted him to study it first without rashly acting out. He hadn't intended for Lin Ming to completely abandon this sarcophagus. Lin Ming said, Since Senior died, she has soundly slept here. Opening her sarcophagus is already disturbing her peace. If I were to search her body for treasure, then that would make me no different from a grave robber desecrating the graves of the dead and blaspheming their lives. I don't want to draw the grievances and punishments of heaven upon me. Moreover, she was likely a remarkable and powerful ancient king. In her life she had limitless glory, and if in her death her grave were to be desecrated, then that would be far too sad. Also, the eternal demon abyss is an extremely strange place, and there is a powerful force here. If I do something so wicked that offends the heavens, then I might suffer the curse. Those 4 corpse devils stayed in this ancient tomb for so long, at least thousands of years, and yet none of them dared to even touch this sarcophagus. There must be something that made them fear this grave and stop, allowing her to sleep peacefully here. As Lin Ming spoke, he arranged several array symbols around the sarcophagus and sealed it away. Demon Shine nodded. Indeed, those corpse devils loved to eat things that were full of life force. Yet that young woman in the sarcophagus and had lain there, her clothes neatly ordered and her hair smooth and undisturbed. Obviously, after she was buried, there had never been anyone or anything that had dared to move her. There must be many reasons for this. Or perhaps, those corpse devils were scared by the aura of someone that had once been a peerless powerhouse. When the array symbols fell onto the sarcophagus, they completely sealed it away. As Blackstone saw this, he opened his mouth but ended up not saying anything. He was reluctant to give up on whatever treasures might be in that coffin, but he didn't have the qualifications right now to openly refute Lin Ming's decisions. All right, After Lin Ming completely sealed the sarcophagus, he turned towards the other martial artists and casually said, "So about the distribution of treasure." As these words were spoken, Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon's hearts rose into their throats. The distribution of this lucky chance, that was the most important matter. Of these three sarcophagus, casually taking out something from any of them would be a priceless treasure. Especially that golden disc-shaped fruit and that heaven-step demon godbone. Those were treasures that even the ruler of the blood slaughter steps would go crazy over. In total, there is 1 heaven-step demon godbone, a golden fruit, and 16 low-grade earth-step demon godbones. I want the heaven-step demon godbone, the golden fruit, and half of the low-grade earth-step demon godbones. You may divide the rest amongst yourselves. Lin Ming's casual words seemed to rip Blackstone's heart out. Fuck. This fellow was far too sadistic. In other words, that meant there were only 8 low-grade earth-step demon godbones to divide among 5 of them. As for him, he was the weakest of the group. It would already be excellent if he could be apportioned even 1. Entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, experienced countless life or death dangers, and yet all he got for this was just a single earth-step demon godbone. Blackstone couldn't accept this. High Lord Cloud Demon also grimaced. With his strength, he could be given 2 earth-step demon godbones. But a low-grade earth-step demon godbone was mainly used for 4-star demon kings to break into the quasi-emperor realm. If he truly wished to break through that emperor-level bottleneck, then the use of a low-grade earth-step demon godbone was limited. Even 1 or 2 low-grade earth-step demon godbones wouldn't guarantee that he could break through to the emperor realm. High Lord Cloud Demon grit his teeth. He stared at the heaven-step demon godbone in the 3rd sarcophagus, his eyes flashing with pure avarice and unwillingness. This demon godbone was just too important to him. With this lucky chance in front of him, if he missed out on it, then he would never have any hope for his future. Lin Ming, your portion is a bit too much. High Lord Cloud Demon was dissatisfied, but he tried to ease his tone down as respectfully as he could. At this time, he didn't dare to cause trouble with Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming had suggested this distribution because he was willing to bargain a little. If High Lord Cloud Demon didn't fight for it, then it would settle like this. But if he did try to struggle a bit, then there might be some hope for him. This heaven-step demon godbone could only be found through serendipity. At this time, now that he saw one, how could he give up so easily? Yes, ahem, Lin Ming, you are just too callous right now. You can eat the meat, but you should at least leave the soup for us. I'm not suggesting that the 6 of us equally divide the treasure. As long as I can have 10% of the treasure, then I will be content. I entered into this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, risked my life, lost my arm, paid such a great price. I should at least have a little bit of harvest. Blackstone echoed. Him mentioning 10% was only a high point he set so he could bargain with it. In truth, he only expected around 5% of the treasure. Now that he had lost an arm, he would no longer enjoy the status and treatment that he previously received in his holy land. In addition to his strength sharply dropping, his chances of breaking through to the emperor level became even more dubious. If he could grasp this lucky chance in front of him, then his chances of breaking through to the emperor level in the future would be much higher. Fengshen, Duanmukun, and Lan Xian didn't have much of an expression. Although it was true that they too desired the heaven-step demon godbone and that golden fruit, they were well aware that without Lin Ming, they wouldn't even have their lives, much less treasure to divide. In truth, if Lin Ming wanted to take the entirety of the treasure for himself, there wasn't any way they could object to that either. Moreover, for them, if there weren't any surprises, they would be able to fully step foot into the emperor level in the future. Because of this, their desire for the heaven-step demon godbone was not as intense as Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon's. After listening to Blackstone's words, Lin Ming's lips curved in a caustic smile. Towards this sort of greedy clown, he simply didn't want to bother with him. If Blackstone had quietly accepted matters as they were, then Lin Ming wouldn't mind bequeathing something onto him. But now that he had to chirp up with his stupid suggestions, Lin Ming directly changed his mind. Lin Ming coldly said, Blackstone, I seem to remember that you once said that if I could take you out of here safely, you would give me everything within your spatial ring and you wouldn't keep anything at all. I think I remembered that correctly, right? With this light rebuttal, Blackstone was left speechless. When Blackstone had been wallowing in despair, He had indeed said that if he could make it out of this land alive, he would give all of his wealth to Lin Ming. But at that time, Blackstone had been desperate to survive, so it wasn't strange that he would make such a promise in that situation. Now he saw just how powerful Lin Ming really was. Not only had Lin Ming managed to find the method to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, but his strength was indomitable. By himself, he had defeated the 4 corpse devils, making it seem that their chances of leaving here were much higher. Under the constantly hanging threat of death, when a person was doing everything they could to survive, as long as they were tossed a rope, they would be willing to give up all their wealth. But when that threat was gone, their heart would change and their greed would return. This was the debased nature of man. Moreover, with such a lucky chance in front of him, something so precious that could only be found through a stroke of fate, how could Blackstone not be moved? After being rebutted by Lin Ming's words, Blackstone's bleak expression became even uglier. Lin Ming, it's true that I said those words, it's just that we entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone together and I risked my life this entire time. Although I wasn't the one to kill the enemies, I still managed to serve as a shield for you. At least, consider that I lost my arm. Blackstone hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lin Ming. You risked your life for me? Was I the one that pushed you into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Was I the one who forced you to bring up the rear and have your arm cut off? This series of rhetorical questions left Blackstone dumbfounded. Initially, the reason he had lost an arm was because he was too scared to rush towards the corpse devil. At this time, High Lord Cloud Demon butted in. Young hero Lin, I know that without you, none of us would be alive right now, let alone have a chance to obtain resources. It's just that someone as majestic as you will inevitably become a peerless emperor in the future and have countless more resources. In fact, aren't all these resources not too effective for you? I don't think you'd be able to use everything. If this fist-sized Earth-Step Demon God Bone would have a base value of 1, then that Heaven-Step Demon God Bone would probably have a value of 40 to 50. I don't know what the golden fruit is, but it shouldn't be any worse than the Heaven-Step Demon God Bone, making it also worth 40 to 50. In addition, with the 16 Earth-Step Demon God Bones, that is around a total of 100. You only gave the 5 of us 8 Earth-Step Demon God Bones, so that is only 8% divided amongst the rest of us. The truth is that I don't need that much. As long as I can have 1/3, no, 1/4 of the Heaven-Step Demon God Bone, then that will be enough for me to break through the Emperor-level bottleneck. I can make an oath right here that as long as I become an Emperor-level powerhouse, I will remember this kindness for my entire life. When that time comes, if young hero Lin has any needs, I will work like a horse for you. High Lord Cloud Demon solemnly vowed, making swearing gestures with his hands. Lin Ming was simply unmoved by this nonsense. His face was expressionless as he said, It's true that I have a great number of lucky chances, and I could even say that this Heaven-Step Demon God Bone isn't too tempting to me. But I have friends and family who also need to use them. The decisions I make I will not change. Me willing to save you isn't because you are special or anything. Me leading you to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone is already me being benevolent to you. As for lucky chances, why should I divide any of them with you? The reason that he helped rescue everyone was mainly because of Fengshen and partly because of Lan Xian. Lin Ming regarded Fengshen as a friend, and Lan Xian had also been a teammate of his, both of them having risked their lives in a squad. When Lin Ming had gone back to capture the demon bone, Lan Xian had sincerely advised him not to go for his own safety, showing true consideration for Lin Ming's welfare. Although this was only a very light and simple friendship, Lin Ming placed a great deal of importance and emphasis in these relationships he had, no matter how faint they were. Before, the reason he had been willing to stop and wait for these people and even dividing them less than 10% of these resources was all because he appreciated Fengshen and Lan Xian and was willing to give them some face. As for Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon, he was already being merciful by not instantly killing them. And they still wanted to take part of his lucky chance? Dream on. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ming was planning on returning to the South Horizon region right after this tour of the Eternal Demon Abyss, he would have already killed Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon right here and right now. Whether it was the profound gold divine fruit or the Heaven-Step Demon God Bone, both of these treasures were enough to make him a target of powerful forces once the news spread out. Young hero Lin, High Lord Cloud Demon wanted to say something, but as he saw Lin Ming's icy cold eyes glaring at him, he could only shut up and remain silent. He felt that once Lin Ming made a decision, he would not easily change it. He simply didn't have the power to bargain at all. He could only choose to accept this or have nothing at all. As the weaker man, there was nothing he could do. He didn't doubt that if Lin Ming wanted to, he could kill all 5 of them. High Lord Cloud Demon finally relinquished his desire towards the Heaven Step Demon God Bone and was planning on getting 2 Earth Step Demon God Bones for himself before going back. At least something was better than nothing. But, at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Don't you want to obtain a Heaven Step Demon God Bone? Don't you want to break through the Emperor-level bottleneck? Who? The sudden voice startled High Lord Cloud Demon. This voice appeared in his mind, and after hearing it, it didn't sound like it came from any of the other 5 people here. Could this be? High Lord Cloud Demon's eyes turned over to the 4th sarcophagus, his face paling. It couldn't be her. As this idea grew in his heart, a chill rose from the soles of his feet and traveled up his spine, shooting straight into the skies. He did want a Heaven Step Demon God Bone, but he absolutely didn't want to come into contact with this kind of ghostly being. At this time, High Lord Cloud Demon also noticed Blackstone's situation. Before, Blackstone had a very ugly complexion, but now he looked confused, his pupils losing focus as if he were in a trance. He also heard the voice? High Lord Cloud Demon was shocked. Also, it appeared that Blackstone had already fallen into this trap. At this moment, High Lord Cloud Demon suddenly discovered that it wasn't just Blackstone that heard this voice, but also Feng Shun, Lan Xian, and Duanmu Kun. All of their complexions had changed. Among them, Duanmu Kun and Feng Shun still appeared lucid, but a trace of turmoil had appeared in Lan Xian's eyes. This is bad. High Lord Cloud Demon's heart surged with a strong sense of unease. At this time, he remembered Lin Ming and quickly turned to look at him, but then his field of vision suddenly turned into an endless white field. In the dim light, he could see a peerless powerhouse wearing armor, holding a divine weapon as he looked upon the world with contempt. And this powerhouse's appearance was exactly the same as High Lord Cloud Demon's. This was his appearance several hundred years from now after he became a peerless emperor. Peerless emperor? My peerless emperor? This thought reverberated in High Lord Cloud Demon's mind. Then he lost himself in illusion, forgetting what was happening now. Many martial artists had a mental weakness. Once they suffered a soul attack or tried to make a breakthrough, this weakness would become their heart demon, struggling to swallow their spiritual sea. High Lord Cloud Demon's heart demon was his obsessive desire to become an emperor-level powerhouse. At this time, besides Lin Ming, the only one able to maintain their sanity was Duanmu Kun. But his forehead was seeping with sweat and he had an extremely grim expression. Feng Shun was second to Duanmu Kun. Although his strength was weaker, his heart was firm and he was able to maintain his consciousness. As for Lan Xian, High Lord Cloud Demon, and Blackstone, all 3 of them were completely entranced. Who is this? Lin Ming's mind went cold. He grasped the purple comet spear and maintained full alert. His own will was as firm as iron, and he also had the battle spirit and samsara martial intent. He was able to completely ignore this sort of soul attack. He didn't even blink to destroy that illusion in his soul. There weren't any signs of evil spirits around, could it be? Lin Ming suddenly turned to look at the 4th sarcophagus. Was it her? If it truly was her, then the consequences would be calamitous. She had been an unbelievable existence. Even if she had died 100,000 years ago, her residual will was not something that Lin Ming could contend with. But at this moment, Demon Shine's voice sounded in his mind. Lin Ming, do not panic. It is not that woman, no, it is the Heaven Step Demon God Bone. I was negligent. A Heaven Step Demon God Bone must have a mind of its own. How could it willingly be caught and eaten up by others? Demon Shine's voice suddenly woke up Lin Ming. Demon Shine had once said that a Heaven Step Demon God Bone must have a consciousness and would be much more difficult to capture. In fact, even a top Earth Step Demon God Bone would be intelligent. For instance, when Lin Ming had caught the Blood Demon Bone from before, that demon bone was intelligent, and could tempt martial artists close to absorb their blood vitality. So this was it. Lin Ming let out a deep breath. If it was just the Heaven Step Demon God Bone, then there wasn't a reason to dread it at all. He took a step forwards, wanting to seal up the heaven-step demon god bone that was causing all this trouble. But at this moment, Blackstone let out a bellowing roar as he rushed towards Lin Ming. The heavy sword in his hand swept out straight towards Lin Ming's neck. Blackstone had been thoroughly controlled. It was apparent that the heaven-step demon god bone feared Lin Ming, so it had controlled Blackstone and made him attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming coldly snorted, "Since it's like this, don't blame me." Towards someone like Blackstone, Lin Ming wouldn't stay his hand for fear of harming him or do something so stupid as withstanding Blackstone's attacks while trying to suppress the heaven-step demon god bone. If he was controlled because his mind was weak, who was to blame? Grasping the purple comet spear, the heretical god force opened. Lin Ming's spear swept out. Bang! The heavy sword was struck away. Blackstone's arm shook and his palm ruptured. In terms of striking power, he was no different from a baby in front of Lin Ming. However, after the heavy sword was sent flying away, Blackstone still rushed towards Lin Ming, wanting to strangle him. His eyes were already a deep blood red. Seeing this, Lin Ming sneered. His attack just now had contained his battle spirit. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible. It could crush all, including the divine soul, negative emotions, life force, heart demons, and everything else that was insubstantial. Lin Ming had wanted to help Blackstone by destroying the heart demon that had invaded his spiritual sea. But his spear strike simply had no effect. Blackstone was still desperately trying to kill him at all cost. So, it seemed Blackstone really did hate him from the depths of his soul. This heart demon had galvanized the hatred in his heart and made him desperate to kill Lin Ming. "You are hopeless." Lin Ming was expressionless as he thrust out the purple comet spear. The spear strike was infused with his battle spirit as well as the full power of the heretical god force. Puff! With the added sharpness from the battle spirit, Blackstone's protective demon essence and neck were both torn apart by Lin Ming's spear like paper, blood shooting out. After Lin Ming killed Blackstone with a spear, Duanmu Kun's complexion changed. Out of everyone here besides Lin Ming, he was the most clear-minded. Even though Blackstone was a Holy Land descendant, Lin Ming had killed him with absolutely no qualms. His actions were ruthless and decisive. Seeing that Lan Xian was also controlled, Duanmu Kun fell into a panic. What should he do? She might also be killed by Lin Ming. Taking back the long spear, a stream of blood shot out and Blackstone's body shook and he took several steps back. His eyes were still blood-red, his hands covering his neck as he stared at Lin Ming with utter hatred burning in his gaze. What a mess! Lin Ming coldly looked at Blackstone. This type of person was nothing but a vicious black-hearted wolf. He had been showing kindness and good intentions in saving him from this hellhole, and not only was he not grateful but he actually held a grudge because he wasn't given more resources, wanting to kill Lin Ming in the future just for this. This type of person, even if he hadn't been controlled, Lin Ming would still have killed him. He didn't want to waste any effort in saving a potential enemy. This was the profound lesson that Ouyang Boyan had taught him. Even if he didn't have any family or friends or anyone else in the holy demon continent, he still wouldn't let such a snake lay hidden here. Die! Kacha! Lin Ming's palm cut across Blackstone's neck, directly severing his throat. Blackstone was like mud as he softly slumped to the floor. Like this, a great Holy Land descendant had died here drowning in his hatred. Next is... Lin Ming turned to the heaven-step demon god bone. As he withstood its will attack, he stepped closer and closer to the demon god bone. The demon god bone trembled, panicked, and began to tremble, issuing out whining, howling sounds. It started to desperately activate its inherent emperor will to attack Lin Ming, but there simply wasn't any effect at all. Like this, it had no choice but to give up, using its will attacks on the others present. As a result, Lan Xian and High Lord Cloud Demon lost the last sliver of sanity in their eyes. They rushed towards Lin Ming, coming in from both sides. Tisk! Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. Brother Lin, please show mercy. As Duanmu Kun saw this, he was dismayed. But because of the will attack from the heaven-step demon god bone, he was rooted in place. Even just this shout almost caused him to lose his mind because he had diverted a bit of his attention. Towards Duanmu Kun's pleas, Lin Ming simply turned a deaf ear. He flicked the purple comet spear in his hand, and in the next moment, a brilliant spear light shot through the sky. Around Lin Ming, the flow of time seemed to instantly slow down. As Lan Xian and High Lord Cloud Demon rushed towards Lin Ming, he immediately thrust out twice. One spear towards High Lord Cloud Demon's heart, and the other between Lan Xian's eyes. Seeing this, Duanmu Kun's pupils contracted, overcome with a hysterical horror. No! Puff! A bloody light shot out. For those controlled by the heaven-step demon god Bone, although the energy within their body would momentarily increase, because they lost their rationality and thinking, they were completely unable to break through Lin Ming's strange concept of space and time attack. Lin Ming's attack could penetrate the most durable of defenses. How could High Lord Cloud Demon defend against it? A spear easily thrust through High Lord Cloud Demon's heart. With a twist, a tyrannical true essence erupted, directly crushing High Lord Cloud Demon's heart. At the same time, another spear light flashed, piercing between Lan Xian's eyes. Seeing that cold spear point and the keen energy it released, Duanmu Kun felt his heart sinking into despair. As for Lan Xian, her expression was still vacant even as she kept stumbling towards this attack. The purple comet spear was like a bolt of lightning as it thrust between Lan Xian's eyebrows before quickly returning, blood blooming. Lan Xian's body stiffened. She immediately slumped to the floor as if she had lost every bone in her body. Lan Xian. Duanmu Kun's heart stopped beating for a second as his world fell apart around him. Because of the interests and entanglement of their sex, him and Lan Xian couldn't develop a budding relationship as a man and a woman. But, after knowing each other for so many years, their friendship was still very deep. She's fine, Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at Lan Xian. I've cut away her heart demon. The wound between her eyebrows isn't even a quarter of an inch deep. She'll be fine. In that attack just now, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to invade Lan Xian's spiritual sea and destroy the heart demon residing there. Although a battle spirit was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. If Lan Xian really did hold hatred for Lin Ming in her heart, then that heart demon within her would have been strong. She would have been just like Blackstone, rushing to kill Lin Ming even if she was wounded. If that had happened, then Lin Ming wouldn't have been soft-hearted. No matter how beautiful Lan Xian was, he would have used a heavy hand to destroy the flower. Cut apart her heart demon? Could Lin Ming have? Duanmu Kun paused. As someone who came from a super holy land that neared a 6th grade sect, his experiences and knowledge far surpassed the ordinary man's. Towards the understanding of battle spirits and will, his knowledge wasn't much worse than Lin Ming's. Only the battle spirit, known as that power that could cut through all, could enter into a martial artist's spiritual sea and cut apart their heart demon. Lin Ming, he comprehended his own battle spirit? How is this possible? Duanmu Kun was simply unable to believe this. Initially, when he stepped into the road of Emperor, he also had the intention of tempering his will and forming his own battle spirit. Finally, he tarried at Road of Will Lights for over 10 days before he spent a great deal of effort and energy and finally passed the first Quasi-Emperor Will Light. When he reached the second Quasi-Emperor Will Light, he wasn't able to bear it anymore. If he was having so much trouble with a Quasi-Emperor Will Light, there was no need to mention what a true Emperor-level Will Light would do to him. Within his generation, Duanmu Kun had an extraordinary will. In addition to his terrifying background, his amazing talent, his uncanny perception, and his top cultivation method, he could be called a favored son of the heavens. He had also felt that he towered above others. But, when he tried to condense his own battle spirit, he suffered a brutal blow. The disparity was just too great. When he entered the Road of Emperor, he had been a 1-star demon king, equal to a human middle to late revolving master. Even so, he had still failed. As a last resort, Duanmu Kun had chosen the Road of Stone Tablets. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation at that time had been an entire realm lower. He was only at the extreme Xiantian realm. With just his extreme Xiantian cultivation, he had been able to form his own battle spirit. Unprecedented since ancient times was putting it lightly. Thinking about it, when Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he had stayed within for over half a year. After coming out, his cultivation had only increased by half a small boundary. This was truly incomprehensible. At the time, Duanmu-kun had also felt that something was wrong. Knowing what he knew now, Lin Ming had most likely chosen to stay on the road of will lights and had gone as far as being able to form his own battle spirit. The road of will lights was only useful in tempering the will. It was extremely limited in raising one's cultivation. This would explain why Lin Ming's cultivation had only increased by such a small amount. Heavens! What kind of talent was this? Compared to this, something like some silly title de jure was just garbage. For the first time, Duanmu-kun felt fear and awe towards Lin Ming. He no longer took Lin Ming as a rival, but rather as a future earth-shaking and heaven-conquering legend. Perhaps, even being the #1 master of the Holy Demon Continent wouldn't be enough to satisfy Lin Ming. In the future, it was very likely that he would break through the martial void and step into the realm of the gods, even becoming an overlord of a territory there. As Duanmu-kun's thoughts were racing, Feng Xin began to lose himself. Before Feng Xin completely lose his self-control, Lin Ming took a step forwards and raised his spear, stabbing it between Feng Xin's eyes. "Ca!" Feng Xin trembled and a bit of blood splashed out from between his eyes. He didn't slump down to the floor like Lan Xian did, but instead directly woke up. "What happened to me? I'll tell you later." Lin Ming turned to Duanmu-kun. Duanmu-kun was suddenly frightened. His will was being invaded, and he had no strength to resist Lin Ming at the moment. He saw that Lin Ming's attacks were able to cut apart heart demons, but High Lord Cloud Demon had not received this treatment. Lin Ming's spear had directly pierced through his heart. This was a simple and pure killing move. Lin Ming had intended to kill High Lord Cloud Demon from the very start. Perhaps it was because Lin Ming saw the hatred hiding within High Lord Cloud Demon, or perhaps it was because he was disgusted by High Lord Cloud Demon's greedy character. But, in short, he had decisively killed High Lord Cloud Demon without an ounce of mercy. Realizing this, Duanmu-kun gulped. With some difficulty, he said, I'm all right." "Okay." Lin Ming nodded and then turned around towards the demon godbone. Duanmu-kun was still sweating from a cold fear because, just now, he had discovered something else. After Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were killed by Lin Ming, the infernal energy had left their bodies, and half of it surged towards Lin Ming before being swallowed up by his heavenly demon tattoo. At this time, Duanmu-kun had seen that the 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm had actually reached the peak of the late 10-wing stage. High Lord Cloud Demon had come from the strongest sky-split tower within the Blood Slaughter Steps, Heavenly Cloud Tower. Even there, he had been one of the top-ranked High Lords. The infernal energy within him was much richer, and after this energy was absorbed by Lin Ming, he immediately broke through the late 10-wing stage bottleneck and entered into the early peak of 10 wings. He was just a single step away from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo is actually at the peak of 10 wings? After Duanmu-kun realized this, his heart chilled. If this continued, then it was possible Lin Ming could become a 12-winged heavenly demon. He wanted to become a 12-winged heavenly demon? As a Holy Land descendant, Duanmu-kun was well aware of what a 12-winged heavenly demon was to the Blood Slaughter Steps. It was a completely taboo existence. Even the son of the Blood Slaughter Steps ruler was not allowed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon without permission. Moreover, in order to become a 12-winged heavenly demon, one had to find and kill a massive amount of powerful High Lords. Even if one was allowed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could ever accomplish. Lin Ming had unexpectedly and silently become a peak 10-winged heavenly demon. Along the way, how many High Lords had he killed? That ridiculous Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon had thought something so dumb as trying to discuss dividing lucky chances with Lin Ming. They probably thought that Lin Ming was just a little amateur boy, but he was actually a tiger wearing a sheep's skin. They had both brought about their own deaths. In any case, no matter what, he could not be enemies with Lin Ming. This was the only thought in Duanmu-kun's mind at the time. He didn't know how old Lin Ming was, but at most he was 22 or 23. To be so young and have such a cultivation, strength, and to even form his own battle spirit in the Xiantian realm, with his firm and decisive character, his ruthless actions, Lin Ming nearly had no weaknesses. Once offended, such a person would return hundreds or even 1,000 years later. At that time, even destroying a super holy land might be as simple as turning a hand. It was exactly because he had all these thoughts at once that Duanmu Kun's back was cold with sweat. As he was lost in his thoughts, Lin Ming had already arrived in front of the heaven-step demon Godbone. This was another demon Godbone that held the residual emperor will of an ancient powerhouse. The sort of will attack that this god-demon bone was capable of was exactly what Lin Ming was least afraid of. Its attack towards him who had fully formed his bronze battle spirit and had also broken through to revolving core, could at most scratch his boot. As the demon god bone saw Lin Ming closing in, it began to issue out ear-piercing cries as if it were an actual living creature. Lin Ming simply didn't care. He thrust out one hand. Seal. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the bronze battle spirit that lived there howled. With the array symbols that he formed infused with his battle spirit, they immediately enveloped the demon god bone. A battle spirit could be attached to any attack or weapon. Of course, this included even the energy of an array symbol. After fusing with a wisp of battle spirit, the golden array symbols became much sharper. Seeing this rain of golden light fall over it, the demon god bone screamed in horror. This sharp sound really made one's scalp tingle with dread. The demon god bone used every last bit of its strength to launch a will attack against Lin Ming, but all of its actions were useless. Not too far away, Duanmu Kun was alarmed. Among everyone present, besides Lin Ming, he understood the most about will and battle spirits. He was also clear as to what attack method this demon god bone used. Ever since Lin Ming began sealing away the demon god bone, all of the pressure on Duanmu Kun's body suddenly vanished. The demon god bone had given up its attacks on everyone else and was using its complete strength to resist Lin Ming. Even so, Lin Ming didn't even blink. It was like he didn't even notice it. Was his willpower that strong? After an incense stick of time, the screeching howls of the heaven-step demon god bone began to weaken before completely vanishing. Duanmu Kun took several steps forwards and found that the heaven-step demon god bone within the sarcophagus was already wrapped up in a thick cocoon. The cocoon was formed by layers upon layers of array symbols as well as a purple power of thunder. The power of thunder had an absolute advantage against evil ghosts and spirits. Using it to suppress this demon god bone was undoubtedly the best method. Alright, we're finished here. Lin Ming placed the heaven-step demon god bone in his spatial ring as well as the profound gold divine fruit and half of the earth-step demon god bones. As for the remaining 8 earth-step demon god bones, those were naturally left over for Duanmu Kun and the rest. We actually don't need to be given any of the treasure. During this adventure into the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, everything has been thanks to Brother Lin. Making it out of here alive is the only lucky chance that we'll need. Duanmu Kun ruefully smiled as he looked at the 8 demon god bones left over in the sarcophagus. In truth, even if it were just the most ordinary, Longan-sized, low-grade human-step demon god bone, it still wouldn't be some cabbage if placed in a holy land. From the time he was born until now, the total amount of resources that Duanmu Kun had used up couldn't amount to a single one of these fist-sized earth-step demon god bones. It was impossible to say that Duanmu Kun wasn't interested in these earth-step demon god bones, but because of the fear he felt from Lin Ming's ruthless and decisive character, he decided that these demon god bones simply weren't worth it. On the contrary, if he could form good relations with Lin Ming, then the advantages he could obtain in the future might be worth even more. Lin Ming said, 8 earth-step demon god bones are enough for me. The rest is for you, Fengshen and Lan Xian. This is fair. At the very start, when he was dividing up the resources, he had already calculated what he needed. Him, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan would each take 2 earth-step demon god bones for a total of 6. And, if Lin Ming's little sister Lin Xiaoga also had the aptitude to practice martial arts, then that would be another 2 for a grand total of 8. Or how about this? The 3 of us will take 1 each and Brother Lin can take the other 5. A single earth-step demon godbone is already plenty for us. Duanmu Kun refused once more as he glanced over at Fengshen. Fengshen didn't have any expression at all. Apparently he agreed with this decision. Lin Ming didn't decline. He immediately took 5 more of the demon god bones. In truth, thinking about it more, besides Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and his little sister, there was also Mu Bingyun, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian. He needed to give them appropriate consideration too. Because of the kindness they had once shown him in the past, he should give them 1 or 2 each. With that, another 3 to 5 was just right. As Duanmu-kun saw Lin Ming take 5 of the remaining demon god bones, he relaxed. This could be described as a great result for everyone here.
Brother Lin, shall we go now?
No need to hurry. Lin Ming thought about the time and shook his head. The Eternal Demon Abyss would be open for half a year. It had only been around 2 months since they had entered. In these 2 months, Lin Ming had made repeated breakthroughs in his strength and also fought in a great number of battles. Although the energy within him was potent, it was restless and unsteady. This was the result of accumulating so much strength in such a short period of time. Lin Ming expected that they would inevitably encounter some new danger in the next several months. A dull knife wouldn't be able to cut wood. It was best to take advantage of their current situation and use this safe zone to stabilize his strength. Let's recover here for a month and return to our peak condition before leaving again.
Lin Ming's words were no different from a command. No one dared to question him. Duanmu-kun immediately nodded and said, "That's also good."
The truth was that in these past days, Duanmu-kun had been in a constant state of high stress and tension. He really did need to rest and recuperate. Him, Fengshen, and the just awoken and still groggy Lan Xian went to a corner of the tomb and sat down, beginning to meditate there. As for Lin Ming, he went to another corner. Lin Ming took out a few top-grade blood demon crystals and quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state.
With demon shine guarding him, Lin Ming didn't worry that there was anything that would sneak up on him. After breaking through to the revolving core realm, his ethereal martial intent state was much more smooth. With just a reminder from demon shine, he would be able to immediately wake up.
Like this, time passed slowly. Lin Ming's cultivation didn't increase, but his foundation slowly stabilized. Lin Ming hadn't used an Earthstep demon god bone. This sort of heavenly treasure was equivalent to a tyrannical and oppressive medicine. Currently, the energy within his body was already restless and disorderly. If he swallowed an Earthstep demon god bone like this, then it would only make his foundation unstable, affecting his future cultivation growth. Consolidating one's foundation was an extremely laborious and burdensome process. Currently, within Lin Ming's Dantian, besides the spinning crystal core there was also a great number of scattered true essence crystals floating about.
They slowly revolved in the gaseous energy around the crystal core.
All of these were signs of disordered energy. What Lin Ming had to do was completely absorb these crystalline true essence shards into the surface of his revolving core. This was the so-called process of consolidating his foundation. This was a very long and time-consuming process. Moreover, it didn't even increase the total amount of true essence there was. Other martial artists would also try to solidify their foundation like this. They would often go into closed-door seclusion for a year or longer to accomplish this. However, no matter how much time they spent, they would reach a point where their foundation could no longer be consolidated. This was their limit. When those scattered true essence crystals gathered onto the revolving core, they would also break off some of the other true essence crystals on the revolving core surface because of the agitation of energy. Because of this energy would return to the Dantian where it would become new crystallized shards of true essence. When these two reached a balance, that was when a martial artist reached the limit of their consolidation. No matter how much longer they spent, it wouldn't be useful. So, a normal revolving core martial artist would spend a year or so on the wearisome work of consolidating their foundation. Afterwards, once they reached their limit and established a balance in their revolving core, they would no longer be diligent in steadying their foundation. This balance could be reached at any time. It all depended on how solid the martial artist's foundation was before they entered revolving core.
For example, take Lin Ming. Before he broke through to revolving core, his foundation was solid to the extreme. From the very start, the revolving core he formed had been several times larger than an ordinary martial artist's. Afterwards, his revolving core had collapsed and became the same size as an ordinary martial artist's revolving core, except that its color was darker and it spun several times faster, meaning that the energy within it was several times greater than usual. Such a revolving core already had a much greater attractive force, so it would absorb true essence crystals much more easily. Because of this, Lin Ming's process of consolidating his foundation was much easier than an ordinary martial artist's. With just a thought, the true essence crystals freely floating in his dantian fell onto his revolving core like a gently drizzling rain. With just a few days of work, half of the true essence crystals had been sucked up into his revolving core. However, following that, the speed was much slower. There were less free-floating true essence crystals, so consolidating his foundation was that much harder. Lin Ming, when your revolving core foundation reaches the extreme, that is when every true essence crystal and all the remaining energies have concentrated into your revolving core without a single bit escaping, forming the perfect crystal core orb. Such a revolving core is extremely rare. In the realm of the gods, they call this a black hole revolving core, because at that time your revolving core is similar to a black hole. The true essence crystals can only enter and the attractive force is that much greater. This is your goal. Reach black hole revolving core before breaking through to the middle revolving core realm, because if your foundation ever becomes unstable, you will have to pay several times the effort in the future and you still might not be able to recover from it. I understand. Lin Ming nodded and continued consolidating his foundation. Lin Ming had already made up his mind. Black hole revolving core was the realm he needed to reach. Until the day he reached this realm, he would not make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Time passed unknowingly. 1 month later, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open from his meditation. In that instant, it was like 2 bright arcs of lightning lit up the room. An invisible aura was sent out, making Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun, and Fengshen feel like something cold crawled up their backs. In that moment, they could feel the true essence within their bodies restlessly moving, spontaneously resisting this pressure. As Lan Xian looked at Lin Ming, she was a bit shocked. Lin Ming, you. Ho! The aura suddenly vanished and the bright electric light in Lin Ming's eyes also disappeared, as if everything just now was an illusion. Lin Ming stood up. Compared to a month ago, the energy around him was calmer and his aura was more collected, without a trace leaking out. The total amount of true essence in his body hadn't increased, but his strength had actually risen once again. Originally he had just entered the revolving core realm, but now he could be considered as having stably entered early revolving core. Duanmu Kun looked over to Lin Ming. He felt as if an azure dragon was hidden within Lin Ming's being. Once his energy erupted, the clouds and seas would tremble, shaking the heavens and earth. Such a Lin Ming was awe-inspiring. Thinking of this, Duanmu Kun's eyes subconsciously fell onto the heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm. A peak 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo was just a step shy from achieving 12 wings. Duanmu Kun didn't believe that Lin Ming would give up on reaching this goal. If this were true, then Lin Ming would inevitably become the enemy of the entire blood slaughter steps. From the peak of 10 wings to 12 wings, he would have to kill at least 3 or 4 high-ranking High Lords like High Lord Cloud Demon. Just who would he kill? Thinking of this, Duanmu Kun's eyebrows shot up. Although Lin Ming appeared to be a pleasant and polite youth, the truth was that when it came to killing, there was nearly no one as decisive as he was. Let's leave the forbidden zone, Lin Ming said. In his current state, it wouldn't take long to make it out of this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Within the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had come to understand some things. This was that it was time to return to the South Horizon region. From the time he left the demon god Imperial Palace in just a flash, it had already been 2.5 years since he stepped foot within the South Horizon region. For this entire time, the worry within Lin Ming's mind had increased with every passing day. Lin Ming led Duanmu Kun and the others to leave the tomb, arriving back at the pitch-black space where they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. There were very minor distortions in the power of space here. If it wasn't for Lin Ming leading the way, it would have been very difficult for Duanmu Kun and the others to leave. As Lin Ming was about to step out of the mountain, he suddenly felt his body shake. In that moment, he seemed to hear an incomparably beautiful woman's voice, like the sounds of heaven, elusive and filled with a weeping grief. The voice seemed to form some strange ancient syllables. Even Lin Ming, who was familiar with the language from the realm of the gods as well as the ancient giant demons, still couldn't completely understand the meaning behind it. He slowed his steps and glanced over at Duanmu Kun and the others. He wanted to see whether or not they heard this voice, but their expressions were calm. Obviously, they hadn't heard anything at all. Is something wrong, Brother Lin? Duanmu Kun asked, not sure why Lin Ming stopped. No, Lin Ming shook his head.
Since no one heard this voice, then it was useless if he mentioned it. It would be better if he didn't speak about it at all. Oh! Duanmu-kun saw that Lin Ming didn't want to speak further and intelligently didn't press the issue. Lin Ming slowed his pace, listening to the woman's voice as he walked. If he was correct, then this voice was left behind by that goddess within the sarcophagus. Lin Ming had investigated her body but hadn't found any signs of life. Obviously, she had been dead for a very, very long time. Then, these sounds must have either come from an array formation that she had left behind, or perhaps it was from the battle spirit of her remaining will. Her strength was likely to have been no less than that of the verdant feather Holy Land Saintess, a top character even within the realm of the gods. It wouldn't be strange if she could leave behind a battle spirit that still existed after tens of thousands of years. As Lin Ming walked, he listened to this voice this entire time. Although he wasn't able to completely understand it, he still carefully memorized these words in his heart. The more he listened, the more unnerved he became. He, Duanmu-kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian had all entered the tomb together, but he was the only one able to hear this voice. Just what was this voice trying to tell him? Let's go back, Lin Ming suddenly said as he stopped. Lan Xian and Duanmu-kun were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Ming would have a thought like this even after they left the mountain. Duanmu-kun's intuition was that this sudden decision had something to do with his sudden pause a moment ago. But he tactfully didn't ask further. Lin Ming brought the group to return, passing through that pitch-black space until they returned in front of that peerless woman's sarcophagus. Lin Ming stood in front of the sarcophagus for a long time. Then, he deeply bowed in respect and said, "Senior, I apologize for disturbing your rest." With this, he undid all the countless seals he had left behind and shoved open the sarcophagus cover. With a rumbling sound, the sarcophagus completely opened. As a result, that utterly perfect woman appeared in front of everyone once more. "Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing?" Lan Xian couldn't help but ask. In her heart, she thought that Lin Ming shouldn't be robbing a grave. Right? Duanmu-kun flashed an eye at Lan Xian, and she attentively didn't say any more. Lin Ming was completely silent, only staring at the beautiful woman as she lay there. She was calm, like she had simply fallen asleep. Lin Ming recalled the voice of the woman from a while ago, and after a long time, he had a faint guess. "Senior, I have a reason, and it isn't because Junior is being disrespectful. If I offend you, then please forgive me." With that, Lin Ming bent over and put his hand on the woman's body, trying to find something. Of course, he wasn't just randomly groping around, he had a clear purpose in mind. Before he touched her, he had used his perception to investigate the goddess body. He discovered that there were two areas where the fluctuation of energy was obviously different. One was at the woman's waist and the other was at her neck. These were the two areas that Lin Ming was searching. At the woman's waist, he first fished out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was a deep azure color and incomparably cold to the touch. There was an ancient mystical design carved into the center, looking like some sort of bird-shaped totem. Whatever this was, it was unlikely to be some sort of magical treasure. Although it exuded a very pure energy, it obviously didn't have any striking power. It seemed to be more like a keepsake of some sort. "Senior, were you wronged?" Lin Ming's guess was that after dying, her will hadn't yet dissipated after these tens of thousands of years. Now she was trying to express to him some message. Was she wronged? Did she have some grudge? Or perhaps this was an absolutely irreconcilable hatred. After such a long time had passed, would her enemies, or those that had wronged her, still be in this world? Lin Ming's mind was full of questions. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, whether you have a grievance or grudge, this Junior will take this item. When Junior soars into the realm of the gods in the future, perhaps I might have a slim chance of helping Senior solve this mystery and completing this cycle of hatred." Although Lin Ming didn't know who this goddess was or what she had done, he had still obtained a number of lucky chances from her tomb. In essence, this could be considered a kindness that she had bestowed upon him. In this situation, if he could help her to the full extent of his power and maybe fulfill her last wish, then that would be completing the cycle of karma between them. However, there had always been something that Lin Ming didn't understand. Whether it was the woman in this tomb, or those abnormal existences within the eternal demon abyss, like the massive ancient beast that was thousands of miles long. These were all beings that should belong within the realm of the gods. Just why would they be here at the Holy Demon Continent? According to Demon Shine, the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent shared the same planet together. As for the 3,000 boundless worlds, that was 3,000s multiplied with each other, for a total of 1 billion. A billion worlds. And the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent combined was just a single one. In fact, this planet could be called insignificant, a negligible drop in the endless ocean. How could a powerhouse from the realm of the gods be entombed in the abyss of the Holy Demon Continent? Actually, just what was the eternal demon abyss? How was it created? How many tens of thousands of years had it been here for? Where did those evil spirits and unimaginably powerful existences originate from? And what were the 12 sky-split towers? Who had constructed them? Why would there be the Road of Emperor? Lin Ming's mind was filled with all these unanswerable questions. The 12 sky-split towers had already existed for countless years, surviving through the endless wind and rain of time. With so many complex ancient arrays, the existence that was able to construct the 12 sky-split towers was absolutely on the same level as the woman in this tomb. Such a character, even if placed with the realm of the gods, would still be the master of the highest level of Holy Land. Just why would they come to the Holy Demon Continent? Lin Ming really couldn't figure any of this out. He shook his head and began to trace the woman's neck. Before, he had discovered that the energy here was also different. As he touched upon something cold, Lin Ming was just about to pull it out, when at this moment he suddenly pulled back his hand as if he had been bitten by a viper. How is this possible? Lin Ming's complexion paled. As Duamu-kun and the others saw Lin Ming's fierce reaction, they also went on high alert. Brother Lin, is something wrong? Lin Ming's face was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand again and traced the woman's neck once more. This time, his hand specifically moved closer to the woman's left chest. Touching upon there, he could feel soft and smooth skin. Lin Ming was able to confirm that what he felt was not an illusion. This woman had a heartbeat. Before, he had investigated her and clearly didn't feel the slightest fluctuations of life. So, how could there be a heartbeat? If there was a heartbeat, how come he didn't detect it? Lin Ming found this impossible to imagine. He wavered for a long time, and then silently said, "Senior, I apologize for offending you." Lin Ming let out a wisp of his perception and investigated the woman's left chest. In fact, the perception of a martial artist was ubiquitous. Naturally, penetrating through clothes was a simple action. But to use his perception to pass through this goddess clothing was truly a boorish and disrespectful gesture. But in order to confirm some things, Lin Ming didn't have a better method. He could only make sure that his mind was as clear as a mirror and that he absolutely had no thoughts of desecrating or blaspheming her in any way, shape, or form. Passing his perception into the goddess's left chest, Lin Ming felt his mind tremble. Then, he instantly disappeared from the real world and came to a completely different world of will. This was a vast starry sky. A will world comparable to the endless starry skies? Lin Ming panicked. At this moment, he heard a series of cracking sounds, as if crystal glasses were being broken. Looking up, he could see space cracking apart, quickly blowing up in front of him at an ever-growing pace. Then, a vast, infinite ocean of energy and life force gushed out. Bang! Lin Ming was sent flying away. In front of such terrifying energy, he was no different from a leaf in a storm, unable to resist at all. If this energy had even a tiniest bit killing intent towards Lin Ming, then he would be directly smushed into a bloody fog. What a powerful energy, just what is this? Lin Ming finally stabilized himself with great effort and wiped off the blood that leaked out from the corners of his mouth. He looked up to see that in the endless starry skies, in that area where space had broken apart, there was actually a great vibrant red heart powerfully beating. Pong! 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 With every heartbeat, the void trembled. With every beat, Lin Ming could feel all of the blood vitality of his body being pulled away, all of the blood vessels within him wanting to explode and rush out of him. This is Lin Ming's eyes went perfectly wide as he stared on at the beating heart in the starry skies. This bright and vivid deep red heart seemed as if it were carved from pure blood crystal. After passing through several tens of thousands of years, the life force within had never dimmed by a single touch. A bright crimson divine light emitted from this heart, accompanied by a vast, inexhaustible energy of life. This heart could likely beat on in perpetuity for another 100,000 years. This was the heart of a true emperor. Moreover, an emperor of the realm of the gods. The master of this heart must have been a top powerhouse, looking down on every other existence. Was this the heart of the goddess? This thought instantly cut through Lin Ming's mind before he rejected it. It was not. On the goddess body, Lin Ming had felt a serene aura, uncaring of all world problems, as profound as the limitless sea. In her presence, everyone's hearts would be filled with awe, no one daring to blaspheme her. And from this heart, Lin Ming could feel an overwhelmingly domineering aura, an existence unmatched by all that lived within this universe. This master of this heart, when living, must have shaken the foundations of the realm of the gods. An unrivaled emperor that looked down with disdain at all of creation. These were two completely different atmospheres. This proved that this heart did not belong to this goddess. Yet, what confused Lin Ming was that when he had touched the goddess' chest, he had clearly felt a heartbeat. If he wasn't wrong, then this heart existed within the goddess. Thus, Lin Ming was able to feel it beat within her. But, because the goddess had died, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of life from her. A goddess that had died had the heart of a great emperor sealed within her that had been beating for tens of thousands of years. The final analysis of these facts left Lin Ming inexplicably horrified. What sort of great emperor was this? He had pulled out his heart and yet it still beat for all these tens of thousands of years. Such a great emperor who had killed him and who had sealed his heart within this goddess body. Ho! Lin Ming retreated from the world of will, a cold sweat already streaming down his back. He had been completely suppressed by the aura of that heart. Fortunately, that heart did not care one bit about him, otherwise he would have already been crushed into nothing. Brother Lin, are you okay? Duanmu Kun noticed Lin Ming's strange behavior and asked him, is something wrong? Although Duanmu Kun had only known Lin Ming for a short time, he had still been able to get a relatively good grasp on what sort of character he had. Lin Ming wasn't the type to play evil tricks or do something dirty. He must have discovered something just now. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before recounting what just happened to Duanmu Kun with a true essence sound transmission. With another person there would be another viewpoint on matters and another opinion. Perhaps they would be able to understand some more things. You said that there is the heart of a great emperor sealed within this goddess that has been beating for the last several tens of thousands of years? After hearing this, Duanmu Kun was inexplicably shocked. He too wanted to feel the heartbeat of this goddess. But after a moment of hesitation, he didn't dare to put out his hand. According to Lin Ming's account of events, he had been sucked into that world of will. Luckily, Lin Ming's battle spirit had already formed. Even so, he had been suppressed to the point of sweating all over. If Duanmu Kun himself were to be drawn into that world of will, then he feared he would be ground into a pile of meat. Lin Ming said, the great emperor that I mention now isn't a great emperor of the holy demon continent, but one from the realm of the gods. Compared to such an existence, even the Eightfall War emperor is nothing more than a little baby. I really have no idea just who killed this person, and why would their heart appear within the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how strong a true great emperor from the realm of the gods would be. Not to mention other aspects, but in terms of lifespan, if a great emperor of the mortal world didn't make a miraculous breakthrough, they could live at most for 10,000 years. But a great emperor of the realm of the gods, even after death, their heart would still be able to beat on for tens of thousands of years. These were two completely different levels. Duanmu Kun came from a super holy land, so he certainly knew the rumors about the realm of the gods. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said, are you sure that this great emperor was killed? Lin Ming paused. His heart is here, so can he still be alive? I can't say. Duanmu Kun shook his head. In the ancient books of my holy land, I've also read some records about the supreme elders within the realm of the gods. I've read that there are some martial artists who have reached an extremely high boundary and can regrow their limbs even after they are cut off. And above that, there are those that can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if they lost their entire body, as long as there is still a single piece left over, they could slowly regenerate into a complete body. To a great emperor of the realm of the gods, perhaps even losing a heart doesn't mean they would die. As Duanmu-kun spoke, Lin Ming did recall some memories about this. There were some powerhouses within the realm of the gods, who, after reaching a very high level, could reform themselves even after being cut apart. As for being reborn through a single drop of blood, Duanmu-kun's words weren't too far off from the truth. By relying on just a little piece of their body, one really could be reborn with a complete form. However, the cost of that was that the new body would only have that tiny sliver of the original body. Basically, this meant that their entire life's martial arts would be wasted. For a top martial artist to lose that much of their body, it meant they would lose that much of their energy. You're right, this great emperor might not have died. Lin Ming nodded. Before, he had fallen into a different way of thinking. Duanmu-kun also said, "This goddess died several tens of thousands of years ago, and yet her body hasn't decayed. She still lies here, sleeping in beauty. This completely defies common sense. No matter how powerful this goddess was before death, after she died, her energies should have faded away a bit after such a long time. At least, her skin should have lost some of its gorgeous luster. But, since that isn't the case, I think there might be a different possibility. And that is that this great emperor from the realm of the gods gouged out his own heart to place within her body, in order to preserve the life force of her body for 100,000 years. Duanmu-kun even seemed amazed by his own words. As Lin Ming listened to him, he was shocked. Although this reasoning sounded strange, it might have been true. A divine emperor had gouged out his own heart in order to preserve the vitality of this goddess. To a martial artist, their heart, dantian, and spiritual C were their three most important points, and these were also the areas that contained the most energy. If one cut out their own heart, they would lose at least 10% of their strength. If that great emperor felt this was worth it, then undoubtedly this goddess was extremely important to him. If this were the case, then this realm of the gods' great emperor should have entombed her in a crystal sarcophagus to ensure she was well protected. Why would he abandon her within the eternal demon abyss? Such a simple tomb. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a powerful being from the realm of the gods buried here. There were too many things that Lin Ming was confused about, so he simply didn't think about it. He leaned forwards and continued to search around the goddess' neck. Before, when he felt the goddess's heartbeat, he had drawn back his hand so he failed to take the keepsake out. Gingerly reaching into her dress, Lin Ming pulled out a necklace. This necklace was very strange. It was absolutely not something that a woman would normally use. The necklace itself was as thick as a little finger. Rather than a necklace, it seemed more like a chain. On the end of this necklace was a palm-sized metal plate, a full inch thick. In the center of this metal plate was a hole that seemed as if it had held some gem. But now that gem was lost. What a strange keepsake. Lin Ming shook his head. He put the jade pendant and necklace in his spatial ring. As for the riddle of the eternal demon abyss, he would have to wait until his was stronger before he could begin to unravel it. And for now, Lin Ming was far from reaching this realm. In the future, when he was strong enough, he would personally enter the eternal demon abyss to see just what was inside. Peering deep into the woman's sarcophagus, he branded her image in his mind and then slowly pushed the cover back over. Lifting his hand, he formed some array symbols and sealed away the sarcophagus. Lin Ming only casually sealed it. With that heart from a divine emperor protecting her, there were no evil spirits that would ever be able to do anything to the goddess. Luckily, he didn't have any malicious or dark intentions from the start. Otherwise, when he was sucked into that world of will, just the slightest bit of killing intent from that divine emperor's heart would have killed him countless times over. The reason that those corpse devils didn't dare to touch the sarcophagus of this goddess was most likely because they feared the heart of that divine emperor. Senior, Junior must bid you farewell. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. As he left the tomb, he had a faint feeling that in the future, his fate would one day cross with this woman again, and perhaps even the divine emperor who had left that heart. Let's go. We're getting out of here. Lin Ming suppressed all the questions in his heart and brought Duanmu Kun and the rest to leave the tomb. Oh! Eternal Demon Abyss, 1,100 Mile Zone. The land was completely silent. Under a sky that had remained gray for tens of thousands of years, a dark fog rolled through. In this crimson land, one could occasionally see several broken stone tablets on the earth, engraved with ancient and mysterious symbols. On this day, there were several blood crows circling up above, creepily screeching. These blood crows lived by eating corpses. It was said that they had a very special ability to sense and smell the energy of a dying person. Thus, when there were people dying, they would always be gathered at that spot in advance. You bunch of beasts also came to join in on the fun. From the fog, a giant demon martial artist suddenly leapt out. As he saw this group of blood crows flying in the air, he began to simmer with a burning rage. You want to wait for this father to die? Then this father will kill you first. Go die. Spear light flashed and several blood crows were pierced through. The others gave several screeches before flying away. In truth, these blood crows had no striking power. Within the eternal demon abyss, they were the weakest and most ordinary of species. They lived on by burying their eggs deep underground to avoid the eruptions of the eternal demon abyss and would breed once every 10 years. Third brother, this can't go on. We've already been trapped here for an entire month. Damn this unholy place. The one who spoke was an imp martial artist. As he saw the giant demon martial artist attack a blood crow, he could only shake his head and sigh. The giant demon martial artist put away his spear and cursed. Fuck it all. This year's eternal demon abyss is too strange. In the past, it was never so dangerous after an eruption. I fear that over half of those that came to the eternal demon abyss have already died. No kidding. Che, I thought that I would be able to obtain some lucky chances here, but if I can't even get out, then any lucky chance is useless. The last one to speak up was a young Fey girl. She was the only woman in the group of 3. Their squad originally has 6 people. Now, there were only 3 left over and they were also stuck in this danger zone with no way to leave, often having to face the attacks of evil spirits. As the 3 were speaking, they heard a mournful scream, the fog around them suddenly stirring up like a pot of boiling porridge. This is bad. The 3 of them paled and immediately drew out their weapons. At this time, with the fog in front of them blown away, they could see that 5 10-foot-tall humanoid monsters had appeared in front of them. These 5 monsters were incomparably disgusting, absolutely nauseating to look at. Their faces were covered with pus-filled sores and the top of their heads looked like crowns of oozing meat. Their fangs looked like steel needles, and as they walked upright, their claws looked like sharp and cruel blades. Just when will these damned monsters stop chasing us? An imp martial artist felt his heart sink into despair. The reason they had mistakenly entered into this space maze was because they had been chased down by this group of demonic beasts. Afterwards, they had been stuck here in this danger zone for an entire month without any way to leave. Now, he never thought that this group of disgusting monsters would use some unknown method to find them, and had actually chased them all the way here. As they saw these large monsters in front of them, the martial artists realized that none of them would be leaving here alive. Fuck! If I'm going to die trapped here, then I would rather die fighting with these monsters. If you want to kill this father, then this father won't let you off either. A giant demon martial artist gave a loud shout and thrust his spear forwards, a sharp spear light slicing through the void. This giant demon martial artist certainly wasn't an average martial artist, otherwise there was no way he would have lived until this point. However, he returned even faster than he went. That repulsive humanoid monster only slapped out its hand and sent the giant demon martial artist flying. 3 bloody wounds appeared in the giant demon martial artist's chest, blood gushing out. The difference was too great. In their first encounter, they hadn't been able to resist either. These humanoid monsters were not only ridiculously strong, but nearly invulnerable to weapons. None in their group had been able to fight back. Thus the reason they fled into the wild and stumbled into a danger zone by mistake. As the imp and fey martial artists saw this, their eyes filled with anguish. At this moment, all of them would die. The 5 large monsters gave 2 loud roars and stretched out their cruel claws to grasp at the 3 martial artists.
The imp martial artist's eyes flashed with a decisive color, and he was prepared to fight till his death with these monsters. But, at this moment, twin beams of radiant light appeared out of thin air, piercing through the eyes of two monsters as if they were made of paper. Those two monsters weren't even able to cry out before their bodies shook and they tumbled to the ground, blood bubbling out of them. The imp martial artist was completely stunned. Those humanoid monsters, which they had thought were invincible, two of them had instantly died. It wasn't just the imp martial artist that was astonished, but the giant demon martial artist and young Fey girl were also shocked. Before this, all of them tried attacking these humanoid monsters, but no matter what martial skill they used, even with their full strength, none of them had been able to break past these creatures' fur. They were on completely different levels. But just now, two beams of light had pierced through two of the humanoid monsters, instantly killing them without the least bit of resistance. Just who had done this? Watching the two shaking monster corpses on the ground, the three martial artists were overjoyed to be alive. Subconsciously, they took several steps backwards. A gaping red hole had appeared in these two monsters' head, and their blood and brains were spilling out, flowing along the ground. As the three remaining monsters saw their companions die, all of them flew into a rage. They roared, twisting around to see just who had dared to ambush them. But at this time, within the fog, the figures of several people began to slowly come into view. As the three monsters saw these people's figures, they rushed towards them. Chi! 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 3 more beams of light shot out, piercing through the fog and directly passing through those 3 monsters' foreheads. The 3 monsters' bodies shook. After their heads were pierced by this light, they all fell to the floor. But the center one, because of inertia, stumbled towards the figures of the several people. And then a scene that the 3 martial artists would never forget suddenly occurred. A flaming azure light shot up into the sky, passing straight through that large monster and splitting in half. Blood fell like rain. Pong! Pong! The corpse fell apart as its body was cut vertically in half. As for that figure that was revealed between the halves, they were protected by a flow of energy and not a single drop of blood stained them. As the 3 martial artists saw this, all of them began to celebrate surviving this catastrophe. At the same time, they all began to feel uneasy. They could see that the several figures approaching were humans and Fae. This trip into the eternal demon abyss was reaching its end. Their first worry was that they didn't have a guide, and their second worry was that any martial artist that managed to survive up until this point would often have a considerable amount of resources with them. Thus, the killing between squads had become increasingly frequent. The act of killing someone and stealing their wealth had occurred multiple times. Currently, those 4 approaching martial artists could chop up the 3 of them as if they were melons. As long as any of them harbored any evil intentions, all 3 of them would die here. I truly thank the Tower Masters for the grace of saving our lives. The imp martial artist who led the 3 of them quickly rushed forwards to thank their saviors. In his view, only a Tower Master had such strength. He could only hope that these Tower Masters didn't take a fancy towards weaklings like them, otherwise they were done for. After giving his thanks, the imp martial artist looked up. But now he froze once more. As the 4 martial artists stepped out of the fog, he could finally clearly make out who they were. They were actually Duanmu-kun, Lan Xian, Fengshen, and Lin Ming. When they first entered the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming had been the focus of everyone, so of course he could recognize him. But afterwards, he heard that Lin Ming had died somewhere. How could he suddenly show up in this 1,100-mile zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss? The 3 martial artists' minds were in chaos. Then the imp martial artists suddenly realized something. Based on their positions, those several rays of light must have come from Lin Ming. How is this possible? The imp martial artist had to admit that he was only an average-ranked High Lord from the Skysplit Towers. He hadn't been able to break through the defense of those monsters, but now they had actually been instantly killed by Lin Ming. Did this mean that Lin Ming had strength close to that of a Tower Master? Thinking of this, the imp martial artist was flabbergasted. Just what was going on? So it's little sister Blue Lotus and High Lord Sandstone. Duanmu-kun smiled as he spoke. He was acquainted with the young Fey girl in the center of the 3. As for that imp High Lord, he only knew of his name. Senior Apprentice Brother Duanmu, thank you for saving us.
The young Fey girl called Blue Lotus said in a soft voice. She wasn't blushing because of shyness, but because the rapid series of events and her near death had made her blood flow quicken.
Haha, it's not me who rescued you, I just don't have this ability. If you must thank someone, then thank Brother Lin here. Duamu-kun laughed. From when they had strayed into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone and in addition to the month they had practiced in the tomb, it had been a full month and a half. With Lin Ming's leadership, they had finally made it out alive. After having survived such a disastrous event, Duanmu-kun was in an excellent mood. As the Imp High Lord Sandstone saw that Duanmu-kun wasn't planning on killing them and that he also knew Blue Lotus, he was ecstatic. It seemed that they had managed to escape a calamity.
I am 5 Color Towers High Lord Sandstone. I thank young hero Lin for saving us. There was no time now to wonder why Lin Ming was so strong. The Imp High Lord cupped his fists together and bowed once more. Unconsciously, he had started to speak with a respectful tone. It's no problem. I just have a question to ask you, Lin Ming said impassively.
Young hero Lin, please ask. I will try to answer to the best of my knowledge.
I want to know, how many months have you been in the Eternal Demon Abyss for? As Lin Ming asked this question, High Lord Sandstone was confused.
Duamu-kun and the others also looked at each other, puzzled. Did this still need to be asked?
The 3 of them had been with Lin Ming, and in total 3.5 months should have passed since they entered the Eternal Demon Abyss.
Although High Lord Sandstone was perplexed, he respectfully replied, reporting to young hero Lin, it's been just shy of 5 months since I entered the Eternal Demon Abyss.
5 months? Lin Ming thought for a moment, no surprise on his face, but Duanmu-kun and the others were completely shocked. How could it be 5 months? It had obviously been 3.5.
They looked towards Lin Ming and immediately understood as they saw that he had an expression as if he had expected this. Perhaps within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there was something odd about the flow of time. The truth was that time and space often existed as one existence. If a powerful force field could twist space, then it would likely change the flow of time. It wasn't strange for both time and space to always be affected simultaneously.
Thus, Lin Ming had guessed that the time they spent within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was different from outside of it. Now, from High Lord Sandstone's answer, it seemed that the time within was slower. We're all right? Lin Ming waved his hand, thinking of something else. Back when he was in the king's cage, he had also entered a cage of space and time, understanding the essence of time there. Time was simply the illusion of change between all living beings. As long as he could remove the heart demon that existed within this illusion, he could guarantee that his mind wouldn't be chaotic and he wouldn't lose himself in the distortion of time. But now, it seemed as if this wasn't necessarily true. Even if he held onto his heart and mind, he could still be caught up in a whirlpool of time and space without being aware of it.
Thinking of this, Lin Ming could only sigh. Time was simply far more illusory and baffling than space. Now, he realized just how much he didn't understand about time and just how little of its source he had touched upon. His past understanding of time had its place and use, but now put amongst a wider use of the law, it was no longer feasible.
Let's go, we're leaving here. Lin Ming no longer thought about the chaotic time within the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This was a level that he was far from being able to understand. Where are we going? Duanmu-kun asked.
We're leaving the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming decisively said. The Eternal Demon Abyss would only be open for 6 months. Now that 5 months had passed, it was around the time they should leave. As the imp martial artist heard Lin Ming's words, his eyes widened. Young hero Lin, could you take us with you?
The imp martial artist's idea was very simple. Now there were only 3 of them left, and it was doubtful they would be able to find any more lucky chances in the last remaining month. They could already count their blessings that the 3 of them were able to make it out of here safely. Naturally, if they followed Lin Ming, it would be much less dangerous for them. Sure, Lin Ming answered without hesitation, nodding. Forming a team was a mutually beneficial relationship to begin with. Thus, the group of them stepped onto the road to return. Coming here, there was a guide to lead the way. But leaving here, all of that depended on one's own ability. In this nearly half-year adventure, the surviving martial artists had accumulated a great deal of experience within the Eternal Demon Abyss. Now, with Lin Ming leading the way, They encountered several minor dangers, but all of these were easily resolved. Besides the young Fey girl called Blue Lotus receiving a minor wound, no one else was harmed. 15 days later, the group reached the northern entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the entrance. Although there was still half a month until the channel into the Eternal Demon Abyss closed, there were always some matters where arriving earlier was better than coming later. If one were to try arriving just on time and then stumble into some accident or danger and ended up trapped within the Eternal Demon Abyss, dying like that would truly be an injustice. Seeing Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian all appear together, this immediately aroused a great uproar. These four were all characters with unbelievable origins. Without accident, all of them would become peerless emperors in the future. Lin Ming, that boy. He hasn't died? Rumors of Lin Ming's death had long since spread to everyone's ears. Everyone knew that Lin Ming had returned to a danger zone and disappeared afterwards, most likely having died for his stupidity. But now that they saw Lin Ming safe and sound, and also in the company of Duanmu Kun and the others, all of them were shocked speechless. How come Lin Ming is with Duanmu Kun? Didn't they say that he fell into some danger zone? Was he rescued? Did Duanmu Kun rescue him? Maybe. Or they might have run into each other later. The martial artists all began to speak. Lin Ming was a focus of attention, but Duanmu Kun was too. Although it was acknowledged that Duanmu Kun's talent was slightly inferior to Lin Ming's, in terms of strength, everyone assumed he was actually the stronger of the two. With both of them appearing together, this naturally attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ming simply didn't care to bother with anyone, ignoring them all. He went and sat down next to a boulder, entering into meditation to adjust his condition. As for Duanmu Kun and the rest, they also followed Lin Ming. There were many people present that Duanmu Kun knew of. According to Duanmu Kun's character in the past, he was always happy to speak with heroic elites of the world, so he definitely would have gone over to speak to them. But now, he was actually disinclined to do so. After entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone and experiencing so many horrible and wonderful things, Duanmu Kun felt as if his vision of the world had suddenly grown. Now, all of these people could no longer enter into his eyes. How interesting! Not too far away, a black-clothed youth smirked. He was 5 Color Towers Xuanyu, who was also a Holy Land descendant. His reputation was only a bit below Duanmu Kun's, and much higher than Lan Xian's. During this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, Xuanyu was extremely fortuitous and had obtained a very great lucky chance, causing his strength to rapidly soar. Because of this, Xuanyu's already confident and arrogant nature had become extremely overinflated. He now believed that he had the capital to be equal rivals with Duanmu Kun. With a slight hesitation, he walked over to Duanmu Kun. At the entrance to the Eternal Demon Abyss, the frigid wind was quietly rustling through. As Duanmu Kun was meditating, he saw a black-clothed Goliath youth walking towards him. Xuanyu. Duanmu Kun's eyebrows twisted together. Duanmu Kun was a Fey and Xuanyu was a Goliath. The two of them had already been competitors and their relationship was antagonistic. Duanmu Kun. Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. I'm glad to see that you and Lin Ming both made it through this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss alive. Wonderful. Truly, I am glad. Otherwise, I would have been lonely all my life. Xuanyu's words purposefully left out Feng Shen and Lan Xian. He didn't even glance in their direction. Obviously, he felt that those two didn't have the qualifications to compare to him. Feng Shen didn't really care at all about this, but Lan Xian grew angry. This damned Xuanyu was not much stronger than she was, yet he actually dared to look down on her with such disdain. How could she possibly endure this insult? Xuanyu, who the hell do you think you are? Lan Xian said sharply. Lan Xian's fighting words immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Whether it was Lan Xian, Xuanyu, Duanmu Kun, or Lin Ming, they were all outstanding heroic youths that stood at the pinnacle of the 12 sky-split towers. If these people were arguing, then naturally there was much fun to see. Seeing so many people turn towards them consciously or unconsciously, Xuanyu smiled. His tone was flippant as he asked, "Little girl Lan, I wonder what sort of lucky chance you managed to obtain within the Eternal Demon Abyss?"
As Lan Xian heard Zhuan Yu speak to her with such disrespect, she became angry. But, as she heard Zhuan Yu mention lucky chances, she actually became somewhat breathless. During this trip to the Eternal Demon Abyss, her harvest was only a few pieces of demon god bones, the most precious of those being the Earthstep demon god bone that she had obtained in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Although her harvest could be considered good, if this Zhuan Yu dared to be so arrogant like this, then it was likely he found a much greater lucky chance than she did. If she really were to compare, then she would mostly lose. Not just that, but as she sensed his aura, Lan Xian felt something strange from Zhuan Yu's body. There was a mysterious fluctuation of energy that startled her. This is, Lan Xian's heart jumped. Zhuan Yu hadn't made a breakthrough, but the impression he left on others was even scarier. Lan Xian's intuition told her that Zhuan Yu really must have obtained some extraordinary lucky chance here, causing his strength to soar to a new level. Currently, it was true that she couldn't compare to Zhuan Yu. At this time, Duanmu Kun's eyes flashed with a trace of blue light. Taking a wide view of the strange energy within Zhuan Yu's body, he thought for a moment before slowly saying, "I see. So you've managed to obtain a contract beast. No wonder you're making such a ruckus here." Although Duanmu Kun appeared calm, he was actually somewhat startled. The contract beast within Zhuan Yu's body was likely a top breed even within the entire Holy Demon continent. This sort of contract beast could only be found through a stroke of fate. Once found and carefully raised, this sort of being could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. And listening to Zhuan Yu's meaning, he feared that this contract beast was still young, and yet it was already capable of greatly increasing his strength. Good sight? Yes. This is a contract beast. It is also my greatest harvest during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss. I have finally obtained a powerful contract beast. Duanmu Kun, I challenge you. After this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, once we've both left the blood slaughter steps, I want a final showdown to see just who is the best. Zhuan Yu was incomparably confident in himself. When he first obtained the contract beast, he was already awed by how strong it was. Once it grew into its adult form in the future, its combat strength could be imagined. Zhuan Yu now firmly believed he had the capital to stand on equal ground with Duanmu Kun, whether it was today or in the future. Even if they started fighting now, he expected that he had at least a 60% chance of victory. I'll follow you to the end. Duanmu Kun didn't decline. Having matches between talents was very normal. Duanmu Kun feared no one. In fact, in his 20-some years of life, countless outstanding heroic youths had been defeated under his blade. Good courage. Great. Zhuan Yu laughed. Then he turned to Lin Ming. You there, Lin Ming? I will wait 1 year for you. With your talent, you should have the qualifications to fight me then. I hope those stories of you weren't exaggerated, otherwise I would truly be disappointed. The news that Lin Ming had become a title de jure had long spread throughout the entire blood slaughter steppes. Zhuan Yu believed that in 1 year, Lin Ming would make considerable progress. But, at the same time, his contract beast would also become that much more terrifying. He was really looking forward to this battle. As Zhuan Yu spoke to him, Lin Ming simply sat there in meditation as if he hadn't heard Zhuan Yu at all. As for Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and even the stoic Feng Shun, all three of them were briefly startled before a comical expression lit their faces. Zhuan Yu wanted to wait a year before he fought Lin Ming. Lan Xian wanted to laugh, but she managed to hold it back. She wasn't interested in alerting Zhuan Yu to anything. In fact, she wanted him to eat his own shit. But what a pity! From Lin Ming's attitude, it seemed that he simply didn't care about fighting someone like Zhuan Yu. This caused Lan Xian to be a bit disappointed. Seeing Lin Ming completely unaffected by his challenge, Zhuan Yu grew a bit angry. If he was publicly looked down by a human, how could he ever raise his head in the future? Lin Ming, I just spoke to you? Didn't you hear me? As Zhuan Yu spoke again, Lin Ming really did open his eyes. Zhuan Yu coldly snorted, wanting to spit out a few spicy insults. But at this moment he discovered that Lin Ming wasn't looking at him, but rather at a far-off distance place. Zhuan Yu became completely incensed. He was about to storm off in a fit of rage, when at this time he felt his mind grow cold. He could feel at this moment that a powerful energy was quickly approaching. He suddenly turned and saw that several hundred feet away, there was a black-clothed, middle-aged man slowly walking out of the fog. This middle-aged man was extremely tall and his body was wrapped in a thick black cloak. His eyes were as deep and profound as the night stars, and from his appearance, he seemed to be a hybrid of a giant demon and Goliath. This person was the Polaris Tower Master. It wasn't just the Polaris Tower Master that had arrived, but behind him was also a Goliath martial artist carrying a great axe. This Goliath martial artist was actually a Tower Master too. The Great Axe Tower Master. With the sudden appearance of two Tower Masters, all the martial artists present immediately turned silent. Even Xuanyu, who had just obtained a massive lucky chance in the Eternal Demon Abyss and also received a massive boost to his ego, found his heart growing cold, no longer daring to be as brash as he was. In front of a super powerhouse like these Tower Masters, he simply didn't have the ability to resist. Behind the Polaris Tower Master and the Great Axe Tower Master, there were also 4 or 5 other martial artists. Among them was White Stone Tower's High Lord Three Eyes, a well-known figure who was no weaker than High Lord Cloud Demon. In addition, there were also several other martial artists that Lin Ming recognized. One of them was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Black Ash, a fellow that had been part of Lin Ming's squad when they first entered into the Eternal Demon Abyss. When Lin Ming entered the Eternal Demon Abyss, this High Lord Black Ash was already testing him, unable to hide the killing intent in his eyes. He even attempted to probe Lin Ming's strength. Finally, High Lord Cloud Demon had to stop at the time, and afterwards he joined the same squad as Lin Ming. He didn't have any good intentions in doing so, but during the trip he didn't have a chance to do anything either. Another person that Lin Ming recognized was the top-ranked High Lord Bloodfire of Polaris Tower. He was the same as Lin Ming, someone who had a slave seal from the Polaris Tower Master planted within them, except that he truly was being controlled. Lin Ming thought that during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, High Lord Bloodfire would be used as mere cannon fodder, but he didn't expect that this fellow would actually manage to survive. After High Lord Black Ash and High Lord Bloodfire saw Lin Ming, they were shocked, especially High Lord Black Ash. He had seen with his own eyes Lin Ming returning to that damn danger zone. He thought that Lin Ming would undoubtedly die there, but this boy was still alive? Not just that, but he broke through to Revolving Core? What was going on here? High Lord Black Ash was jealous to the point of hate. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had obtained a great lucky chance within the Eternal Demon Abyss. Fuck! How come this boy kept having such good luck? High Lord Black Ash's jealousy had turned to bitterness. His eyes moved and he said to the Polaris Tower Master, "Congratulations, Sir Polaris. Your Polaris Tower now has another powerful High Lord. This Lin Ming definitely obtained some great lucky chance within the Eternal Demon Abyss and broke through to Revolving Core. This is a matter for celebration." High Lord Black Ash obviously spoke these words loudly because he hated Lin Ming. In particular, he spoke towards the Polaris Tower Master because he wanted to deliberately arouse the other man's desire to rob. Lin Ming obviously knew what High Lord Black Ash was trying to do. As he looked towards him, his eyes flashed with a trace of naked killing intent. The Polaris Tower Master faintly smiled. His guess was also similar to High Lord Black Ash's. But what sort of lucky chance had Lin Ming obtained? He beckoned Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, come forwards." Lin Ming sneered in his heart, his hand tracing his spatial ring as he walked towards the Polaris Tower Master. "Lin Ming, you've done well. I'm pleased that you've safely returned. Now, what sort of lucky chances did you obtain this time?" As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he had a kind and happy smile on his face, as if he really were a general that was grateful their soldier returned alive. As for those last few words, they were said with a true essence sound transmission. "Some demon god bones and a fruit." Lin Ming answered with a smile. His words were very simple, but there was a subtle flavor of ridicule hiding behind them. "Oh, a fruit." The Polaris Tower Master was stunned and then immediately interested. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss, nearly all plants had become extinct. If there was a fruit, then it must have been something extraordinary. "Good, very good. Then, show me this fruit." As Lin Ming listened to the Polaris Tower Master's words, he remained completely unmoved. Instead,
The sarcasm on his face only became increasingly obvious. It was at this time that the Polaris Tower Master realized that something was wrong. The Polaris Tower Master grimaced. Lin Ming, you actually dare to defy my orders? Your orders? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a sneer. Why would I listen to your orders? These words were no longer said with a true essence sound transmission. All of the martial artists present could hear them. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. What was happening? Why did Lin Ming say such things to the Polaris Tower Master? What did you say? The Polaris Tower Master's complexion changed. He suddenly linked his mind to the slave seal within Lin Ming's spiritual sea and discovered that it was still there, perfectly intact. So just what was going on here? Something was wrong. If the slave seal was intact, how could Lin Ming escape his control? Could it be that Lin Ming knew some way to isolate the slave seal? Could it be that, from the very beginning, Lin Ming had never been controlled, and all of this was an act? Thinking of this, the Polaris Tower Master's expression became increasingly ugly. Tisk, are you inspecting the slave seal? Rest assured, it is still in my spiritual sea. Again, Lin Ming's words weren't spoken with a true essence sound transmission. As he clearly enunciated each word, everyone was shocked. Slave seal? Slave seal? The martial artists present weren't idiots, they knew just what a slave seal was. They replayed the words that Lin Ming had just spoken. Are you inspecting the slave seal? Rest assured, it is still in my spiritual sea. With everything linked together, the martial artists present had a faint guess as to what Lin Ming meant. That was, the Polaris Tower Master had planted a slave seal within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but he wasn't able to control Lin Ming? Just what was going on? The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a blazing killing intent. He stared at Lin Ming like a wild beast. What garbage nonsense are you spouting off about? Ha ha! Whether I am talking nonsense or not, it is clearest in your heart. Don't you find it strange that your slave seal isn't working on me? Lin Ming's words were aggressive, making the Polaris Tower Master feel as if his heart was dripping blood. A Tower Master was controlling the talented High Lords of Sky Split Tower with slave seals. If these sorts of rumors spread out, then the ensuing chaos could be imagined. Feng Xin, Duan Mukun, and Lan Xian all had changed expressions. They absolutely believed everything that Lin Ming said. Now, they were all glad that they weren't subjected to such treatment. To have a slave seal planted within them, it was a fate worse than death. But what method had Lin Ming used to cause the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal to fail? Lin Ming, if you dare to slander me one more time, I will kill you. The Polaris Tower Master was worked into an extreme rage. He absolutely didn't expect that Lin Ming had some method to circumvent his slave seal and lead him around in circles. This boy was so young, and yet he had such shrewd methods. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming wantonly laughed, not even caring for the Polaris Tower Master's threat. Me? Slander you? You planted a slave seal in my spiritual sea and just now used a true essence sound transmission to order me to give you everything I obtained within the eternal demon abyss. How about it, are you not going to admit this? That's right, there's also High Lord Bloodfire who has been controlled by you. Now he's nothing more than a useless zombie. Have someone investigate his situation and you'll immediately understand. Which High Lord would like to investigate him? As Lin Ming spoke, he looked towards High Lord Bloodfire. High Lord Bloodfire's complexion immediately changed and he shouted, Lin Ming, what nonsense are you speaking? High Lord Bloodfire was completely controlled by the Polaris Tower Master. It was simply the Polaris Tower Master speaking through him. Bloodfire, you are truly a tragedy. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer bothering with Bloodfire. High Lord Bloodfire was also controlled, facing the super bomb that Lin Ming threw out again. All of those that were doubtful from the start now had their suspicions confirmed. It was impossible for Lin Ming to speak so irresponsibly like this. A simple probe of High Lord Bloodfire would immediately reveal his secret. And now it was impossible for the Polaris Tower Master to unravel the slave seal in High Lord Bloodfire's spiritual sea. Once it was undone, High Lord Bloodfire would immediately obtain his freedom. After being a zombie-like servant for so many years, he would immediately turn on his ex-master. No matter what, The charges against the Polaris Tower Master were now all proven. For Polaris Tower to use slave seals to control the talents there, once this news spread out, it would inevitably lead to anger from several of the major Holy Lands. They would join forces to exert pressure on the blood slaughter steppes, forcing them to punish the Polaris Tower Master. After all of them had descendants who had gone to the blood slaughter steppes to gain experience. How could they remain calm with such a Tower Master controlling a sky-split tower? Not to mention, the Polaris Tower Master was also the son of the blood slaughter steppes ruler. Once he inherited his father's position in the future, the consequences would be disastrous. This time Lin Ming had truly pierced through the sky. All of the martial artists realized just how major the consequences of this would be. All of their complexions changed. This Lin Ming doesn't care for his life. He actually dares to confront the Polaris Tower Master like this. Even if this is true, the Polaris Tower Master is bound to kill Lin Ming out of anger. Lin Ming is insane. Now he has even offended the ruler of the entire blood slaughter steppes. At this time, Zhuanyu was standing near Lin Ming. Seeing the Polaris Tower Master reveal a pure killing intent, he subconsciously gulped and retreated several steps back. Although he was arrogant, it was impossible for him to be as arrogant as Lin Ming and openly expose the fact that the Polaris Tower Master planted slave seals in others. This was the same as suicide. Lin Ming must have encountered some hopeless situation within the eternal demon abyss that made him go crazy. As Zhuanyu thought this, he retreated at an even faster pace. Not too far away, High Lord Black Ash also stepped back, eagerly awaiting the show. In his opinion, Lin Ming had bitten off more than he could chew. Since he dared to challenge the authority of the Polaris Tower Master, he would die here without a grave. The Polaris Tower Master began moving forwards, one step at a time, as the field of energy around him became increasingly strong, forcing all the other martial artists to retreat. To dare slander a Tower Master, to dare slander the reputation of my blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming, you have committed a crime worthy of death. Oh? Crime worthy of death? Ha ha! Lin Ming laughed as he extracted the purple comet spear in the blood slaughter steppes. Strength is king. Any crime here will not be adjudicated by you. Good. Very good. After so many years of me not taking action, it seems that everyone has already forgotten my strength, and also the absolute disparity between a Tower Master and a High Lord. Now I will give you one last chance to fall to your knees and admit your mistakes. I will cut off your arms and let you live, or I will rip you apart. As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, his aura suddenly erupted like a great volcano. All of the surrounding martial artists were swept up by this strength. The weaker ones were forced to step back, their faces paling. It had to be known that all of these martial artists were either High Lords or top Heavenly Demon 7 stars. If they were forced back and shaken by just the Polaris Tower Master's aura, then his true strength could be imagined. As for Lin Ming, he bore the brunt of this aura and directly withstood it. However, his expression was still as calm as before, as if this awesome aura from the Polaris Tower Master was nothing more than a gentle spring breeze. This boy! The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a severe light. He had wanted to erupt his complete aura and force Lin Ming to kneel before him, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would withstand it so easily. You want to use your aura to force me to my knees, creating the false pretense that I was admitting fault and then kill me afterwards? How unfortunate. But your aura is just too pitifully weak. Lin Ming sneered and took a sudden step forward. The Heavenly Demon Martial Intense Azura Force Field erupted. Bang! Since breaking through to Revolving Core, this was the first time that Lin Ming had completely released his Azura Force Field. A terrifying surge of energy seemed to break through the void, shattering the earth underneath Lin Ming's feet and causing a web of cracks to snake outwards. The Polaris Tower Master's aura was directly crushed to nothing by this force field. If the Polaris Tower Master's aura was like a flood of water, then Lin Ming's Azura force field was like a mighty flood of steel, washing away all with overwhelming force, crushing the Polaris Tower Master's aura and directly suppressing him. The Polaris Tower Master's body shook and the ground underneath him cracked apart. As his body visibly trembled, he was nearly forced to step back. What? Seeing the scene, all of the martial artists present were stunned.
Lin Ming had actually turned the tables and almost forced the Polaris Tower Master to retreat? How could Lin Ming have such an amazingly strong aura? Although one's aura didn't represent their full strength, it could represent a great deal of it. As the Azura force field became increasingly strong, all of the surrounding martial artists felt a massive pressure envelop them. From their body to their organs to their bones to their soul, from head to toe, this pressure came crashing down upon them. Because of this pressure, all of them felt as if they couldn't breathe, their heartbeats heavy. What was going on? The martial artists present were alarmed, forced to retreat even further. 200 feet away, Xuanyu didn't think he would need to retreat again. But, facing Lin Ming's terrifying aura, he felt his blood slowing down in his body. His blood slowing down was manageable, but the crux of this was that he could see from the aura of the two that this fight that was about to break out would be earth-shattering. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist it. Thus, Xuanyu had no choice but to draw back even further. At this time, his complexion had become extremely ugly. He found it difficult to imagine that the one who sent out this terrifying aura was that Lin Ming. Hey, Xuanyu, how does it feel? I remember that you said you would give Lin Ming a year before challenging him, right? An amused woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, he could see that the one speaking was Lan Xian. She had already retreated 300 feet away and was now looking at Xuanyu with her lips forming a bright smile, a sly and elated expression on her face. Xuanyu immediately turned the color of a liver. He now knew why Lin Ming hadn't even bothered acknowledging his challenge in the beginning. This was because the gap in their strength was just far too great, so he hadn't even cared for him. Realizing this, Xuanyu felt his heart beat with panic, especially after seeing Lan Xian's taunting smile. He wanted to spit out some ruthless curses about her entire family, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Without a doubt, as time passed, the difference between him and Lin Ming would only grow. A contract beast would be nothing against someone like Lin Ming. As Lan Xian saw Xuanyu's face like a bitter gourd and his bewildered expression, her heart was incomparably free. Little boy, if you want to be so rampant in front of this ant just because you got a little pet, then you deserve what you get. Good. Good young fellow. You truly have hidden so many secrets. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. He never imagined that Lin Ming's aura would actually surpass his own. He could tell that this aura that Lin Ming emitted was actually a force field, but he didn't have a force field of his own. To try to compare with just his own aura, this had caused him to suffer a major loss. What sort of force field is this? Even with my cultivation, being covered by this force field has caused my strength to weaken by a great deal. Just where did Lin Ming obtain this force field from? The killing intent in the Polaris Tower Master's heart became increasingly thick. He could no longer compete with just his aura. It was time to fight. This boy absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become the greatest threat the Blood Slaughter Steppes has ever seen. One Eightfall War Emperor is already more than enough. If another one were to appear, then the consequences would be inconceivable. The Polaris Tower Master's mind flashed with this thought. Then, demon essence erupted from his entire body. With a shout, he rushed forwards like a savage tiger, his fist smashing out at Lin Ming. A fist? Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew that the Polaris Tower Master's favored weapon was the Great Sword. Without moving, Lin Ming faced the Polaris Tower Master. With a thought, the heretical god force completely opened and 90% of the 8 inner hidden gates' strength was brought forth. Lin Ming's fist came pounding out. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Fist to fist? What an utter idiot. The Polaris Tower Master grinned maliciously. Although the weapon he habitually used was the Great Sword, he also excelled at fisticuffs. Little punk, since you want to die so badly, watch my fist break apart your arm first. Thinking of this, the Polaris Tower Master's strength rose even more. Bang! In the instant that the two fists collided, a terrifying airwave broke out. Space trembled, the earth cracked, and several martial artists felt as if they lost hearing in their ears. Pong, pong, pong. The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. After this one exchange of moves, the Polaris Tower Master was actually forced back again and again. With each step he took back, the earth underneath his feet would explode, rupturing apart. Only after taking 10 steps back did he manage to steady himself, a look of horror dawning on his face. How could his fist be so hard? The Polaris Tower Master was forced back? In that collision between Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master, it was the Polaris Tower Master who was actually forced back. All of the martial artists present were stunned. It was true that Lin Ming's aura was no weaker than the Polaris Tower Master's, but aura didn't represent a martial artist's complete strength. And there was also something strange and tricky about Lin Ming's aura. Moreover, the Polaris Tower Master's accumulated fame and strength were too great. It was hard for anyone to imagine that a heroic youth could be stronger than him. But now, in a single exchange of blows, Lin Ming had only been a little shaken, but the Polaris Tower Master was actually forced back 10 whole steps. Although the Polaris Tower Master wasn't injured, his blood still tumbled and he had eaten no small loss. At this point, the Polaris Tower Master's complexion was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ming was only using some sort of special force field to suppress his aura, but his strength wasn't too special. He didn't use his sword for his first attack because with his status as a Tower Master, having to go all out to deal with a junior was a bit shameful. Even if he won in the end, people would still criticize him. In fact, although the Polaris Tower Master's weapon of choice was a great sword, his fist skills were still extremely powerful. The reason he fought with his fist was because he wanted to use Lin Ming to demonstrate his power and authority. But he never thought that if he didn't use his sword, Lin Ming also wouldn't use his spear and would fight with fists instead. Fist against fist. The Polaris Tower Master was confident that he could break Lin Ming's arm. But, after their fists collided, the Polaris Tower Master discovered that what he hit clearly wasn't a fist but an iron hammer instead. Not only was Lin Ming's fist terrifyingly adamantine, but there was also a strange power of vibration within it, nearly causing his own arm to be broken. This boy, was he really human? Although he guessed that Lin Ming must have practiced some sort of body transformation technique, it was impossible for the human body to be tempered to this degree. This was a durability that was comparable to a treasure. Not even the giant demons or Goliaths, races well known for their formidable bodies, would be able to hold a candle to him. Just where had this abnormally monstrous freak come from? The Polaris Tower Master was enraged. He suddenly pulled out a heavy sword from his spatial ring and pointed it straight at Lin Ming. Ooh! A blazing black flame ignited atop the Polaris Tower Master's great sword. The aura overwhelming. Medium-grade heaven-step treasure? All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. For heaven-step treasures, there were enormous differences between every rank. Within Sky Split Tower, because the High Lords overflowed with far too much wealth, it was common to see them with heaven-step treasures. But these were mostly the lowest of heaven-step treasures. As for medium-grade heaven-step treasures, only very few people had seen them before. No, that's not a medium-grade heaven-step treasure, but a peak low-grade heaven-step treasure. It's only a step away from becoming a medium-grade heaven-step treasure. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. The purple comet spear was originally crafted from top materials. But those were considered top materials only relative to a fourth-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island. Moreover, the one who forged the purple comet spear was Ancestor Qi Yan, who was only a middle revolving core powerhouse. Thus, the purple comet spear within Lin Ming's hand was only a peak high-grade Earth-step treasure. Lin Ming's spear is only a high-grade Earth-step treasure? As everyone saw Lin Ming's spear, they were surprised before shaking their heads in disappointment. In fact, as an early revolving core powerhouse, it was already excellent that he had a high-grade Earth-step treasure weapon. But, placed within the blood slaughter steppes where resources were immeasurably plentiful, and also placed within this group of High Lords and Holy Land descendants, this high-grade Earth-step treasure appeared rather shabby instead. When compared to the Polaris Tower Master's great sword, it especially paled. There was a difference of a large boundary between the two. With a mere high-grade Earth-step treasure to resist a medium-grade Heaven-step treasure, how could he even defend against it? The difference is too great. Even if Lin Ming is strong, he will suffer too much because of the difference in their treasures. There is no way he'll be able to fight. The use of a treasure did not lie mainly in its ability to increase a martial artist's combat strength,
but rather the degree of its own hardness. If an inferior treasure were to hit a top-rank treasure, it was possible for the lesser one to break in half. Even Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and Feng Xin were feeling nervous for Lin Ming. Haha! Lin Ming, you want to use the trash spear to face my heaven-opening sword, you are really asking to die. The Polaris Tower Master wickedly grinned as he looked at the purple comet spear in Lin Ming's hand, his voice filled with contempt and ridicule. At the start, the Polaris Tower Master had wanted to win in a beautiful and awesome manner so that he could establish his authority in front of everyone. But now, after that brief period of fighting, he had changed his mind. Lin Ming's power had already exceeded his every expectation. As long as he could win, then he would be satisfied. Who lives and who dies, we will know after this battle. After speaking, Lin Ming's aura began to rise. Underneath his feet, the land began to rupture from his increasingly sharp aura. Humph! Your end is imminent, and yet you remain such a flippant piece of garbage. Lin Ming, you dare to slander me, you dare to slander the blood slaughter steps, and for this I shall take your dog life now. The Polaris Tower Master gave a loud shot and stepped forwards, the land breaking beneath his feet. His body turned into a stream of light that shot towards Lin Ming, the great sword in his hand cutting down like the peak of a mountain. This sword was actually aimed towards Lin Ming's purple comet spear. He wanted to cut apart Lin Ming's purple comet spear. As long as he succeeded, it was the same as chopping off a tiger's fangs. Lin Ming's combat strength would drop to the floor. As the surrounding martial artists saw this, they all thought in their heart that the Polaris Tower Master's methods weren't honorable. But, in a struggle of life and death, the winner was king and the loser was the villain. As for what method was used, none of that was important. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The heretical god force opened to the extreme. The 8 inner hidden gates erupted, and the complete battle spirit was fused into the purple comet spear. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible, but it could be attached to any treasure, turning it into an incomparably sharp killing weapon. A trivial withered leaf with a battle spirit attached to it could cut apart a treasure. Lin Ming poured his battle spirit into the purple comet spear, and thus, the originally insufficient quality purple comet spear began to shine with a shimmering greenish-yellow light. This was the glory of a bronze battle spirit. Clang! The Polaris Tower Master's heavy sword smashed into the purple comet spear, pressing down on it like a great mountain. The earth underneath Lin Ming's feet exploded and the purple comet spear fiercely bent, but this strike was actually abruptly kept off by Lin Ming. What? The Polaris Tower Master was shocked. He never thought that his all-out strike, combined with a peak low-grade heaven-step heaven-opening sword, would actually not be able to break apart a high-grade earth-step treasure spear. The Polaris Tower Master was naturally a greatly experienced genius of his generation. An idea suddenly rose in his heart. Could this greenish-gray light be a battle spirit? Impossible. This was impossible. Not only was the Polaris Tower Master shocked, but all the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded as they saw that the purple comet spear didn't break. However, in that split second, no one had time to think about what just happened. There was only a whistling sound, and then because of the heavy pressure, the curved purple comet spear suddenly snapped back like a whip, shooting straight towards the cheek of the Polaris Tower Master. The Polaris Tower Master could no longer afford to think about just what that greenish-gray light was on the spear. He pulled back his heaven-opening sword and quickly drew away. But even so, the power of thunder still snuck into his body like the strike of a viper. Chi. The Polaris Tower Master felt half of his body instantly paralyzed. That power of thunder also had Lin Ming's battle spirit attached to it. Just that tiny wisp of battle spirit caused the originally insufficiently ranked Thunder Soul to become incomparably dangerous. The Polaris Tower Master wretchedly coughed. But at this moment, Lin Ming had already taken a step forwards. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and all space seemed to lose meaning underneath his steps. It was as if Lin Ming had directly teleported in front of the Polaris Tower Master, the spear in his hand already thrusting down. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master fiercely bit down on his tongue, forcefully awakening himself with pain. He raised the heaven-opening sword in his hand and slashed towards Lin Ming. He was trying to use a purely offensive strike to force Lin Ming to retreat. But in this moment, the flow of time seemed to slow down around the Polaris Tower Master. His sword seemed stuck in a bog, even as Lin Ming's spear shot out like a blazing meteor, its speed reaching the extreme. Concept of time? The Polaris Tower Master's eyes turned bloodshot. Under the threat of death, he erupted with 120% of his potential, emitting a terrifying energy and using it to directly burst out of the time cage. At the moment that Lin Ming's spear thrust down, he moved completely contrary to the laws of physics, forcing that spear that would have struck his heart to stab into his left shoulder instead. With the infusion of battle spirit, Lin Ming's spear cut through the Polaris Tower Master's protective demon essence like it was tofu, stabbing his shoulder and penetrating straight through. Blood shot out. Lin Ming's spear had broken the Polaris Tower Master's clavicle. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with the light of insanity. He used his muscles to firmly clamp down on the purple comet spear and then slashed his sword towards Lin Ming's neck. He wanted to use this opportunity with the purple comet spear stuck in his body to cut off Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming only coldly sneered. True essence erupted from the purple comet spear. Each wisp of true essence had a touch of battle spirit fused with it, shooting out like a pack of steel needles. The Polaris Tower Master's meridians and muscles in his left shoulder had become a twisted mess. As a result, the strength of the muscles imprisoning his spear no longer existed. Lin Ming's figure dodged backwards, easily escaping the Polaris Tower Master's sword and leaving a massive gaping wound in the Polaris Tower Master's left shoulder. Blood flowed like a river, the meat there ground into a blur. This was the terror of a battle spirit. Its name as the strongest attack wasn't just from its unmatched sharpness, but also its terrifying destructive power. The Polaris Tower Master fell down, staggering backwards several steps as he used his great sword to support himself, only then being able to come to a standstill. As the martial artists present saw this, all of them were shocked speechless. They had thought that Lin Ming's strength might be above that of the Polaris Tower Master, but the quality of his treasure weapon was simply too inferior. Overall, he was at a disadvantage. They never imagined that after several exchanges of moves, the Polaris Tower Master would be the one who was severely wounded. Lin Ming had simply used an overwhelming strength to completely suppress the Polaris Tower Master without giving him the chance to resist. At this time, Zhuan Yu's lips were shivering. He realized now that the difference between him and Lin Ming was a great boundary, like a Xianxia martial artist compared to a revolving core martial artist, or a revolving core martial artist compared to a life destruction master. How ridiculous that he had challenged Lin Ming to a battle a year from now. He really didn't know what it meant to die. Great Axe, help me. The Polaris Tower Master clutched his shoulder and pleaded to the Great Axe Tower Master for help. The Great Axe Tower Master gulped, his heart bitter. He certainly knew the true identity of the Polaris Tower Master. If he watched on helplessly as the Polaris Tower Master died in front of him, then the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes would never forgive him. At this time, the Great Axe Tower Master had fallen into a dilemma. Even if he joined together with the Polaris Tower Master to deal with Lin Ming, that didn't mean they would necessarily be able to win. But if he didn't save him from death, then the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes would shift the blame for his child's death onto him. At that time, him being killed wouldn't be strange. As the Great Axe Tower Master hesitated, how could Lin Ming give the Polaris Tower Master a chance to catch his breath? Lin Ming stepped forwards and once again seemed to teleport in front of the Polaris Tower Master, his spear thrusting towards his heart. Bang! The Polaris Tower Master drew back, injured once more. Before, he didn't understand Lin Ming's concept of time, but now he was finally prepared for it. So the loss he suffered was less. But he was still injured. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. Lin Ming, I am the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler. If you kill me now, then that's the same as dying with me. The Polaris Tower Master frantically shouted like a madman. After being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. What? The son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler. Most of the martial artists present didn't know the identity of the Polaris Tower Master. Hearing him suddenly say this left everyone shocked. The ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes was the only 12-winged heavenly demon in the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes. It was said that his cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor level.
The Polaris Tower Master was actually the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler? This news was inexplicably shocking to everyone. But Lin Ming didn't seem to care about this. Who cared if he was the son of the Steppes Master? He would still die the same. Spear after spear stabbed towards the Polaris Tower Master's fatal points. Lin Ming was determined to kill the Polaris Tower Master. Facing Lin Ming's storm of attacks, the Polaris Tower Master had no choice but to use his clan's secret technique. Lin Ming, you're the one who forced me. I will bet 100 years of my cultivation to die with you. The Polaris Tower Master bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of brilliant blood. On top of the heaven-opening sword, a blazing red flame ignited. Heaven-shattering strike. A sword cut out. The blood vessels on the Polaris Tower Master's arms ruptured. The void trembled, and the earth began to tear open, creating 10-foot-wide fissures everywhere. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Above the purple comet spear, thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! In a fierce collision, all of the energy within a few hundred feet of the two was blown away into a raging vacuum. The Polaris Tower Master was sent flying backwards, and Lin Ming was also swept backwards by the aftermath of the attack. As he was forced back, a strange energy snuck into his right arm like a serpent. The purple comet spear was still a treasure that was an entire boundary of quality lower than the heaven-opening sword. Since Lin Ming had to separate a portion of his battle spirit to protect the purple comet spear, he wasn't able to display its greatest striking power. Chi! The clothes on Lin Ming's arm suddenly burst apart. His body flew backwards, the blood within him tumbling. As for the Polaris Tower Master, he was in an even more miserable state. He crashed into the earth, collapsing the ground beneath him and causing dust and smoke to fly up everywhere. Feeling the purple comet spear tremble in his hands, Lin Ming frowned. With such an intense impact, it was truly somewhat difficult for the purple comet spear to withstand it. And just at this time, Lin Ming could only hear a sword wind rushing at his side. He turned around and saw that 100 feet away, High Lord Bloodfire had grasped a thick broadsword and was rushing towards him. Seeing this, Lin Ming shook his head. High Lord Bloodfire was controlled by the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal. He was beyond all medicine or hope. The only chance he had was if the Polaris Tower Master died. However, High Lord Bloodfire was his most loyal servant, so how could he allow something like that to happen? Lin Ming's spear potential revolved. True essence erupted. The battle spirit fused into the purple comet spear. Brilliant flames twisted on the spear shaft as thick arcs of purple electricity sizzled atop it, blinding all of the martial artists present. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming had poured his battle spirit into the spear as well as fusing the concept of space and time within it. Lin Ming believed that even if High Lord Bloodfire didn't die, he would still be grievously wounded. However, he didn't expect that High Lord Bloodfire would continue rushing directly towards Lin Ming's purple comet spear with no intention of dodging. Puff! The purple comet spear easily penetrated through High Lord Bloodfire. But at this time, a demented light flashed on High Lord Bloodfire's face. He actually rushed towards Lin Ming even as the long spear passed through his body, stretching out his arms to claw towards Lin Ming. Both of High Lord Bloodfire's arms held onto Lin Ming's shoulders, his eyes a bright blood red. Die with me. High Lord Bloodfire erupted with all of his strength. He wanted to hold down Lin Ming so that the Polaris Tower Master could strike through both of them. You are truly hopeless. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a killing intent. Raising his arms, the strength within his body rocketed into the sky. With a ping-ping-ping sound, a bloody fog erupted from High Lord Bloodfire's body. Well done, Bloodfire. The Polaris Tower Master gave a loud shout and slashed out with his sword. From his posture, it was apparent he wanted to cut apart Lin Ming along with High Lord Bloodfire. What a wretched slave. With Lin Ming held down by High Lord Bloodfire, he wasn't able to move for a short period of time. Seeing the Polaris Tower Master's sword cut down at him, Lin Ming's expression didn't change at all. His feet stepped atop golden rock, shattering the void, and the space around him suddenly distorted. When he was in the King's Cage, Lin Ming had been able to break through the space cage using the concept of space, much less something like High Lord Bloodfire's hands. Space distorted, and High Lord Bloodfire suddenly found himself grasping onto nothing at all. But at this time, the Polaris Tower Master's sword was already cutting downwards. Puff! A sword cut through him from head to toe. High Lord Bloodfire was directly split in half. Blood showered down like a heavy rain. As for Lin Ming, he came floating down 200 feet away. Not even a single hair on his head harmed. All of the martial artists were shocked. They had only seen the light around Lin Ming twist a bit, and then he had used some unknown method to break out of High Lord Bloodfire's hold, instantly flickering 200 feet away. What a magnificent display of the concept of space. Duanmu-kun sighed with emotion. He also had many understandings into the concept of space, but it was impossible for him to achieve Lin Ming's degree. Damn! After mistakenly killing his own slave, the Polaris Tower Master was in an extremely poor mood. He began to become increasingly aware that he might really die here today. But at this moment, from High Lord Bloodfire's corpse, a pure infernal energy began to leak out. Half of this infernal energy dissipated, and the other half split in half again, one part flying to Lin Ming and the other part flying to the Polaris Tower Master. High Lord Bloodfire had died under the hands of both Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master. Thus the infernal energy had gone to the both of them. Lin Ming had attacked first, so he absorbed more infernal energy. The two blobs of infernal energy separately flew to the two. With a loud roar, the phantom of a 10-winged heavenly demon appeared behind them, directly swallowing the infernal energy. Seeing this, all of the martial artists present were shocked. The phantom of the 10-winged heavenly demon that appeared behind Lin Ming was in no way smaller than the Polaris Tower Masters. The 10's wings were completely clear, and the 6th pair of wings was also in the process of forming. This was actually the peak of 10 wings. Heavens! When did Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo achieve the peak of 10 wings? All of the martial artists present were shaken to their core as an inexplicable chill crawled up their spines. A 12-winged heavenly demon was the ultimate taboo existence of the blood slaughter steps. Lin Ming was already at the peak of 10 wings. Could he be planning on becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon? Did he want to take the entirety of the blood slaughter steps as his enemy? How audacious! How bold! Juanyu and High Lord Black Ash had gone completely pale. They finally knew just how crazy Lin Ming was. Compared to this madman, they were simply little children monkeying around. Even Great Axe's expression changed. If Lin Ming killed the Polaris Tower Master, would that be enough for him to become a 12-winged heavenly demon? If that happened, then the ruler of the blood slaughter steps would inevitably vent all of his rage onto him. At this moment, there was a sound of distant wind and rustling clothes. Everyone turned around to look, seeing a black-robed old man walk in with the wind. This old man was the host of this trip into the eternal demon abyss. Elder Shao, save me! As the Polaris Tower Master saw this black-robed elder appear, his face lit up with joy. In his darkest moment, he had found a final straw to grasp, fervently calling out for help. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. This old man. He remembered that this old fellow was a supervisory envoy of Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. He was solely responsible for the opening of the eternal demon abyss. He had once said that if anyone's heavenly demon tattoo had gone beyond the middle 10-winged heavenly demon stage, then he would personally disperse some of their infernal energy. Another enemy had appeared. Lin Ming gently stroked his spear, his expression calm even as his eyes shined with a blazing killing intent. Lin Ming. As the black-robed elder caught up, he arrived just in time to see the 10-winged heavenly demon phantom disappear back into Lin Ming's body. You've secretly condensed your heavenly demon tattoo to the peak of 10 wings. How many high lords have you killed during this trip to the eternal demon abyss? Now you have even attacked your superior and committed the crime of killing a high lord. Could it be that you want to plunder the infernal energy of the Polaris Tower Master and become a 12-winged heavenly demon, becoming mortal enemies with the entire blood slaughter steps? You've simultaneously committed the crimes of fomenting rebellion, murdering a high lord, and reckless killing. With these 3 crimes side by side, I hereby sentence you to death. As the black-robed elder spoke, he extracted a lance from his spatial ring and pointed it straight at Lin Ming. Sentence me to death? Ha ha ha! Lin Ming chuckled. If you want to kill me, then why spout so much crap?
What the Polaris Tower Master has done to me, everyone here is well aware. Good. Since you want to play so badly, then you're welcome to join in on the fun. My heavenly demon tattoo just reached the peak of 10 wings. Even if I kill the Polaris Tower Master, it won't be enough for me to reach 12 wings. But, with your pathetic old bones added to the mix, it might just be enough. What a brave young fellow. You've already reached the end of the line, yet you remain so blithely arrogant. Great Axe. The black-robed old man suddenly called out to the Great Axe Tower Master. The Great Axe Tower Master looked extremely distressed. He had originally been waiting for the Polaris Tower Master to be killed by Lin Ming, and then he had been planning to flee the blood slaughter steps to avoid the wrath of the steps master. But he never thought that at this critical moment, Elder Xiao would suddenly arrive. Now it was impossible for him to hide any further. But then again, if the three of them joined forces, killing Lin Ming might not be too difficult. On the other hand, if he didn't help and Lin Ming killed the other two and still couldn't condense his 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then Lin Ming might even turn his spear onto him. Thinking of this, Great Axe stepped forwards and stood beside the black-robed old man, extracting a double-headed axe from his spatial ring. Three great masters simultaneously faced Lin Ming. The martial artists present felt their throats twitch. 2 tower masters and a supervisor of the blood slaughter divine temple. Any one of them was a remarkable and mind-blowing character within the blood slaughter steps. Now, all 3 of them had joined force to deal with Amir Jr. 3 against 1? Lin Ming looked at the black-robed elder and his lips curved up in a taunting smile. I thought you were quite powerful and would be able to handle me alone. But it appears that you're actually mediocre. Humph, you don't have to try stirring me up. From ancient times, the winner has always been the hero and the loser becomes the villain. There is no shame in using your complete strength. Now, Lin Ming, prepare to die. The black-robed elder remained unmoved. Within the eternal demon abyss, it was impossible for them to reach the outside world. They could only depend on the manpower available here to kill Lin Ming. By attacking together, their chances of killing him were that much higher. This damn old fox. Lin Ming knit his eyebrows together. With his current strength, having to simultaneously deal with Elder Xiao, the Great Axe Tower Master, and the severely wounded Polaris Tower Master would be somewhat difficult. The strength of these 2 new challengers might be no less than that of the Polaris Tower Master. When Lin Ming had faced the Polaris Tower Master, he had continuously attacked him several times in a row. Although he had managed to beat him into the ground, he still hadn't been able to kill him. Now, with 3 of them together and mutually supporting each other, wanting to kill any one of them would be much more difficult. Moreover, this Elder Xiao seemed to be very cautious. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat him, he would have to expend himself. Great Axe. We'll attack him from both sides, Elder Xiao said with a true essence sound transmission. Great Axe didn't want to be sucked into this mess. But now there was no turning back for him. Together, they both rushed towards Lin Ming in a pincer position. Holding a double-headed axe, the Great Axe Tower Master's attack seemed truly epic. As for Elder Xiao with the lance in his hands, his strike appeared incomparably sharp. The weapons in both of their hands were equally heaven-step treasures. But the purple comet spear within Lin Ming's hands was only an earth-step treasure. Facing the violent impact about to occur, it would be far too difficult to use his high-grade earth-step purple comet spear to block both attacks. A great portion of his battle spirit needed to be branched out in order to stabilize the purple comet spear, so the part he could use for attacking was naturally lessened. This caused Lin Ming to not dare to recklessly face these 2 in a melee clash, otherwise he would inevitably be injured. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void as space twisted beneath him. In the next moment, he had actually dashed through the gap between Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master's attacks, directly rushing towards the Polaris Tower Master. To wound 10 enemies was far inferior to killing off 1. Lin Ming's first focus of attack was the Polaris Tower Master. Lin Ming, do you want to die? The Polaris Tower Master was furious. But at this time, he truly had overspent himself. He began to rapidly combust his blood essence as he cut down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming completely ignored this attack.
his spear still thrusting towards the Polaris Tower Master's heart. Even if he had to receive a small wound in exchange, he would still desire to kill this man. As Lin Ming was about to kill the Polaris Tower with his spear, he suddenly heard a loud whistling of wind behind him. Elder Xiao was chasing after him with his lance in front. Lin Ming instantly determined that if he killed the Polaris Tower Master, he was bound to be stuck for a moment. At that time, he would definitely be struck hard by Elder Xiao. This damn old man. Lin Ming wildly grit his teeth and slammed his feet into the ground, his body suddenly jumping up from the recoil as he abruptly recovered his spear potential while dodging the Polaris Tower Master's sword. Who dash? After taking back his spear potential, Lin Ming could feel the blood within his body tumbling madly about, his face flushing red. To a martial artist, having to forcefully withdraw an attack they sent out was similar to a wildly dashing horse suddenly stopping. The energy backlash would impact the blood vitality within their body and might even cause damage to their meridians. Even though Lin Ming's meridians and body were astoundingly formidable, this impact of energy made him feel queasy. Boy, your end is here. Elder Xiao thrust out his lance once again, the lance point chasing after Lin Ming's vital points. Even if Lin Ming could dodge using Golden Rock shattering the void, Elder Xiao had still made an immediate judgment to strike at him again. Although this old fellow wasn't any stronger than the Polaris Tower Master, his combat experience was far richer. Haha! Lin Ming, you will die here today. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes shined as if victory was already within his reach. With his sword cutting down at Lin Ming, and in addition to the Great Axe Tower Master joining in on the assault, the attacks of these three individuals were unblockable with Lin Ming's trivial Earthstep Purple Comet Spear. He simply didn't have the qualifications to meet all three attacks at once. Blocking one attack was possible, but the other two attacks would also fall on him. At that time, 3 Heavenstep treasures would cut down on a single Earthstep treasure. If that happened, he feared that no matter how heaven-defying a battle spirit was, it still wouldn't be able to withstand this. The Purple Comet Spear would break, Golden Rock shattering the void. The power of space underneath Lin Ming's feet twisted again. By virtue of his understanding of the concept of space, Lin Ming once again dodged the combined attacks of the three. But, even though he had successfully dodged the attacks, the currents of demon essence still scraped by him. Although he wasn't injured, this scraping still tore apart the cloth of his lower robe. This sounded alarm bells in Lin Ming's mind. With the concept of space fused into it, Golden Rock shattering the void was indeed an incomparably wonderful movement technique. But to dodge the attacks of 3 people in a limited space was still extremely difficult. Lin Ming could decide not to fight and escape deep into the eternal demon abyss instead. If this happened, then there wasn't anyone here that could stop him. But the eternal demon abyss would be sealed off in another half-month and the only exit was here. There was another exit on the other side of the eternal demon abyss, but that was over 10,000 miles away. Although it was only 10,000 miles away, the truth was that it was impossible to cross through the center of the eternal demon abyss. The true distance to the other side was 20,000 to 30,000 miles. There were also a massive number of unknown dangers that existed between here and there. Wanting to cross this distance in a mere half-month was simply impossible. Lin Ming, your concept of space is indeed exquisite. But Elder Xiao suddenly sneered, thrusting his lance through the void. Lin Ming didn't know what Elder Xiao was trying to do. But after he understood, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Every time Elder Xiao thrust out with his lance, a black energy would fuse into space. Elder Xiao only had a minor understanding into the concept of space. To have him shrink the space between his feet and keep up with Lin Ming's strange movement techniques was naturally impossible. But he was actually able to fuse a portion of his striking energy into space, making it so that the power of space here became increasingly chaotic. In this situation, although Lin Ming was still able to use the power of space to display his elusive and fleeting movement technique, it would become much more difficult. And having to dodge the combined attacks of the three also became that much harder. If Lin Ming's speed were to slow down and he were to make even the tiniest mistake, he would be injured. If he was injured at this time, then his fate could be imagined. This damned old man. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a brilliant killing intent. The elderly were truly tricky. Although this Elder Xiao wasn't any stronger than the Polaris Tower Master,
Ever since he joined this fight, Lin Ming had been constantly suppressed from multiple angles. The power of space became increasingly chaotic. And, because the purple comet spear's quality was limited, Lin Ming couldn't engage in a melee with these three. If this continued on, then he would reach a point where he wouldn't be able to withstand this any longer, and then he would have to escape into the eternal demon abyss. With Demon Shine beside him, Lin Ming was confident he would be able to stay within the eternal demon abyss for 10 years until the next time it opened. But, even if he could survive down here for 10 years, he was still far too worried about the events happening in the Sky Spill continent. 10 years from now, who knew what would change? Perhaps the South Sea War would have already ended. He had to leave now, but to leave he had to defeat these three. Lin Ming frowned. He had been caught in a dead end. Oh. As Lin Ming was fiercely battling against three others, he didn't know that in a distant corner of the battlefield, two martial artists were secretly talking to each other with a true essence sound transmission. High Lord White Demon, a fist-sized Earth-step demon god bone is already enough to exchange for several Heaven-step treasures. I will trade you too. Although that Heaven-step spear in your hands is good, it absolutely isn't worthy of an Earth-step demon god bone. The one speaking was Duanmu Kun. He had long noticed that Lin Ming was being suppressed because of the quality of his weapon. Now he wanted to give Lin Ming a new one. Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Xin all used swords. They didn't have a Heaven-step treasure spear in their spatial rings. Thus, Duanmu Kun thought of purchasing one from another High Lord. To trade two fist-sized Earth-step demon god bones for a low-grade Heaven-step treasure spear was the same as having a massive amount of money drop down from the heavens. By all reasoning, no one would ever reject this offer. However, High Lord White Demon seemed a bit pained with embarrassment. Brother Duanmu, I know what you're trying to say, but even if Lin Ming received my spear, he still might not be able to win. If he loses, then those two great tower masters and supervisor will be furious at me. How would I still continue living? Duanmu Kun was very understanding of High Lord Whiteman's thoughts. He said, I will deliver the spear. The risk to you is not too large. In addition, as long as you leave the blood slaughter steps, I guarantee you will receive sanctuary under my divine wood holy land. High Lord White Demon, without taking risk, you will never break through to the Emperor level. Where has there ever been such a good deal in this world? Okay, how about this? 3 Earth-step demon god bones. All of them the size of a fist. That is our final offer because of the 3 of us. That is the totality of the resources we obtained in the eternal demon abyss. The reason that Duanmu Kun had offered 2 demon god bones at the start was so that he could have some bargaining room with High Lord White Demon. It was to try to take advantage of others' urgent needs, no matter how tempting the conditions were from the start. So, rather than first putting out the best offer, it was better to slowly toss in the chips until they couldn't be refused. And sure enough, High Lord White Demon was shaken. 3 Earth-step demon god bones could greatly shorten the time it took from him to break through from a 4-star demon king to a quasi-emperor. If he could continue like that, then he really would one day reach the emperor level. Truly, there were no riches in this world without danger. If a massive meat pie fell down from the sky and he didn't eat it because he feared it was poisonous, then that was the same as him giving up on ever becoming a true emperor. Gritting his teeth, High Lord White Demon calmly handed over a spatial ring to Duanmu Kun. The spear is inside. I've already erased my soul mark. Do with it as you will. Great. Duanmu Kun didn't waste time and directly passed a spatial ring containing the 3 Earth-step demon god bones to High Lord White Demon. At the same time his figure flashed and he appeared at the edge of the battlefield extracting a white spear from the spatial ring. This was also partly the reason why High Lord White Demon was originally unwilling to hand over this spear. This spear was far too blatantly garish and easily recognizable. Brother Lin, take the spear. Whoosh. Duanmu Kun threw out the spear. At this time, Lin Ming was facing the dual attacks of the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Shao. He was indeed facing a crisis. The power of space around him was becoming increasingly chaotic, and it was becoming much more difficult to use the concept of space effectively. But at this moment, as Lin Ming saw a long spear shooting towards him, his eyes lit up. Not good.
As Lin Ming saw this white long spear, the Great Axe Tower Master, Elder Xiao, and the Polaris Tower Master also saw the spear. The Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Xiao were attacking, so they were unable to intercept the spear. Only the Polaris Master was able to rush towards this white spear. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming erupted with true essence. The heretical god force revolved to its limits, forcefully distorting the chaotic power of space. Once again, he shrunk the space under his feet and avoided the attacks of the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Xiao, seeming as if he teleported in front of the white long spear. Lin Ming, go and die. As the Polaris Tower Master saw Lin Ming rushing towards that heaven-step white spear, he knew that it was impossible to catch up to him with his speed. So, wielding his great sword, he slashed out at Lin Ming, wanting to force him back instead. However, Lin Ming completely ignored the Polaris Tower Master's attack. His eyes flashed with a thick killing intent as he grabbed onto the spear shaft with a heavy clapping sound. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master's attack was less than 10 feet away from Lin Ming. The one who will die is you. The energy within Lin Ming's body erupted like a colossal volcano. Holding on to that white spear, he suddenly turned around and thrust it out. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! A keen spear light tore apart the Polaris Tower Master's sword light as if it were made of paper. At this time, Lin Ming no longer needed to use the power of his battle spirit to reinforce his spear. The strength of his battle spirit was completely freed from its shackles. Along the shaft of the spear, the power of thunder and fire twisted together. With the complete increased strength from a bronze-level battle spirit, the prestige of Lin Ming's spear had reached the pinnacle. Before, Lin Ming could only block the Polaris Tower Master's attacks, but now he completely overwhelmed and swept away those same attacks. A rainbow of light howled out. The void trembled. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master gave out a pitiful cry as his body was swept up by that spear light. He was sent flying back like broken sack, spewing out a mouthful of blood in midair. Young Master! Elder Xiao was enraged. He didn't attack Lin Ming, but instead his figure disappeared as he rushed towards the Polaris Tower Master to catch him. Rapidly stuffing a life-saving pill into the Polaris Tower Master's mouth, Elder Xiao suddenly looked up, his eyes like those of a rabid wolf. Lin Ming. Elder Xiao heatedly glared at Lin Ming before his eyes shifted to Duanmu-kun. And you too, Duanmu-kun. You are asking to die. Duanmu-kun's expression was calm. He coldly said, Me? Asking to die? Haha. The Polaris Tower Master has been planting slave seals into top talents and controlling them as his own slaves. After so many years, who knows just how many outstanding young elites have died because of him. This matter is something the Holy Land Alliance will absolutely investigate. When that time comes, who dies, who lives, none of that is certain. It might be true that the Polaris Tower Master is the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler, but as far as I know, the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes probably has over a dozen children. For just a single son, will he be willing to oppose the Holy Land Alliance? The Steppes Master was an emperor-level powerhouse who had lived for over 5,000 years. After so many years, it wasn't strange for him to have several dozen children. Even if the Polaris Tower Master was the most outstanding and talented of all his children, he still wasn't worth such a massive sacrifice. Duanmu-kun, do you think I won't kill you just because you have the Divine Wood Holy Land behind you? Elder Zhao's eyes flashed with a fanatical killing intent. At this time, a crazed idea began to take form in his mind. That was to kill every outsider and silence all witnesses. As for the others, he would force them into a soul contract so that this secret was kept forever. Outwardly, he would claim that the eternal demon abyss had erupted again, causing all the outstanding heroic youths here to die. Without a shadow of a doubt, this would cause an enormous pressure to fall onto the Blood Slaughter Steppes. But if he were to allow these people to leave, then the consequences of that would be extremely bad. Moreover, he and the Polaris Tower Master might become chess pieces that the Steppes Master would give up. Thinking of this, Elder Zhao's heart burned with an even fiercer killing intent. What? Do you want to fight? Duanmu-kun was extremely intelligent. He could vaguely guess what Elder Xiao was thinking and drew out his sword without hesitation. He was well aware that he was not a match for this old man, but he also believed that Lin Ming wouldn't just sit there and watch him die. As Duanmu-kun glanced over at Lin Ming,
He saw Lin Ming's lips really did move, passing on a true essence sound transmission to him. Thank you, Brother Duanmu. I, Lin Ming, will carve this kindness in my heart. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Lin Ming was a person who believed in the commitments he made. If he made a promise or a pledge, he would inevitably accomplish it. He was aware that Duanmu Kun's actions were all in order to repay him for saving his life earlier. For such a peerless and proud son of heaven like Duanmu Kun, what someone like him would find most reluctant was owing favors to others. Only when he returned the kindness would his thoughts be able to flow smoothly. Of course, Duanmu Kun also did this because he wished to form a better relationship with Lin Ming, to befriend a top master in the prime of their youth and also temper that friendship through the fires of life and death. This sort of friendship would be extremely strong and reliable in the future. Going out, making friends and comrades, knowing masters, all of this would be of great help in the future. Even for someone like Lin Ming who tended towards being a loner, he still liked to make friends. For instance, gaining access to materials, news, and so forth, all of this would be much easier in the future with a friend to help him. But what Duanmu Kun didn't expect was that at this time, Elder Zhao's face would flash with a ferocious light as he loudly shouted out, "Every High Lord of the Blood Slaughter Steppes, obey my orders. Kill Duanmu Kun. If you can kill Duanmu Kun, you will receive 5 genes of low-grade Earth-Step Demon God Bones and 3 genes of medium-grade Earth-Step Demon God Bones." As Duanmu Kun heard Elder Zhao issue out this comment, his complexion changed. This old man was so insane that he wanted to openly kill him here? Did he not fear offending his divine would holy land at all? Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind him, Lan Xian and Feng Xin moved to cover his sides, both of them extracting their long swords. Their attitude and meaning were clear. As friends, they would live together or die together. At this time, they also guessed what Elder Zhao was doing. If he was willing to kill Duanmu Kun to silence all the witnesses here, then how could they be let off? It was true that the Holy Land Alliance was powerful, but they were only able to indirectly exert pressure onto the Blood Slaughter Steppes. It was impossible for them to directly attack the Blood Slaughter Steppes. That strange and mystical power within the Blood Slaughter Steppes could kill any powerhouse that was at life destruction or above. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chances of dying from that curse. Even an Emperor-level powerhouse might die if they stepped into the Blood Slaughter Steppes. Within the entire Holy Demon continent, there were only a handful of Emperor-level powerhouses that had the qualifications to safely re-enter the Blood Slaughter Steppes. Of these people, besides the Eightfall War Emperor, most of them had gone into seclusion in who knew what heaven-forsaken lands and were nearly impossible to find. Hearing such generous rewards, the High Lords present immediately felt their hearts stir with temptation. It had to be known that of these High Lords, the majority of them didn't have the ability to enter into the Emperor level in the future. But if they had that much Demon God Bone, that wouldn't necessarily be true. Some of them were already tracing their spatial rings. Duanmu Kun smiled, his face immeasurably cold and decisive. Truly humans die for wealth and birds die for food. So what if you obtain so many Demon God Bones? Is it worth it if you aren't alive to enjoy it? If you kill us, do you not fear the combined retaliation of our 3 holy lands, all of them willing to hunt you down? That is, unless you plan on never leaving the Blood Slaughter Steppes in the future. As the High Lords present heard Duanmu Kun's words, many of them began to waver with hesitation. All of them would have to leave the Blood Slaughter Steppes after they reached a boundary equivalent to the Life Destruction realm. If they had to simultaneously face the combined forces of 3 holy lands chasing them down, then there really wasn't any way they could survive that. As Elder Zhao saw these High Lords waffle around, he laughed and said, "Duanmu Kun, you really are skilled at fooling the hearts of others. Do you think you are that important? Outside of here, we will say that you died because the eternal demon abyss erupted. Even if your divine would Holy Land tries to pressure my Blood Slaughter Steppes, all we will have to do is pay some compensation for their losses. You said that the Steppes ruler has many sons, but your divine would Holy Land has even more talents. You are the most outstanding junior of the last 100 years, but that is only 100 years. To the divine would Holy Land that has existed for 10,000 years, what do you think 100 years is to them?
There have been many 100-year peerless talents that have died the same within the blood slaughter steps. As long as there is enough interest in both parties, any conflict can be resolved. Do you really think that for a mere your divine holy land would actually completely break off from the blood slaughter steps? Do not forget, this land is the best trial by fire for raising the new generation of geniuses. Not only was Elder Xiao rich in combat experience, but he was an eloquent individual who was skilled at speaking. With just a few superficial moves, the winds were behind him and all the High Lords believed he was right. And right he was. The blood slaughter steps had to fear and give face to the divine holy land. But the divine holy land also had to do the same in return. Otherwise, they would never be able to send their outstanding heroic youths there again. For these two forces, as long as the issue wasn't too great, it could be resolved in secret with appropriate compensation. If they both fought, then it would simply be a lose-lose situation. Finally, over 20 High Lords began to move. High Lord Black Ash was also amongst these 20-some High Lords. He malevolently smiled as he said, "Sorry, Brother Duanmu. Even if I don't kill you, others will. Why give advantages to others when I can take them myself? Please understand." Seeing the situation deteriorate in front of him, it wasn't just Duanmu-kun who was grimacing. Even Zhuan Yu, who wasn't involved in any of this, began to nervously sweat. He too was a Holy Land descendant. Although he wasn't a Fae, it was still possible they would kill him in order to eliminate another potential witnesses. What do we do? Lan Xian was a bit panicked. Although she was a Holy Land descendant, she had never been in this sort of situation before. Facing this sort of crucial moment, she was at a bit of a loss. There were only 3 of them. Against the many High Lords in front of them, there was simply no path to survival. "Kill!" High Lord Black Ash shouted out. He was about to rush at Lan Xian. When at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly moved. He raised the white spear in his hands and stabbed it towards the Polaris Tower Master. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master had basically lost all of his combat strength, hanging on to life simply because of the pills that were sustaining him. Now, it was impossible for him to block Lin Ming's attack. Elder Zhao's eyes glinted with a cold light. "You dare!" He placed his lance horizontally, protecting the Polaris Tower Master. But at this moment, Lin Ming sneered. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and his figure instantly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared several hundred feet away. The location he had appeared at was actually within those 20-some High Lords, right behind High Lord Black Ash. Without a further word, Lin Ming thrust out his spear. In terms of his elusive ability to appear anywhere like a fading ghost, no one could rival Lin Ming. Puff! Ugh! High Lord Black Ash only felt his chest go cold. Looking down, he froze as he saw a white, blood-stained spear stretching out from his chest. The spear lifted up. High Lord Black Ash's originally diminutive body was lifted up on the shaft. As he was stuck on the spear, he looked no different from a frog on a skewer. High Lord Black Ash's face flashed with a thick and pure unwilling despair. He grabbed the spear shaft, wanting to turn around. However, as an imp martial artist, his neck was too short so he couldn't turn much. "Go die!" The power of a battle spirit erupted. High Lord Black Ash suddenly shook as all his organs were twisted into goo. Lin Ming withdrew his white spear, the front wet with blood. His entire body blazed with an overwhelming killing intent. At this time, he stood within the many High Lords. All of the High Lords felt a chill crawl up their backs as their courage began fading away. A wisp of pure infernal energy left High Lord Black Ash's body and was sucked up into Lin Ming's. As Elder Xiao saw this, he immediately paled. This was disastrous. He realized that Lin Ming wanted to use these ordinary High Lords as his blood sacrifice, becoming a true 12-winged heavenly demon. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, a person would obtain heavenly demon martial intent and become the ultimate taboo existence within the Blood Slaughter Steps. The Blood Slaughter Steps' true fear was not the Holy Land Alliance, but an emperor-level powerhouse like the Eightfall War Emperor, who had also managed to obtain a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. There didn't need to be many of such individuals. As long as 3 or 4 such existences simultaneously attacked the Blood Slaughter Steps, the Steps Master would suffer defeat. "All High Lords heed my order. Everyone attack Lin Ming together. Although he is strong, he cannot stand a barrage of your martial skills."
Elder Xiao crazily shouted. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but this had mainly manifested in his striking power. In just the aspect of striking power, Lin Ming even surpassed an ordinary second-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Any defense would be pierced and pulverized. But in terms of defensive power, no matter how fierce Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to stand there and take attacks from a High Lord powerhouse, much less a barrage of them. All of the surrounding High Lords began to move, taking out their weapons and attacking Lin Ming. But how could they possibly compare to Lin Ming in speed? Cha-cha-cha. The Heaven-Step treasure spear was like a pure white dragon swimming through the vast sea. Wherever it went, blood would follow. Lin Ming indeed couldn't block a volley of attacks from the High Lords. Even if just 5 or 6 martial artists attacked him at the same time, he probably wouldn't be able to block that either. But by depending on Golden Rock shattering the void, his movement skill that allowed him to weave through the battlefield like ghosts and gods, how could anyone think of successfully hitting him? As he flitted between the 20-some High Lords, Lin Ming's attacks were like vorpal death sentences. The white spear was fused with billowing flames and arcs of electricity. Each and every attack had the power of a bronze-level battle spirit poured into it. Ah! Seeing Lin Ming rush towards him, a High Lord swung his heavy sword at Lin Ming, wanting to fend off this attack. But Lin Ming completely ignored his attack and continued thrusting his spear. In that instant, Lin Ming's spear passed through the High Lord's sword light and then struck the heavy sword with a metallic ring. Then, an inconceivable scene occurred that made everyone tremble. The great sword, which was also a Heaven-Step treasure, actually had its thick blade pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The long spear penetrated through the heavy sword and stabbed into the High Lord's throat, taking his life with a single spear strike. Such a sharp spear light caused all of the martial artists present to pale, sweat dripping down their backs. Everyone knew that the white spear was a low-grade Heaven-Step treasure. But, in Lin Ming's hand, this spear had reached a degree of sharpness that no one could block. Facing this sort of demon, just who would dare to fight him? The some remaining High Lords were pale as they turned around to run. However, Lin Ming did not intend to let a single one of them escape. The space underneath his feet suddenly shrank as he seemed to teleport directly behind a High Lord's back, his spear thrusting into his body. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll leave," the High Lord frantically shouted. However, his voice died in his throat. The white spear penetrated through his back and straight out of his front, a bloody light shooting out. Leave? No one was leaving. Lin Ming's lips curved in a devilish grin. At the moment that they decided to kill Duanmu-kun, everyone had already forfeited their lives in this gamble. Seeing that they couldn't kill the one in front of them, but then seeing that they themselves would die and even wanting to retreat, just where in the world would you find such a good deal? Damn it! Seeing 6 or 7 ordinary High Lords cut down by Lin Ming as if they were vegetables, Elder Zhao's eyes turned red. "This old man will kill you." Pouring true essence into his lance, Elder Xiao struck out at Lin Ming. "Humph! You really think that I'm afraid to fight you?" Lin Ming's eyes sparked with a cold light. He grasped his spear, thrusting it up. He would welcome anyone anytime. Before, he hadn't dared to directly fight because Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master were attacking him together, and the treasure in Lin Ming's hand was lacking. But now, seeing Elder Xiao rush towards him alone, this was what Lin Ming had wished for. A spear thrust out, fires burning to the heavens. A vast concept of fire burnt Elder Zhao's cloud of demon essence to cinders. Spear and lance collided. Bang! Elder Zhao's body shook. After receiving such a heavy blow, he was blown backwards like a broken kite, blood leaking out from his mouth. After Lin Ming had switched to a Heaven-Step treasure spear, he had been able to completely free the power of his battle spirit. Now, his striking power was not something that Elder Xiao could hope to compare with. For this old man to think of meeting him in a head-on attack with, he had simply been seeking death. "Great Axe! What the hell are you doing? Do you think he will let you go?" Elder Xiao crazily shouted, his voice full thick with anger and killing intent. Great Axe grit his teeth and stepped forwards. At this time he had truly stepped onto the road of no return. His only path of redemption was to kill Lin Ming.
Elder Xiao forcefully revolved his demon essence and suppressed in internal injuries, swallowing down the blood that was filling his mouth. One on the left, one on the right, both of them attacked Lin Ming. Facing these two simultaneous attacks, although Lin Ming was confident in himself, he didn't lower his guard. Suffering even a minor injury here would be disastrous. However, he had never intended to meet both of their attacks. Seeing billowing clouds of demonic energy roiling towards him, Lin Ming's lips curved in a cruel smile. Golden rock shattering the void. Who dash? Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished again. In the next moment, he had already moved several hundred feet away, appearing right in front of the Polaris Tower Master. At the same time that Great Axe and Elder Xiao attacked him, he had decided to kill the Polaris Tower Master. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master's eyes widened as he saw Lin Ming suddenly flicker in front of him, scared so badly that his soul nearly left his body. In his life, he had killed countless lives, and now this was the first time that he had truly faced death. The fear of dying gripped his mind. His eyes widened, his heartbeat stopping. He didn't want to die. He was the son of the Steppes Master. He enjoyed countless resources, countless beauties, limitless fame. In the future, he would become a 12-winged heavenly demon and inevitably step into the emperor-level realm. He would live for 6,000 or 7,000 years with endless wealth and an exalted status. He would have peerless authority, wielding the fates of 1 trillion lives in his hands with absolute power. He would have a harem with countless proud and heavenly women of every race. And now all of his dreams would disappear with this single spear strike. Lin Ming, don't. Young master. Several hundred feet away, Elder Xiao also shouted out. However, no one was able to stop Lin Ming. Without a hint of hesitation, his spear came plummeting down, directly passing through the Polaris Tower Master's throat like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Blood sputtered out. The Polaris Tower Master opened his mouth as if he were trying to say something, but his vocal cords had already been torn to pieces, so he was unable to utter a single word. Lin Ming was inscrutable as he pulled his hand back and received his spear. As he drew back the spear, blood gushed out, spraying into the air. In this final strike that killed the Polaris Tower Master, he hadn't even infused his spear with his battle spirit, ending his life no differently than he would butcher a chicken of pig. A powerful and ambitious genius of his era, who had planted slave seals in the spiritual seas of several generations of proud sons of heavens, who had become the Polaris Tower Master that had controlled Polaris Tower for dozens of years, had died today, killed no differently than the lowest of beasts. Young master! Elder Xiao's eyes were blood-red. His heart raged with an inferno of hatred, a thick burning intent sizzling in his mind. In the end, all he could do was look on helplessly as the Polaris Tower Master died right in front of him. This wasn't because of any mistake Elder Xiao had made. In that situation just now, he could no longer stop Lin Ming. If he didn't attack Lin Ming, then that was no different from freely allowing him to becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Yet, if he wanted to attack Lin Ming, he would need to join forces with Great Axe. And now, the result of this was, he had given Lin Ming the chance to directly slaughter the Polaris Tower Master. His movement speed was inferior and his striking power was inferior. From the point that Lin Ming obtained the white spear, the initiative had gone to Lin Ming's hand, remaining there forever. As the Polaris Tower Master died, an incomparably rich infernal energy leaked out from him. This mass of infernal energy was several times purer and richer than any other mass of infernal energy that Lin Ming had ever seen. At this moment, the bass growl of a demon filled the air. The fierce heavenly demon phantom that hid within Lin Ming's arm tattoo appeared, rushing towards the mass of infernal energy and swallowing it all. With the additional 6 or 7 High Lords that Lin Ming had killed just before, all of this infernal energy combined together, completely absorbed by the heavenly demon phantom. Roar! The heavenly demon phantom stretched out its sharp claws and unfolded its towering wings. It faced the heavens and gave off a loud cry. Its 5 pairs of wings were already extremely clear, and now, under the effects of that rich infernal energy, the final 6th pair was also slowly expanding. A 12-winged heavenly demon. After Lin Ming killed the Polaris Tower Master, he finally became a 12-winged heavenly demon. With the influx of infernal energy, the heavenly demon phantom began to rapidly grow, finally reaching a monumental 40 to 50 feet. It was like an azura that crawled out from the endless abyss. Thunder and fire raged underneath its feet, and its entire body was wrapped with thick, bulging muscles. As it released its 12 wings, they nearly covered the skies. All of the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. Mad? He's a madman. Zhuan Yu's lips trembled. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to face Lin Ming, let alone fight him. As for Elder Xiao, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had a deep foreboding feeling that if he couldn't kill Lin Ming today, then one day, Lin Ming would become the gravedigger for all 12 sky-split towers. He was absolutely a terrifying threat. In fact, he was far more horrible and dreadful than even the Eightfall War Emperor. He had the personal reasons and also the ability to personally bury the entire blood slaughter steps under his feet, drowning the land in a sea of blood. Hurry and take advantage of this time. While he's concentrating the heavenly demon phantom to kill him, Elder Xiao leapt forwards. The great axe tower master also hesitated for a moment before throwing himself forwards too. At this time, there was no way he could retreat unless he turned and ran into the eternal demon abyss. But this was the only nearby exit from the eternal demon abyss, and it would soon close. Running away would be no different from suicide. One on the left, one on the right, Elder Xiao and the great axe tower master attacked together. At this time, the heavenly demon phantom released a deafening, earth-shaking roar. A terrifying force field fell over everyone like the end of times. In that instant, Elder Xiao and the great axe tower master felt a deep fear in their hearts. This was a killing intent directed at their very souls, causing everyone to tremble where they stood. This was the death god force field of the heavenly demon martial intent. Under the cover of this infernal energy that was so thick it manifested into essence, Elder Xiao and the great axe tower master's striking power had instantly and unexpectedly weakened by 30%. At the same time, the heavenly demon phantom behind Lin Ming suddenly shrunk, instantly minimizing from 40 to 50 feet to half a foot, turning into a complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo that landed on Lin Ming's arm. After condensing the complete heavenly demon tattoo, Lin Ming felt his body filled with an explosive power. Facing the attacks of Elder Xiao and the great axe tower master, Lin Ming poured all of this destructive energy into his spear, thrusting it out. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! A terrifying blast wave combusted, appearing like a massive red and purple lotus blooming in the world. All of the space in the area began to twist together. After being struck by such a terrifying strike, Elder Xiao and the great axe tower master were flung away like leaves in a storm. The previously injured Elder Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood. As for the great axe tower master, although he didn't vomit blood, the palm of his hand directly cracked apart. With a ka-ka-ka sound, a massive crack had appeared in the double-headed axe in his hand. The mountain-shattering axe cracked? The great axe tower master stared at the axe in his hands, his eyes wide like full moons. His double-headed axe could only be considered in the lower middle reaches of low-grade heaven-step treasure. Although it wasn't some amazingly high-rank weapon, the key lay in its weight. Between grades of a similar rank, an axe was much more expensive than a sword because over 10 times the material was required. Accordingly, an axe was extremely durable because of its thickness. But now, this low-grade heaven-step axe had actually been cracked apart by Lin Ming's spear. To just what extent did Lin Ming's striking power reach? It wasn't just the great axe tower master who was horrified, but all of the surrounding martial artists were frightened. In just this single exchange of moves, Lin Ming had single-handedly held off 2 great masters and even forced them back. Lin Ming had not only injured Elder Xiao once more, but he also damaged the great axe tower master's weapon. As for Lin Ming, he had done all of this with just a low-grade heaven-step spear. How could such an originally ordinary spear be able to display such power within Lin Ming's hands? I see. So that's what it was. Elder Xiao glared at Lin Ming, grinning as he revealed his blood-stained teeth. So young. Just an early revolving core boy, and yet you've comprehended your own battle spirit. And looking at its grade, it's probably already at large success of the bronze level. As Elder Xiao spoke, the great axe tower master felt his heart go cold. Battle spirit? As a giant demon martial artist,
A battle spirit was too far out of reach for the great Axe Tower Master. Because giant demons were naturally born lacking in will and perception, there were many giant demon martial artists that never managed to comprehend their battle spirit even after becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. But the great Axe Tower Master still had some minor understandings into a battle spirit. It was said that when a martial artist will reach the pinnacle of its potential, it could condense into a very specialized concept. This battle spirit could then be attached to any object, killing enemies, cutting away all life and existence into nothingness. What cultivation did Lin Ming have? And he had managed to comprehend a battle spirit? The great Axe Tower Master began to truly fear Lin Ming from his heart. He started to regret his reckless actions in provoking this dark star. Now, he had already completely offended Lin Ming. Once he became enemies with such a person, the horrible bleakness of his future could be imagined. 200 feet away, Lin Ming held his spear as he stood there. The truth was that the strike he used just now had drawn support from the flash of absolute power that had appeared after completely condensing a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Under normal circumstances, although Lin Ming would still be able to receive the dual strikes of Elder Shao and the great Axe Tower Master, he wouldn't have had the ability to wound both of them. I finally formed my complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Lin Ming took a deep break. Then, the Death God force field spread out, superimposing onto the Azura force field. However, this was just an ordinary superimposition, not a fusion of the two. Superimposing the two force fields could be considered as adding 1 and 1 to get 2, but fusing two force fields together would produce a qualitative change instead. At that time, the intensity and power of the force fields would experience a massive leap upwards. With Lin Ming's current boundary, he was still far away from being able to fuse these two force fields. However, this was how things were. Even superimposing the Death God force field and the Azura force field created an extremely terrifying suppressive force. After being enveloped by this force field, the great Axe Tower Master and Elder Shao had extremely ugly expressions. The other ordinary High Lords were in an even worse state, all of them frantically retreating because they weren't able to resist this pressure. At this time, they were all constantly lamenting that even though they tried to escape, there was nowhere they could run. They were nothing more than fish on the chopping block, having to stand there under this utterly excruciating suppression. As the true essence within Lin Ming's body began to revolve, the power of the two different force fields began to rise without end. The Azura force field completely suppressed a person from their bodies to their souls, a heavy pressure that was immensely difficult to withstand. As for the Death God force field, that stimulated the deepest and most primal fear within the soul itself, affecting the control that the soul had over the body. In fact, to a weaker martial artist, the Death God force field could directly strip the soul from the body, killing them without any resistance. The dual force fields suppressed all. The weaker a martial artist was, the greater influence the force fields had over them. Even if it were Elder Shao or the great Axe Tower Master, their combat strength was reduced to less than 70% of its original state. This damn boy! Elder Shao grit his teeth. He desperately tried to stimulate the demon essence within himself, but it was all in vain. Die! As Lin Ming's true essence revolved to the extreme, he took a sudden step forwards. His figure disappeared like ghosts, and gods immediately flashed, stepping in front of Elder Shao, his spear thrusting straight into the old man's stomach. In this situation, facing Lin Ming's incomparably sharp spear strike, just how could Elder Shao withstand it? Bang! After a brief confrontation, Elder Shao retreated backwards. Lin Ming moved forward in hot pursuit. What are you all looking at? Attack him together. Do you think any of you can live here? If you don't kill him now, then he will kill you all after this. Elder Shao crazily shouted at the ordinary High Lords who were watching on, helplessly. However, at this time, these ordinary High Lords only glanced at each other with fear and dread, none of them daring to move a single step to help Elder Shao. What a joke. Under the dual suppression of these force fields, even moving a single step was a challenging endeavor. Moreover, their strength was inferior to Elder Zhao's, so the suppression they were under was even more intense. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 4 or 5 moves were exchanged. Lin Ming's spear light swept over Elder Zhao's chest, breaking his ribs, ruining his organs. Lin Ming's combat strength was far too strong. Even a Tower Master-level martial artist could only briefly support themselves under Lin Ming's barrage of attacks. As for those ordinary High Lords, they were nothing but little lambs waiting to be instantly slaughtered. If none of them resisted, they might have a slim hope of living. But if they dared to confront him, then they would instantly die here. Spear after spear after spear, Lin Ming forced Elder Xiao back again and again. If this continued, then Elder Xiao would not be able to support himself for even a few more moves. And at this time, the great Axe Tower Master was only idly standing by, watching on passively. The great Axe Tower Master was panting with nervousness. He felt that even if he attacked Lin Ming, the chances of defeating him were close to zero. Lin Ming, I surrender. The great Axe Tower Master suddenly dropped his weapon as he shouted out towards Lin Ming. Surrender. Lin Ming's lips curved in a funny smile. Surrendering at this time, was there still any significance to it? Lin Ming, if you let me live, I will give you everything within my spatial ring. Also, I can even cover for you so you can leave the blood slaughter steps. The great Axe Tower Master had tossed out a few tempting offers. Lin Ming had already formed a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Now, there was no more meaning to killing the great Axe Tower Master. And if Lin Ming really did kill all the High Lords here, then he would inevitably come under suspicion once he tried to leave the blood slaughter steps. Once he provoked the Steps Master to chase him, he was finished. No matter how strong Lin Ming was right now, it was impossible for him to escape from the Steps Master. The Steps Master was a true Emperor-level powerhouse. Great Axe! You dare to betray the Steps Master? Elder Zhao's eyes widened, turning blood red. At this time, the betrayal of Great Axe was an absolute death sentence. The Great Axe Tower Master sneered as he said, Betray the Steps Master? I'm nothing more than a chess piece for him to play around with. I depended on my own effort, giving my everything and fighting through countless life and death battles to become a Tower Master. I have taken care of Great Axe Tower for you lot for so many years, turning over a massive amount of resources. Now I no longer owe you anything. Do you want me to even die for you? Good. Very good. Elder Zhao's face flashed with a ferocious light. When the Steps Master finds out about this, then you are finished. You will die. Humph. The one to die first will be you. Lin Ming stepped in front of Elder Xiao and thrust towards his chest. Lin Ming's every spear strike was aimed towards vital points. Ah! Elder Xiao cried out miserably. He avoided a fatal strike, but Lin Ming's spear still stabbed into his shoulder. Blood splashed out. With a twist of the spear, it directly tore off the old man's arm. I won't let you get away with this even as a ghost. Elder Xiao issued a keening howl as he ignored the grievous wound of his severed arm, and with his remaining hand holding his lance, he thrust it towards Lin Ming's stomach. However, how could Lin Ming allow him to hit? Lin Ming's figure flashed and he directly appeared behind Elder Zhao's back, his spear piercing through his back and heart. Puff! The white spear passed through his body. The spear point dyed a deep red. Elder Xiao vomited a mouthful of blood. At this time, his organs were already completely ruined. Lin Ming, I'll wait for you in hell. Elder Xiao humorlessly grinned as he spoke these words. All of the vessels in his body instantly bulged up and then blasted apart. Elder Xiao had annihilated his own meridians and reversed the flow of blood essence in his body, using the last dregs of his life to form a blood seal in front of him. 1,000-year curse of limitless demons. Seal. As Elder Xiao spoke these last words, a grisly smile still hung on his face. But his eyes had already lost all of their light. What is this? In that instant, Lin Ming felt a strange energy flow along the white spear and enter his body, expanding throughout all of his limbs. 1,000-year curse of limitless demons? Lin Ming faintly guessed that the words Elder Xiao spoke before his death had something to do with the strange energy within him. Lin Ming, before that old man died, he used his life to place a curse on you. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. So I was right, What does this curse do? Lin Ming frowned. He didn't think that the old man would have such an ability. It's not too harmful. This curse is only a mark. Once you're placed under this curse, others can use it to determine your location. If you don't dispel this curse, then you'll be as obvious as a firefly at night.
Oh? So in other words, that old man placed this curse on me to help the steps master chase me down and kill me?
That sounds about right. Can you dispel this? Lin Ming grimaced. With this sort of mark on him, things would be dire. In order to leave the blood slaughter steps, he would have to cross through hundreds of thousands of miles. With such a long distance in front of him, he didn't believe that he could escape the steps master if he was being chased down. Now he could only depend on Demon Shine. Demon Shine seemed to have a very deep understanding of these sorts of energy marks. Originally, he was the one who had resolved the matter of the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal. Undoing this is a bit difficult, but just isolating it is quite simple. But I have a condition. I want to have first picks of the Great Axe Tower Master, Polaris Tower Master, and that old man's spatial rings. Demon Shine licked his doggy tongue as he spoke. In fact, this request wasn't excessive at all. It was quite reasonable, in fact. Within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Demon Shine had put in a great deal of effort and was also very helpful the entire time, using up a good deal of his strength. However, after they opened up the ancient tomb, there wasn't anything in there that was useful to Demon Shine. So Demon Shine had been feeling very depressed ever since.
Sure.
Lin Ming readily agreed. From those 3 spatial rings, there wasn't anything that he particularly wanted.
At this time, Elder Xiao had thoroughly died, so Lin Ming reached over and conveniently took his spatial ring. At the same time, pure infernal energy flowed out from the corpse and into Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming could clearly feel that this infernal energy no longer had any nourishing effect on him.
Elder Xiao had died.
Watching the old man still hanging on Lin Ming's spear, the martial artists present all subconsciously gulped, their throats twitching.
The Lin Ming in front of them right now was a fierce tiger, and they were nothing but little lambs that had no ability to resist. Lin Ming expressionlessly drew out his spear, and then swiped the front, flicking off the blood. Then, he turned around to glare at the Great Axe Tower Master. The Great Axe Tower Master's heart thumped, his face pale and queasy-looking. Young hero Lin, if you let me live, I promise you I can help you leave the blood slaughter steps from Great Axe Tower. Great Axe Tower is only a mere 2,000 miles from the edge of the blood slaughter steps, and it is also a full 10,000 miles away from the blood slaughter divine temple where the steps master resides. If you come to my Great Axe Tower, that is the best place for you to leave these lands from. Moreover, when you leave, there will be people that can help you, and I can even be your shield. Leaving will be much easier. Otherwise, you might arouse some suspicion. As the Great Axe Tower Master spoke, he was carefully paying attention to every minute change in expression on Lin Ming's face. He was afraid that Lin Ming wouldn't agree with him and took off his spatial ring in advance. Even his heaven-step double-headed axe was placed into the spatial ring so that he could give it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming considered his options for a moment, not speaking. He turned and glanced towards Duanmu Kun, and saw that Duanmu Kun gave him a slight agreeing nod. The Great Axe Tower Master wasn't lying. The Eternal Demon Abyss northern entrance was connected to 6 different sky-split towers. If they left from Great Axe Tower, the position was much more friendly and was a shorter distance to leave from than from Polaris Tower. Lin Ming's silence caused the dire atmosphere to becoming even more dismal. At this point, the Great Axe Tower Master didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. As someone who had lived above countless others, this was the first time he had experienced such treatment. It was like he was no different from a criminal of the mortal world about to be executed on the stands. Boy, do you really distrust this fellow? At this time, Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Yes. Lin Ming was indeed wary of the Great Axe Tower Master. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, he naturally wouldn't stay in the blood slaughter steps any longer. While they were in the Eternal Demon Abyss, they were completely isolated from the outside world. But once they left here, all of these High Lords present might inform the Steps Master as to what had transpired here. If the Steps Master found out, then he might not be able to leave the blood slaughter steps safely. But if he killed all of them and only 4 or 5 people stepped out of the Eternal Demon Abyss, then that was just too brazen. It would naturally attract the suspicions of others. Hey, it's easy. How about we just plant several slave seals in them? This sort of thing is just some low-level skill of the demonic path. Even that Polaris Tower Master could do it, so did you think this saint couldn't? Oh! Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If he could plant this sort of slave seal, then it would be fantastic. But yes, there is a limit to how many slave seals I can use to control others. That Polaris Tower Master was likely able to control 3 or 4 people, and in my weakened state I can still do more, but no more than 10. It's up to you to choose who. 10 is enough. Lin Ming only needed to use 10 High Lords to control others, so that they weren't able to secretly inform others of what was happening. This should give him enough time to leave. He looked at the Great Axe Tower Master, his voice icy as he said, "Great Axe, if you desire to live, you have one choice. That is to let go of your spiritual sea and willingly allow me to plant a slave seal within you." Slave seal? The Great Axe Tower Master's complexion changed as he heard these words.
A martial artist that had a slave seal planted within them couldn't even hold onto their former personality. It could be called a fate worse than death. Although the Great Axe Tower Master didn't want to die, he didn't want to continue living on as a useless zombie either. That's impossible. If you must plant a slave seal within me, I'd rather die fighting. Don't worry so much. The Great Axe Tower Master's response was within Lin Ming's expectations. I will only place the slave seal within you for 3 months, which is enough time for me to leave. I'll be frank with you. I do not trust you one bit at all. 3 months from now, I will naturally release my slave seal and you will be freed. If you believe me, then let go of your spiritual sea. If you do not believe me, then my only choice is to kill you right here and right now. As Lin Ming spoke, the Great Axe Tower Master hesitated for a moment. 3 months wasn't anything to him, but he feared that 3 months from now, Lin Ming would decide not to honor his promise and release the slave seal. Then he really would remain as a mindless puppet with no personality for the rest of his life. Can I take an oath to my heart of martial arts? The Great Axe Tower Master said after fumbling for words. Take an oath. Lin Ming frowned, his voice turning colder. I think that you've come to misunderstand something. I am not negotiating with you, but am informing you of the decision I have made. It is up to you whether you wish to accept or refuse, because you lack any power to bargain with me. Lin Ming's character had always tended towards being strong and forthright. The promises he made he would complete sooner or later. He disliked when others doubted him. The Great Axe Tower Master heard the killing intent in Lin Ming's voice and his heart jumped. He was wavering at this moment when Lan Xen curled her lips and contemptuously said, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Lin Ming will undoubtedly become the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon continent in the future. I wonder then just how many people would kill you all in order to serve as Lin Ming's little brother here. Do you think he needs to go through so many tricks just in order to have you work under him? You are not worthy. Lan Xen's few words cut towards the Great Axe Tower Master's temper. The Great Axe Tower Master wryly smiled. This was true. Someone like Lin Ming would inevitably stand at the peak of the entire Holy Demon continent in the future. Perhaps step into the stage that was the realm of the gods. At that time, a single call of his would have hundreds and thousands of enthusiastic men jumping to his side, each and every one of them willing to be his slave. If he could follow Lin Ming, then that might actually be a great lucky chance that brought him advantages for his entire life. Thinking of this, the Great Axe Tower Master no longer hesitated. He simply handed over his spatial ring and relinquished control of his spiritual sea. Young hero Lin, please begin. Lin Ming took the spatial ring, passing through it with his perception. Then he calmly formed a black seal. This black seal had a wisp of Demonshine's soul force, and with the addition of Lin Ming's energy supporting it, controlling a martial artist at the level of the Great Axe Tower Master was child's play. After the slave seal entered his spiritual sea, the Great Axe Tower Master shook for a moment. His eyes became dull for a moment, and then right afterwards they were refreshed with complete clarity. He faced Lin Ming, bowed towards him with a hand over his chest, and then respectfully stood behind Lin Ming. A martial artist with a slave seal planted within them didn't usually show any difference. It was only when they were faced with their master did they manifest their absolute obedience and loyalty. And you lot too. Lin Ming turned to stare at the other High Lords. I will choose 9 of you and also plant a slave seal. The period for this is also 3 months. You can choose to accept or you can choose to die. Lin Ming's voice was decisive and detached. None of the martial artists present dared to protest. If even the great Axe Tower Master was willing to accept, then none of them had anything to say. Lin Ming chose the 9 martial artists with the highest cultivation and planted slave seals in them. None of them resisted. Then, he received the spatial rings of Elder Shao, the Polaris Tower Master, as well as the 6 or 7 ordinary High Lords he had killed. He sunk his consciousness within them, probing a bit. There really were some good things in here. Those martial artists that were able to survive through this trip in the Eternal Demon Abyss were mostly upper-level High Lords. In addition to the harvests they had made during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, their wealth could be imagined. After investigating, he found that there were 8 Heaven-Step treasure as well as 30 genes of Human-Step Demon God Bones and 12 egg-sized Earth-Step Demon God Bones. These Earth-Step Demon God Bones were all obtained from the 3 Tower Master level powerhouses. Worth mentioning among them was an Earth-Step Demon God Bone with a crimson sheen that emitted a faint blood energy. Lin Ming thought for a moment this should be a medium-grade Earth-Step Demon God Bone and one that was approaching a high-grade one at that. Fucking shit. These broke little bastards. Even those Tower Masters were useless. Demon Shine was uttering profanities within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. There is a single blood form bone and everything else is garbage. Garbage. The so-called blood form bone was that medium-grade Earth-Step Demon God Bone. It was a Demon God Bone with the concentrated blood essence of an Emperor-level powerhouse within it. It would certainly be useful for Demon Shine to recover his soul. As for everything else, with Demon Shine's judgment, it was difficult to enter his eyes. You don't want it? I want it. Of course I do, who wouldn't? A grasshopper's meat is still meat. This saint will kindly take this blood form bone. It should just barely be able to restore this saint's soul a little bit. As for the rest, you can do with it what you want. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He modestly took some useful resources into a spatial ring, including the 5 genes of Human-Step Demon God Bones. These would be for his friends and family that needed them. As for the 11 Earth-Step Demon God Bones that were left over as well as the 8 Heaven-Step treasures, he handed them all to Fengshen, Duanmu Kun and Lan Xian. Brother Duanmu, I thank you for your help just now. I, Lin Ming, will remember this kindness. Lin Ming's tone was understated. Although his voice was calm, Duanmu Kun knew that once someone like Lin Ming made a pledge, they would forever etch it in their hearts. In other words, Lin Ming had now truly recognized him as a friend. Duanmu Kun shook his head. Brother Lin is too humble. Please don't see us as strangers. What we did just now were only some minor efforts. Within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Brother Lin had already rescued us several times. Without Brother Lin, we would already be dead within the forbidden zone, much less having a chance to obtain anything like resources. Lin Ming faintly smiled. In the face of adversity, that is when true feelings are exposed. In my life, I have made very few friends, but today, I've suddenly gained so many. At that time, saying that true feelings would be exposed in the face of adversity was no exaggeration. When Lin Ming was facing the simultaneous attack of 3 people and hadn't yet become a 12-winged heavenly demon, he had been at a great disadvantage. At that time, Duanmu Kun and the rest had abandoned their own resources, taking a risk that Elder Shao would kill them all in order to obtain a new spear for Lin Ming. None of this was an easy decision to make. As Lin Ming traveled along his road of martial artists, all the way until this point, he had seen countless grudges and enmities exposed. He had seen intrigue, danger, hatred, all the worst facets of human nature. But, as for those people that were grateful and remembered the kindnesses that were given to them, he had actually seen very few. Duanmu Kun originally hadn't wanted to receive the spatial ring, but after Lin Ming's repeated insistence, he finally chose not to decline. Brother Lin, where do you plan on going after leaving the Eternal Demon Abyss? If you have nowhere to go, then how about adventuring with us? Duanmu Kun really wanted to know just where Lin Ming had come from. It was impossible for such a talent to not have some tremendous background. While winning Lin Ming over to the Divine Wood Holy Land was impossible, having him come to his sect as an honored guest and enhancing their relationship also wasn't bad. Lin Ming shook his head. After I leave the Eternal Demon Abyss,
I will return to my home.
Oh? Where's that? Duanmu-kun casually asked. After he asked, he felt that he had been a bit indiscreet.
However, he never thought that Lin Ming had no intention of hiding anything to begin with. Lin Ming directly replied with a true essence sound transmission. It is another continent. It is a land that exists outside of the holy demon continent.
What? Duanmu-kun paused. As someone who originated from a super holy land that was nearing a 6th grade sect, he was considered very well informed. But he had never heard of anyone that had come from beyond the holy demon continent before.
Thinking about it more carefully, there were indeed some extremely ancient texts within his holy land that spoke of the realm of the gods and also a world outside of the holy demon continent. However, the texts were too old, they were faded and unclear. As for what these places were, what races lived there, and what it was like, Duanmu-kun had absolutely no idea. You come from outside the holy demon continent? Lan Xian's eyes shined, immediately interested. She had faintly heard that the world didn't consist of just the holy demon continent. There were lands far broader and more glorious. Lan Xian had thought these lands were too far away, and it would forever be impossible for someone like her to go there. So, hearing that Lin Ming had come from such a land, how could she not be excited?
Where's this place?
It is a world called the Sky Spill Continent. I come from the South Horizon region over there. Lin Ming didn't hide anything. First, he had come to trust these people as his friends, and second, he was the only one who knew the position of ancient transmission array. Without Lin Ming's knowledge of where it was and how it worked, no one would be able to access it. Sky Spill Continent? Lan Xian's charming eyes began overflowing with light. She really wanted to ask Lin Ming to bring her for a look, but she didn't manage to bring it up. For a Holy Land descendant to leave their holy land, the original reason for this was to go on adventures and gain experience. Walking 10,000 miles would always be superior to reading 10,000 books. If she could broaden her horizons and accumulate more knowledge and experience, this would be of great advantage to her cultivation and future growth.
Brother Lin, how do you go to your world? Duanmu-kun was completely interested in the Sky Spill continent. In the hearts of these outstanding heroic youths, no one wanted to rule a tiny little corner off by themselves.
If they didn't experience the vastness that the world had to offer, they would forever be frogs in a well. Through a transmission array. As Lin Ming saw that his friends were very interested in going to the Sky Spill continent, he continued to say, the atmosphere of martial artists within the Sky Spill continent is inferior to the Holy Demon continent by far. The martial artists there are much weaker on average, and their talent is somewhat worse. Also, there are only humans, no other races. Lin Ming gave a basic introduction to the Sky Spill continent's current situation.
The Holy Demon continent's races had very complex relations with each other. Every year there would be war and chaos that enveloped the land. Under the pressure of constant fighting and slaughter, it was naturally much easier for a martial artist to grow.
In addition, the Holy Demon continent's Fae, giant demons, and imps all had natural talents greater than the humans. Thus, they also had a higher proportion of outstanding heroic youths and also more emperor-level powerhouses. Relatively speaking, the Sky Spill continent was much more mundane. There was usually peace in most lands, wars were rare, and there was only the human race.
Duanmu-kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all glanced at each other. After they confirmed their own thoughts, they asked, Brother Lin, if it's possible, could we accompany you to the Sky Spill continent?
Lin Ming thought for a moment and then happily agreed. Of course. I'm the only one who knows the method to activate the transmission array, and after I go to the Sky Spill continent there will be many other matters that I will have to deal with. At the least, I'll have to stay for 3 to 5 years. During this period of time, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave. 3 to 5 years? No problem, Duanmu-kun said with no hesitation. To adventure through another world that was no less vast than the Holy Demon continent. How could 3 to 5 years ever be enough to finish exploring it? Great.
Ah, yes, that's right, because this is an ultra-long distance transmission array. During the time through it, you'll experience space storms. There is a bit of danger involved, but you can grasp this chance to better comprehend the concepts of space and time. This might be helpful to you. Concepts of space and time? Duanmu-kun's eyes brightened. The concepts of space and time were the most illusory and puzzling concepts that existed.
Even among the Fae, who had a natural affinity towards laws and concepts, there were far too many that couldn't comprehend it, not even being able to trace the threshold. Even Duanmu-kun, who had the support of a super holy land behind him, was only able to catch a tiny glimpse of it. If he could enter into this chaotic space flow and personally experience the space storm, then there was no need to talk about the advantages he would gain. This increasingly firmed Duanmu-kun and the others' determination to go to the Sky Spill continent. At this time, there was still a dozen or so days until the entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss opened again. At this time, there wasn't anything left to do. Lin Ming sat on a rock in meditation, slowly consolidating his foundation as he strode towards his goal, the black hole revolving core. As for Duanmu-kun, Lan Xian, and Fengshen, they all went to their own respective corners and practiced, not saying a single word during this time. On the 12th day, a ray of light appeared in the dreary sky. Looking up, everyone could see a powerful space channel opening in the air. Today was the day that the channel to the Eternal Demon Abyss finally opened. The 12 channels of the Eternal Demon Abyss went directly to the top level of their sky-split towers. When the sky-split towers were first discovered, these channels had already existed here. All right, let's leave. Lin Ming stood up. Gently tapping his toes, he floated into the sky. Flying was prohibited within the Eternal Demon Abyss, but these 12 channels were the exception to this rule. Thus, the martial artists present could use these channels to leave the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Eternal Demon Abyss was over 100,000 feet deep into the earth. Lin Ming, Duanmu-kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all followed the Great Axe Tower Master as he flew up. After an incense stick of time, they finally reached the Great Axe Tower. There were already 4 or 5 servants waiting to receive them. All of these people were martial artists of Great Axe Tower. As everyone saw High Lord Great Axe and Lin Ming appear with everyone else, they looked a bit doubtful. Only the Great Axe Tower Master was left over. Did that mean that even Blackstone had died? Also, behind High Lord Great Axe was Lin Ming, Duanmu-kun, and some others. What was going on? These people weren't from Great Axe Tower, so why they had come through Great Axe Tower's transfer channel? These martial artists began to whisper to themselves in their hearts, but none of them dared to speak outwardly. At this time, the Great Axe Tower Master waved his hand and said, "Leave!" Yes, within Skysplit Tower, the Tower Master had an inviolable authority. Once High Lord Great Axe gave this command, all of the martial artists naturally were quiet as they respectfully drew back. "Master, please come with me." The Great Axe Tower Master bowed and began to lead the way. The channel to enter the Eternal Demon Abyss was also on the 5th floor of the Great Axe Tower. The Great Axe Tower Master brought Lin Ming through a complicated pathway before they reached the 1st floor of the Skysplit Tower. Then, Lin Ming, Duanmu-kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all changed their appearances, mixed into the crowd, and followed the massive chains down Great Axe Tower. "Brother Lin, where should we go?" Duanmu-kun asked. "We're going to Bewitching Cloud Prairie," Lin Ming said with a bit of nostalgia. Without him realizing it, 2.5 years had already passed from when he first landed at Bewitching Cloud Prairie. This land could be considered the absolute bottom world of the Holy Demon Continent. The martial artists that were born within Bewitching Cloud Prairie were like the common mortal martial artists of the Skysplit continent. They had no resources, no inheritances or legacies, and their strength was extremely limited. There was still a very long distance from the Blood Slaughter Steppes to Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Lin Ming planned to go to Red Sun City and buy some mounts before going to Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Duanmu-kun said, "I've heard of Bewitching Cloud Prairie. There is quite a distance from here to there. We can take a relay station to get there faster." "Oh? Relay station?" Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Lin Ming faintly smiled and didn't speak. By his side, Lan Xian puffed up with pride as she explained, "Brother Lin, the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes, including the west and south regions of the Holy Demon Continent, are entirely covered with the relay stations of the Fey Holy Land Alliance. These relay stations connect a very stable transmission array network. I and Brother Duanmu have tokens that allow us to freely use these relay stations. Or we can use mounts too." "Oh!" Lin Ming's eyes shined.
To establish so many relay stations that the network nearly covered half the Holy Demon continent, this Fey Holy Land Alliance truly had some ability. If they were able to pass through these relay stations, then that would save a massive amount of time and also be safer. They wouldn't need to worry about the Steps Master chasing them down. Alright, let's go through the relay stations. Oh. With the assistance of these relay stations, a mere 6 days later, Lin Ming rode a blue-scaled flood dragon into the skies of bewitching Cloud Prairie. Soaring atop those endless blue clouds, he could see the vast bewitching Cloud Prairie below him. The vibrant green grasslands stretched to the ends of the earth, and near the winding rivers there were herders of various races tending to their sheep and cattle. Occasionally there would be tents gathered together like white clouds against the ground. These were the tribes. The tribes of bewitching Cloud Prairie lived a nomadic lifestyle. As for the wealth of these tribes, they were supported by those barren blood demon crystal mines that littered the land. As Lin Ming gazed upon the bewitching Cloud Prairie, he remembered the brief and simple time he lived here, and also that cute little Qing He who had called him Big Brother. Now Qing He had likely grown into a lady. Perhaps in a few years she would be married. The life a mortal relative to a martial artist was simply too short. Although Lin Ming remembered which tribe Qing He lived in, he didn't go to disturb her. Instead, he brought Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shun to the great snow-capped mountains where the ancient transmission array was located. These snow-capped mountains were extremely remote. They were almost at the southernmost tip of the Holy Demon continent. The ancient transmission array was located in a deep valley within this mountain range. Here, the temperature was very low. All the water had turned to ice, and only a few rays of light penetrated to the valley floor. The last time Lin Ming had come out from this transmission array, he hadn't felt anything in particular. But now that he came back to search for it, he found that the space around the canyon entrance was twisted. If one wasn't skilled in the concept of space, then there simply wouldn't be any way they could discover this canyon. In addition to the fact that this area was located in such a remote place, no wonder this ancient transmission array had been preserved intact here for tens of thousands of years. It's here. Lin Ming pointed at the entrance to an open valley nestled within the mountains. The inside of that valley was pitch black. But to Duanmu Kun and the others, this wasn't even a problem. The ancient transmission array was a 100 by 100 foot square. Arranged above the ground, it seemed simply like a number of mystical lines connected together in a complex manner. It wasn't too remarkable. As for the symbol password, only Lin Ming, who had inherited the memories of the Demon Emperor, was able to open it. You guys stand in the center of the transmission array and then I'll begin to activate it. Okay. Duanmu Kun and the others quickly stepped over to the center of the transmission array. This was the first time that they had seen such a large transmission array themselves. Thinking that they would soon enter the unknown lands of the Sky Spill continent, they were all filled with eager anticipation. In order to become a martial artist that stood at the peak, it was impossible to just lord over a tiny kingdom in a corner of the world. In a sense, this would be the first time that they truly faced the outside world. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out some medium-grade and high-grade true essence stones and arranged them in order around the transmission array. Then, he began to activate the array symbols in order. Right after, a hazy white light began to drift up from the entire transmission array. Being enveloped in this dim white light, Lin Ming's mind was filled with a wistful emotion. Sky Spill Continent, South Horizon region. I'm finally coming back. The Scarlet Dawn Strait was located tens of thousands of miles southeast of Divine Phoenix Island. In between two great islands that were close to each other was a great current that flowed through them. Because the water deep underneath was ripe with precious minerals, there was a very rich stock of fish within the Scarlet Dawn Strait. There were even many low-level monsters and vicious beasts that gathered here to look for food. Thus, this land had become a paradise for common mortals and martial artists. Those people that lived on these islands could simply go to the sea once to obtain a rich harvest of food, enjoying a quiet and comfortable life of peaceful days. During a tranquil afternoon at the Scarlet Dawn Strait, a light mist permeated the sea. The Scarlet Dawn Strait was often foggy. When the sun set, the fading light would reflect onto this mist, making it seem like red clouds floating atop the water. From afar, it was like the entire strait was covered by a sea of fire. Thus, this was how the Scarlet Dawn Strait had acquired its name. As mist rose into the air like ethereal smoke, several strange and plump species of fish leapt up from the water, sucking in deep gulps of the fresh air. As these fish leapt back into the water, everyone seemed harmonious and auspicious. However, in the next moment this calm peace was broken apart by sharp and keening screams. The mist atop the sea was suddenly torn apart, and a group of martial artists riding heavenly winged eagles ran out in complete panic. There were only 6 heavenly winged eagles, and 2 or 3 people were riding each one. Not just that, but these martial artists were all wounded and seemed on the verge of collapse. Their faces were full of worry and nervousness, as if they were being hunted down by someone. No good. We can't continue fleeing. We've already used the secret skill to spur on the heavenly winged eagles. Now they've reached their limit. If we fly for another 180 miles, then I fear these heavenly winged eagles will vomit their lifeblood and die. When that happens, all of us will die with them, a yellow-clothed martial artist said. He seemed roughly around 30 to 40 years old and had a cultivation at a half-step Xianxia. As the other martial artists listened to him, all of them revealed vacant expressions of loss and despair. Indeed, if they kept running like this, then they would die sooner or later. A heavenly winged eagle was only a low-level mount, and there were also multiple people on each one. It was a miracle that they had persisted until now. "Senior Zhou, what should we do?" A young girl nervously cried out. She was still young, she didn't want to die yet. The yellow-clothed martial artist called Senior Zhou remained silent. These martial artists were all from a small sect within the South Sea, and there were even some that were martial artists from the common folk. Of them, he was the only one who came from a third-grade sect, and he was even an outer court elder there. His cultivation was the highest in this group. Thus he had the most authority and prestige. But in this situation, he really was at his wit's end with no other path he could take. There is no way for us to escape death. If those beasts behind us catch up, then we'll be eaten. A young man in his 20s cried out, his voice trembling. He wasn't able to reconcile all that was happening to him. In the South Horizon region, there was a belief that if someone died, their soul would enter into the cycle of samsara. But if their corpse was eaten, then their soul would be sealed away, forever unable to reincarnate. Elder Zhao shook his head. He said, "I don't have a good plan. In this Scarlet Dawn Strait, there is a great island to the north and south of us. The South Island is densely covered by forests. If we hide in this forest, then we might have a slim chance to live. This is the only way? In any case, continuing like this is the same as dying. We might as well gamble our lives on this." Everyone began to shout out. In truth, everyone was well aware that even if they ran into the forest, the chances of them living were extremely slim. The beasts behind them had incomparably keen senses of smell. It would be easy for these beasts to find them. However, just as they made this decision and were about to fly to the South Island, a piercing scream suddenly sounded out from deep within the mist. The mist was completely stirred up. A vicious bird with the great wings of a bat and an incomparably ugly and bald head zoomed out. Seeing this, all of the martial artists present turned ashen. A ghost condor. This is bad. When it rains, it pours. Just before this, the group of martial artists had been chased by a group of deep-sea vicious beasts, forcing them to rush towards the Scarlet Dawn Strait in distress. But they didn't expect that there would be a ghost condor stationed here. This sort of strange and ugly bird had a strength comparable to a late Xiantian realm martial artist. It was a beast none of them were capable of handling. With this condor in front of them and a group of deep-sea vicious beasts behind them, they would undoubtedly die here. "Scatter and run," Elder Zhou shouted out. At this time, this was the only way for any of them to live. Escaping separately all depended on luck. Dying would be normal and living would require a great stroke of luck. It could be said that this was their final chance for farewells. In this group of martial artists, many of them knew each other. But now no one had time to bother with these sentiments. They pulled on their heavenly winged eagles, and the martial artists on them each randomly selected a direction to escape in. But, just as they flew several hundred feet away, that strange bird suddenly opened its beak and an extremely terrifying roar came billowing out. In that instant, a roiling demon essence erupted that caused even the seawater to divide itself in half.
As the several heavenly winged eagles heard this roar, all of them seemed to be struck by some mysterious force, some of them running away in sheer fear and some of them simply not moving.
There was even a heavenly winged eagle that lost its ability to fly. It gave a pitiful shriek as it plummeted towards the waters below. Little sister.
As a man in his 30s saw the two young girls on the heavenly winged eagle fall towards the water, his heart twisted with dismay.
The current South Sea was not the same as before.
There were countless more vicious beasts within the waters. If a martial artist didn't reach the Xianxia realm, they wouldn't yet have the ability to fly. They could only rely on swimming to get out of the water. But, with a group of vicious sea beasts chasing them, leaving these waters alive was clearly impossible.
The man threw out his sleeve and a whip rapidly shot out from within his robe, wrapping around the waist of the two girls, thus allowing them to avoid the fate of falling into the sea.
However, even if they didn't fall into the sea, there still wasn't any chance for them to live. At this time, that ghost condor didn't seem as if it was ready to enjoy its meal. Rather, it exposed a cruel and barbaric smile, as if the martial artists in front of it were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As a Xiantian rank vicious beast, this ghost condor already had a low level of intelligence. It knew how to play with its prey for its own entertainment. This damned beast. All of the martial artists were furious. But at this time, they really were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Besides wallowing in their own helpless despair, there was nothing they could do.
Ooh! With another strange and creepy roar, 7 or 8 black fish rushed out from the mist. These strange fish were all 10 feet long and looked like ordinary sharks. The only difference was that they had a great pair of translucent wings instead of fins, so they were able to fly in the air. Seeing these disturbing fish appear, Elder Zhou ruefully smiled. From the start, they had been chased here by these 7 or 8 strange fish. These strange fish with wings all had strength equal to a peak Hotian master. Any one of them wasn't much weaker than he was.
With 7 or 8 of these strange fish working together, he simply wasn't able to resist their power, so his only choice was to escape. But even when he ran all the way here, these strange fish hadn't even done anything before he already encountered a ghost condor. Truly, there was no road to the sky nor a door to the earth. They were trapped in a hopeless situation. Knowing that he would die here, Elder Zhou seemed to disperse all the fear that had filled his heart. Instead, a heroic spirit seemed to surge within him. Flourishing the long sword in his hands, he loudly shouted, "Everyone, since we can't live, let's fight these damned beasts instead."
When humans were faced with an utterly desperate situation, it was easy for them to be affected by the emotions of others. As Elder Zhou shouted this out, all of the martial artists present felt their hearts give birth to a noble and stirring emotion.
Let's rush in together. Killing one is enough. Killing two will all be worth it. A young man shouted out at the top of his lungs. Since the heavenly winged eagle beneath him didn't listen to his orders, he simply gave up on it.
He grasped his broadsword and stood atop the back of the heavenly winged eagle, proceeding to plunge towards the school of strange fish like a fierce and ravenous tiger.
His broadsword slashed out. At the same time, the strange fish also rushed towards the young man. They opened their jaws wide to chomp down on him.
With this young man's peak pulse condensation strength, trying to kill any one of these strange fish was simply hopeless. But just as everyone thought that he would die in the stomach of these strange fish, an unbelievable matter occurred. As the young man's broadsword cut down, the body of the strange fish beneath him suddenly shook. In the next instant, it was split in half from head to tail.
A massive rain of blood spilled out. With two hollow sounds, two strange fish had been sliced in half, their corpses falling into the sea.
What?
Not only were the other martial artists shocked, but even the young man was incomparably stunned. The young man knew just how strong he was. He had known from the very start that he was rushing into his death, but he never imagined that his broadsword would actually split this strange fish in half. The other strange fish were also astonished by this young man's strike. They all went crazy at once and zealously rushed towards the young man. However, that scene from just a moment ago reappeared.
These strange fish were cut apart by some unknown force without a single bit of resistance.
Blood gushed out, dyeing the entire sea red. The young man wasn't an idiot. He instantly understood that some mighty expert had helped him in secret. He looked around. Then as he looked up, he saw that 1,000 feet high in the sky, several figures had jumped down from a blue mount and were slowly flying towards them. It wasn't just the young man who saw these people, but the other martial artists did too. Who were these people? They didn't use a weapon, yet they could actually slice apart a peak Hotian vicious beast from 1,000 feet away. Even if they did something, it was still 1,000 feet far away. Just how had they done this? These people... Elder Shou looked at the 4 martial artists that appeared. Among them, a blue-clothed youth looked the same as them. As for the other 3, they seemed completely different from the average human. Their ears were longer and pointier, and their eyes were longer and angled higher, with several tiny scales embellishing the ends. Their eye and hair colors were also completely different from normal hues. Just who were they? As they were all dumbfounded, that ghost condor behind them let out a great roar and rushed towards these people. At this time, they were completely shocked. Yet, at the same time, they finally saw what these people had done. Rather, it was only the blue-clothed youth that had done something, and it couldn't even really be called that. The blue-clothed youth only glanced at the ghost condor, his eyes flashing with a piercing light as if thunder existed within them. Then, the ghost condor's body shook as if it had been struck. In full view of everyone, its body was torn into several pieces, all of its organs and bones torn into a jumble of ruined meat. This attack method was in truth a simple use of a battle spirit. By attaching a battle spirit to the air, it could easily be used to tear apart that ghost condor's body. All of the martial artists present certainly had no idea what a battle spirit was. All of them were bewildered, shocked, awed. Heavens! Just what sort of cultivation method was this? With just a glance, a late Xianxia-level monster had been chopped to pieces. How had he done this? The more than a dozen martial artists were horrified to the extreme. At this time, the blue-clothed youth suddenly asked, "I have some questions to ask you. Who are you? Why are you being chased down by those monsters? What has happened in the South Sea these past years? Have you heard about a sect near the South Sea called Divine Phoenix Island? How is that sect now?" The blue-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming. 2 days, Lin Ming, Duanmukun, Lan Xian, and Fengshen had crossed through the ancient transmission array, crossing the many billions of miles all the way to the sky-split continent. The several of them had experienced the space storms together. Compared to Lin Ming's strength 2.5 years ago, everyone's strength was naturally much higher. While they passed through these space storms, it could be considered distressing but not overly dangerous. Duanmukun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian had originally all had a slight understanding into the concept of space and time. In addition, as Fei they naturally had a much higher affinity and inborn perception towards concepts and laws. After the 3 people experienced these space and time storms, they benefited a great deal. After passing through the day-long travel time of the transmission array, they finally arrived at the broken world where the ancient transmission array was located. Here was still the same as before, with space cracks everywhere and a great expanse of water flooding the world. A massive amount of seawater was constantly swallowed up into the dark cracks of this world. It was unknown just where it went. According to Lin Ming's estimation, this broken world could still support itself for several hundred more years. Afterwards, this world would collapse and this ancient transmission array would also be destroyed. After coming out from the ancient transmission array, Lin Ming was anxious to go. After he sealed up the transmission array, he then led Duanmukun and the others to fly straight towards Divine Phoenix Island. However, he soon discovered that the relay station that he remembered had been destroyed. Originally, within the South Sea region, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Horizon Region Alliance had established a near-complete network of transmission arrays. This was beneficial for transporting supplies and moving information. However, all of those transmission arrays had been destroyed by human hands. Obviously, these lands had already fallen. When the wartime alliance of the South Horizon region was retreating, they must have destroyed these transmission arrays before they left. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart sank. When he had still been at the Holy Demon Continent, he had been ardently hoping to return to Divine Phoenix Island. But now that he had truly come back, he started to feel apprehensive and fearful. He feared that when he reached Divine Phoenix Island, there would be nothing left there but ruins.
As they flew, they were silent the entire time. Lin Ming began to discover that within the South Sea region there was a massive number of beasts and monsters that normally weren't seen. Among these creatures, it wasn't strange for there to be some at the Hotian realm or even the Xiantian realm. It had to be known that the South Horizon region wasn't comparable to the Blood Slaughter Steppes. The Blood Slaughter Steppes was a gathering place for the outstanding heroic youths of the entire Holy Demon continent. Their Xiantian realm martial artists were no different than cannon fodder. But in the South Sea region, it was already considered very good for an island to have a second-grade sect on it. There were even many smaller islands that weren't any stronger than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. To them, facing such a crowd of beasts meant total annihilation. And indeed, the situation that Lin Ming saw was extremely bad. These islands that were originally inhabited by a great number of people had been turned into wreckage, the entire land desolate and uninhabited. The more Lin Ming saw, the more distressed he became. He wanted to stop and ask some people questions, but it wasn't until he traveled 100,000 miles that he saw the first group of martial artists he had seen yet. This group was being led by that man named Elder Zhao, and they were being chased down by a pack of monstrous beasts. Lin Ming attached his battle spirit to the air and easily massacred those monsters. The main reason that Lin Ming rescued these people was to inquire about Divine Phoenix Island's situation. Seeing Lin Ming fly towards them, Elder Zhao and the group of martial artists became able to make out the looks and age of Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Xin, and Lan Xian. Seeing Lin Ming's group, they were immediately shocked. None of the four of them seemed past their 20s. At most, they looked to be 27 or 28 years old. But their strength was actually so formidable to a point that it was horrifying. To kill a late Xiantian-level monster with just a look, not even a revolving core powerhouse would have such ability. Thinking of this, Elder Zhao's expression paled. Were these youths floating before him actually some super old monstrous beings that had reached a point in their cultivations where they returned to their youths? With Elder Zhao's limited comprehension, he couldn't imagine that someone could reach the revolving core realm in their 20s or even a higher boundary beyond that. He could only chalk it up to Lin Ming and his group being ancient monstrous experts. It was said that the South Sea Demon region had a witch who was named Xianxia. She was over 1,000 years old but had a million different flavors and temperaments she could adopt, even seeming like a young married lady in her early 20s. These people currently in front of him might be in this same situation. Thinking like this, the panic in Elder Zhao's heart began to subside. He tried to appear as respectful as possible as he said, "Reporting to Senior, this junior is surnamed Zhao. I was an outer court elder of Little Swallow Island. The martial artists behind me are some junior martial artists from my sect as well as some other martial artists that we encountered on the road who faced the same difficulties that we did. We gathered together in order to leave the South Sea. Senior?" Hearing this word, Lin Ming had a strange look. As for Lan Xian and Feng Xin, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lan Xian giggled. "I'm not any older than you are, so how can I be your senior? How interesting." Hearing Lan Xian's words, Elder Zhao's mind shook. Did this young lady Lan Xian mean to imply that her age matched with her appearance? Elder Zhao gulped, feeling his mind go numb. Where just did these four youths come from? They were so young yet they already had such strength. It was like they were angels from another world. You said that you are an outer court elder of Little Swallow Island, so did you have to flee the South Sea? Was your sect destroyed? What grade sect are you from? There were far too many islands scattered throughout the vast South Sea. There were different sizes and influences of powers that occupied the various islands. These powers didn't belong to the South Horizon region, nor were they under the jurisdiction of Divine Phoenix Island. For this Little Swallow Island sect to suddenly pop out of nowhere, it was normal for Lin Ming not to have heard of it before. As Lin Ming asked about Little Swallow Island, a trace of sadness appeared on Elder Zhao's face. He said, "Reporting to Great Sir, Little Swallow Island was originally a second-grade sect. In recent years, it just barely managed to rise to a third-grade sect. In the sect, there weren't even over 10 Xiantian elders. In the great beast tide of the South Sea half a year ago, most of them perished in the onslaught, and as for the rest, they disappeared without a trace." Elder Zhao had finally changed Lin Ming's title from Senior to Great Sir. An existence like Lin Ming had already far surpassed his scope of understanding. Since they weren't even within the same world,
Knowing the identity of the other was useless. Perhaps he was some descendant from a holy land. As Elder Zhao thought this, he was also wondering, could a Holy Land descendant really be powerful to such an extent? South Sea Great Beast Tide? What happened? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He wasn't unfamiliar with beast tides. He had also experienced one when he was at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. That great beast tide had been spurred on by the South Sea Demon region and had swept through the entire Divine Phoenix province. At that time, there were countless people that died. If Lin Ming hadn't made it back on time to Green Mulberry City, then all of the city's citizens would have ended up buried in the bellies of those vicious beasts, his Lin family included. Seeing that Lin Ming was completely unaware of this beast tide, Elder Zhao wasn't surprised. He said, reporting to Great Sir, the deep-sea beast tide occurred just half a year ago. There are countless islands in the South Sea Demon region, and the depth of the sea here doesn't go deeper than 100,000 feet. This is called the Inland Sea. But outside of the South Sea Demon region and its main domain, the depth of the sea reaches a degree that cannot be imagined. As for how deep this sea actually is, even a divine sea supreme elder would find it difficult to measure. There are a great variety of powerful deep-sea vicious beasts in this area, and their numbers alone are immeasurably terrifying. Normally, it wouldn't be easy for them to enter the shallower areas of the sea. But half a year ago, an old devil of the South Sea Demon region used some unknown method to gather hundreds of thousands of these deep-sea vicious beasts to attack the center of the South Sea Wartime Alliance. Combined with the demonic giant Leviathan, they finally broke through the defenses of the Wartime Alliance in a single fell swoop. From that point on, the Wartime Alliance survived in name only. As for Divine Phoenix Island and the Dire Space sect which comprised the main forces of the Wartime Alliance, they have already perished in the aftermath. Hearing this surname Zhao say such words in a dispirited manner, Lin Ming felt a humming in his mind as if he had been struck by lightning. Divine Phoenix Island perished? Elder Zhao didn't notice the change in Lin Ming's expression. He continued to say, after the Wartime Alliance was dissolved, a smaller sects were in an even more miserable state. The entire South Sea domain was seized by the South Sea Demon region. In addition, for this past half year, the deep-sea vicious beasts haven't yet retreated. A number of the powerful vicious beasts divided into several groups and brought giant floods of monsters to sweep over islands where people gathered, killing most of the mortals there. It could be said that this is an apocalypse for the entire South Sea. Now, nearly all the mortal commoners of the South Sea have died. Fortunately, the martial artists were a bit better off. As soon as they obtained the news, they joined together in large units and fled to the mainland. But there are also some others such as us, who because of various reasons were stranded within the South Sea domain. For us to cross several hundred miles is truly harder than ascending to heaven. Elder Zhao had deliberately spoken these words because he was hoping that Lin Ming would help him return to the mainland. However, just as he was done speaking in a selfish manner, he noticed that Lin Ming's complexion had already become extremely gloomy, terrible to behold. Between his eyes, there seemed to be a raging flame burning there. As soon as Elder Zhao saw this, his heart jumped and he immediately stopped talking. You said that Divine Phoenix Island has perished? Lin Ming's eyes blazed as he looked at Elder Zhao, his vision suffocating him. Yes, Divine Phoenix Island has. It has already become an island of death. Elder Zhao gulped, stammering out these words. Facing Lin Ming, he felt as if he would die any moment. And the people on the island? About this, I'm not too sure. I am just an outer court elder of Little Swallow Island. I truly have no idea where the main remaining forces of the Wartime Alliance have run to. As Elder Zhao spoke, his back was soaked with sweat. Facing Lin Ming, the pressure was simply too great. Brother Lin, don't be so worried. At this moment, Duanmu-kun suddenly spoke out. His voice was like a gentle spring breeze, immediately lifting off some of the pressure from Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao began to keel over, gasping for breath in big, deep gulps. Just saying those words now seemed to have overdrawn all his strength. This was because Lin Ming simultaneously had two different force field type martial intents. Even if his aura were to accidentally leak out because of his strong emotions, it was still able to bring down a great pressure upon low-level martial artists. Brother Lin, we need to further think and deliberate on this matter.
Worrying too much right now is useless. Listening to this man's words, the people of the wartime alliance might not have perished. Duanmu-kun had guessed what sort of relationship Lin Ming had with this divine Phoenix Island. After thinking about it, he found it very strange. He had assumed that a heaven-defying monstrous genius like Lin Ming would have come from some super-holy land. But as he listened to the exchange of words, it seemed as if this divine Phoenix Island was just a middle-level sect. Could Lin Ming have originated from divine Phoenix Island? That should be impossible, right? I understand. Lin Ming closed his eyes. As he opened them once more, that gloom and worry had already been suppressed and hidden away, replaced with a calm and pure killing intent. Several great sirs? Could you wait a bit? Seeing that Lin Ming and his group were about to leave, Elder Zhao nervously blurted out some words. Is there something else? Lin Ming frowned. At this time, he simply wasn't in the mood to be delayed here. Never mind. It's all right. As soon as Lin Ming's vision fell back onto Elder Zhao's breath paused in his chest. He didn't even dare to speak the words that he had planned to say. He had wanted to ask Lin Ming if he could bring their group of injured martial artists out of here. But thinking about their speed and how they were no different to snails in comparison, he didn't have the courage to ask. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to Elder Zhao. He turned around and soared away. But Lan Xian guessed what Elder Zhao was thinking about. She faintly smiled as she took out a little boat from her spatial ring. This is for you. It should be enough for you to safely leave the range of this South Sea. This is Elder Zhao's mind jumped as he saw that little boat. Before he could guess what it was, Lan Xian had already casually tossed it over to him. As it soared in the wind, after several breaths of time, that small boat turned into a large spirit boat several dozens of feet long. Feeling the energy emitted from that spirit boat, Elder Zhao was stunned. A spirit boat was a type of treasure and also had differential grades. The spirit boat currently in front of him, if he wasn't wrong, was a high-grade Earth-step treasure. High-grade Earth-step treasure? It had to be known that within the Sky Spill continent, it was already considered extravagant for a Xiantian realm martial artist from a third-grade sect to have a low-grade Earth-step treasure. As for a medium-grade Earth-step treasure, that was something that only a martial artist at the level of a highest elder would be able to have. As for a high-grade Earth-step treasure, that was something only important figures of a fourth-grade sect would have. For instance, Lin Ming's purple comet spear was enough to startle everyone at revered Master Tianguang's banquet dinner. And this was a high-grade Earth-step spirit boat. Would anyone ever just casually give it away? Elder Zhao was dumbfounded. The value of this spirit boat alone was several times that of his third-grade sect's total wealth. Fairy maiden you? Elder Zhao felt his mouth go dry, as if he were living in a dream. Lan Xian chuckled, take the spirit boat and go. As long as you don't encounter a top revolving core vicious beast along the way, there won't be any danger for you and your group. You should be able to ride this all the way to the mainland. We have some matters to deal with, so we'll be heading off first. Lan Xian said as she launched herself towards the direction Lin Ming went in. The martial artists that were left behind were in a stupefied daze. In particular, the several young men. As they saw Lan Xian's rapidly fading figure, their vision began to blur. These people had appeared like gods from heaven, suddenly saving them from fatal danger. Especially that blue-clothed lady. Not only was she amazingly strong, but she was also kind at heart, and her looks were near perfection. She was like a fairy maiden descended from the skies, making everyone below her feel the weight of their own inferiority. Brother Lin, that South Sea demon region you mentioned just now, what rank of power is it? Are we unable to deal with them? After they traveled several dozen miles, Duanmu-kun suddenly asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming shook his head. The South Sea Demon region is a 5th-grade sect, and it also has a 3rd-grade life destruction master protecting it, as well as a number of 2nd-stage and 1st-stage life destruction elders. Our strength is still lacking. Lin Ming's current greatest advantage was his striking power. It was beyond that of an ordinary 2nd-stage life destruction powerhouse. But, in terms of complete integrated combat strength, he was still worse. With Lin Ming's current strength, he would be able to kill a 1st-stage life destruction powerhouse. As for Duanmu Kun, Fongshan, and Lan Xin, their strength was still weaker than a first-stage life destruction master. If they wanted to attack the South Sea Demon region anytime soon, then this simply wasn't a realistic goal. No need to hurry, we can think about it further. Brother Lin, how do you plan on finding those missing people from Divine Phoenix Island? As Duanmu Kun asked this, even Lin Ming was a bit stumped. If Divine Phoenix Island had fled, then they would have deliberately concealed where they went. It would be difficult for them to find out. The Sky Spill continent was so large, if he wanted to find Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan within the entire Sky Spill continent, then that was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. We'll go to Divine Phoenix Island first and then make plans after that. Lin Ming shook his head, sighing. He could only hope that Mu Qianyu had left some sort of hint or note for him on Divine Phoenix Island. Back when he first left, he had personally made a pledge that he would return within 10 years. If Mu Qianyu fled Divine Phoenix Island, it was impossible that she would have forgotten this. She must have left something there for him. But what was it? And where would it be? They traveled the way in silence. Lin Ming and his group traveled day and night. Since they had no transmission arrays, they could only travel via spirit boats and flight. After several days of time, they finally arrived at Divine Phoenix Island. From far away, that Divine Phoenix Island that had once been like a clear and beautiful sanctuary of nature was now shrouded in a thick black cloud. On Divine Phoenix Island, the exquisite pavilions had almost all been destroyed. The great towering trees burnt down. Even the mountain ranges were sundered apart with the earth cracked and ruptured. All of this was evidence revealing the fierce and violent battle that had occurred here. When Lin Ming was 10 miles away from Divine Phoenix Island, he slowed down, coming to a stop in the air. As he saw this horrific scene before him, his eyes flashed with a dispirited light. When the war within the South Sea first broke out, Mu Fengxian had thought that the alliance of countless sects together would be able to contend with the South Sea Demon region. But only after adventuring through the Demon God Imperial Palace did everyone realize that after thousands of years of slowly recovering their strength, the South Sea Demon region's strength might have far surpassed anyone's expectations. But because Xian Wuji's goal had always been the Demon God Imperial Palace from the start, he had put on an act during his war in the South Sea, pretending that the entire affair was evenly matched with a possibility of either side winning. After they had obtained the necessary blood sacrifices to open the Demon God Imperial Palace, Xian Wuji no longer needed to conceal his strength and quickly leveled the wartime alliance. It was true that Divine Phoenix Island had allies in this war, but so did the South Sea Demon region. Whether it was the Black Flood Dragon clan or those other strange races within the deep sea, any one of them was stronger than the 7 sects of the 5-element region. Moreover, during the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had lost a Nirvana Dragon root because of Lin Ming, but the one to obtain the giant Leviathan Saint Beast was still Xian Wuji. They were originally strong to begin with. Now, with the help of the giant Leviathan, the disparity between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region was far too great. It wasn't strange for such a disastrous result to occur. However, understanding it within his mind was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Even if Lin Ming's will was strong, he was also sad and pensive. He was worried about Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's safety. Qin Xingxuan could be said to be much luckier. With her disguised status as a maid of Divine Phoenix Island, it shouldn't have been hard for her to escape since no one was looking specifically for her. But Mu Qianyu was different. As a saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, she would definitely be aimed at. Had she been able to escape from this catastrophe? As Lin Ming remained silent, Duanmu Kun and the others wisely didn't speak up. They had correctly guessed that those missing people of Divine Phoenix Island must be very important to Lin Ming, because this was the first time they had ever seen him reveal such an expression. At this moment, there was suddenly a high-pitched roar. From far away, one could see several black spots against the sun. These were actually a squad of Demon Region martial artists. They were riding 7 or 8 large bats as they flew towards Divine Phoenix Island. Each of these martial artists held a lance in their hands. On the back of a few bats there were several young women tied up. From their appearances, they were obviously young girl martial artists from the surrounding South Sea area, captured in order to be used as incense burners for the cultivation purposes of others.
There were two common paths in the demonic realm of martial arts. One was the slaughter path and the other was the sexual path. In the blood slaughter steps, those demonic realm martial artists had nearly all taken the slaughter path as their foundation. But in the South Sea Demon region, they were primarily on the sexual path. In the past, because the Netherworld Great Emperor needed a young woman with a special physique in order to further his practice of the devil arts, he had finally abducted an emperor-level powerhouse's daughter. This event had caused a massive reactionary war that finally ended with the Netherworld Great Emperor's death. As for the South Sea Demon region, a great reason that they decided to conquer the South Horizon region was in order to obtain these richer incense burner resources. As Lan Xian saw these martial artists blatantly capturing young women for obscene purposes, her face was covered with utter hate and loathing. She naturally hated those that captured women like this. Lin Ming, are those giant demons? Duanmu-kun asked with some surprise. He could feel some weird demonic realm energy from their bodies. But what was strange was that these people cultivated true essence. It was very chaotic. Lin Ming shook his head. Those people are humans. Sky Spill Continent only has the human race within it. But these people share some of the ancient giant demon race's bloodline. Although it is very thin, it is still an outstanding bloodline. The martial artists of the South Sea Demon region were mostly descendants of the giant demon clansmen that the Netherworld Great Emperor had brought over. Thus, they also shared a blood relationship with the giant demon race. As for their cultivation method, although it was similar that of the giant demons, it was adapted for human use. What should we do now? Duanmu-kun asked. Kill them all. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Underneath these dreary skies, his eyes were like bolts of lightning. After comprehending the Death God force field, Lin Ming would inadvertently release a terrifying aura when he was feeling strong negative emotions. Even Duanmu-kun was secretly scared by this. Kill them? Aren't you afraid you'll alert the enemy? Duanmu-kun asked. He thought that Lin Ming only wanted to vent his anger. But in his opinion, this divine Phoenix Island had obviously become a base for the South Sea Demon region. If they didn't know how many people were in this base or how strong they were, it wouldn't be wise for the four of them to act recklessly. Moreover, even if they killed this low-level garbage, it wouldn't mean much. However, before Duanmu-kun could speak further, Lin Ming had already rushed out. As Fengshen saw Lin Ming shoot forwards, he wordlessly followed him. For Fengshen, who had full faith in Lin Ming, he knew that even if Lin Ming was affected by his turbulent emotions, he still wouldn't do anything without a reason. Thus, he followed right after him. Seeing this scene, Duanmu-kun ruefully smiled. He was too lazy to follow. After sweeping over this group of demon region martial artists, he saw that the highest cultivation amongst them was only at the Xianxia realm. They were probably just scouts sent by the South Sea Demon region. Even if Duanmu-kun went over, Lin Ming would probably have obliterated every single one of them before he was close enough. Haha. After searching all the islands around here, there truly was some good food that we missed. These 4 young women are all 3rd grade and 4th grade martial arts talents. What is rare is that there are also 2 virgins among them. One shall be given to Sir Protector and the other shall be taken by me. If I take her virgin energy, then my netherworld devil arts will rise yet another level. Ha 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 ha. As the captain of these demon region martial artists wantonly laughed, the several other underlings were also in a great mood. Boss, you take the meat but make sure you leave us some soup. Give those 2 young married ones to us brothers to enjoy. Of course, the captain of these martial artists said in high spirits. As the women heard these remarks, they began to imagine just how pitiful and bleak their future lives would soon be. One by one, fear and despair began to cover their faces. These young women that had been captured for use as incense burners were all from nearby small sections. From the small countries they originated from, a 4th grade martial arts talent could already be called a proud daughter of heaven. However, after the eruption of the beast tide and their nations were destroyed, these young girls had no choice but to hide in underground secret passages in order to escape the disaster. But hiding underground wasn't a long-term plan. Eventually they would have to come out to look for help or look for food. The result of this was that they were captured by the South Sea Demon region martial artists for their obscene purposes. The demonic realm sexual path was also divided into two different sorts. One was complementary yin and yang, where both man and woman would mutually benefit. The man would profit the woman, and the woman would profit the man. The other was where one person savagely and barbarically pillaged the other, sucking up their vitality. The South Sea Demon region used this second type. They were of no mind to train them, but would rather suck up their life force and strength, rapidly accelerating their aging. Ha! Little beauties. After we go back, this big brother will love you well. The leader of the squad lasciviously smiled as he greedily rubbed one of the girls' bodies. But at this moment his eyes widened. Just several miles away, there were the shadows of several people flying towards them. From their clothing, it was obvious that these people weren't from the South Sea Demon region, but were most likely human martial artists.
The squad captain was greatly startled. There are actually people that dare come to a branch of the South Sea Demon region to die?
Their brains must have gone sour.
There are actually some idiots sending themselves to our door. Sir Protector, it might not be bad if we kill them and say they were spies. We'll also earn some merit for that.
Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly discovered that the speed at which these people were moving had far surpassed his imagination. The figures of two people actually instantly crossed several miles until they were just a few hundred feet away.
The squad captain froze. He could feel the power of space around him suddenly tighten, collapsing upon him and completely locking him inside. What was going on?
The squad captain inexplicably filled with horror. At this time, the blue-clothed young man had already flown right in front of him, his eyes glittering with a fierce light like a living god of death. Just by looking in those deep eyes, the squad captain felt as if his soul was being sucked out even as he lost all control of his body. Demon Shine, search his soul, Lin Ming indifferently said. A soul-searching technique was an ability from the demonic realm. One needed to have a very deep understanding of the soul as well as a very powerful soul force.
Lin Ming had never studied this technique before, so he could only ask Demon Shine to do it for him. A savage energy rushed into the squad captain's spiritual sea. The squad captain felt his spiritual sea being torn apart as all of the information within was sucked dry by Demon Shine.
Big brother!
Ugh, the surrounding martial artists called out. But just before they were able to react, in the next moment they felt their entire world go black as all of them passed out.
In that instant, Lin Ming's soul force had pierced through all of their spiritual seas.
This time to kill these people he had used a soul attack, something he hadn't used in a long time. A soul attack and will attack were two completely different things. A soul relative to the human body was one of the most fundamental parts of a human's life. But one's will was a battle spirit, an energy field. In essence, it was a special type of energy that could be classified as something similar to true essence or demon essence.
There were many objects, such as the demon god bone, that had a wisp of residual battle spirit attached to it. But a demon god bone didn't actually have a soul. Demon Shine, continue searching their souls for any and all useful information. Do not let anything go, especially news about Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming's gloomy expression was terrible to behold. The reason he attacked the squad was not to vent his anger and hate, but rather to obtain information. Okay. With Demon Shine's soul force, searching the souls of these low-level martial artists was easy.
After several breaths of time he had obtained all the information he needed. With their spiritual seas already completely crushed, these martial artists were nothing more than living corpses. He let them fall into the sea to feed any vicious beasts down there. Demon Shine shook his head. Lin Ming, I didn't find any information on Mu Qianyu or the others. These martial artists are only part of a single scout squad. They have a very low status within the South Sea Demon region. Basically, they didn't participate in the war half a year ago. Lin Ming slightly frowned. Do these martial artists know whether or not there is a South Sea Demon region master stationed at Divine Phoenix Island to watch over this place?
They do know this. On Divine Phoenix Island, there is a South Sea Demon region elder named Hongqi who is guarding this area. His cultivation is at the first stage of life destruction.
Hongqi?
First stage of life destruction. Lin Ming sneered. When Lin Ming was at the Eternal Demon Abyss, he had killed Elder Shao as well as the Polaris Tower Master. Both of them had been 3-star demon kings, a cultivation between the human late revolving core realm to life destruction realm. Within the blood slaughter steps, besides the steps master, all other martial artists had to leave before they reached life destruction. Otherwise they would be killed by the mystical curse that enveloped the land. Even if one was a tower master or supervisory elder, they still wouldn't be an exception. That is, unless they became a 12-winged heavenly demon. However, although the Great Axe Tower Master and the Polaris Tower Master both had a cultivation inferior to the life destruction realm because of their own cultivation methods, individual talent, and high-rank treasures, they had a total comprehensive combat strength that actually far surpassed a normal first-stage life destruction powerhouse. Since Lin Ming could easily kill the Polaris Tower Master, killing a first-stage life destruction elder would also be easy. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Demon Shine asked. Naturally to call out that Hong Chi fellow and then use the soul-searching technique on him. Since these small fry don't know where Miss Mu is, that Hong Chi should know. Hee, good suggestion, I like it. Demon Shine cackled, evilly licking his lips. Oh. The main island of Divine Phoenix Island was 10,000 miles long and wide, with 6 islands surrounding it. In the past glory days of Divine Phoenix Island, the entire island was constantly immersed in mist. From afar, this seemed like an illusory wonderland. Divine Phoenix Mountain especially, with its many magnificent jade palaces and temples, seemed like a fabled paradise where immortals lived. However, these days, the entire Divine Phoenix Island was covered in a bleak atmosphere with dark clouds covering the sky. On the main island there were countless patrol parties of Demon Region martial artists milling about. Occasionally one could see a steady stream of resources being transported towards various buildings, and even young girls being hauled around for use as incense burners. Within the entire South Sea, Divine Phoenix Island could be called a bountiful land that was second to none. There was a high-grade true essence mine here as well as spirit mountains full of heavenly and miraculous medicinal plants. On these mountains it was easy to breed rare and precious raw materials for medicines. All of this had now become the South Sea Demon Region's resources. Subordinate greets Sir Elder. On the medicinal spirit mountain there was a black-robed man slowly walking around. As 6 black-robed people saw him, they immediately bent to their knees in salute. The black-robed man nodded. Within the South Sea Demon Region, life destruction powerhouses were normally elders and revolving core martial artists were protectors. This black-robed old man was the only elder that the South Sea Demon Region had stationed here to command Divine Phoenix Island. The South Sea Demon Region planned on founding a branch here at Divine Phoenix Island, and this black-robed old man would become this branch's future leader. Open the medicine garden, the black-robed old man expressionlessly said. After occupying Divine Phoenix Island, the black-robed old man had no interest in the true essence stone mine here. Rather, he was only interested in Divine Phoenix Island's medicine garden. For some unknown reason, the land here was extremely rich in spiritual energy. It was a very good location for medicinal plants to grow. The black-robed old man had transplanted a stalk of his most precious heart demon flower in this medicine garden. Since then, this black-robed old man had been coming to the medicine garden every day to observe the growth of this demon heart flower. This demon heart flower was an incomparably greedy species of plant. Every day it had to devour a great deal of spiritual energy. As for the other spiritual plants around the demon heart flower, their essence energy was sucked away and they began to slowly wither. Good. As the black-robed old man saw the plump leaves and fist-sized flower bud of the demon heart flower, he nodded with satisfaction. Those Demon Region martial artists that were responsible for taking care of the demon heart flower were also filled with anticipation, waiting to see if there were any rewards. But, at this time, in the direction of the entrance, there was actually a loud, deafening sound like a thunderclap. Bang! A true essence shockwave recklessly shook the air, even the ground began to intensely tremble. What's going on? The black-robed old man frowned. Who was so ignorant that they dared to come to the South Sea Demon Region's branch to cause trouble. In these past years, and especially the past 6 months, the South Sea Demon Region had united several deep sea tribes and clans of the South Sea, forming a massive super alliance. After they crushed the wartime alliance, the entire South Horizon region, as well as several nearby territories, no longer had the ability to outright oppose the South Sea Demon region. Although the black-robed old man was surprised, he didn't immediately rush over. If this other party dared to come crashing into his gate, they must have some ability or backing. Unless they were idiots, that is. If it were really some old monstrous elder coming to take revenge, then he would have to act according to the situation. He sent out a sound transmission talisman to inquire about the situation. When he found out that the other party only consisted of 4 people and their cultivations were only at the revolving core realm, the black-robed old man was stunned. Just where had this bunch of idiots come from? Coldly snorting, the black-robed old man turned into a beam of black light as he rushed towards the medicine garden's entrance. Several dozen miles only took a brief moment to cross. As the black-robed old man and his many subordinates arrived at the entrance, they saw that the massive black gate had already been blown apart. The plaque that said, South Sea Demon Region, Divine Phoenix Branch, had been thrown to the ground and shattered into pieces. Surrounding this broken sign were 5 or 6 South Sea Demon Region martial artists that were also slumped to the ground. Their entire bodies were covered in blood and not a single one of them was alive. As the black-robed old man saw this, his heart filled with a raging anger. Who dares to be so bold to do this? Come here and die. After roaring out, the black-robed old man's eyes focused. Just 1,000 feet away, there were 4 figures that were flying over to him. It's these people? Humph. The black-robed elder swept his eyes over these 4 people's cultivation. As he realized they were all at the revolving core realm, his heart rate stabilized. Just as he was about to kill these 4 and show them the absolute difference in their strength, he noticed a blue-clothed youth in this group and was immediately stunned. This blue-clothed youth looked to be a bit over 20 years old. He held onto a long white spear, and his 2 straight eyebrows slanted up towards his temples. His handsome looks were outstanding, and his eyes seemed to be as sharp as lightning. From his head to his toes, he exuded an incomparably keen aura that made one's heart shrink with fear. This youth was... As the black-robed elder saw this blue-clothed youth, he was instantly petrified. His eyes went as wide as full moons as they filled with disbelief. In the past, he too had gone to the demon god Imperial Palace, and he had an incomparably deep impression of this face. Although his appearance and temperament had changed quite a bit, he still was able to recognize this youth at a glance. You are Lin Ming? You're still alive? After being called out by his name, Lin Ming was startled. As he fixed his eyes on that life-destruction elder, he suddenly had a memory of him. This elder had been part of the South Sea Demon Region party that had entered the demon god Imperial Palace. Luckily for him, he was also one of the few South Sea Demon Region elders that had managed to survive. At the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had created a false illusion of his own death before he left. Although Shen Wuji, Abbot Whitebrow, and those other old fellows were all monsters that had lived for over 1,000 years, all of them had been fooled by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's age and strength were his best cover. No matter how suspicious or cautious Shen Wuji and the others were, none of them suspected that someone as weak as Lin Ming had bamboozled them. Finally, they decided that there must have been some powerful expert that had come to steal the Nirvana Dragon root and had perfectly calculated events to outmaneuver them. But now, Lin Ming was actually alive. Not only was he alive, but he had also broken through to Revolving Core. It had to be known that Lin Ming was only 20 years old. A 20-year-old Revolving Core master, this was too shocking. All sorts of questions began to rise within that life-destruction elder's heart like a stormy sea. Just how had Lin Ming left the demon god Imperial Palace? He had gone missing along with the Nirvana Dragon root and the cosmic melting furnace. Did these 2 treasures end falling in his hands? In these 2.5 years, where had he gone? How could he possibly have broken through to Revolving Core in such a short period of time? Even through all these puzzles, the black-robed old man was absolutely sure of one thing. There was absolutely some great secret to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, so it seems that the Nirvana Dragon root and cosmic melting furnace really did end up in your hands. Heh! To think that we've spent so much time and effort traveling far and wide looking for you, only to find you here so easily. Hand over the Nirvana Dragon root and cosmic melting furnace now, and this old man may well allow you to live. As the black-robed old man spoke, his hand had already begun to silently trace his spatial ring. As the other martial artists heard Lin Ming's name, Their eyes also lit up with recognition. During the war in the South Sea and when Lin Ming had killed Lei Mubai, there had already been a price placed on his head by the South Sea Demon region. After the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, the South Sea Demon region has also launched a wide-scale search of the entire South Sea in order to find Lin Ming. But in the end, all of their efforts had been in vain. The martial artists present had all seen Lin Ming's portrait before. It was only because a period of time had passed, and there had been some slight changes to Lin Ming's looks and temperament that they didn't immediately realize it was him. Surround him. This group of martial artists had cultivations at Revolving Core and Xianxia. Every single one of them was well aware of just how strong Lin Ming was. They knew that they weren't his match, so they surrounded him in order to prevent him from escaping. Lin Ming coldly and indifferently glanced at these people, thoughts of killing flashing through his mind. The first thing he thought of was to kill everyone here. After returning to the South Horizon region, his strength was still inferior to Shen Wuji's. It would be unwise to expose his own identity so early in order to stop Shen Wuji from chasing him down. However, as soon as he thought of this, he also changed his mind. If news of his identity was spread out, then perhaps it might reach Mu Qianyu's ears. In this way, he might be able to inform Mu Qianyu that he had returned. Thinking of this, Lin Ming hesitated, unsure of what to do. Carnage Demon Great Array. The black-robed old man knew just how terrifying Lin Ming was. Reasonably speaking, no matter how strong Lin Ming was, it was impossible for an early Revolving Core boy to defeat a life-destruction master. But, if he dared to come here so brazenly, then he must have some sort of backup. A lion would surely kill a rabbit. Using his complete all-out strength and having his men lay down this Carnage Demon Great Array was the right way to go about things. Cha-cha-cha. Over a dozen black flags flew out in the air. All of the black-clothed men grabbed a black flag and began to rapidly move around Lin Ming, stepping in a weird and distorted pace. With every step they took, they would leave behind a faint black mark. Duanmu Kun and the others were naturally also covered in this array formation. But, towards an array formation of this degree, none of them were worried. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, any danger zone was far more terrifying than this array could ever be. Lin Ming allowed these people to arrange the array formation as they wished, only casually standing in the center of the array formation as he was lost in his thoughts. He pondered, should he kill all these people, or allow some to live so they could spread the news of his return? After the Carnage Demon Great Array was laid down, the black-robed old man let out a breath of content. Revealing a cunning smile, he took out a thick saber from his spatial ring and cut down. Carnage Demon Cut. With the support of the Carnage Demon Great Array, he would be able to raise his strength by over 10%. As for Lin Ming, his strength would drop precipitously within this array formation. In addition to the absolute disparity of their cultivations, he didn't believe he would lose here. As long as he could kill Lin Ming, even if he didn't obtain the cosmic melting furnace of Nirvana Dragon Root, he would still be able to learn just what great secrets Lin Ming held and just why Lin Ming had been able to go from the early Xiantian realm to the early Revolving Core realm in just a mere 2.5 years. When that time came, he was prepared to leave the South Sea Demon region, escaping with all of his wealth. He had no intention of bowing down while handing such a great lucky chance to Shen Wuji. With all of this in his grasp, perhaps he might even be able to reach the Divine Sea. When that time came, in this great world there would be nowhere he couldn't go. Lin Ming, I'll take your life. As the black-robed old man shouted out loud, a billowing black energy began to surge from his body. Behind him, an ancient giant demon phantom appeared, holding onto a great halberd. This giant demon stood over 10 feet tall, menacing the world as it emanated a terrifying aura. The black-robed old man didn't underestimate Lin Ming in the least. At the very start, he had already used his ultimate finishing ability. And in addition to the increased power from the Carnage Demon Great Array, the power of the strike made all of the demon region martial artists around him pale with awe and horror. The black-robed old man's attack had finally roused Lin Ming from his thoughts. Lin Ming looked up at this black-robed old man. Yes, first he would kill this old fellow and search his soul to see if there was any news about Mu Qianyu. If there was, then he would kill everyone else here. If there wasn't, then he would consider letting news of his return leak out. Thinking this,
Lin Ming gave a low shout. The true essence within his body began to revolve. Infusing his battle spirit into the white spear, he thrust it out. Facing the alarming and terrifying attack of this black-robed old man, Lin Ming's spear actually seemed rather plain and simple. The black-robed old man grinned demonically. His saber cut straight towards Lin Ming's neck. This was a sure kill strike. Chila. With the sound of space tearing, the black-robed old man's billowing clouds of demonic energy were like great black curtains as they were torn apart by Lin Ming's spear wind. The black-robed old man was shocked. The hell was this strength? Damn! The black-robed old man's face twisted. He revolved the energy in his body to the limit, completely pouring everything he had into the saber edge. The strength of this carnage demon cut lay in the blade itself. Clang! The thick saber collided with the white spear and the piercing sound of screeching metal filled the air. The black-robed old man felt his palm shake and his muscles tear, blood shooting from his arm. Then the unbelievable occurred. That old man's saber was actually broken apart by Lin Ming's spear. The sharp spear point thrust towards the black-robed old man's throat like a viper. What? The black-robed old man was greatly shocked. In this split second, without any time to think, he quickly retreated. However, just as he avoided the spear point, a roiling gust of air rushed over the black-robed old man, directly piercing towards his throat. This wave of air had the true essence stream of a battle spirit attached to it. Puff! The black-robed old man's bodily true essence protection was penetrated. The flow of true essence continued unabated. It directly cut through half of that black-robed old man's throat, blood bursting out. Ah! The black-robed old man was frightened to the point that all of his previous bravado and courage was smashed apart. He simply had no idea what had attacked him. And his weapon, a top earth-step thick saber, how could it possibly have been broken in half by Lin Ming's spear? Just what was going on? The black-robed elder only felt a cold sweat creep down his back. The sudden developments in this battle had completely surpassed his scope of understanding. Without further delay, the black-robed elder turned around and ran away. You're staying here. Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and the space underneath his feet shrank. He flash-stepped behind the black-robed man, his spear thrusting out. The black-robed elder was terrified. Quickly turning around, he threw out 2 flying swords. These flying swords were high-grade earth-step treasure. Normally he wouldn't be using them, but in this situation he thrown them out like hidden weapons. Clang! Clang! With 2 metal rings, Lin Ming waved his spear and directly knocked away the 2 flying swords. As the flying swords spun upside down, Lin Ming stretched out a single hand and poured his battle spirit into the sword blades. The 2 swords suddenly straightened out in midair and shot right back towards the black-robed elder. Ah! The black-robed elder was dismayed, losing all of his composure. He twisted his body, trying to dodge both these flying swords, but one of them still managed to pierce through his thigh. The black-robed elder miserably shrieked, his speed immediately slowing down. At this point, his face was as white as funeral ash. Young hero Lin, please spare my life. As long as you let me live, I will tell you all the plans of the South Sea Demon region, and tell you everything you want to know about Divine Phoenix Island. No thanks. Lin Ming's spear fell down. With his battle spirit infused into the spear instantly broke through the black-robed elder's bodily true essence and stabbed into his heart. With a twist of true essence, all of the black-robed elder's guts turned into a puddle of goo. Demon Shine, search his soul. When a martial artist had just died, their spiritual sea wouldn't have dispersed yet. This brief period of time was more than enough to use a soul-searching technique. The information obtained from a soul-searching technique was naturally much more reliable than the black-robed elder spilling it out. Okay. Demon Shine playfully smiled and a black beam of light shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, directly piercing into that black-robed elder's spiritual sea. Lin Ming didn't sit around either. He flicked out his fingers and a small snake of crimson lightning shot into the black-robed elder's body. This red lightning was the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder made a pass around the black-robed elder, bringing out a thick fog of blood.
Lin Ming put out his hand and this blood fog began to concentrate, turning into a fist-sized ball of blood. This was the black-robed elder's complete blood essence. This was the first time that Lin Ming had truly killed a life-destruction powerhouse. In the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming had consecutively killed the Polaris Tower Master and the Supervisory Elder, both of whom had strength equal to a life-destruction master. However, that was still only having strength equal to one. Their true cultivation was actually below the life-destruction realm, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to stay in the blood slaughter steps. After revolving core, Lin Ming guessed that the blood essence of a life-destruction powerhouse should be enough to open the magic cube once again. However, now was not the time to open the magic cube. Lin Ming flicked his fingers and began to form silk threads made of thunder, wrapping the blood essence in layers of this. Soon, all of the blood essence was cocooned in this energy. Then Lin Ming formed a dozen runes and thoroughly sealed the blood essence. Like this glob of blood essence should be able to maintain its vibrant vitality for another month. He could use it any time during this period to open the magic cube. At this moment, Demon Shine's divine sense withdrew from the black-robed elder's spiritual sea. "Hey boy, I have some good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "Hey boy, I have some good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "Demon Shine, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. What's the news?" Lin Ming frowned. At this time he really didn't have thoughts of playing around. "Ayaya, you're really boring." For better or worse, this saint had to consume quite a bit of soul force for this information. Demon Shine muttered with a sulking expression. But as he saw that Lin Ming looked very serious, he no longer joked around and directly said, "The good news is that Mu Qinyu should be safe." Whilst the South Sea Demon region was focused on finding the key figures of Divine Phoenix Island like Mu Qinyu, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian, they still weren't able to catch them. As Lin Ming heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if something heavy was lifted off of his back. "Where have they gone?" "That I do not know." Demon Shine spread his doggy paws out. If that black-robed old man knew where Mu Qianyu and them had scampered off to, then they probably would have gone to capture them tomorrow. Seeing Lin Ming remain silent, Demon Shine said, "I don't know where they went, but they should have joined in with some other powers that formed the Anti-Demon Alliance. But their days shouldn't be much better off. They're likely hiding somewhere with appearance-changing techniques too." Anti-Demon Alliance, Lin Ming thought for a moment. In an organization like that, it should be somewhat safer. "And the bad news?" Lin Ming glared at Demon Shine, his heart still not completely relieved. If Demon Shine's so-called good news was that Mu Qianyu had escaped, but the bad news was that Qin Xingxuan had been captured, then he really wouldn't be able to resist his impulse to strangle this damn old dog to death. Demon Shine said, "The bad news is that Xian Wuji has gone into closed-door seclusion lately. Chances are he should be able to come back out in a few months or even half a year. When that happens, he should have broken through to the fourth stage of life destruction. When a human martial artist went through life destruction, they had to break apart the revolving core in their body and then reform it. This process absolutely could not be disturbed, nor could they interrupt their seclusion." "I see." Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care too much about Xian Wuji making a breakthrough or how powerful his enemies were. What he did fear was whether or not his family and friends were in danger. Xian Wuji has probably plundered countless resources these past 2 years, otherwise that old thing would never attack the fourth stage of life destruction unless he had absolute assurance in his success. Lin Ming reflected. Xian Wuji had great ambitions. He had set his determination to break through to the Divine Sea and have his South Sea Demon region become a holy land. The reason that the South Sea Demon region had lit the flames of war was all in order to compete for cultivation resources and pave the road for Xian Wuji to become a Divine Sea Master. "Lin Ming, what will your next step be?" Duanmu Kun walked over beside Lin Ming and asked him. "First we will cleanse Divine Phoenix Island," Lin Ming said with a murderous tone. Towards the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region, he didn't even have a hint of compassion or favorable impression. In his mind, those that followed the path of perversion were far more evil and dangerous than those that followed the path of slaughtering. "Haha! Good idea!" Duanmu Kun flourished his long sword. Under the life-destruction realm, he could be considered invincible. Now that the life-destruction elder was gone, Sweeping away everyone else on this island would be an easy task. Brother Fengshen, you take the south, I'll take the north, and Lan Xian can go west. Brother Lin, the rest can be left to you. How about it?
Fengshen nodded. He took out his long sword and immediately flew towards the south part of the island.
Lin Ming grasped his white spear and flew straight towards the Vermilion Bird Temple. Originally, the Vermilion Bird Temple was the central shrine of the Vermilion Bird faction. He wanted to search over there to see if there were any clues left behind by Mu Yuhuang or Mu Qianyu.
The remaining Demon Region martial artists on Divine Phoenix Island were already in a complete mess. They simply couldn't withstand the impact of these 4 people and gave way at the first encounter. Everyone began scattering in all directions, fleeing off to hide by themselves. Fengshen, Lan Xian, and Duanmu Kun were all extraordinarily beautiful individuals, but when it came to killing others, they could slaughter without blinking. After all, they had experienced the frigid battlefield that was called Skysplit Tower.
Fengshen's sword was like the wind. Every sword would stab between an enemy's eyebrows, taking their life with a single blow. As for Lan Xian, she preferred to slice the throats of others. As she continued to kill, she kept finding dying women that were captured for obscene purposes. This caused her to hate those demonic path martial artists even more, killing them all without an ounce of mercy. At this time, Lin Ming had already rushed into the Vermilion Bird Temple.
The once glorious and majestic Vermilion Bird Temple was now desolate and gloomy. The great protective array here was long since broken and many of the tiles and walls were torn apart. The beautiful carvings and reliefs on the walls and columns were now ruined and decayed. Because Duanmu Kun and the others were busy killing off the remnant forces and the black-robed elder had already died, the Vermilion Bird Temple was now deserted.
Lin Ming searched everyone. Besides finding a few pale and sickly girls in ragged clothes, he didn't find any other clues. With a sigh, Lin Ming took out some clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them to these young girls. Then, he fell into contemplation. If Mu Qianyu had really wanted to leave him a message, just where should she keep it and in what form? When he had been with Mu Qianyu, she had never shown him any sort of special code or cipher. If this sort of information wasn't hidden well and was discovered by the South Sea Demon region, then the consequences would be dire. But, if she were to hide a message, how could she guarantee that others wouldn't be able to find it? On such a vast Divine Phoenix Island, just where would Mu Qianyu leave a clue? Lin Ming released all of his perception to cover the entire Vermilion Bird Temple, hoping that he would find even the slightest hint. As he searched over and over again, Lin Ming found many of the old tools and objects that Mu Qianyu had used when she lived here. Vaguely, he could see that red-clothed woman who lived here every day, who loved playing instruments and practicing martial arts. Unfortunately, with the passing of time, all things came to an end. Those beautiful and endless days could no longer be sought here. Lin Ming remembered that Mu Fengxian once said that whenever an emperor powerhouse was born, they needed a massive amount of destiny and lucky chances falling upon their shoulders. But the sect that the future emperor powerhouse started out from wouldn't necessarily be able to benefit from the birth of an emperor-level powerhouse. This was because the growth of a true emperor powerhouse would cause the attraction and provocation of many powerful enemies. If a sect lacked strength and destiny and was unable to carry such a genius, then that genius would be the reason that the sect perished. Since ancient times, this sort of matter was very common. I hope that Miss Mu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others are safe. Lin Ming could only pray like this. After finding no clues, he left the Vermilion Bird Temple in a sad and dispirited manner. Carefully thinking about it some more, even if Mu Qianyu had intended to leave some clues, she might have been helpless to begin with. Mu Fengxian and the others might not have been immediately able to decide where to go. After all, this was a top 4th grade sect with tens of thousands of people. Moving to a new home that was hidden and had adequate resources, wasn't that easier said than done? As Lin Ming left the Vermilion Bird Temple, he was somewhat dazed. Looking out towards the distant horizon, he could vaguely see the faint white fog of the world. The bright sunlight fell onto the sea, illuminating it like a golden flame. Atop this golden flame were many sea birds flying over. It seemed to be a very peaceful and serene scene. The Vermilion Bird Temple was located at the highest point of Divine Phoenix Mountain. One could see the entire view of the South Sea as well as survey all of Divine Phoenix Island.
When Lin Ming was overlooking the view from Divine Phoenix Island, he actually saw a place that was covered with an extremely thick heaven and earth origin energy. His soul was stunned. This was the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm originated from the ancient Phoenix clan. As for what rank power the ancient Phoenix clan was, Lin Ming found it hard to say. 4 years ago, Lin Ming was still a pulse condensation period martial artist. With his talent, he was permitted to enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, and there he managed to enter the general-level smelting trial. But he had been far away from reaching the king-level smelting trial. Thus it could be seen from this alone that the ancient Phoenix clan must have been a terrifying power. Although they might not have been able to compare to the eternal demon abyss, they were absolutely above the demon god Imperial Palace. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was also surrounded by an ancient array formation that only Divine Phoenix Island could open. Even if the South Sea Demon region captured Divine Phoenix Island, they still wouldn't have the ability to open the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In other words, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was an absolutely safe place. Was it possible that Mu Qianyu had left him some sort of message within the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm? As Lin Ming thought of this, he no longer hesitated and flew directly towards the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. The several dozen miles passed in a fleeting instant. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was located in the depths of the Divine Phoenix Island mountain range. It was surrounded by a formation of mountains and valleys that kept the energy of the land within. The heaven and earth origin energy here was very rich, especially fire and water origin energy. It was thick to the point of nearly becoming a faint mist. There was a protective array formation outside of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In order to enter, one first had to pass through this array formation. This was an ancient array formation. It wasn't something that the South Sea Demon region had the ability to break open. Lin Ming was originally familiar and proficient with ancient array formations. He had also entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, completing the final general-level smelting trial, and had been recognized by the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Even if he didn't learn the method of how to open this array formation from Mu Yuhuang, figuring out how to do it wouldn't be too hard for him either. After an hour of time, Lin Ming found out the approximate method to open it. Revolving the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle within his body, he reached out his hand and formed flaming golden runes. The void trembled. With a buzzing sound, the space several dozen feet in front of Lin Ming began to distort, as if it were calmly rippling water. But these ripples didn't last too long, and soon faded away. Lin Ming wasn't discouraged. He attempted time and time again to fuse the concept of space into these flame array symbols. Finally, after another quarter of an hour, he opened the barrier. A barrier of light appeared in thin air. Within the barrier, there was a single gap. From within, he could feel the intense energy of fire and ice colliding with each other, the sound of muffled thunder filling the air. Lin Ming calmed himself and stepped through the protective array formation to enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Light flashed. Lin Ming arrived at the mountain valley where the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was. But in the instant when he entered, Lin Ming saw that near the entrance to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, there were elegant and beautiful letters carved on a 10,000-year-old parasol tree. Thundercrash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. At the moment he saw these words, Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake passed through him. Just 10 words and written in such a simple manner. Yet they contained the strong will and determination of Mu Qianyu. She didn't write what would happen if they couldn't make their appointment, nor did she write that they would die. 10 words. The writing was graceful and succinct, as if it had fused within it an incomparably firm belief that allowed no room for doubt. No matter what happened during this time period, no matter what difficulties she faced, what trials and tribulations she would encounter, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting, it was as if Lin Ming could see the scene that happened here 6 months ago. When Mu Qianyu had rushed into the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm and engraved this message, her hands were fast but firm. In her eyes was a faint trace of hope and faith, a touch of deep love and also sadness. As for the nameless cave of Thundercrash Mountain, that was the place Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming had stayed when they first met. In that cave, the two of them had spent 3 days and 3 nights filled with immeasurable warmth. When he had first gone to Thundercrash Mountain, by pure chance,
Lin Ming had encountered Mu Qinyu as she was battling the Thunder Flood Dragon. When Mu Qinyu had been wounded and was in trouble, Lin Ming had helped her recover within the nameless cave. With his past humble and low status, this was the first time he had ever come into contact with such a proud daughter of heaven. 3 days later, Mu Qinyu had left without a word, leaving behind only a message. Finally, Mu Qinghong had visited the 7 profound valleys and had taken notice of Lin Ming during the total faction martial meeting. Then, in the sect training program, Lin Ming had been chosen as the only Heaven Step talent. All of this seemed as if it had happened just yesterday. During Lin Ming's early period of growth, Mu Qianyu and Divine Phoenix Island had helped Lin Ming many times. Thundercrash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. Lin Ming traced his hand over these letters and quietly clenched his fists. 10 years was the promise that he had originally made, but now, he had come back over 7 years early. Since he had come back, he would no longer allow the situation in the South Sea to continue as it was. He absolutely would not allow Mu Qianyu and the martial artists of Divine Phoenix Island to drift around like displaced refugees. I don't need to use these 10 years. Within 3 months, I will find you. Lin Ming secretly made this oath to himself as he gazed at the words on that 10,000-year parasol tree. Then he sat down next to it. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Demon Shine asked. Opening the magic cube. Are you kidding? You're going to open it here. Opening the magic cube takes less than an hour, and with the protective array formation of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, this area can be considered safe. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the blood essence of the black-robed old man from his spatial ring. When Lin Ming had first obtained the magic cube, he had gone into the space within the magic cube when he was sleeping. This was the first time he had opened the magic cube. Afterwards, Lin Ming obtained the flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted to him. The flexible armor was marked with the blood essence of a Hotian master. This blood essence was then absorbed by the magic cube. This was the second time that the magic cube opened. The third time was when Lin Ming had killed Ouyang Boyan. With Ouyang Boyan's blood essence, he opened the magic cube once again. The fourth time, Lin Ming had used the suppressive laws of the demon god Imperial Palace and killed a revolving core master, using that master's blood essence to open the magic cube yet again. Now would be the 5th time. From Hodian to Xiantian to revolving core and now life destruction. Lin Ming began to unravel the spells on the cocoon until there was just the red glob of blood left. Lin Ming didn't have the magic cube absorb this yet. Rather, he first entered into the ethereal martial intent and adjusted his mindset until he was as calm as a still lake. Then, Lin Ming took off his clothes, revealing a strange mark on his left chest. This mark was the mysterious ancient symbol rune of the magic cube. With a deep breath, he slowly pressed the black-robed old man's blood essence into his chest. Right after, Lin Ming felt a burst of burning heat in his chest. This was the blood essence being absorbed by the magic cube. After being silent for several years, the magic cube once again welcomed the fresh blood essence of a powerhouse. Chi chi chi. As the blood essence was absorbed, it was just like a deadly poison that was scattered on the ground. It seemed to constantly corrode away, producing a slight trace of smoke. Lin Ming felt within himself, perceiving the energy fluctuations of the magic cube within his chest. He could feel that after the magic cube had absorbed the blood essence, it seemed to beat in rhythm with his heart. After 10 breaths of time passed, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake. In the next moment, all of his consciousness was completely sucked into the magic cube. With a dizzying feeling, Lin Ming's mind had arrived once again in that pitch-black space within the magic cube. Lin Ming was familiar with this place. In the vast and boundlessly dark sky, countless soul fragments glittered like infinite stars. These soul fragments floated around in a haze of thick mist. In the center of all these soul fragments, there was a large sphere of light that was 1 foot in diameter, slowly glowing with a gentle light. Lin Ming suspected that this sphere of light was the previous master of the magic cube, that saintess of the verdant feather holy lands. After arriving in the magic cube space once again, Lin Ming's mentality was extremely stable. Now he had a battle spirit and his willpower was much more formidable than it was before. He would be able to handle most of these soul fragments, unless that fragment was to contain the remnant consciousness and will of the Supreme Elder it once belonged to. If that were true, then swallowing a soul fragment like that might be a bit dangerous. Linking his mind to the many soul fragments, because of Lin Ming's stronger soul force, he was now able to clearly sense the energy that emanated from these soul fragments. Some had a gentle, soft energy, some were tyrannical, and some emitted an evil, blood-soaked energy. The smaller fragments were directly ignored by Lin Ming. He only looked at those that were at least 2 inches wide. Then, he began to sense them according to the energy they emitted, looking for a soul fragment that might have a cultivation method or other skill that was useful. But there were simply too many soul fragments in the space of the magic cube. Even after searching through so many, it was difficult for Lin Ming to know just which one would be the most valuable to him. At this time, Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming, this saint will help you choose. I can guarantee it will be enormously useful for you. Oh! Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Although Demon Shine did like to brag often, he had to acknowledge that this old dog really did have some ability. Useful for me? I can't think of a soul fragment that would be too useful for me right now. Lin Ming had no lack of cultivation methods. Moreover, he had already begun to step onto the road of fusing his own martial arts method. He was hoping to look for some cultivation method within the magic cube that could provide a foundation for further martial arts fusion skills in the future. You'll know why once I tell you. That pale golden palm-sized soul fragment is the one. Let me warn you first, it's quite possible that there is a remnant soul within that soul fragment. A Supreme Elder's remnant soul. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. It was hard to guess just what boundary these realm of the gods' powerhouses had reached before their death. Even if it was just a remnant soul, he still had to treat it with caution. Carefully stretching out his hand, an energy latched onto that pale gold soul fragment and dragged it over to Lin Ming. Lin Ming completely concentrated his mind onto this soul fragment. During the first several times that Lin Ming had opened the magic cube, he had avoided these Supreme Elder soul fragments as if they were poisonous snakes. He would never have tried to absorb it on his own initiative like he was now. Discreetly feeling the strength of this pale gold soul fragment, Lin Ming felt confident he would be able to withstand it. Demon Shine, just what's in here that is so useful to me? If you absorb that memory fragment, you'll naturally know. This soul fragment, if I'm not wrong, should be an old acquaintance that the Demon Emperor once knew. I only recognized it because there is a bit of remnant soul left over in the fragment. If you absorb it, you'll have a great harvest. Demon Shine bragged. Lin Ming didn't ask anything further. Demon Shine had no reason to lie to him, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had confidence that he would be able to deal with the remnant soul within this soul fragment. Even if the cultivation methods within were useless, it could still serve as a reference point so that Lin Ming could study the various types of top martial arts and gain insights from them. Putting out a hand, he gently touched the soul fragment. The soul fragment immediately turned into a white light that shot into Lin Ming's body and disappearing, vanishing without a trace. A soul fragment had a natural instinct to swallow all. Under the guidance of its instincts, it would begin to attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea in order to capture it. When the soul fragment broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit that floated in the skies immediately began to issue out a keening howl, directly impacting towards that soul fragment. Kacha! With a violent collision, the soul fragment was struck by the spear-shaped battle spirit and sent flying away, its light dimming by several degrees. Meanwhile, the black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, surging forwards as it enveloped that soul fragment. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sat down, immediately entering into the ethereal martial intent. Like this, the samsara martial intent and battle spirit began a fierce battle with the soul fragment within his spiritual sea. A battle spirit was known as an existence that could cut away all to nothing. Of course, this included even the soul. With every strike, the soul fragment would fiercely tremble, causing the remnant soul within that fragment to gradually fade away. After an hour of time, the war of souls finally ended. Although Lin Ming hadn't been in any great danger, he was still left exhausted, his entire body wet with sweat and his complexion pale. After eliminating that remnant soul,
The remaining memory fragment sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. In that moment, all sorts of chaotic and complex images and information began to pour into Lin Ming's mind. These memories numbered many times more than before. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough, feeling as if his head would explode at any moment. Pictures began to flash through Lin Ming's mind. War, battlefields, death, cultivation method, rare books, sect. All sorts of scenes replayed in his mind. But many of these were also of raging flames, mystical symbols, as well as medicinal pills that shined with a golden light. This person had been an alchemist? Lin Ming was suddenly startled. After further exploring these memories, Lin Ming found that this person had not only been an accomplished alchemist but also an inscription master. Inscription techniques were the first skill that Lin Ming had obtained from the very first soul fragment he absorbed from the magic cube. This skill was very powerful within the realm of the gods, but unfortunately the soul fragment that Lin Ming had swallowed then was only the size of a grain of rice, and it was also very faded. This was a choice he was helpless in making. Originally, Lin Ming had only been at the very first stage of body transformation. Just absorbing that rice grain-sized soul fragment had nearly cost him his life. This also led to the inscription techniques Lin Ming had being incomplete, most of them the most basic of their kind. Inscription techniques were divided into object inscription, medicinal inscription, body inscription, and soul inscription, 4 different types in total. Although Lin Ming had learned body inscription, that was only useful to him during the body transformation realm. After reaching revolving core or life destruction, the increased strength from these body inscription symbols would be negligible. In addition, the reason that Lin Ming had neglected to keep up with his inscription technique was because practicing simply consumed too much time. As Lin Ming's strength constantly grew because he had neglected to practice his inscription technique, it now wasn't able to keep up with his growth. With Lin Ming's current skill in medicinal inscription, he could at most enhance medicines like the heaven-opening pill or shattered demon heart crystal. If he wanted to place an inscription on something like the Nirvana dragon root or demon god bone, then that simply wasn't possible because he wasn't capable of placing an inscription on them that was of adequate rank. In order to practice inscription techniques to a higher boundary, one needed to invest a massive amount of time and effort into it. But before this, the inscription techniques that Lin Ming had obtained were greatly incomplete. If he tried to reach a higher boundary, he would find himself besieged with difficulties. Now that he had obtained the soul fragment, he had unintentionally filled in this gap. Demon Shine, you want me to pick up inscription techniques again, and not only that but to become an inscription master and then use that as a basis to further become an alchemist? Inscription techniques are mostly for you to create medicinal inscriptions. I want you to become an alchemist in order to further your cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The further your boundary goes, the more the rarity and value of the medicine you'll need for your practice will horrify you. You obtained the Nirvana dragon root and the nameless divine pill, but don't think you'll always be so lucky. If you don't study alchemy, are you really hoping for others to just come up and offer all the help you'll ever need? Your cosmic melting furnace is already the best tool for alchemy to begin with. The cosmic melting furnace was a fire attribute attack weapon and also an extremely good furnace. It was the greatest treasure that the demon emperor had left behind before ascending to the realm of the gods. What rank treasure is the cosmic melting furnace? Lin Ming had long thought of this, but he hadn't yet asked Demon Shine. Lin Ming hadn't even seen a medium-grade heaven-step treasure yet, so he simply didn't know what rank treasure the cosmic melting furnace was. Demon Shine said the cosmic melting furnace cannot really be classified under normal treasures, but rather it is a quasi-saint artifact. Above high-grade heaven-step treasures are saint artifacts. The cosmic melting furnace doesn't yet qualify to rank as a saint artifact, so it can only be considered a quasi-saint artifact. If you use it for alchemy, then it will multiply your chances of success by several times. Moreover, it can even increase the grade and power of your flame essence. Saint artifact? This wasn't the first time that Lin Ming had heard this before, so it turned out that the cosmic melting furnace was a quasi-saint artifact. Unfortunately, he wasn't yet able to induce the cosmic melting furnace to strike his enemies. In his current state, it could at most be considered a defensive weapon.
Boy, the black-robed old man you killed a while ago also had something good. A demon heart flower. It was planted in the medicine garden of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's go back in a bit and dig it out. Along with the 10,000-year corpse grass and profound gold divine fruit you obtained in the eternal demon abyss, both of those are top-quality alchemy materials. With these alchemy materials as well as the memories that you've inherited, you will slowly but surely become a top grandmaster of alchemy, forming a solid foundation for your future goal of breaking through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Demon Shine had suggested that Lin Ming become an alchemist. Although this was quite sudden, after some more thought, this truly was the only way for Lin Ming to complete his body transformation cultivation path in the future. The body transformation legacy, even if placed within the entire realm of the gods, was considered an extremely luxurious and excessive cultivation path. Compared to the essence gathering system, it was countless times more expensive. For Lin Ming to just complete 100% of tempering marrow, he had required an entire nirvana dragon root. As for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, he had used the nameless divine pill and a demon god bone. Even then, it was only under a lucky coincidence that he had made his breakthrough with the support of the suppression of the heavenly demon force field. Next, there were still 7 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The first few gates after the gate of healing couldn't be considered too difficult to open. But afterwards, once he arrived at the 5th, 6th, 7th, or even 8th gate, the difficulty would rise at an astronomical scale. If he wished to break through these thresholds, then it was impossible unless he had top heavenly materials. As for normal heavenly treasures, swallowing them directly was of course inferior to refining them into pills, especially if they had a medicinal inscription placed on them. Thinking of this, Lin Ming fell into a deep reflection. Whether it was alchemical techniques or inscription techniques, both of them were extremely complex and diverse. If he wanted to practice both of these skills to the limit of their boundaries, then he would need to consume a great deal of time even if he inherited the memories of that supreme being. Time meant the potential of life. If he wasted time, then that was the same as wasting his potential. Demon Shine saw Lin Ming hesitate and chuckled. "Young boy, your way of thinking is wrong. Whether it is practicing alchemy or inscription, both of these skills can greatly increase your soul force. After reaching the Xianxia realm, a martial artist's soul force will becoming increasingly important. You've practiced martial arts all the way until now and yet haven't realized just how great the benefits of having a strong soul force are? If it wasn't for your powerful soul force and samsara martial intent to support you, how could you possibly have formed your battle spirit in the Xianxia realm? A battle spirit and will may be completely different from soul force, but the former actually relies on the latter. Haven't you noticed that your battle spirit is kept hidden in your spiritual sea? All I just mentioned are just indirect benefits. But there are also direct benefits. These benefits will appear once you become an emperor-level powerhouse. No matter how powerful your body is, if it doesn't have an equally powerful soul to support it, then the result you'll be able to achieve will be extremely limited. Just cultivating your dantian means you will sooner or later encounter a bottleneck. This is also the reason why all the powerhouses of the realm of the gods choose different auxiliary skills. These aren't just used to assist their cultivation but also to help temper their soul force. After Demon Shine said this, Lin Ming was startled. After thinking about it some more, this really was true. Ever since he had obtained the magic cube, Lin Ming had entered into it a total of 5 times and absorbed the soul fragments of 4 different realm of the gods' powerhouses. The 3rd and 4th time, he had absorbed the soul fragments of the demon emperor. But, in the other 3 times after he absorbed these memories, he realized that these 3 powerhouses each shared a common characteristic, and that was that all 3 of them practiced an auxiliary skill. The first one was an inscription master, the second was an array master, and the last was both an inscriptionist and an alchemist. As for the demon emperor, he himself was a giant demon, so he didn't excel in the aspect of the soul. This was likely the reason that he didn't choose an auxiliary skill to begin with. As Demon Shine had said, studying these auxiliary skills would never be a waste of time. Laboring over these things would not be a mistake. Now that Lin Ming had inherited the soul fragments of these realm of the gods' powerhouses, he was able to practice these auxiliary skills with half the effort and twice the result. To not use such a lucky chance would really be idiotic.
As Lin Ming thought this, he also set firm his determination. After this conflict in the South Sea ended, he would put aside some special time in order to thoroughly practice inscription techniques and alchemy techniques, paving the road for his future success of opening the next 7 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates. After sealing up the related rich memories of inscription techniques and alchemy techniques in his mind, Lin Ming began to study the other memories of the Supreme Elder. Within the soul fragment, there really was too much information. Besides inscription techniques and alchemy techniques, there was also a massive amount of cultivation methods. Within these cultivation methods, there was one related to realm of the gods alchemists, the Fire God Law. After examining the Fire God Law, Lin Ming ultimately concluded that the complete Fire God Law was much more powerful than the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But, if it were to be compared with the complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then it would naturally be far inferior. These 2 sets of cultivation methods were both of the fire attribute. It seemed redundant to practice both, but Lin Ming was actually very happy to see this situation. In the future, this would give him a great number of inspirations. Once he thoroughly comprehended both, he would be able to combine them together, fusing these 2 cultivation methods into an even stronger technique. This realm of the gods alchemist had achieved an understanding of the concept of fire that could be called the pinnacle. Lin Ming could only helplessly exclaim at this. Something like a concept could only be understood and not explained. Even if Lin Ming had directly inherited these memories, it was still impossible for his understanding of the concept of fire to suddenly shoot to a high degree all of a sudden. But still, this would allow Lin Ming to find his way in the future much more easily. As Lin Ming entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm's Great Protective Array and started to absorb the soul fragment, news of his return to the South Horizon region had already begun to quietly spread. There were far too man-demon region martial artists staying at Divine Phoenix Island. No matter how many were killed, some would always manage to avoid slaughter and escape. Naturally, these people would pass along news about Lin Ming's return. But all of this was also tacitly allowed by Lin Ming. He did this all for one reason. He wanted to use this method to tell Mu Qianyu that he, Lin Ming, had returned. The first to obtain this news was the South Sea Demon Region headquarters. At this time, Shen Wuji had gone into life or death closed-door seclusion to break through to the 4th stage of life destruction. After a human martial artist reached life destruction, every breakthrough they made was a trial of life or death. They either succeeded or they perished. There was no other option. At this time, Shen Wuji's entire body and revolving core were being reorganized. He absolutely could not be disturbed, so no matter how important the message was, he still wouldn't be informed. The one in charge of the South Sea Demon region at this time was Xianxia. During the South Sea War, Xianxia had appeared in the public eye much more often than Shen Wuji. After so many battles, Shen Wuji no longer needed to appear. It was enough for Xianxia to act as leader. In these 2.5 years, Xianxia's enchanting sex appeal and beautiful appearance had become equally famous. There were many powerhouses of the South Sea that both coveted her and feared her to their bones. At this time, within the Grand Demon Palace of the South Sea Demon region, Xianxia was wearing a luxurious black dress. Her black stone-inlaid collar was spread very low, revealing her plentiful figure and a great portion of her plump milk-white breasts and the deep crevice that ran between them. Her dress was split nearly to her waist, revealing her now white and perfectly shaped thighs and accentuating the outline of her bottom. All of this was enough to drown a man in infinite dreams and desire. On Xianxia's body, it was impossible to find the scars and traces of time. She simply seemed like a sexy and beautiful young woman in her late 20s. However, facing such a Xianxia, the elders of the South Sea Demon region did not show even the slightest bit of disrespect. All of them were politely sitting down, and as their eyes occasionally passed over Xianxia, there was nothing in them but deference. In these past few years, Xianxia had relied on her strength alone to accumulate power and influence. Even though the South Sea Demon region had complex inner workings with multiple factions, not a single person dared to offend her. About Lin Ming, you've all heard it, Xianxia calmly said. Xianxia's terse statement caused all the elders to start discussing amongst themselves. Before now, they had all obtained this news through their various channels. For Xianxia to convene the Council of Elders at this time, they had all faintly guessed that it was to discuss Lin Ming. A first-stage life destruction elder stood up and said this old man thought that something was wrong. There were just too many questions and mysteries surrounding that boy's death. Now, it really seems that there is absolutely some secret on his body. The Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace most likely fell into that boy's hands. The life destruction elder's voice was thick with jealousy and hate. As he thought about how so many resources fell onto such a lucky hairless baby boy, all he felt was uncomfortable. Xianxia coughed with disdain. She had no interest in the opinions of a myopic fool like this who spoke in hindsight. If he really thought there was something wrong in the past, then why hadn't he done anything about it? Xianxia said, according to our information, Lin Ming was able to kill Elder Hongqi. I estimate that his strength has reached the peak of the first stage of life destruction. This completely overturns our previous understanding of Lin Ming. Without a doubt, there is some significant secret on his body. Perhaps it may be even more valuable than the Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace. Now that Elder Xianwuji has gone into seclusion to attack the fourth stage of life destruction, he cannot be disturbed to manage affairs. I have already decided to send out the giant Leviathan Saint Beast, and I will take personal command of this mission. I will go to Divine Phoenix Island and capture Lin Ming alive. Fellow elders, who is willing to go with me? Xianxui's words shocked all the elders present. Send out the giant Leviathan, take personal command, and even invite other elders to come? Wasn't this just overdoing it a bit? Sovereign Xian, to deal with just a mere Lin Ming, not only will you yourself go, but you must also send out the giant Leviathan? Isn't that just making a big deal out of nothing? An elder couldn't help but suggest. The giant Leviathan was the super weapon of the South Sea Demon region. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was a wide range and variety of saint beasts, and there was no uniform classification. It was all a fuzzy and jumbled mess. A flood dragon, a vermilion bird, these creatures could be called saint beasts. But all of these saint beasts had differing degrees of bloodline purity and richness. These were divisions formed by limited vision. To the martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and even the Seven Profound Valleys, to them a vermilion bird was an unattainable sacred existence. Thus, being labeled a saint beast was undeniable. However, within the realm of the gods, the vermilion bird of Divine Phoenix Island was barely passable to be called a saint beast at all. As for the god beasts of the realm of the gods, those were existences that could destroy worlds at whim. The title of a saint beast was a bit ambiguous. It wasn't a completely appropriate term to describe the giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan was in many ways even more powerful than a high-stage life destruction powerhouse. Especially when it was used for frontal combat or for capturing a sect, the power it could display was simply terrifying. During these times, it would be like a massive juggernaut battleship, unstoppable and overwhelming. During these months, while Xianwuji had gone into closed-door seclusion to bet his life against reaching the fourth stage of life destruction, the giant Leviathan was naturally managed by Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at the elder who spoke and said, "Even a lion would use its full force to capture a rabbit. Much less this boy Lin Ming is not as simple as he seems. During the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, I was also present, and yet I still have no idea how he managed to steal the Nirvana Dragon Root. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength is no longer the same as it was in the past. It's unimaginable that in just a short 2.5 years, his strength has risen to such a horrifying degree." The demon region elder thought otherwise. Sovereign Xian, this old man thinks that those rumors of Lin Ming's strength are simply rumors. They might not necessarily be true. Those scattered minions, in order to avoid responsibility, would naturally exaggerate Lin Ming's strength and the events that happened. Elder son. Xianxui's slender eyebrows rose and she coldly said, "If you underestimate the enemy, then the one to suffer will be you. Lin Ming is not easy to handle." After she finished speaking, she turned to everyone else and continued to say, "I have already issued an order that all information related to Lin Ming will now be restricted. Nobody may spread out anything at all. Right now, I can control the giant Leviathan by myself, but if I want to chase Lin Ming, that will be a bit difficult. I ask for 2 elders to come and support me. Who is willing to join me?" As Xianxia spoke, her eyes swept over each elder one at a time. In such an important matter like capturing Lin Ming, failure was not allowed.
There could only be success. All right, count me as one. A black-robed elder stood up. He was someone from the Xian clan. His name was Xianxia, and his cultivation was at the first stage of life destruction. If he didn't worry that he would fail crossing into the second stage of life destruction, then he would have become a second stage life destruction master long ago. I will go too, an elder said. Ugh. At this time in the distant five-element region, there was a great mountain peak that was several 100,000 feet high. Atop this mountain was a forest of maple trees that seemed like a sea of fire. The name of this mountain was Sunfire Mountain. Looking from afar, this mountain seemed like a picturesque land filled with poetry and wonders. But very few knew that one of the 7 sects of the 5-element region, the Sunfire sect, was actually located here. Although the maple tree forest atop Sunfire Mountain seemed ordinary, it actually contained an exquisite array formation. If one didn't understand the method of entry and wandered in, then it would be easy for them to be trapped inside. At a great temple at the summit of Sunfire Mountain, the Sunfire sect sovereign sat on a grand throne wearing a long red robe. In front of him was a young and beautiful girl. She was the chief disciple of the Sunfire sect, the Sunfire princess. And standing in front of those two was a blue-clothed old woman. This old woman was elderly, but her temperament was extraordinary. From the fading outlines of her face, one could imagine that she was a remarkable peerless beauty as a youth. She was the valley master of one of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, Storm Valley's Zhan Yuyun. Beside this old woman was a handsome youth in his mid-20s. He was the chief disciple of Storm Valley, Zhan Yunjian. 4 years ago, Zhan Yunjian and the Sunfire Princess had both participated in revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, shining in the spotlight there. It was only afterwards, because of Lei Mubai and Lin Ming's appearance, that both of their halos were overshadowed. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the great temple as a blue-clothed woman slowly walked in. This woman only looked to be just over 20 years old, but her cultivation was astonishingly at the revolving core realm. Not just that, but her appearance was alluring and her figure outstanding. From top to bottom, she emitted a chilling energy, as if no one could ever dare to sully her. If Lin Ming were here, he would immediately recognize her. She was the Divine Phoenix Island Blue Luan faction saintess, and also Mu Qianyu's little sister, Mu Bingyun. Fairy Maiden Bingyun. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Sage Sunfire and Storm Valley's old woman rose up in greeting as they saw Mu Bingyun arrive. It had to be known that although Mu Bingyun was a junior, her cultivation had broken through to the revolving core realm, and her total comprehensive combat strength was equal to that of an ordinary middle revolving core master. In terms of strength, she wasn't that much worse than Sage Sunfire and Storm Valley's Zhou Yun. Like this, even though they were elders, they still had to give several points of respect to Mu Bingyun. Sage Sunfire, Valley Master Zhan. Mu Bingyun nodded and then walked straight to her seat. After everyone greeted each other and sat down, Zhan Yun glanced at the Sunfire sect sovereign and Mu Bingyun, smiling as she said, "Brother Sunfire, Fairy Maiden Bingyun, one of the scouting parties we arranged within the South Sea sent back some very unusual news yesterday." "Oh? Unusual news?" Sage Sunfire revealed a faintly interested look. Since the South Sea Demon region united all those different deep-sea races of the South Sea into an alliance, I have yet to hear any extraordinary news. All I've heard is constant defeat on the South Sea battlefield. If this continues, then I fear that our 5-element region's 7 great sects will also be swallowed up. What is this unusual news? I'm very much interested in hearing about it. The 5-element region and the South Horizon region were over 1,000,000 miles apart. If the South Sea Demon region became a holy land, it naturally wouldn't encroach onto the 5-element region's territory. But in this South Sea War, the South Sea Demon region had gathered many allies together, and now the cake that was the South Horizon region was naturally not enough to divvy up for everyone. Now the flames of war had already burnt their way to the edge of the 5-element region. It was only a matter of time until the entire 5-element region was occupied. The 7 sects of the 5-element region were already weaker than Divine Phoenix Island. Facing the allied armies of the South Sea, they were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing Sage Sunfire mention his concerns, the old woman sighed. The South Sea Demon region's appetite was just too great.
They apparently wanted to gobble up the two great territories that lay at the edge of the South Sea, the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. With their strength, it truly was difficult to resist the South Sea Demon region. Their only chance was if the Great Zen region were to help. But even after dispatching several messengers, they were still unable to persuade the Great Zen Temple to intervene in the South Sea War. Compared to the Five-Element region and South Horizon region that were located at the edge, the Great Zen region was located inland. Thus, they had no reason to help. Valley Master Zhou, we can worry over these matters later. First, please speak of the strange news you've obtained. This news is that the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon region has been captured. Their means were thorough and even the guardian elder Hong Qi was killed. As Zhang Yuyun spoke, her eyes swept over Mu Bingyun. Oh? Seriously? Sage Sunfire was bewildered. As for Mu Bingyun, her eyebrows shot up. Divine Phoenix Island falling to the hands of her enemies had been a pain that forever lived on in her heart. After Divine Phoenix Island was occupied by the scum of the South Sea Demon region, they had captured and tormented the girls of the island. All of this had made Mu Bingyun's heart bleed with pain and anguish. Now that she heard that the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon region had been completely expunged, even someone as indifferent as her showed a completely changed expression. Who did this? A light flashed in Mu Bingyun's eyes. It had to be known that Divine Phoenix Island branch's managing elder was Hong Qi, a genuine first-stage life destruction master. As for Sage Sunfire and Zhang Yuyun, both of them were at the late revolving core realm. The difference in strength was just too great. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon region was enough to completely sweep away the Sunfire sect and Storm Valley. This was not a small force. Yet, no matter how strong they were, they had actually been annihilated. Who had such great ability to do so? Sage Sunfire thought for a moment, then asked, a bit puzzled, since the wartime alliance was destroyed, who else could organize such a force? Zhang Yuyun shook her head. I'm not too clear about this. The information blockade of the South Sea Demon region is simply too watertight. Because they have demonic path abilities like the soul-searching technique, trying to place a spy in their ranks is far too difficult. There simply isn't any information about what happened. Ever since the Divine Phoenix Island branch was attacked, the South Sea Demon region has blocked all information from leaving. All we know is that there were only 4 martial artists that attacked the Divine Phoenix Island branch, and all of them were around 20 to 30 years old. 20 to 30 years old? Impossible! Sage Sunfire couldn't believe this. Even 29 or 30 was just too young. At such an age, they were already a peak saint-level talent if they could reach the revolving core realm. For example, Mu Bingyun. She had reached revolving core at 30 years of age. As for Elder Hong Qi, his cultivation was not at the revolving core realm but at life destruction. Generally, if a genius was able to reach life destruction before they were 50 years old, then there was a slim glimmer of hope that they could become a peerless emperor. But if what Zhang Yuyun said was true and those young people weren't even 30 years old, yet they could kill a life destruction elder, that just seemed too exaggerated. Mu Bingyun only remained silent. For the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch to be completely eradicated, this news was just too shocking for her. And as Zhang Yuyun had said, for these martial artists that killed Hong Qi to not even be 30 years old, this had already gone beyond her understanding. Zhang Yuyun spread out her hands and said, in truth, I also don't believe the information the scouting party sent over that these young people weren't over 30 years old. In fact, the original information on Lin Ming had reported that he was a young man just over 20 years old. But the scouts that Zhang Yuyun sent out simply found this information too outrageous and instead reported the age as between 20 and 30. Once this news reached Zhang Yuyun's ears, and she heard that the young people were between 20 and 30 years old, she naturally assumed they were 28 or 29 years old. However, even so, this was completely unbelievable. Could this just be a smokescreen released by the South Sea Demon region? Behind Sage Sunfire, the Sunfire Princess suddenly spoke up. Normally, in such a small meeting, juniors would rarely speak up in front of their elders. Zhang Yuyun shook her head. There's no reason for the South Sea Demon region to play tricks like this. Do they think that Divine Phoenix Island would return to the South Sea just because they heard this news? This matter is most likely true. although I have no idea what sort of power did this. If they could completely destroy the Divine Phoenix Island branch, then they are more than capable of destroying any sect within our 5-element region. Moreover, according to some reliable sources of mine, the Demon Region's Western faction sovereign, Xianxia, will be personally moving out. She will be presiding over the giant Leviathan to go towards Divine Phoenix Island. Giant Leviathan? Sage Sunfire heard Zhou Yoyun's words. He was unnerved. The giant Leviathan is an overwhelming war weapon. Its ability to break through any defense or siege is almost unstoppable. But the other party is not a fool. If Xianxia is personally taking action, then those mysterious strangers must have already evacuated Divine Phoenix Island. When the Demon Region broke through the defenses of Divine Phoenix Island, they sent out the giant Leviathan in order to do so. Since ancient times, there had been a multitude of opinions and thoughts on just how large the giant Leviathan actually was. Some said it was 1,000 miles, and some said it was thousands of miles. But the giant Leviathan that the South Sea Demon Region commanded was about 90 miles long. As it floated in the sky, it was like a massive airborne island that blocked out the heavens themselves. Such a terrifying divine war beast had an immeasurable weight. With just a swing of its tail, it was able to create massive tsunamis. When it opened its great maw, it could suck in all the heaven and earth origin energy in a radius of hundreds of miles. When the South Sea Demon Region had faced the great island protective array of Divine Phoenix Island, they had relied upon the giant Leviathan to shatter this protection with just a single strike. Such a terrifying, vicious war beast was truly fearful. Zhang Yuan echoed these sentiments. These strangers must have already fled Divine Phoenix Island. Fighting with guerrilla warfare is the wisest method. Directly confronting the giant Leviathan and Xianxia would be foolish. Well, no matter what happens, the sudden appearance of this mysterious new faction is good news for all of us. As everyone was guessing the identity of this mysterious force, a flame suddenly sparked in the meeting hall, and a message was transmitted into Zhang Yoyun's ears. This was a message from the scouting party that she had sent out. After Zhang Yoyun heard the sound transmission, her eyes suddenly jumped open, and her face was filled with disbelief. What is it? Sage Sunfire couldn't help but ask. Mu Bingyun also glanced at Zhang Yoyun, waiting for her response. Zhang Yoyun was silent for a while before she mumbled with an incredulous tone. That mysterious force hasn't left yet. They've instead stayed on Divine Phoenix Island. It seems they wish to fight to the death with Xianxia. What? It wasn't just Sage Sunfire who was astonished, but even Mu Bingyun was greatly shocked. Fight to the death? Did these mysterious strangers really have a way of coping with Xianxia and the giant Leviathan Saint Beast? Oh! South Sea, Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming stood within the square of the Vermilion Bird Palace, at the summit of Divine Phoenix Mountain, silently staring off into the dim and distant skies. Under Lin Ming's feet, the former square was now in shambles. The tripod for incense was broken, the handles having fallen off, and the blue stone ground was cracked all over. It was a scene of ruins. Beside Lin Ming stood Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian. At this time, the clouds on the horizon were surging. Duanmu Kun squinted his eyes as he looked into the far distance. After a quarter of an hour within those dark billowing clouds, a vague and massive shadow began to appear as if a floating island were slowly approaching them. Brother Lin, that is the giant Leviathan you've mentioned. Lin Ming looked at the giant Leviathan, his expression calm. Back in the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had seen an ultimate great beast whose body was several thousand or even tens of thousands of miles long. Its horn alone was greater than this mountain he stood on, and a beat of its wings was enough to shake the world. Even though he had been several hundred miles away, just looking into that creature's dark golden pupils caused the upper emperor-level talent Blackstone to vomit out a mouthful of blood and be seriously injured. Compared to such a great beast, this giant Leviathan in front of him was nothing at all. Brother Lin, although this fellow is much smaller than that suspected god beast we saw in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, this simply isn't something we are able to deal with. I doubt my sword would even be able to injure one of its hairs. Duanmu Kun narrowed his eyes. In just a few breaths of time he had determined just how fearful this large beast was. Not to mention the terrifying energy contained within the giant Leviathan.
just its size was far too great. No matter how sharp Lin Ming's attacks were, it was impossible for him to injure it. This was just like an ant trying to bite an elephant to death. In a frontal confrontation, you are indeed correct, and nothing I do will be able to harm it. Of course, that's not what will happen. In this battle, I alone am enough. You all do not need to help me. As Lin Ming spoke, he slowly walked forwards. Duan glanced at Lan Xin and Fengshen. As he saw that they seemed a bit confused, he smiled and said, "Brother Lin, please be careful. I really do think that there isn't much we can do to help you here." After spending such a long time together, Lan Xin had joined Fengshen in having absolute faith and blind trust in Lin Ming's strength. Even though it seemed obviously impossible to deal with this giant leviathan in front of them, she didn't doubt that Lin Ming had some unknown method to deal with it. "Brother Lin, be careful," Fengshen tersely said as he stepped back. Lin Ming took out the white spear from his spatial ring. He walked forwards and then began to slowly fly towards the giant leviathan. Facing such a titanic beast, his eyes were as tranquil as an immortal lake, without a hint of panic in his eyes. At this time, in between the giant leviathan's eyes was a field of energy with a sealed miniature dimension within it. Here, 3 black-robed South Sea Demon Region elders were standing, along with a black-armored Xianxia. The Xianxia of the battlefield carried a black sword that was even longer than herself. Her black armor was tightly wrapped around her, and it served as the perfect foil to her sexy body, as if she were a war goddess descended from the heavens. Xianxia silently stared at Lin Ming as he approached them. An elder laughed as he said, "This Lin Ming really isn't so simple. Not only is he not escaping, but he's actually coming here of his own volition. There are very few people that have the courage to walk to their deaths like this. Haha! Don't underestimate him. In this world, there are no fools." Xianxia's eyebrows twisted together. Although she said this, the truth was that she had layers upon layers of doubts and worries in her heart. This sudden development in events had completely surpassed her expectations. She had thought that Lin Ming would give up Divine Phoenix Island and escape. That would have been the strategy that nearly anyone would have chosen. The reason that Xianxia brought the giant leviathan was because she had taken this into account. She had planned on combining her perception with the giant leviathan's spiritual sea, using the beast in order to increase her already far-reaching perception to unprecedented levels. Then, she would be able to chase after Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming didn't even run away. By all reasoning, Lin Ming should have some sort of backup, a great master that would help him. But now, it seemed as if Lin Ming was all alone by himself. His cultivation was only at the peak of the early revolving core realm. Relative to his age, this cultivation could be considered unprecedented since ancient times. Perhaps he was invincible in his level, but in the face of the giant leviathan and the combined forces of several great elders, this was a futile resistance. This made Xianxia feel puzzled, confused about just what Lin Ming was doing. Out of all the elders present, she was the only one who had gone into the Demon God Imperial Palace. Lin Ming's acting within the Demon God Imperial Palace was impeccable. He had been a polite and courteous youth, was seemed as harmless as a little bunny. However, this non-threatening youth had tricked all those old geezers present. Xianxia found this the hardest to accept. From then until now, she still hadn't figured out just what method Lin Ming had used to play them. Just how could the proud Xianxia admit that she had been conned? "Cute little boy, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, I will catch you alive this time. Pry open your little head and see just what secrets you have." Xianxia bit her shining teeth and began to silently revolve the netherworld devil arts, priming the true essence and soul force within herself to the limit. Seeing Xianxia act as if she was heading into her final battle, an elder laughed and said, "Sovereign Xian, you are being far too careful. How could we possibly lose? We have 4 people together and the giant Leviathan's perception has already locked onto him. He can't escape even if he has wings." Another elder concurred with contempt in his voice. Xianxia didn't respond. The third elder said, "The giant Leviathan's full-strength strike can destroy an entire island. If its attack hits a person, then there won't even be ashes left of them. There are far too many secrets on this boy's body. Let's use the tentacles to catch him." The giant Leviathan had two different methods of attack. The first method was an energy attack. The giant Leviathan's head and body were covered with a wide variety of spheres. The giant Leviathan could open its massive maw and absorb heaven and earth origin energy, compressing this into energy beams that could be used to attack. This was the main mode of attack of the giant Leviathan. The second method of attack was for the giant Leviathan itself to attack. Around the edges of the giant Leviathan's maw was a massive quantity of tentacles that surrounded it like a great comb. These tentacles could be used to surround or kill an enemy. This could be considered a supportive attack method, but even though it was supportive if faced with a single martial artist, it was actually much more deadly. Although the giant Leviathan had an incomparable striking power in its great energy beam, the direction of the attack could not be changed. Thus, for it to build up the energy, fire the beam, and for the beam to land, this would take several breaths of time. It was very easy to dodge during this period. If one wanted to use the giant Leviathan's energy beam to kill a top master, then that would be quite difficult. Let's go! Although her enemy was only a single person and he was also just a baby boy with an early revolving core cultivation, Xianxia was taking this battle with complete sincerity, not underestimating Lin Ming at all. She fused her consciousness into the soul mark of the giant Leviathan, controlling the beast to attack Lin Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several thousand giant Leviathan tentacles lashed out towards Lin Ming like a hail of black whips, making the air tremble. These giant Leviathan tentacles all contained a terrifying energy. If a mountain were to be struck by them, it would simply collapse. Come on. Lin Ming looked at those tentacles that seemed to form a giant net in the sky. He faintly smiled. Then the space underneath his feet twisted. Golden rock shattering the void. This movement technique depended on the support of both the concept of wind and the concept of space. As Lin Ming's understandings into the concept of space became increasingly sophisticated, his golden rock shattering the void movement technique also became more and more profound. Cha-cha-cha! In the dense rain of giant Leviathan tentacles, Lin Ming was like a slippery little fish that swam upstream, rushing straight towards the giant Leviathan. Every single giant Leviathan tentacle contained an extremely terrifying energy. As Lin Ming brushed past the tentacles at high speed, he could feel his entire body tremble. If he were to be lashed by one, then he would absolutely suffer severe injuries. Although Lin Ming's movement technique was ghostly and superb, there were just far too many tentacles. Every time they shot past, they would cause disorder in the surrounding power of space. If it were a normal martial artist, even one at the life-destruction realm, they would find it hard withstand this. This boy's got quite the ability, a South Sea Demon Region elder said. No matter how capable he is, he won't be able to last forever. He will slowly consume his energy, but the energy stored within the giant Leviathan is unimaginable. Sooner or later we'll catch him. To the elders of the South Sea Demon Region, with the giant Leviathan's incomparably massive body, Lin Ming simply didn't have the ability to wound it. Now, they were in an invincible position. They didn't even fear if Lin Ming decided to run away. Xianxia had already fused her mind with the giant Leviathan and was using its spiritual sea to lock onto Lin Ming. The range of this perception was several hundred miles wide. Now Lin Ming was nothing more than a turtle in a jar. As the several great elders were joking around, Xianxia was actually silent. She still didn't understand why Lin Ming dared to stay at Divine Phoenix Island, daring to face the four of them and even the giant Leviathan. No matter how she looked at it, it was impossible for him to win. The boy is surrounded, we'll have him captured soon. I wonder what secrets are on him. I'm really looking forward to it. The elders didn't have much hope that the Nirvana Dragon Root was with Lin Ming. After all, it had been a very long time and chances were that the Nirvana Dragon Root was mostly used up. They were thinking that there were some other secrets on Lin Ming's body that could quickly enhance their strength, as well as the cosmic melting furnace. Because the South Sea Demon Region had placed a very high valuation on whatever secrets these were, the four great clans had each sent out an elder, forming this powerful lineup of masters. At this time, Lin Ming had truly fallen into a trap underneath the giant Leviathan. Several thousand tentacles formed a net around him, blocking all directions of escape. Lin Ming, at the stomach of the giant Leviathan, 10 miles ahead, This is a blind spot in its attacks. You can break out from there. Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind.
Got it. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light.
By relying on golden rock shattering the void, he was able to forcefully create a path through the chaotic power of space, his body violating the rules of physics as he moved hundreds of feet at a time, passing through tentacles that had less than half a foot of space between them.
What?
Even the South Sea Demon Region elders within the miniature dimension were shocked. Lin Ming had been caught in the web of tentacles, but now he had actually managed to pass through them. Such a narrow gap. How could he possibly make it through? Is that boy a fish or something? This elder of the South Sea Demon Region was incomparable to the Fae. He simply didn't have any understandings into the concept of space, so he was unable to understand the mystical elusiveness of Lin Ming's steps. After several flashes, Lin Ming had already arrived at the so-called blind spot that Demon Shine mentioned.
This blind spot didn't mean there were no attacks here, but rather that there were less. But this was more than enough for Lin Ming.
He rose again and again, higher and higher, crossing several miles as he drew closer to the giant Leviathan's abdomen. 1,000 feet to the left. That is the entrance to the dimension within the giant Leviathan. Demon Shine's voice sounded out once again. There were many miniature dimensions within the giant Leviathan, all of them growing as the giant Leviathan grew. These miniature dimensions were able to hold foreign life in them, and in the future, when the giant Leviathan died, these dimensions would also collapse. Because of this special characteristic, the giant Leviathan was often used as a very high-level transportation vehicle, particularly useful for long-distance trips. Every dimension within the giant Leviathan had a special method for entry. It was impossible for a stranger to enter. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ming. Demon Shine could be considered as a half-master of the giant Leviathan. He naturally knew the methods to enter every dimension. Fuck! This silly big fellow is actually making this father work so hard. When I followed the Demon Emperor, it was still a stupid fellow. Now, even though it's plenty strong enough, it's still being controlled so easily by others. It can't even recognize its big brother.
Humph, this big fellow better wait and see how I'll fix it up. Demon Shine's scolding voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind.
Lin Ming's figure flashed. With Demon Shine's knowledge of the method of entry as well as Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space, he instantly entered into the dimension within the giant Leviathan. This was a light red space. Everyone. The walls seemed to appear juicy and cushy, and the ground underneath Lin Ming's feet was soft. We're in. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief.
This stupid big fellow really makes others worry. Demon Shine cockily said as he shook his doggy head.
What do we do now? Lin Ming swallowed down some pills and began to meditate. In truth, he hadn't used much energy. But, since he was going to face Xianxia shortly, he wanted to make sure he was in peak condition. Demon Shine said, Shen Wuji should have acted according to the Demon Emperor's letter and left a soul mark within the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea. What we have to do is erase this soul mark. This isn't difficult to do. First, sink your perception into the giant Leviathan's meridian's channels, and then I will guide you into its spiritual sea.
Okay. Lin Ming nodded and then began to sink his consciousness into the giant Leviathan's body.
When he had been at the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had once thought about capturing the giant Leviathan. But at that time, his strength was simply too lacking, so that was a naturally impossible task. Now Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early revolving core realm, and he had also comprehended his own battle spirit. With this, subduing the giant Leviathan would be as easy as turning his hand. What's wrong?
At this time, in the dimension between the giant Leviathan's eyebrows, Xianxia had suddenly lost sight of Lin Ming. This caused her to be greatly shocked.
I obviously used the giant Leviathan's soul force to increase my perception range. As long as he isn't more than 1,000 miles away, he shouldn't be able to escape my grasp. How could I have possibly lost sight of him? An intense foreboding feeling began to surge within Xianxia's heart. She had always felt that something was wrong. But even so, she still couldn't figure out why Lin Ming was daring to face 4 elders of the South Sea Demon region together, as well as the giant Leviathan Saint Beast. Now that Lin Ming had suddenly disappeared from her mind,
She felt a trace of fear appear in her heart. The other three elders looked at each other in panic. One asked, puzzled, maybe he died to the giant Leviathan's tentacles? How would that even be possible? Xianxia breathlessly shouted as her delicate eyebrows jumped up. Of the three elders she brought here today, none of them had entered the demon god imperial palace with Lin Ming. In the end, rumors were rumors, seeing was believing. Before, none of these elders had seen Lin Ming, and none of them understood why Xianxia stressed how strong Lin Ming was. These three elders disapproved of this notion, thinking otherwise. In their opinion, Lin Ming was just a little baby boy. Xianxia now felt that bringing this damn group of fellows was no help at all. Something strange. Even if he hid in the gaps of the giant Leviathan scales, we should still be able to detect him. How could he just disappear like that? The only possibility is he entered into another space. The speaker may have been casually speaking, but the listener was keen on all thoughts. As an elder muttered out a random comment, this caused Xianxuqia's beautiful face to completely pale. Had Lin Ming entered into one of the dimensions within the giant Leviathan's body? The barrier of space was able to cut off all perception. If Lin Ming truly had entered into one of these miniature dimensions, then her perception would no longer be able to track Lin Ming. How could this be possible? Only Shen Wuji and herself knew the method to enter the giant Leviathan's dimensions. Even the South Sea Demon Region elders didn't know the method. Xianxia felt her heart race in panic, nervousness clouding her mind. At this time, she suddenly felt a shock in her spiritual as a web of agonizing pain began spreading out from deep in her mind. At this moment, the soul mark of the giant Leviathan that her mind was connected to was being attacked. Someone was trying to rend apart this soul connection. Xianxia was inexplicably horrified. Just how had he done this? Sovereign Xian, what is it? As the three elders beside Xianxia saw her sudden and violent reaction, they understood that an accident had occurred. Xianxuqia's complexion became increasingly ugly. She had already established a soul connection with the giant Leviathan. She was on the defensive side. But as for Lin Ming, he wanted to tear apart this soul connection and establish his own. He was on the offensive side. Being on the defensive, she had an absolute superiority. Not just that, but her cultivation and strength were far higher than Lin Ming's. As long as she was able to discover his sneak attack and prepare against it, every logical outcome would have easily been her defeating Lin Ming's soul consciousness. However, the reality was that Lin Ming's soul force was incomparably sharp. He kept forcing her own consciousness back, constantly eroding her soul connection with the giant Leviathan. How is this possible? Xianxuqia's milk-white breasts violently fell up and down. Because she was consuming too much soul force, her face was already flushed red. How could this boy's soul force be strong to such a degree? In fact, it wasn't just Lin Ming's soul force that was powerful. More importantly, he had Demon Shine's assistance as well as a battle spirit, a force that was able to cut all into nihility. Naturally, he held the advantage against Xianxia. All of you, pour your soul force into me, Xianxia shouted out. The other three elders began to realize that the situation was indeed dire. Without hesitation, all of them began to deluge Xianxia with their soul force. Now, these three great elders combined forces with Xianxia, the four of them directly resisting Lin Ming together. The little babies want to go all out. It looks like this saint is going to have to mess around a bit, Demon Shine said with a hint of haughty roguishness. In his eyes, Xianxia and other 1,000-year-old monsters like her were indeed nothing more than little babies. Lin Ming's soul force was powerful, but against four enemies together, he indeed fell far short of being able to handle them all. Now with Demon Shine pouring his own soul force into Lin Ming's own soul energy rose to a completely different level. Demon Shine had been awake for a few years now, and with the heavenly materials he had obtained from Lin Ming that were able to nourish his soul, he had restored quite a bit of his strength. Bang! The two soul energies collided. With Lin Ming and Demon Shine working together, they directly shattered the soul energy that Xianxia had released. The giant Leviathan's spiritual sea suddenly trembled. The soul mark that Xian Wuji left behind was finally loosened. The giant Leviathan let out a great roar, causing massive choppy waves within the sea below.
At Divine Phoenix Island, Duanmukun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all saw this happen. All of them were dumbfounded. Just what had Lin Ming done to this giant beast? Against this giant beast that was nearly 100 miles long, just what had Lin Ming done in order to wound it? Duanmukun found this hard to believe. When Lin Ming had used that exquisite movement technique to escape the all-encompassing attack of the giant Leviathan, he had only been able to sigh in admiration. Then, and even now, he still didn't fully understand what Lin Ming had done. The giant Leviathan was still roaring in the air, its sonic voice making the sea tremble, as if hundreds of thousands of thunderclaps were exploding together. Bang! The giant Leviathan's tail suddenly pounded the sea surface, directly raising a massive wave 10 miles high. The turbulent waves actually rushed into the sky and washed away the clouds. They callously drove towards Divine Phoenix Island, submerging a massive expanse of the palace ruins. Seeing this scene, even the normally indifferent Fengshen was secretly flabbergasted. This was the terror of a super saint beast. Just that great body was already an unstoppable weapon. This really is a super war machine. Perhaps it isn't too extraordinary in a one-on-one battle, but if it were used to seize the headquarters of a sect, any sect below the 5th grade would be directly rolled over. Duanmukun said with sincere emotion. If there wasn't a number of third-stage life destruction and above powerhouses banding together, then it really would be impossible to stop the energy impact of this giant Leviathan. At this time, within the giant Leviathan, the battle between Lin Ming, Xianxia, and the rest had reached its superheating phase. Xianxia and the 3 great elders were flushed red, their foreheads dripping with sweat. This was a direct confrontation of soul force with the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea as the battlefield. Even so, Xianxia and her group were the ones losing. Now Xianxia had already retreated to the final destination of the soul mark. She sent out her soul force, shaping it into a phantom that wore black war armor, an almost exact replica of herself. And then in front of her, holding a white spear, Lin Ming also began to slowly appear. Seeing Lin Ming, Xianxia gnashed her white teeth together. Lin Ming, you've got guts. Do you really want to become mortal enemies with my South Sea Demon region? Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He nearly laughed out loud. Listening to Sovereign Xian's words, if I were to give up now, then would I no longer be the sworn enemy of the South Sea Demon region? You! Xianxia's voluptuous chest furiously rose up and down. What a good Lin Ming! Since you want to die so badly, then I will fulfill your wish. Just you wait until Elder Xian comes out of seclusion. Once he reaches the 4th stage of life destruction and emerges, then I'd like to see just how you'll avoid him. 4th stage of life destruction. I hope he doesn't fail in his cultivation. Lin Ming indifferently smiled and then pointed his long spear straight at Xianxia, thrusting directly at her. This was a weapon formed from his soul force. A battle spirit could also increase the power of soul force. With the battle spirit strength in addition to Demonshine's support, the might of this spear strike caused Xianxia's beautiful face to pale with dread. She instantly judged that it was impossible for her to block this spear. But right behind her was the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind. If she didn't fight and ran away instead, then this soul mark would be destroyed by Lin Ming. Xian Wuji was the true ruler of the South Sea Demon region, and the giant Leviathan was one of his greatest tools to challenge the world. If she were to lose the giant Leviathan here, she couldn't imagine just how she would survive Xian Wuji's anger. In this brief flash of hesitation, Xianxia tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Lin Ming's soul spear had already pierced towards Xianxia. Ha! Xianxia gave a loud shout and completely exhausted all of her soul force, slashing down her sword onto Lin Ming's spear. However, the difference was too great. Demonshine's soul force was already much stronger than Lin Ming's. Now with both gathered as one, this was not a force that Xianxia and her 3 great elders were able to contend with. In the exchange of moves, there was only a snapping sound as Xianxia's sword snapped apart. Without slowing down at all, Lin Ming's long spear pierced through Xianxia's chest. Blood bloomed like a crimson lotus. Xianxia's face instantly paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ah! You little devil! I will remember you." Xianxia's voice was thick with hatred as she spat out these words.
Atop Lin Ming's long spear, her body began to be destroyed, slowly fading away. After Xianxia vanished, the soul mark that Xian Wuji left behind was right in front of him. Now there were no longer any barriers stopping him. Lin Ming fixed his eyes on this black flame-like mark. It was the size of a palm, and around this black mark, soul force had formed into chains of runic ropes, spreading out like an octopus as it imprisoned the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea. Lin Ming, destroy this and then make a brand with your own soul mark. With that, the giant Leviathan will be yours. This silly big fellow doesn't have much potential for growth, and of course compared to the saint it is like mud to the heavens. Still, the advantage is that it's already grown up, you don't need to bother with raising it. This beast should be enough for you while you're still at the Sky Spill continent. Once you enter the realm of the gods, you will be able to swap it out for a new contract beast. Understood. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he heard Demon Shine's boastful words. With his long spear in hand, he approached Xian Wuji's soul mark. Oh! At this time, within a dimension of the giant Leviathan, Xianxia gave a miserable cough before she slumped to the ground. There was not even a hint of blood left in her face, and her lips were extremely pale, sweat streaming down her entire body. If one's soul force was damaged, then the body wouldn't be harmed. But injury to one's soul force was even more troublesome. Without a top heavenly soul-nourishing treasure, it was simply an impossible wound to heal. Sovereign Xian, are you all right? The other three elders were alarmed. They had consumed a massive amount of their soul force. As for the damage to their spiritual seas, they were only a bit better off than Xianxia. At this moment, they finally began to realize just how serious the situation was. Lin Ming had used some unknown means to reverse all odds and defeat the four of them combined. They believed they had paid the price for underestimating their enemy. But the truth was that even if they didn't overestimate Lin Ming, nothing would have changed the result of this battle. Sovereign Xian, what should we do now? An elder asked as he grit his teeth. Escape! We're running away right now. Xianxia dragged herself off the floor and swallowed a red pill. This was not a soul recovery pill, but rather a blood poison pill that stimulated one's potential to the limit. It was similar to the scarlet blood pill Lin Ming had taken before to combust his blood essence. It had enormous side effects on the body. Xianxuqia's soul was already injured. If she were to swallow this blood poison pill too, then the miserable state she would end up in after this could be imagined. It would exacerbate her wounds and damage her life source. It was highly likely that even her cultivation would be damaged. As the three great elders saw Xianxia swallow down this blood poison pill, all of them were greatly shocked. Sovereign Xian, what are you doing? If we lost, then we just have to escape. You don't need to use a blood poison pill in order to do so. That said, if we were to run away, what would we do with the giant Leviathan? Giant Leviathan? Xianxia mirthlessly laughed. These three elders didn't know what happened and kept thinking about the damn giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan is no longer ours. If we run away too late, then we won't be able to escape anymore. As Xianxia spoke, the medicinal efficacy of the blood poison pill had restored the majority of her strength. Because she had to stimulate her blood essence, her face was flushed with an abnormally red color. Without hesitation, she opened the channel out of this dimension with a secret skill. Her buxom figure flashed, and she shot towards the distant horizon at full speed. Her only regret facing Lin Ming just now was that she had hesitated. If she had firmly decided to escape, then she wouldn't have had her soul injured, and she also wouldn't have to bear the side effects of the blood poison pill. As the three elders saw Xianxia escape, all of them have glanced at each other in chagrin. The giant Leviathan no longer belonged to them? What did that mean? We must keep up, an elder said as he rushed out of the dimension. Now was no longer the time for thinking about what had happened. No matter what, the situation was absolutely worse than any of them had imagined. Elder Zhou, the two other elders called out. But, as they saw his figure fading away into a black dot, both of them bitterly sighed and began to chase after him. The two of them had a cultivation at the first stage of life destruction. Although they completely released their energy to rapidly escape, they didn't use the blood poison pill that had so many side effects. If the giant Leviathan didn't belong to them, was it being controlled by Lin Ming? That was impossible. The two elders thought this.
When Shen Wuji had taken control of the giant Leviathan, he had to spend a massive amount of effort. Not only did he arrange a massive array, but he also used a secret skill to innervate his soul, as well as having a great number of masters supporting him together. Only under these conditions was he then able to successfully place a soul mark brand on the giant Leviathan. That had been on the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea that hadn't yet had a master. If the giant Leviathan had a master, then this would be much more difficult. No matter how powerful Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to so effortlessly and quietly seize control of the giant Leviathan. At most, he would destroy the soul mark that Shen Wuji had left behind with some sort of secret skill. Without the soul mark, the giant Leviathan would fall into a deep slumber. Fortunately, within the Sky Spill continent, only Shen Wuji had obtained the Demon Emperor's letter that detailed the method to control it. If the giant Leviathan could be recovered, then they wouldn't suffer too much of Shen Wuji's anger for losing the beast. I really have no idea just what means Lin Ming used to isolate or destroy Elder Xian's soul mark, an elder said with disbelief. We've underestimated Lin Ming, another elder echoed. He couldn't understand why Lin Ming had suddenly become strong to such a degree. Just what secrets did he hold on his body? A young man in his early 20s had been able to beat 4 great elders into the ground? Was this possible? As the 2 elders were lost in their thoughts, they suddenly heard a savage roar echoed out from behind them. A terrifying shockwave washed over their body, stunning them, making them veer off from their original flight path. Below them a massive wave crested up, nearly engulfing the 2 of them. What is going on? The 2 great elders were shocked. As they looked back, they suddenly felt as if their souls had fled their bodies. The giant Leviathan that should have lost all ability to act was actually flying towards them at high speed. As for those several thousand tentacles near its mouth, all of them were dancing in the air like the hands of a demon, rushing to surround them both. These terrifying tentacles could shatter space and split apart the ocean. They contained a vast energy that made it difficult for one to summon any courage, scattering all thoughts of resistance. What is going on? Without the soul mark, the giant Leviathan should have fallen into a deep sleep. An elder paled as he saw these tentacles drawing closer to him. Even if it didn't sleep, it still shouldn't be aiming at us. Another elder broke out into a cold sweat. By all logic, compared to this giant Leviathan, they were nothing but ants to an elephant. An elephant shouldn't start attacking ants. As the 2 people were dazed, the thousands of tentacles finally caught up to them, weaving a terrifying net around them and sealing off every path of escape. The 2 of them realized that they were now in the exact same situation that Lin Ming was in just a quarter hour ago. But the difference was that Lin Ming had a way to deal with this. As for these 2 South Sea Demon Region elders, they were beginning to drown in despair. Let's attack together, an elder loudly shouted as he faced the giant Leviathan's tentacles, extracting a ruler from his spatial ring at the same time. The other elder took out a heavy sword. The 2 of them began revolving their true essence to the limit, using their ultimate abilities. 2 storms of black true essence erupted. Under the minute control of the 2 elders, the 2 attacks fused as one, heavily smashing into the net of tentacles. Bang! Flames exploded. Several shining tentacles that bore the brunt of the attack dimmed down, rapidly shrinking back. However, more and more tentacles rushed forth to take their place, leaving no room for the 2 elders to run as before. This is bad. Seeing the tentacles that were filled with energy rush towards them, the 2 great elders' eyes turned blood red. With their insignificant first-stage life destruction strength, resisting this net made of the giant Leviathan's tentacles was impossible. I'll use up my life. The 2 elders thought of this idea at the same time. However, something happened that shocked them. As the great tentacles rushed towards them, they actually began to slow down, wrapping around them without even the slightest intent of piercing through their bodies. Ka. The 2 elders felt as if their bodies were being constricted by several large pythons. Their organs ached with an agonizing pain, and their bones almost broke. This damn beast! The 2 great elders dripped with sweat from the pain. They had lost any and all strength to resist. At the same time as their hearts filled with grief and despair, they also realized something.
This giant leviathan must have been controlled by someone, otherwise it would have killed them and not surrounded them like this. As for the one who could control the giant leviathan, they could only think of one person. That was Lin Ming. The two elders could scarcely believe this. When Xian Wuji had laid down his control onto the giant leviathan, he had made a massive array formation, used a secret skill to stimulate his soul potential, and had even gathered countless masters to support him. Even then, he had just barely managed to succeed. But Lin Ming, with just his strength alone, how was he able to simultaneously fend off and counter the attack of four elders, forcefully wipe off the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind, and then even plant his own soul mark in such a short time? Thinking of this, the two elders began to have a deep sense of fear swell from within them. They no longer regarded Lin Ming as a 20-year-old youth. To them, he was now a monstrous genius, a terrifying and mysterious existence beyond their comprehension. Whoosh! The two elders felt their bodies tighten. The giant leviathan's tentacles rapidly returned as the beast opened its great maw and swallowed both elders. The two elders saw pitch black for a brief moment, and in the next instant they had arrived in a light red dimension. 10 miles away, as Fengshen, Duanmu Kun, and Lan Xian saw this, they were all shocked speechless. After Lin Ming had drilled his way into the giant leviathan's body, he had used some unknown method to cause the giant leviathan to roar out in pain for an entire quarter of an hour. Then something surprising happened. All of the South Sea Demon region elders began to escape separately. The two in front were fortunately able to escape safely, but the two behind them were far too slow. They had been caught by the giant leviathan. What was going on? It's like this giant leviathan has been subdued by Lin Ming? Fengshen couldn't believe his own words as they came out of his mouth, but this was the only plausible explanation. Duanmu Kun also praised incredible. Although this giant leviathan is not too great in one-on-one combat, it can display a massive destructive force in a large-scale battlefield. This is a great war beast that even a holy land would be jealous of. I have no idea what Lin Ming did, his every action is a riddle to us. Duanmu Kun sighed. At this time, he no longer thought about competing with Lin Ming. As long as he could remain on good terms with Lin Ming, then that would allow the future of his divine Holy Land to see a broader and higher road. At this time, in the giant leviathan's inner dimension, Lin Ming wore black clothes as he stood tall, his hands crossed behind his back. He was calmly staring at the two elders. Although his gaze was peaceful, there was also a faint edge to it that caused one's heartbeat to skip a beat. Lin Ming, an elder gulped. When a bounty was placed on Lin Ming throughout the entire South Sea, he had seen Lin Ming's portrait. This youth in front of him seemed similar, but there was a very great difference in his temperament. The Lin Ming in the portraits was a handsome and delicate youth, but the Lin Ming in front of them was like a king that commanded life and death. You? Just who are you? An elder couldn't help but ask. He couldn't imagine that this terrifying existence in front of him was just a 20-year-old youth. When this elder was young, he too had been a saint-level talent. When he was 20 years old, he had been a late Hotian martial artist. Because of his superb talent, he was just able to fight the worst of Xiantian-level masters. This was already a very stunning achievement. But compared to Lin Ming, even describing this difference as cloud and mud wasn't enough to do it justice. I am who I am. As for my Lin Ming's name, I think that you already know. Lin Ming indifferently flourished his white spear and pointed it towards the two elders. I will now give you a choice. Surrender to me and allow me to freely plant a slave seal in you for 50 years. After 50 years, I shall free you. Otherwise, your only other choice is death. Lin Ming had originally wanted to kill these two elders, but after deliberating upon it some more, a first-stage life destruction master did have a very good combat strength. It had to be known that Mu Fengxian herself was also a first-stage life destruction master. Waging war against a sect was not a matter of a single person, much less when Lin Ming's own individual strength wasn't actually that strong. Facing the powerful Xian Wuji, Lin Ming had to grab as many advantages as he could. Xian Wuji would soon exit his seclusion. At that time, even if Lin Ming was weaker than Xian Wuji, he still had to have the qualifications to contend with him. Humph, I would rather die than have a slave seal planted in me. An elder spat out between clenched teeth. To a proud martial artist, a slave seal was simply the highest form of insult. Once a slave seal was planted, he would be nothing but a mindless slave. He would never be able to have his own thoughts. Then let me help you, Lin Ming said without hesitation. He lifted his spear, about to kill them, when at this moment the other elder shouted out, "Wait." Lin Ming's hand stopped. He asked, "What else do you have to say?" The other elder's mind raced. He grit his teeth and said, "You said that this slave seal will only be for 50 years. Why should I believe you?" After a slave seal was planted, the slave would have to obey every single order from their master, unable to even commit suicide. If Lin Ming didn't release the slave seal 50 years from now, then that was truly a life worse than death. Lin Ming sneered, "I can control at most 10 people with my slave seals. Thus, you two simply do not have the qualifications to be my servants for 50 years. Does this explanation satisfy you?" Lin Ming's words could be described as excessively arrogant and unrestrained. After the elder heard this, he was greatly uncomfortable in his heart. But even so, he still couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming had the capital to speak his words. 50 years later, Lin Ming would have already become a peerless emperor, possibly even standing at the pinnacle of all emperor-level powerhouses. How could he possibly waste 2 slots of his slave seals to raise up 2 first-stage life destruction slaves? The elder bit out, "All right, I agree. Elder son, you?" The elder that said he would rather die than submit saw this other elder compromise and began to panic. "You would rather throw away your dignity and ruin your heart of martial arts just so you can live on in such dishonor? Do you know that after being controlled, Lin Ming will make us kill our own descendants?" "Elder Shou, you're still thinking about that at a time like this?" Elder Sun gloomily lifted his eyes, listlessly looking at the other old man. "Us demonic path martial artists have always cared about ourselves first and foremost, taking ourselves as the center of all decisions. So who cares if we're forced to betray and kill those from the South Sea Demon region? As for my heart of martial arts, who cares? Our cultivations have reached the limit that we can attain. In our lives, there is no hope for us to ever reach the second stage of life destruction. So why would I care if my heart of martial arts is ruined? If you want to die, then I won't stop you. But I don't want to die. I haven't lived my life yet. In the first half of my life, I desperately struggled for all lucky chances like a madman, closing up to practice, and now after great difficulty I can finally enjoy the fruits of my labors. I also want to enjoy my next several hundred years of life. I do not want to die here." Some martial artists, such as Lin Ming, practiced martial artists to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Some martial artists who practiced martial artists did so in order to gain more power, have a higher status, and enjoy all the beauties and mortal sins of the world. Elder Sun was one of these latter martial artists. He was too nostalgic and reluctant to part with his life. He simply hadn't enjoyed it enough. If a life destruction powerhouse didn't participate in the wars of a sect and didn't try to find lucky chances to break through to higher realms, then they could casually go to any smaller land and enjoy life like a living god. Hearing Elder Sun say this, Elder Zhou also hesitated. If one could live, who would want to die? 1,000,000 miles away, Profound Province. The southernmost side of the Sky Spill continent had a total of 10 domains and 9 provinces. Among these, a province was slightly smaller than a domain. For instance, the surrounding territory of Divine Phoenix Island was considered the Divine Phoenix Province. The Divine Phoenix Province was subordinate to another greater domain, but there were also some provinces that were independent. For instance, the Profound Province was like this. The Profound Province was located in between the 5-element region and the Judge Mountain Province. It was 1,000,000 miles away from the South Horizon region. The number 1 sect of Profound Province was the Yin Yang Profound Palace, a newly promoted 5th grade sect. Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods focused particularly on double cultivating as a complementary ability. Here, double cultivation benefited both man and woman. It was different from the violent sucking of energy style that the South Sea Demon region practiced. Thus, the Yin Yang Profound Palace could be barely considered an orthodox sect. Because of the special characteristics of this cultivation method, many disciples of the Yin Yang Profound Palace were married couples that cultivated together. Even the palace masters of Yin Yang Profound Palace were a couple. The man was named Xingji and the woman was named Xingcan. They were renowned as the double Yin and Yang stars.
The Xing couple's cultivations were both at the extreme second stage life destruction. Because of their yin-yang cultivation method, they were especially well suited to combining their attacks. If the two of them joined forces, they were actually just able to deal with a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. The Xing couple had one son. His name was Xingyang, and he was an emperor-level talent. As long as an emperor-level talent didn't die, they would have a slim chance of becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. The Xing couple had placed very high expectations on Xingyang. They hoped that he could become an emperor-level powerhouse in the future and lead their yin-yang profound palace to become a true holy land. At this time, within an elegant courtyard at the eastern section of yin-yang profound palace, a great millennium-old tree stretched out its lush leaves and branches, covering the entire courtyard. Underneath this great tree, there was a simple stone table, and on this stone table was a tea set. Sitting around this stone table were 3 people. The one in charge at this table was an elderly woman wearing a robe. Her silver hair was nobly coiffed upwards, bound with an exquisite phoenix hairpin. This person was the highest elder of divine Phoenix Island, Mu Fengxian.